Chapter 391. Wu Yu said she was in a hurry and grabbed Xinqingxi and boarded the Jiang family shuttle to the engagement site. It took an hour to fly to the central city. In the interrogation room, 110,000 headlights shone on Xinqingxi. His expression was calm at first, but as the scorching lights became brighter and brighter, when Wu Yu summoned 9 three-legged golden crows to dance on his head in such a small space, Xinqingxi's expression cracked. Xinqingxi gritted his teeth. That's enough. There were only Xinkei, Wu Yu, and Xinqingxi in the interrogation room. Wu Yu left the stage to Xinkei first. Go ahead, take revenge if you have a grudge, relieve stress if you don't. Xinkei didn't care. He never fought back when I hit him since he was a child, and he always said things that disgusted me. Just start. Xinqingxi looked at Xinkei in surprise, and slowly lowered his head. Wu Yu asked directly, what kind of people are you mixed with? Xinqingxi was shocked. He looked at Wu Yu in disbelief. How could you? Xinkei thought, he keeps asking for my blood. I think he might be a vampire, a fallen angel or something like that. Wu Yu was surprised. Wouldn't your blood purify him directly? Xinkei, if the fusion is unstable, he might be completely eroded by the dark power. My blood might help stabilize him. Xinqingxi looked back and forth between Xinkei and Wu Yu, as if he was looking at some strange creature in shock. Wu Yu remembered you said you couldn't kill him? Xinkei nodded. He has a bloodlock. He can't be killed until the last drop of blood. Wu Yu guessed, it could be a fallen angel, because you have the blessing of a holy angel. Maybe we are all in the same business, so we should leave a way for each other to meet in the future. In this case, using Xinqingxi to defeat you is indeed the best choice. Xinqingxi was a little weak after being photographed, and gradually began to show his true colors. No. Can you at least respect me? I am a hostage. Can you ask for my opinion? Wu Yu and Xinkei turned around at the same time. What is there to ask? Isn't it obvious? Looking at Xinqingxi's current appearance, Xinkei confirmed. It's just like the fallen angel I saw in the world of order. Wu Yu asked Xinqingxi, what is Suemo doing with? Xinqingxi was numb, completely shocked and motionless, completely numb. Before he could speak, Wu Yu began to guess. Suemo didn't make a move in the boss battle at that time, and it is very likely that she would be exposed if she made a move. When I went to her room to find her, she had a layer of protective shield. I originally thought that it was the protagonist's halo that protected her as the heroine, but now it seems that it is her ability. What is she with? Xinqingxi suddenly said, see siren, mental barrier, charming singing, so anyone who hears Suemo talking will be attracted to her. But there is a problem with Sumo's wing fusion, and the wings may appear as soon as she moves. Wu Yu and Xincheng immediately realized, there is indeed a trick in the sea mining town. Xinqingxi was surprised. Didn't you just come out of the sea mining town? No, are you focusing on the wrong point? Wu Yu, okay, so they were not tempted when Suemo talked to Richard and Xinkei before. Is it because she didn't use her ability? Xinqingxi told Wu Yu. Not really, people with higher mental power than Suemo are not so easily seduced, but she really didn't do it. It's not a rigid rule, and she doesn't want to be entangled with so many men. Sumo's situation is simpler than mine. You can save her. The Jiang family is fully capable of saving the Su family behind her. Suemo will definitely help you when the time comes. Her ability is very useful. Wu Yu thought, if it's just like this, why didn't Suemo send us a distress signal? Xinqingxi looked away. Wu Yu suddenly realized, you two really love each other, so she willingly joined the game of ashes even though she knew it was a fraud. She went to find you, not because of her so-called saintly heart to show her charm, but because she really cares about you. Your situation must have been very dangerous at that time. How did you survive? Xinqingxi breathed a sigh of relief. They injected me with DX001. I now have 2 genes in my body. Every time I breathe, my whole body is alarming, and my body may collapse at any time. Wu Yu understood, that is to say, what the future creatures really want to study is actually new humans, all kinds of species. DX001 is just one of the species that is being cultivated. Bone monsters are similar to single-soldier fighters. They are more useful as an army than mages when bred in batches. The new humans cultivated individually are used in a targeted manner according to different species. Wu Yu was thinking. Xinkei looked at Xinqingxi. Are you really related to me? Xinqingxi nodded. Yes, but you are a legitimate descendant of the royal family, and I am just a bastard left by a playboy from a side branch who had a one-night stand. So what if he has richer mental activities? Is it a problem that he is jealous of Xinkei's escape? He is the lowest class of office animal. He is smiling on the outside, while thinking empty in his heart. What's wrong with poor quality? They also say that he has bad intentions. He is devoted to his character setting. Damn, He cursed the old man who controlled him 10,000 times worse than this. Shinkei, if you had the ability of a fallen angel since childhood, my dragon bone had not grown yet. You should be able to beat me. Shinjingzi suddenly smiled. You are also miserable. Who is more miserable than who? And I have been using your blood. So you can hit me. Anyway, you can't kill me. But Shinkei, I really wanted you to die that time in the north. When I saw you kill Hall, I had a premonition that something bad was going to happen. He really wanted to kill you. You fell in love with Wu Yu, and you had completely lost control. You were like an NPC with self-awareness awakening, and every step was against his bottom line. Every step of Wu Yu was a variable, and he was already overwhelmed. He could not tolerate two uncontrolled chess pieces on a chessboard. And this time, he would never allow love to ruin his plan for so many years. Wu Yu's face showed a smile that had never been ironic before. Hasn't it love that he has always relied on? The love of a mother for her child, the love between lovers, the love of a child for his family and elders, the love between partners and friends. He uses love as the game, but is afraid of the variables that love brings. So in the end, he is destined to lose to love. This chessboard has long been out of his hands. I will pull out all his chess pieces, so that he has nothing to play, and has to join the game himself. When the time comes, I will let him see who is the chess piece. Wu Yu looked at Shinkei, looking back at the north. Qi Yin had no intention of reducing its personnel. If Shinjingzi's purpose of appearing in the beginning was to defeat you, then once you die, there is no need for him to exist, and he will die too. At that time, it was likely that the other side was using Sumo to control him, so later he was seriously injured and imprisoned in the martyr's shrine. Sumo, who noticed the movement, went to find him regardless of anything. Wu Yu, the last question, when you and Liren found my sister, what exactly did you want to do? This question will determine whether Wu Yu will bypass Shinkei and kill Shinjingzi directly. Shinjingzi. You can see that although Liren likes to play with women, it doesn't stop him from being a fool. Jiang Yuhua's reaction was too intense at the time, so he took action. The two sons of the Jiang family are outside. If you make a little noise, they will come in, and it will be easy to break the situation. I just didn't expect you to find out so quickly, so there is no need for me to meddle in other people's business. I can't even protect myself, and I can't be a bodhisattva who saves people from suffering. Letting a little leak is the limit of what I can do. Wu Yu looked at Jinjin, who was standing aside. Jinjin nodded repeatedly. He didn't lie. He was telling the truth. She stood up. I go out? You decide for yourself. Shinjingzi was not a must-have chess piece. He is no longer useful to us. Wu Yu left. Shinkei walked up to Shinjingzi. Shinjingzi lowered his head. Kill me. We have been enemies for so many years. We can't get over it. Shinkei, Wu Yu was caught in the dungeon at that time. You wanted to humiliate her. Shinjingzi. That's not true. She was as dark as Maluo at that time. I have always liked Sumo, and I also follow the pure love route. Shinkei, you are not the only one who is sentimental. You died in the north to protect Wu Yu's identity. I also decided to end it all for Sumo. I did that because I knew Jian Suiyu was next to me, and I did it for Jian Suiyu to see. But Chen Zhou is really not a good person, so I found an opportunity to kill him later. Shinkei, I heard that you disbanded the shadow. Shinjingzi smiled. Yes, if you can stand upright as a human being, who wants to live like a dog and depend on others for food. I can't even stand up, and can only kneel. How can I lead a standing team? I let them go. Isn't it better to go to Qian, than to be a shadow that never sees the sun in the shadow? Shinkei, you said Zhang Peng, that idiot, to be the traitor. Shinjingzi, you also say he is an idiot. Qian can't even deal with idiots. That's really a waste of time. Let's all wait to be played to death. Shinkei, Dungeon, you are taking advantage of the situation by the river. Don't you want Qian to be wiped out? Shinjingzi was silent for a while, and then he said, I can't help it, because he is watching me from the side. If I don't do it, the whole shadow will die. Shinkei suddenly realized, it was the law enforcement team watching from the side, and he was in the law enforcement team at that time. Shinjingzi nodded. Chapter 392. Wu Yu watched Shinkei walk out of the interrogation room. What happened? Shinkei, I punched him twice, and he kept spitting blood as if a part had collapsed. He had reached his limit after being beaten by your father last time. I gave him 2 tubes of DX001 antidote. I don't know if he can make it. We began to turn up Shinkei's sleeves and collar. You didn't bleed him, did you? Shinkei shook his head. I'm not a saint. I'm not that close to him. I've done my best not to kill him. Wu Yu, you seem to be implying something to me. Shinkei hugged Wu Yu. But his system still has the 2 bags of blood I gave him before, so it depends on God's will. Will you, what if he can hold on? Will you still kill him? Shinkei shook his head. No, you said it yourself. You can't kill anyone from now on. Every time you kill someone, you are doing what the other person wants. Wu Yu could sense Shinkei's thoughts through her mental power, and she wondered, even if you knew he was in the law enforcement team at the time, why were you so angry? I can't say I was angry. I was so violent that I was going crazy. Shinkei gritted his teeth. He just went to see you. Your performance in the dungeon was perfect from beginning to end. When he looked at you, it must have been like he was admiring his most perfect work, and I didn't even notice him from beginning to end, so he didn't take me seriously at all. Just thinking about a man like this spying on you with a purpose, I can't help but go crazy. Wu Yu felt the same way, and he's an old man, so disgusting. Wu Yu hugged Shinkei and told him, we will kiss him in a while. You should hug me tighter. We will piss him off. Shinkei looked down at Wu Yu. But I want to kiss you now. You were just in the dressing room. Wu Yu stopped him. Don't talk about what happened in the dressing room. Shinkei asked Wu Yu, what are you going to do with Suemo? Shin Qingxi was arrested so cooperatively. It is very likely that he has run out of ammunition and food and has no one to protect Suemo. He is using his life as a token of his loyalty. Wu Yu thought for a moment. I pulled her out, and she deserves credit for the ashes swap. When the matter is over, the Su family will naturally get out, and we will have nothing to do with each other anymore. Shinkei seemed to be able to see Wu Yu slashing the spider webs on each of them at lightning speed, rescuing them from the dragon's den and the tiger's lair. It may take 15 years, or even longer to form and run a system. But destroying a system and smashing an entire server only requires one knife. Soon, the Jiang family shuttle landed at the airport of World City. The Secretariat, the Taoist sect, and the church were all in place. Even though the engagement was already tense, Jiang Yuhua still wanted to walk towards Li Yiran with Jiang Li's arm around her. Jiang Li told her, if you don't want to walk towards Li Yiran like this, we can start a fight right away. Jiang Yuhua shook his head. I still have to support Jian Suiyu. I have to get the Li family first before I can kill them. Jiang Li, do you like that guy so much? If I remember correctly, you two have only been together for a few days. Is it too fast? Jiang Yuhua, it's mainly because I am too conscientious, otherwise I would have taken action long ago. Why wait until now? Jiang Li, he may not be able to have a child with you. Have you thought about it? Jiang Yuhua, that's great. This is a big handle. If I cheat, he can only pretend to be deaf and dumb and cry and beg me. Just go home and pretend nothing happened. Jiang Li no longer wants to communicate with Jiang Yuhua. Whatever happens, it's up to him. As a strong man of SSS level, Li Yiran kept smiling while listening to his fiancée and future mother-in-law discussing other men in front of him. Joke, haha, he is a joke. He himself thinks he is really funny. He is not a villain at all. He is a comedian. As the Pope, Richard witnessed their marriage, a novel experience. He looked at Jian Suiyu, who was standing not far away, and silently asked, what is the experience of watching your lover marry someone else? Jian Suiyu smiled, thank you for the invitation, read but not reply. After completing the engagement process quickly, Li Yiran transferred all the shares of the Li family to Jiang Yuhua. The next second, Jian Suiyu's communicator. Ding ding ding. Beeped. He picked it up without any surprise, and saw that it was the boss giving him gold coins. He said he would support him, and it was not just talk. The boss was serious. Jian Suiyu's expression was a little helpless. Jian Suiyu, Yuhua, you marry someone else and then give me the money, how can I accept it? If he accepted it, what kind of person would he become? Jiang Yuhua, Aunt Chen and I have agreed that you will sell it to me. Jian Suiyu, you don't need these. I will always be by your side. Although he is not like Shinkei, the crazy guy who always talks about a lifetime, he is at least a good man with a conscience, and will treat his feelings seriously and responsibly. Jian Suiyu looked at Jiang Yuhua across the crowd. Jiang Yuhua lowered his head to look at the communicator, and looked up at him from a distance with red eyes. Face Richard, he has said it for the second time. Please kiss the beautiful bride. Jian Suiyu suddenly realized that although Jiang Yuhua kept saying that she didn't care, she was still uneasy about the choice she made. She was afraid that everything was done, and after she got married, their passionate but short-lived love would all become a bubble. She was afraid that he would retreat to a safe position, just like now. Richard began to say for the third time, please kiss the beautiful bride. Li Yiran carefully stretched out his hand under Jiang Cheng's gaze, and suddenly his mouth opened wide enough to put an egg. Jian Suiyu walked past everyone and came to Jiang Yuhua. He put his arm around Jiang Yuhua's waist, and Jiang Yuhua's insecurity turned into surprise. She suddenly jumped up and hooked Jian Suiyu's neck, and took the initiative to kiss him. Jian Suiyu hugged her tightly without hesitation, and deepened the kiss. Wu Yue and Chuanyao looked at each other, jumping up and down excitedly. Wow, Jian Suiyu, you are so awesome. Shen Kei reached out, and supported Wu Yue. Slow down, you are staggering. Wu Yue leaned over to kiss him, but before she could kiss him, Shen Kei, who had been coveting her for a long time, hugged her and kissed her instead. Wow! The first engagement ceremony after taking office as Pope was so extraordinary. Richard stood aside, and clapped his hands calmly. The things done by De Chien are indeed extraordinary. The people who come out are all the best, sensational and shocking. So which old guy came up with the idea of putting all these people in Chien? He is so good at playing with fire. He is a genius. Why don't you slap yourself 100 or 80 times to celebrate? The plan set up in 15 years is about to be overturned. Grandson. Chapter 393. Alliance Leader's Office. After finishing the work at hand, Qinming asked, "How is the engagement party going now?" Wang Guohua hesitated for a second. "Not very good." "Qinming, what do you mean?" Wang Guohua, Jiang Yuhua brought her lover, and she kissed her lover's mouth during the kissing session, and Li Zifeng fainted directly. "Fortunately, Mr. Li is sensible, the engagement party will continue, and you should leave according to the time." Qinming glanced at Wang Guohua, frowned fiercely, and left. "What is this?" Wang Guohua suddenly said, "Alliance leader." Li Zifeng said that when Li Yiran went to pick up the bride. "I heard Jiang Yuhua admit that Qian Wuyue is the daughter of Lu Ling and Jiang Cheng. You see?" Qinming's eyes flickered, and after thinking for a while he said, "Since she is the daughter of an old friend, I will naturally meet her later. If Wuyue is really such an important identity, I will naturally ask the Jiang family when to make her identity public, so that the alliance can make corresponding preparations." Wang Guohua, yes. Before getting up, Qinming suddenly asked, "Has the fight with Baihu not finished yet?" Wang Guohua nodded, "Yes, the battle is fierce, and it is said that we can't get out of the dungeon for a while." Qinming suppressed his mouth, "Very good. If we can't get out for a while, then we can never get out." "Qinming, where are Qinglong and Zhu Kei?" Wang Guohua, "They arrived at the engagement party early in the morning." "Qinming, then let's go too. Don't keep the newlyweds waiting." The moment the office door was opened, a person appeared at the door. Wang Guohua immediately bowed his head respectfully, and was about to call for help. The person raised his hand gently, no need to be so polite. The person looked quite old, with white hair, but vigorous spirit. One could imagine how glorious he was when he was young. Qinming's tone was full of respect. "Why are you here?" "I heard that the daughter of an old friend came to the banquet this time, and I also want to meet her." "Let's go, Alliance Leader." Qinming walked to the front, and the person followed behind him. Standing behind the imposing and middle-aged Qinming, he did not seem to be servile, and even faintly seemed to be clearing the way for him. He was the real important guest. Zhou Qianfeng and Fu Yixue came to meet the person. When they saw Qinming from a distance, they went to meet him. When they got closer, and saw the person behind Qinming, their faces changed at the same time. Zhou Qianfeng felt a chill on the back of his neck. No wonder. Every step was calculated. It turned out to be him. "Yixue, you have really grown up now." Fu Yixue looked up at the person in front of him, Chu Cixie. Chu Cixie was imprisoned in a heavily guarded state prison, and disappeared at the beginning of the end of the world. He absorbed the power of the heavenly master that his father had planned for 100 years, and he is the master of the power of the heavenly master lineage that has been lost for many years. The only criminal psychology expert professor who can be called Lu Ling's teacher, the ultimate villain who first proposed the concept of a new world and a new human. Not only Lu Ling, but also Fu Yixue, Zhou Qianfeng, and even Jiang Cheng have all been guided by him. He was once a godlike existence that was like a guiding light for the entire Xianmen. So after Lu Ling left, as long as he wanted and took action, the behavior logic of these people could be mastered and predicted by him. Fu Yixue sneered, "You are not dead yet?" Zhou Qianfeng looked at her in surprise. "Why do you talk to Mr. Chu like that?" Fu Yixue, "What should I say?" Zhou Qianfeng smiled and stepped forward to shake hands with Chu Cixie. "It's not a festival. Why did the people let you go back to visit your family? Didn't the black and white impermanence beat you? You deserved it." Wang Guohua was angry. "How do you talk to Mr. Chu?" Zhou Qianfeng was surprised. "Is my attitude not bad? I thought I was a decent person if I didn't spit." Fu Yixue looked at Chu Cixie dangerously. "If you dare to do anything to Wu Yu, I will kill you." Zhou Qianfeng, Give me some face, and let me press the button to fire. This time, I be the savior. Chen Ming saw that Zhou Qianfeng and Fu Yixue were too lazy to pretend, and the veins on his forehead were throbbing wildly. You should stop it. Humans have finally recovered and developed for 15 years, and have just started to improve. Do you have to provoke a war and make people suffer? Zhou Qianfeng was incredulous. Alliance leader, you are walking around in the most secret trunk road of the entire alliance with a villain of Thanos level, and you actually said that we provoked the war? You look wrinkled like a chrysanthemum, but I didn't expect you to have a heart of a saint. Chen Ming has been the leader of the alliance for so long, and no one has dared to confront him like this. The veins on his forehead jumped with anger. Zhou Qianfeng, don't be shameless. Zhou Qianfeng smiled. Alliance leader, your speech is as vulgar as spitting. Chen Ming gave a look, and Wang Guohua suddenly drew out the long sword behind him. Uncle Zhou, Aunt Fu. Wu Yu's voice suddenly came from a distance, and everyone turned around. Wu Yu led Shen Kai to them. Fu Yixue looked at Chu Cixia with fear, and frowned instantly. This is the most confidential office of the alliance leader in the entire alliance. How did you get here? Wu Yu took Shen Kai's hand and shook it. I brushed the prince's face, and I told him that I am the daughter of Lu Ling and Jiang Cheng, and I came to see the alliance leader specifically. Don't mention it. This time someone finally took me seriously, and let me in respectfully. It seems that Li Ren finally got his message across. I'm so touched. Zhou Qianfeng remained calm. Shen Kai, you take Wu Yu back to the engagement party first. Shen Kai, you asked me to meet that shameless alliance leader. How shameless does he look? Zhou Qianfeng and Fu Yixue, Okay, this is a direct confrontation. Zhou Qianfeng even started to applaud. Wonderful, quite wonderful. Chen Ming's face instantly darkened when he said this. Zhou Qianfeng had been suppressed by Chen Ming for so many years. He had imagined it 100 times in his mind, but he didn't expect that this anger would come out like this. Shen Kai, good boy, he thought this boy had a future and could handle things. He really lived up to his expectations. Chen Ming couldn't bear it any longer. Come on, arrest them all. Chu Cixia looked past everyone and looked directly at Wu Yu. Wu Yu, long time no see. Shen Kai stood in front of Chu Cixia, blocking all his prying eyes. Just the way Chu Cixia looked at Wu Yu made him want to kill him immediately. Wu Yu smiled. Hello, Chu Cixia. Seeing Wu Yu's attitude, Chu Cixia smiled with satisfaction, like a teacher looking at the best student. You really guessed everything. I know I can't hide it from you, but you are really faster than I expected. You are so outstanding. You are simply God's masterpiece. According to seniority, you should call me master. And yeah. Chu Cixia's eyes penetrated Shen Kai and looked directly at Wu Yu. Even your current name, Wu Yu, was given by me. I watched you grow up. Without my protection and instruction, how could you escape unscathed from a place like an orphanage where all kinds of people are mixed together? I deserve the title of Grandmaster. Chu Cixi's eyes fell on Shen Kai, and he laughed contemptuously. I shouldn't have spared your life in the first place. You are worthy of destroying the work I have carefully cultivated for 15 years. You are not worthy of her at all. She will eventually become a god, and you are just a union ant. Everyone looked at Union Ant Shen Kai. Are you serious? Wu Yu was incredulous. Are you sure you don't feel guilty telling Shen Kai that he is just an ant? It seems that this Chu Xia is her big fan leader, the #1 toxic fan and a stalker. He simply can't poo at his mother's big account, so he simply opened a new account, even to ensure that this time it can develop completely according to his wishes. The entire main storyline structure of the game, all the main characters' NPC were all made and controlled by himself. But it's a pity that even if he did this, she still grew up crooked. Chapter 394. The more Chu Cixia wanted her to destroy herself and save the world, the more she would not let her get what she wanted. Wu Yu pulled Shen Kai, and before she could say she wanted to kiss him, Shen Kai turned around, hugged her waist and kissed her deeply. The hug was very tight, and it was obvious that Shen Kai was choked by Chu Cixia. Just thinking that Wu Yu had grown up under the control of this man for 15 years, he went crazy and wanted to kill someone. Chu Cixia looked at the scene in front of him, and anger gathered in his eyes. Zhou Qianfeng was speechless. How old are you? Aren't you disgusting like this? I didn't see you have such a deep obsession with Lu Ling back then. Chu Cixi, I saw Lu Ling give up on becoming a god and die, and she gave her power to Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng doesn't deserve it. I shouldn't have let Jiang Cheng join the game. He's just an ordinary person, but he became a demigod in the end. Zhou Qianfeng rolled his eyes. So you think you should be the one? You should always be by Lu Ling's side, and then get all her trust, and finally ascend with her? Chu Cixia shook his head. No, I never thought about ascending. Fu Yixue frowned. So your goal is to create a god. Fu Yixue understood instantly that from the beginning to the end, this whole game lasted for 15 years, and countless people were dragged into it. Chu Xixia's goal was to create a god. He regarded Wu Yu as his most perfect work, the god he created with his own hands to save the world, and then with the intention of self-sacrifice and self-destruction. Fu Yixue cursed, "You are sick, you are full every day, and have nothing to do. Right. You ruined so many children, ruined their youth that should have been unbridled and passionate, and your selfish desire was to create gods." Chu Xixia laughed. "They were all trained well by me, weren't they? The second generation of leaders you wanted all grew up under extreme oppression education. They constantly survived in the cracks, and were saved by gods under extreme adversity. In this Dharma-ending age, they have a common belief. I am looking for children with strong self-will. I am training them. You should know better than me that education that tolerates oppression is more likely to lead to success. Yixue, isn't this the way you've been teaching the Taoist sect? Once the gods sacrifice themselves and leave, they will all grow up rapidly and become independent. Gods, people, everything they want. Isn't that good?" Fu Yixue's pupils gradually became cloudy. Yes. This is the way she has been educating. So who told her this way of education in the beginning? It was the Great Elder. Yinchi, it's bad, Yinchi. Zhou Qianfeng frowned. Fu Yixue, don't fall into this old man's trap. The essence of his theory is tapua. Why must he use such an extreme and vicious method to suppress the children? What's more, he himself said that he only found children with strong minds. If he hadn't been a troublemaker, these children would have spread their wings and set sail earlier. Chu Xi sneered, "Zhou Qianfeng, I was originally disdainful of controlling you, but I didn't expect the 5 great immortals to choose you. Since you have such a great help, you are destined to become a variable. So, I put Luli by your side." In fact, when Chu Xixia mentioned the Great Elder, Zhou Qianfeng had already guessed it. Zhou Qianfeng looked at Fu Yanqi and Luli at the end of the road, and suddenly laughed. "Why did you only know about Wu Yu and Xinkei's love in the north? They both have such big signs of being the world boss. Even a fool can see it. Why didn't you notice it?" Chu Xixia's tone stagnated. Zhou Qianfeng laughed sarcastically. "Chu Xixia, you make yourself like gin in the brewery, except you are all pawns. Have you ever thought that they are all slacking off and playing badly with you? What benefits do you think they are giving you? Have you paid them enough? Are there enough allowances and benefits? Are there employee cafeterias and dormitories, paid vacations, 15th salary at the end of the year, and travel at public expense? You are going against the version, old thing. Do you know that? You think all the eyes you put in are real, but in fact they are all plastic eyes that are faker than fake eyes. If you don't push them, they won't even fart to you. If you don't threaten them, they will not even fart to you. All the useful clues in their hands are squeezing toothpaste with you." Chu Xixi slowly side-glanced at Fu Yanqi and Luli standing there. They both gave him the middle finger at the same time. Wu Yu shrugged. The elder said that Fu Yanqi couldn't even fart even if he was beaten with a stick since he was a kid, and he looked sleepy all day long. But he was actually very cheerful. When Xinkei met him, he was still secretly working as a ghost fire boy outside. When Aunt Fu made a move, he noticed it immediately and immediately knocked the elder unconscious. He even pretended to be dead, but didn't tell him the truth. "Chu Xixia, you kept Aunt Fu's fake death and Uncle Zhou's healing of DX001 so well kept secret. Have you ever thought that you have completely messed up these two plots? You know Uncle Zhou and Aunt Fu, but you don't know young people. When they are dying, they are the only ones who are trusted and entrusted with their children. We don't take threats now. The harder you try, the more we will fight you head on. We only take sincerity in exchange for sincerity." Chu Xixi smiled. "Even if things got out of control at the time, I always have a way to get it back under my control. Zhou Qianfeng, you kept saying that you didn't lose, and you kept saying that you can fight even when someone took the big dragon. In the end, you were pushed to the high ground crystal and blocked by the pig pen with a pentakill and a mark, but you still insisted. Don't give up, brother. This can still turn around. What's the difference? Your jungle is now under control. Your wards, Highland Towers have all been taken down, and even your own minions have turned against you, old man. How can you regain control? What the hell do you control?" And Wu Yu looked at Chen Ming, who was shocked and surprised. It seems that the leader of the alliance still doesn't know that the real purpose of this old man is to create a god. I can't help but sympathize with you. He even lied to you. I really can't stand it. In this way, I will help you catch him, and you kill him with one knife. This wave of savior is written in your name, the leader of the alliance. Don't say it. At that moment, Chen Meng was really moved. He then looked at Wu Yu in astonishment. Although Wu Yu had just reached adulthood, The treacherous hidden under her smiling face was exactly the same as her mother's. Even because of Chu Xia's deliberate oppression and suppression over the years. Compared with Lu Ling, who grew up in a sound family legal society, she looked more gloomy and treacherous when she grew up in the terrifying apocalypse. Everyone looked at Chen Ming. He was in doubt. He had always thought he had a sure win. Unexpectedly, these people's real plan was to sacrifice him first and officially start as 4. Chen Ming took a half step back, and suddenly, puff, he let out a cry of pain. Chen Ming turned his head in surprise and looked at Wang Guohua. Wang Guohua turned his sword quickly, pulled it out, and pressed it directly on Chen Ming's neck. The hand rose, and the sword fell, blood splashed, and Chen Ming's head fell to the ground. Chapter 395. Wang Guohua directly issued a notice to the alliance. The Secretariat and Daomen, Qian, and the Jiang family openly provoked and attempted to overthrow the alliance. Qian Shinkei, actual identity Noah Squire, slaughtered the alliance leader in the central hall of the alliance building. The military is ordered to kill him at all costs. The position of alliance leader cannot be vacant. Deputy alliance leader Wang Guohua will temporarily take over the position of alliance leader until the situation is cleared. Great, Wu Yu clapped her hands. If I hadn't filmed it, I would have believed everything you said. Otherwise, it's really easy to spread rumors, but it's hard to dispel them. Wang Guohua looked at Wu Yu, Fu Yanqi, and Lu Li coldly, and raised his hands at the same time. We have filmed it, and now we start to dispel the rumors. Alliance notice, video. Picture acting alliance leader Wang Guohua, together with the remnants of the previous dynasty, intended to overthrow the alliance, murder the leader of the alliance, and frame the heroic descended Prince Squire. His evil intentions were obvious. Considering the special period, the military was infiltrated by enemy spies, and the Secretariat had to take over the entire alliance, and also manage all the affairs of the central city, and the military under the jurisdiction of the alliance leader. Chu Cixi looked at the alliance notice, and it was obvious that the Secretariat was well prepared. He laughed softly. First, attack me and alienate me and Chen Ming. As long as my people take action, you will immediately issue a notice of mutiny. Yes, this is a good move, worthy of being. Wu Yu interrupted him directly. Sorry, these have nothing to do with you. Don't flatter yourself. I have inherited this. My family has good genes. Chu Xiaxia looked at Wu Yu. I should have met you earlier. Wu Yu nodded. Yes, in my so-called past life memory, the only role that can be called warm, the old bartender in the bar, the role you arranged for yourself. When I was desperate and lost everything, the only source of companionship and warmth, he was a father, a teacher, and a friend. As an elder, he listened to my confession and healed my cold heart. It was the appearance of such a character that made Chu Cixia very clear that she would show off her skills in order to get out of the night as quickly as possible. Disgusting, right? She didn't forget to stack buffs on herself at the last minute, trying to arouse her admiration. Wu Yu suddenly had a bad smile on her face. But you know, actually, I have a very poor alcohol tolerance, which does not fit your setting of drinking 1,000 cups without getting drunk and chatting all night long. I also don't like the feeling of lingering in the bar and getting drunk. Alcohol can't solve the problem. It will only paralyze my will. A strong will, a clear mind, and calm decision-making are the only rules to truly drive away troubles and sorrows. Shinkei, so you don't like drinking? If you don't like it, we won't drink next time. Wu Yu, I lied to him. I like drinking with you. I like you to hold me and have close contact with me when I'm tipsy. It's very comfortable. My wife is coaxing him. Shinkei was shy, his face was a little red, and he looked down at Wu Yu. Shinkei, I like it too. I like to see you squint your eyes and enjoy it. Shinkei was always very nervous when Chu Xiaxia appeared, because Wu Yu's words instantly made him happy, and he was so happy. The atmosphere suddenly became a little subtle, and Chu Xixia's face gradually became ugly. He looked at Wang Guohua. Why haven't the military come yet? Wang Guohua's face changed. Bai Hu lost contact after entering the sea mining town, and there has been no news from Qinglong and Zhu Ke. I don't know. Wu Yu blinked. You don't know? I know, I tell you, they were all turned against by me. Wang Guohua didn't believe it at all. Impossible. It's impossible. Zhou Qiafeng sneered. I just told you that, but you are so arrogant that you think you have everything. I told you that you are forced to go to the high ground, grandson. Seeing that Wang Guohua didn't believe it at all, Wu Yu told him. Then let's start from the sea mining town. Wu Yu told Shinkei, let's go directly to Baihu. The map of the sea mining town has been completely destroyed by the violent explosion of Wu Yu. The entire central area of the town has been scrapped. Only the place near the town still maintains the basic appearance of the town. Wu Yu found a mining truck, broke the glass to open the door, lit the ignition and stepped on the accelerator to start the truck. She was a skilled worker. After closing the door, Shinkei was already sitting in the passenger seat, and Wu Yu was just about to start the vehicle. Shinkei grabbed her neck and kissed her fiercely. If she wasn't in a hurry, Wu Yu suspected that Shinkei would have pushed her directly. It can be seen that Shinkei was really mad at her in this dungeon. Wu Yu stepped on the accelerator, turned the steering wheel, and the mining truck started quickly. Shinkei, what are you going to do? Wu Yu glanced at him, looking serious as if he was a spy who was really thinking about how to carry out his mission. In fact, his mind was full of yellow garbage since he got on the car. Wu Yu warned Shinkei, can you collect your thoughts? Shinkei turned to look at her. I can't do it. Can't I think about it? Wu Yu, you will affect my thinking. Shinkei shrugged. You are borrowing my mental power, so don't ask for so much. I am just like this. Wu Yu, Okay, this guy is looking for trouble. Here comes this annoying tone. Wu Yu was holding back his anger. The military must have its own way to gather people together, otherwise if they enter such a big dungeon in the sea mine town at this time, they won't be able to get out of the dungeon after S4 is over, let alone a head-on confrontation with Sirius. Shinkei, didn't you say that the Order Realm is also taking action? Could it be that the other side has released some information? Since your mother can connect with your father through the astrology array, the other side may also have such a channel. Wu Yu nodded. It is very likely. Wu Yu began to think, and she suddenly thought, Richard's previous prop that would degenerate into a vampire was destroyed, but now Vlad has the breath of a vampire. Is it possible that a new bond has emerged? At that time, no one died in Chien, only Qinzhou died in shadow. Qinzhou himself is a very sinister person. He does not need to infiltrate at all. He will be very happy, and even take the initiative to become a part of the other side. Wu Yu didn't have a god's perspective, but it didn't affect her having put Qinzhou's information point into her huge information database. If needed, this information point would become part of the hypothesis. As Wu Yu's car drove further out of the city, Wu Yu finally found signs of military gathering at the toll station into the city. Wu Yu immediately drove away. She lowered her voice and looked at Shinkei. Let's go, let's get off the car and meet them. Shinkei grabbed her. Ask me again, am I busy recently? Wu Yu, Captain, are you busy lately? Shinkei nodded, busy. Wu Yu, are you with your destined person? Shinkei shook his head, with my wife. Wu Yu was really impressed by this man. He was still looking at her. Shinkei, you ask me, why are you together? Wu Yu, I won't ask, don't think I don't know what you are up to. Shinkei, then I give up. Wu Yu, don't you see what kind of occasion this is? Shinkei, I was so pitiful at that time. I agreed with you no matter what you said, and I accompanied you in everything you did. Wu Yu gritted her teeth. She grabbed Shinkei's collar, buried her head in his neck, and bit him directly. She was so angry that she wanted to bite him to death. She wanted to bite him to death, until her mouth was full of blood. Wu Yu finally vented her anger. She looked up at Shinkei, and her expression froze. Shinkei's face flushed, and he looked at her with a hazy look. Wu Yu was speechless. Damn! This guy was so happy. Chapter 396. Shinkei covered his neck and looked up at Wu Yu, who was shocked by the sight. Not to mention, Shinkei was wearing the military camouflage uniform and black military boots, and he wanted to find trouble as soon as he entered the sea mining town, which immediately cast a filter in Wu Yu's eyes. Wu Yu and Shinkei made 3 rules. Don't get excited before the matter is done. Shinkei nodded, okay. Wu Yu was a little uncomfortable with Shinkei's seriousness. She looked up at him, and Shinkei turned around and sat down, pretending to be serious. Wu Yu, This guy must have discovered that she likes to see him dressed like this, pretending to be nice to her, and waiting for her to take the initiative. As more and more people gathered in the military, Wu Yu asked Shinkei to follow. Although the sea mining town was open for a short time before, the general map has appeared on the Alliance forum. The toll station into the city is indeed a good gathering point. The open environment has target buildings for easy positioning. Since the dungeon was blown up by Wu Yu and Shinkei last time, the entire dungeon was a wasteland this time. Maybe they felt that it would be a waste to invest in NPCs. This time the entire dungeon is a free exploration without NPCs mode. In short, the resources are all there, first come first served. But this does not conform to Wu Yu's previous speculation that dungeons give resources. No matter what kind of resource map it is, resources and ghosts coexist. If you can't see ghosts, it means that these are all bait. Bait. Could her bounty order also be bait? Wu Yu, You saw my bounty order all the way here before, and it was placed like a signpost at a tourist attraction? Shinkei, yes, there are almost one on every road, with an arrow. Wu Yu suddenly realized, isn't this very clear? The resources are on display. This move is to lure you into a trap. While thinking, the white tiger finally came into view. The white tiger general was not as tall as the black tortoise, but at first glance, he was a peak warrior in single combat. He was burly, with tiger eyes wide open, and the whole person looked majestic and awe-inspiring. Shinkei suddenly said, "This white tiger looks much more comfortable than that old turtle." Wu Yu turned around in surprise. Shinkei had no brains, and he relied on intuition to travel the world all these years. It seems that this white tiger might be okay. That's right. After all, he is a general of the military. If all the generals are bad people, then the whole alliance is rotten from the root, right? Shinkei. What do you mean I have no brain? Wu Yu, if you think my words are unpleasant, you can unlock the mental power sharing. I am just like that. Shinkei glanced at Wu Yu. Okay, we are starting to hurt each other, right? Since Baihu might be able to communicate, Wu Yu decided to change his mindset. Wu Yu, if you have decided not to kill him now, we can consider turning the general of the alliance leader against us. Shinkei, how to turn him against us? Wu Yu, I will go out now, and let Baihu take me to exchange for the bounty resources, and then you and them can rescue me together. Robbery is your specialty. Shinkei, that's true, but why did Baihu come with me to rescue you? Wu Yu, I go talk to him directly. Just after thinking about it, without waiting for Shinkei's reaction, Wu Yu stood up and walked towards Baihu. Shinkei was shocked and hurried to catch up. About 5 meters away from Baihu, the two were stopped. Which team are you from? Baihu's eyes looked past the soldiers blocking the road, looked at Wu Yu and Shinkei, and finally fell on Shinkei. Baihu spoke first. You are the one who killed Xuanwu. You are brave enough to come to me at this time. From Baihu's tone, he actually admired Shinkei's courage. Of course, it is also possible that he was not on good terms with Shinkei, and was always causing trouble. His colleague who took kickbacks and caused trouble was implicated. He was just gloating over the death of his colleague, who had taken the fruits of his labor. Wu Yu had touched her nose. It seemed that she had to cling to Shinkei's thighs to chat with Baihu. Wu Yu, tell him that you came to see him specifically to invite him to join us. Shinkei, General Baihu, can I have a word with you? General, I don't know what tricks this kid used to kill General Xuanwu in a second. Will it be dangerous for you to go alone? Baihu seemed to be listening to a joke. If I am in danger, then no one here can escape. Baihu took the lead and walked to the side. Shinkei walked up, and Wu Yu immediately wanted to move forward. Baihu glanced sideways. Who came with you? Shinkei, Lu Clan's Qiling people, Wu Yu. Baihu frowned. Lu Clan's Qiling people? Are you talking about Lu Ling, but Wu Yu? Wu Yu is? Baihu looked at Wu Yu in surprise. Are you the daughter of Lu Ling? The rumors in the upper echelons of the alliance are true. God has really come again to save the world. Is this Lu Clan's Qiling people going to perform miracles to save the world again? Wu Yu suddenly realized that Jian Suiyu suddenly mentioned that she would ascend, and Baihu mentioned the coming of God and performing miracles to save the world. Isn't this the same as the Secretariat spreading public opinion in advance to influence people's hearts? Such words definitely would not come from the Secretariat. If it's not the Secretariat, then it must be the person behind the scenes. The person behind the scenes finally took action to influence public opinion and intended to disclose her identity. Why did no one respond to her when she wanted to reveal her identity before? It is very likely that her identity must be made public in the most explosive, passionate, and eye-catching way. What form would that be? God Savior, yes. There is no more exciting and eye-catching way than suddenly appearing in the time of crisis for all mankind and revealing his identity to save all mankind. All eyes and all expectations are on her. She is the God created by humans in the Dharma ending age. If a man creates a God, then he will definitely be extremely inflated and satisfied, right? This supreme sense of achievement, this ultimate sense of control over God as a human being. This is absolutely impossible for the Alliance leader to want to see. He would be lucky if he didn't hope to live forever as the Alliance leader. How could he create a God to top him? So, if it's not the Alliance leader, then it must be Chutzixia, her mother's mentor, who had witnessed her mother's death. Only a big villain would have an inexplicable and strong obsession with such a vain thing, and plan day after day to complete the plan. Wu Yu's expression suddenly became unfathomable. Since the other party had already helped her to lay such a powerful vest, then she would not use it for nothing, right? Take the path of the villain and force the villain into a dead end. Wu Yu directly took off the mask on her face. Her expression was indifferent and distant. Yes, I am God, and when the time is right, I will ascend to show miracles. When the time comes, you throw a coin to me, and I can fulfill your wish like the turtle in the wishing well. But before that, you do something for God. Test you to see if you are loyal enough to be a believer of God. Chapter 397. Shinkei and Bai Hu, The two of them looked away at the same time, pretending not to hear what Wu Yu said. Bai Hu turned to look at Shinkei. What do you want to talk to me about? Shinkei, Admiral Bai Hu, I'm here to invite you to join the joint battle group to overthrow the Alliance. Bai Hu, the Alliance has finally recovered and rested for 15 years in peace. If we start a war rashly, it will only make the already lingering human beings and the environment more desolate. Since the Jiang family was unwilling to take down the entire Alliance at the cost of Lu Ling's sacrifice, why did they suddenly start a fight now? I don't agree to start a new war, and I won't join your coalition. Shinkei was about to speak. Wu Yu suddenly complained, why did you pretend you didn't hear me? Bai Hu, listen to yourself, is what you said reasonable? Little girl, even if the Lu family's spirits are really powerful, they can't do whatever they want. Back then, your mother was able to turn the tide in the peak battle, and the battle was extremely tragic. This is also the reason why everyone agreed to give the Jiang family alliance a veto when the alliance was first established. I respect and admire your mother, but the alliance has developed to this day, and everyone is working hard to make progress. There is no need to sacrifice for the survival of all mankind with personal heroism. Wu Yu and Shinkei looked at each other, and surprise flashed in their eyes. Obviously, Bai Hu is indeed a noble character, and worthy of his position as a general in the Alliance army. Even with his powerful strength, once Xuanwu, who specifically disgusted him, died and lost the means of checks and balances, Bai Hu would become a serious concern. Because of this, he was pushed out to fight serious head-on. When both sides were defeated, the soldiers from Xuanwu were hiding murderous intentions, and the fishermen benefited. Wu Yu was very sincere. What I said is true, you believe me? The person behind it is very likely that he really wants to train her to be a turtle in the wishing well. Bai Hu's face darkened. You go, I won't kill you. The purpose of my coming this time is to get the resources in the dungeon, and I will report to the leader of the alliance immediately after completing the task. Wu Yu, he doesn't believe me. Shinkei, that's normal. Even I find it hard to believe. After all, everything up to now is just your guess. If you guess 1 or 2 steps further, others will believe it. But if the whole conspiracy is based on your guesses for 100 steps, or even if you weave a conspiracy, others will not believe it at all. Wu Yu, then you don't believe me from the bottom of your heart? Shinkei, I believe everything you say. If you want me to die, I am willing. Wu Yu, then you die now. The veins on Shinkei's forehead throbbed violently. He glared at Wu Yu angrily. Shinkei, I won't let you go even if you die. I will haunt you every day if I become a ghost. Wu Yu couldn't help laughing. Bai Hu looked at her strangely, and couldn't help asking, she doesn't seem to be normal. How long has this symptom lasted? Find someone to take a look at her when you have time. Wu Yu immediately had a blank expression on her face, like a machine without any emotion. Puff Shinkei couldn't help but look away and laugh. Wu Yu stretched out her hand and twisted his lower back fiercely. Laugh, let you laugh. Hiss, Shinkei's eyes changed when he turned his head to look at her again. Shinkei, let me see how I will deal with you after I'm done. Seeing the intimate interaction between the two, Bai Hu realized, you are a couple. No wonder the Jiang family sent so many troops outside the world city to help you back up. So that's it, it's not Jiang Yuhua as everyone guessed, the descendant of the Qiling people. So, the bond that connected the families from the beginning was not Shinkei, but you, little girl. Wu Yu saw that Bai Hu had a good brain. No wonder he was not used, and was thrown into the most remote and desolate western part of the 4 directions. Not only was the resource scarce, but he also had to face all kinds of invasions by strange beasts. It was obvious that he was just a cow and a horse that worked hard, and he could not get any benefits. It was obvious that the leader of the alliance was afraid of his strength and deliberately suppressed him, fearing that he would develop. Brave and resourceful, no need for routines when communicating with smart people, Wu Yu directly told Bai Hu all her speculations about the alliance and the world of order. When she was tired of standing, she even found a stone block to sit on. So, I call you Uncle Bai Hu, and you call me a god. We can talk about our own things regardless of generation. She patted the stone block. Sit down, Uncle Bai Hu, I'm tired of talking to you with my neck held high like this. Bai Hu paused, and actually sat on the stone block next to Wu Yu. Wu Yu's argument was well reasoned, and every line of thought was explained clearly. In order to make him realize the rationality of her argument, she even gave countless different possibilities while launching the next argument, and used various information to support the argument that these possibilities did not exist. In Shinkei's view, Wu Yu's final argument was deduced in just a few minutes in her spiritual sea of consciousness. Wu Yu and Bai Hu talked for a long time. Bai Hu was able to keep up with Wu Yu's thoughts, and he would also put forward many rebuttals. All these viewpoints were easily refuted by Wu Yu. In short, all the rebuttals that Bai Hu could think of had already appeared in Wu Yu's mind when she was deducing, and were refuted by her in advance with facts. The two chatted for 2 hours. When the soldier came to urge for the second time, Bai Hu's eyes had completely changed when he looked at Wu Yu. He looked at Wu Yu with a look of shock and astonishment. As the general of the alliance, brave and resourceful, and one of the strongest fighters in the entire army, Bai Hu had been completely convinced by Wu Yu's reasoning and surrendered. Bai Hu stood up in front of Wu Yue and suddenly gave her a very standard military salute. Wu Yue stood up immediately. She looked a little embarrassed. Wu Yue, General Bai Hu has made many contributions to the alliance over the years, and he is brave and fearless. Wu Yue can't accept such a great gift from you. Bai Hu only asked her, will you be the leader of the new alliance? Wu Yue was surprised, of course not. She still has to save her mother. Bai Hu, who will it be? When it comes to the candidate for the leader of the alliance, the first person Wu Yue asked was Zhou Qianfeng, and Zhou Qianfeng directly refused, my body can't stand the tossing. The leader of the alliance has to go out to inspect various places all the time, and the assassination rate is high. I sit in the office for a long time, and I don't want to be a lazy person. Wu Yu, don't you always want to move up a level? Zhou Qianfeng, I don't take on jobs that are too expensive. I just want my boss who assigns me jobs all day long without paying me, steals my credit, disgusts me, and makes me work overtime die. Wu Yu, okay, then what do you think of my dad? Zhou Qianfeng sneered. A dog with a love brain should stay away from management. Just thinking about having an emotional boss makes me feel that I can't work a day at this job. Your dad definitely can't do it. Although his body has gradually recovered over the years, he may still go berserk. Wu Yu, what about Aunt Fu? Zhou Qianfeng said sarcastically, her? Her brain was sold, and she still helped people count the money. Wu Yu began to count, my uncle, second uncle. They are not strong enough to fight. It's outrageous. They have established an alliance, but they can't elect an alliance leader? Wu Yu remembered that Zhou Qianfeng suddenly said, in fact, the White Tiger general in the military is a good person, but it's a pity that he has been suppressed by the alliance leader and can't develop or stand out. Wu Yu simply said, Uncle Bai Hu, why don't you take the position? I think you are very good. Whether it is combat power, brains, or noble sentiments, it is admirable. And the leader of the alliance is still in the hands of the military, which can better convince the people. Bai Hu, where is your father Jiang Cheng? Wu Yu, if my father wanted to take the position, he would have stood up back then. He is a demigod created by my mother. My mother is his only belief. He is completely focused on my mother, and can't spare more love for the common people of Dawn. In fact, Wu Yu has been thinking for a long time, who is more suitable to be the leader of the alliance after the alliance is defeated. The team is not easy to lead. Their players are either good at fighting but not very smart, and those who are good at fighting are generally not very good at fighting. The damn opponent is obviously suppressing their development line. Since they can't find a suitable candidate, she will directly go to the enemy to poach people. You see, isn't this just like someone sending a pillow to someone who is sleepy, a perfect candidate, directly delivered to him? Chapter 398. Bai Hu thought Wu Yu was really interesting. Little girl, you're already making promises to me before we even start. Wu Yu blinked. As it turns out, all the promises I made have come true. It depends on whether you dare to accept them. I'm very sincere. After all, I'm a god. Please consider it. General Bai Hu, if you delay any further, it will be hard to explain to the leader of the alliance. When the military came to urge him for the third time, Bai Hu's face gradually darkened. He suddenly pulled out the long sword from his back, and with a swipe of his hand, the heads of the soldiers who came to urge him fell to the ground. Wu Yu immediately looked at Shinkei excitedly. Wu Yu, it's done. Shinkei, my wife is really amazing. Bai Hu looked at Wu Yu. You mean, the soldiers under Xian Wu's command to guard the north are not human, but the DX-001 infected bone monster army that Long Shi helped him build in the north, and Long Shi is just a deceived pawn. At that time, the alliance was going to bomb the north, and Xian Wu is just a coward because he was afraid that this matter would be exposed and disrupt the alliance leader's plan, and he would be eliminated in advance. The alliance insisted on bombing the north, because they wanted to hide the fact that they were training the bone monster army. He came back immediately after the Alliance leader summoned him, because Xuanwu was the Alliance leader's lackey, and was closest to him. This person is the soldier who came over from Xuanwu. I want to see whether your speculation is true or false. As soon as the voice fell, everyone saw that this soldier was really as Wu Yu said. Even if his head fell off, he did not die. As long as the head was still there, countless bone spurs would grow on the body instantly. Shinkei already had enough experience in beating these bone monsters. He didn't need to bleed them. He just punched them all at the black spiritual power core in the brain. With Shinkei's current strength, ordinary bone monsters were completely blown up by him in a few hits. Ordinary bone monsters didn't explode, but Wu Yu was sure that there must be a big guy with high-level spiritual power among the bone monsters brought by the Northern Army. The leader of the Alliance would never let Baihu and Sirius walk out of here alive. He must have a backup plan to lurk here to collect heads. Wu Yu and Baihu had been communicating alone for so long, and suddenly they started killing people. The people hiding behind them must have lost their patience. Which team are you from? The general hasn't given the order yet. Who told you to run out? Wu Yu and Shinkei looked at each other, and Shinkei rushed forward with his bare hands to attack the monsters. This map has so many restrictions that it is impossible to summon props, and Wu Yu can't beat these hard bone monsters. She hid behind Baihu. Uncle Baihu, you have to protect me. I am a weak and intelligent person, and I can't withstand a punch. Baihu laughed. Aren't you afraid that the guy is far away, and I will attack you? Wu Yu blinked. This is called alternative resource exchange. We show our sincerity first, and it's up to you whether you accept it or not. It doesn't matter if you don't accept it. We will pick up the bag and leave after the fight. What's more, you said before that you won't kill me. There is no need to say those polite words in your position, right? Baihu smiled and said nothing. He turned his head to look at Shinkei, and saw that Shinkei was ruthless and ruthless. Not a single move was fake, and every move was fatal. Baihu couldn't help but praise, this kid is pretty good. No wonder Xuanwu couldn't beat him. I guess even I can't be his opponent. Wu Yu nodded. Yes, awesome, right? My husband? Baihu was successfully choked by Wu Yu. Now the little girl is talking. We old guys are getting more and more confused. Shinkei, who was beating the monster fiercely, looked at Wu Yu from a distance and couldn't help but curled his lips. Shinkei, I heard it. Say it again. Wu Yu, what did you hear? I didn't say anything. Shinkei, if you don't admit it now, I make you say it 100 times later. No matter how Shinkei threatened her, Wu Yu was determined to ignore him. Sure enough, Shinkei glared at him angrily. Wu Yu, are you angry? It's good to be angry. When you're angry, your fighting power will soar, and you fight fast. Shinkei was so angry that dragon scales flew out of the corners of his eyes. He punched the bone monster's mental power core hard. The SSS-level bone monster, with the same level, as Long Shi was directly smashed by Shinkei's mental power core. This time, even Baihu was shocked. Baihu was surprised. This kid has such strong strength. How could he be suppressed by Wang Ting before? Wu Yu, he has only become stronger recently in the past 2 days. Just a coincidence. Baihu thought about it, and suddenly laughed. Just a coincidence. In the past events you just described, it seems that everything is a coincidence. There are not so many coincidences in this world. People's wishes are powerful. When people are united, things will develop in the direction they want. God is certainly desirable, but when countless people hold the same vision, keep their original aspirations in mind and forge ahead, watching things move step by step towards what they want in their hearts, the miracles truly created by people themselves are the most inspiring. Because God is illusory, but people are real. It was so back then, and I believe it will be so now. Wu Yu, I accept your invitation, and I am willing to join your joint battle group. After the voice fell, Shinkei retracted his fist at the same time, and the entire SSS-level bone monster team of 10 people was hammered into ashes by him, and the packages that fell out were scattered all over the ground. Shinkei looked at Wu Yu. Come on, pick up the bag. Wu Yu rubbed his hands, excited, and stepped forward to open the bag. Congratulations on obtaining the rebirth reagent. The rebirth reagent can help your body return to its optimal growth state. Your cells, blood, and bones will be reborn like a baby. Conditions for using the rebirth reagent. The first generation key that can open the human gene lock. Wu Yu's eyes lit up instantly. And finally, congratulations on obtaining the rebirth reagent *10. Wu Yu couldn't help but want to kiss her own hand. My hand is simply blessed. Look, this is the information gap. Just this one piece of information that she could never know. The opponent made a stupid move and sent the bone monster to her, personally giving away her greatest support and trump card. Wu Yu gave the rebirth reagent to Shinkei. You immediately make a dungeon. Wu Cheng and Jian Sui, you have my blood. Let them use this reagent immediately. Shen Ke frowned. Then what are you going to do? Wu Yu looked at Bai Hu. Let's go, General Bai Hu. Now is the beginning of a new round of resource exchange. You let me get the rebirth reagent to solve the biggest problem in front of me, and I will help you get these 500,000 iridium amethysts, and let you do your job. Bai Hu looked at Wu Yu's bounty order, and shook his head thoughtfully. Wu Yu, since we are allies now, there is no resource exchange. Then it is obvious that there is a better way to deal with this matter. Bai Hu looked at Shen Ke. Boy, I don't think you are willing to leave this little girl behind and go first. If you are not in a hurry, then it's a good opportunity to show you how our White Tiger army fights. Wu Yu and Shen Ke looked at each other, and answered at the same time, no hurry. Anyway, Jian Sui and Wu Cheng are isolated alone. With her blood, they won't die for a while. Continue to follow, maybe this resource dungeon will have a surprise. Chapter 399. Following the direction indicated by the bounty order, everyone quickly gathered and moved forward. The White Tiger army looked at each other in bewilderment. General, aren't we going to fight a dungeon? Wu Yu pretended to be powerful. Why call me General? From now on, I have to call you Alliance Leader. The White Tiger army was stunned. Huh? Where did this woman come from? Is she sick? Openly plotting treason, committing a crime of insubordination. White Tiger, you've already set me up before you even start. Wu Yu, I'm mainly afraid that you will regret it, and I won't be able to find anyone to do the job of Alliance Leader. Bai Hu, so many people are fighting for this position, but it becomes a burden for you. Wu Yu said seriously, we are self-aware, we don't take jobs without diamond drills, and we take any position regardless of the background. Bai Hu was silent for a long time, and he suddenly said, a man is willing to die for his confidant, and the ancients were not wrong. The closer they got to the final location of the bounty, the more they realized the danger here. Obviously, the so-called bounty is just a cover. If they want to really get the 500,000 iridium amethyst, there is still a head-on battle waiting for them. Under the sea, the waves are treacherous, and the surging sea water has completely turned into an unfathomable black. It is unimaginable what kind of behemoths are gathering under such a sea surface. With their current lack of equipment and the system being blocked, it is very disadvantageous to conduct such underwater operations. Everyone's face is not very good. The situation of the dungeon is worse than they expected. The sea mining town was bombed, and the ore was simply set on the seabed. Wu Yu was about to move forward when Shen Ke grabbed her. Where are you going? Wu Yu blinked. I think if I jump down, the crystal and the monster will appear together. Shen Ke sneered. There are so many monsters waiting for you down there. You will die if you jump down. Wu Yu, you forgot that I have the awakening ability, blood fusion and element manipulation. By forming a barrier around my body, I can. Wu Yu suddenly thought of something halfway through. If I can form a barrier around my body, can I form a barrier around the bodies of all those who have my blood on them? Isn't this just a skill bug? What a genius. Her little brain is getting more and more useful. Shen Ke raised a very realistic question. Do you have enough mental power to control so many barriers? Wu Yu blinked. Don't you still have yours? Shen Ke, you were thinking just now, and I almost used up mine. Wu Yu just looked at Bai Hu dimly. Shen Ke gritted his teeth. Don't even think about it. If you don't want the Alliance Leader you just found to be buried next week, you better stop your overactive brain cells. Wu Yu said earnestly. Now is an extraordinary period. Every second counts. Before Wu Yu finished speaking, he suddenly saw that the White Tiger army had already started preparing for the war very skillfully. Although the situation was a bit tricky, the White Tiger army had been fighting for many years, and was brave and good at fighting. Not to mention the surface combat under the lack of equipment, even worse situations also occurred from time to time. They were decisive and skilled, well-trained, cutting wood to make boats and oars. It is impossible that the dungeon did not provide anything. On the coastline not far away, there were still the launching equipment and mining boat equipment left by the previous NPC. Good at using the environment, quickly coordinating and dispatching, the surface combat preparations took shape in a short period of time. Wu Yu looked at these people so skillful, and immediately shut up, never to draw hatred for himself again. Bai Hu, I got the inspiration from watching your dungeon video before. When playing a dungeon, you must be good at using the props in the environment. The Bai Hu army has been fighting in extremely dangerous environments for many years. It has become the instinct of Bai Hu and the entire Bai Hu army to keep improving, learn more knowledge, and find more ways to survive. Under Shen Ke's death ray, Wu Yu smiled at Bai Hu with 8 teeth. The White Tiger army is really powerful. Watching the White Tiger army charge bravely under the leadership of Bai Hu, Wu Yu lowered her head and walked to the side. She took a step and Shinkei followed. She didn't move, and Shinkei was still walking towards her. Shinkei walked up to her and looked at her fluffy hair. God, continue to show your magical powers. As soon as Wu Yu raised her head, Shinju immediately approached her face to face. What were you thinking about just now? Wu Yu denied. I didn't think about it. If I thought about it, you would know it. Shinkei felt something was wrong. You seem to be hiding something from me. Why did he always feel that even if they shared mental power, he still didn't know a lot of Wu Yu's mental activities? Shinkei never thought. He only spoke on intuition. Facts have proved that every time his brain started to alarm, Wu Yu must be secretly doing something. Shinkei, either you tell me yourself, or don't blame me for doing anything to you. Wu Yu slowly opened her eyes, and looked at Shinkei in disbelief. Wu Yu, you are crazy. There are so many people here, the White Tiger Army is fighting. Shinkei directly hooked his lips to Wu Yu. I count to 3, 1, 2. Wu Yu gritted her teeth and dragged Shinkei to the water. Shinkei, what are you doing? Standing on the shore, in full view of everyone, Wu Yu suddenly reached out and hugged him, and Shincheng immediately hugged Wu Yu back. Then, both of them fell into the sea. The deputy general asked uncertainly, General, are they committing suicide for love? Bai Hu was not sure either. Wu Yu's behavior was too unbelievable. Maybe, tell your men, if you see their bodies later, remember to fish them out. The moment they touched the water, Wu Yu used her awakening ability to form a barrier around her and Shinkei, isolating them from the seawater. The two of them crossed paths with the White Tiger Army and continued to sink. Shinkei, what do you want to do? Wu Yu, I'm going to find the boss of the sea mine town. Shinkei, do you think the boss still has something your mother gave you? Wu Yu, yes. As the two continued to sink, they could hear ethereal singing in the distance, and indistinguishable language kept entering their ears, as if the siren was crying. I didn't expect that the final boss of this resource dungeon would be a magic monster, and a Western magic monster. Once they hear such a song, the White Tiger Army is likely to kill each other under the water surface, which is very unfavorable for combat. Wu Yu immediately realized, Wu Yu, this boss cannot be opened now. The Magic Sound Control SSS level boss on the seabed. From the sea surface, there are many giant marine creatures around. This does not look like the configuration of an SSS level resource book. It is likely to be a fraud. Shinkei, then don't you want the crystal? Wu Yu, yes, the crystal must be, just like the Fox Fairy dungeon, put it directly in the open, it must be what my mother wants to give me. Since she gave me so many high-level crystals at this time, she must have her intention, so I must find a way to get them no matter what. Shinkei, if nothing unexpected happens, these crystals are all in the sea monster's underwater nest. How can I get the crystals by bypassing the boss? The two thought at the same time, escape the monster. Chapter 400. Carrying a bunch of high-attack and high-defense sea monsters, resisting the long-range attacks of SSS-level sound-controlled magic monsters. Escape the monsters on the seabed, and sneak all the way to the coast. This is not a job that Wu Yu can do. It is beyond the scope of her small body. Not to mention her, even Bai Hu can't do it. The only one who can do it is. Wu Yu looked at Shinkei with affection. Wu Yu, Captain, you have worked hard. I know you can do it. Shinkei, don't do these empty things. Tell me what you are hiding from me. Wu Yu. In fact, mental power sharing can open up a separate area for thinking, just like group chat and private chat channels. Shinkei was so angry that he laughed. He knew it. This woman feels uncomfortable if she doesn't fool him every day. Playing with him all day is like playing with a dog. Shinkei, so you know everything I think, but you don't let me know what you think, right? Wu Yu, I'm just afraid that you think my mind is too active, and you can't stand it. I didn't do it on purpose. Shinkei, yes, you didn't do it on purpose. You did it on purpose. You wanted to piss me off to death. Wu Yu's heartbeat quickened when she heard Shinkei's anger. She looked up at him. Shinkei turned his face away and ignored her. Shinkei, don't look at me. I'm angry. Wu Yu, lower your head. Shinkei, no, I'm a man of integrity. Wu Yu, are you sure you don't want to kiss me now? Shinkei lowered his head. He told himself that he was still very strong-willed. Kissing is one thing, but it won't delay the end of this matter. Shinkei pressed Wu Yu's head, wishing he could chew her whole body. Wu Yu was almost short of breath from the kiss. Shinkei held her waist and stopped her from moving. Wu Yu, take it easy, the barrier will be broken again in a while. Shinkei, say what you just said to Bai Hu again. What she just said to Bai Hu? Wu Yu can talk nonsense with people she doesn't know well, but she is embarrassed to talk nonsense with Shinkei. Shinkei urged her. Shinkei, hurry up. Don't you see what kind of occasion it is now? Every second counts. Are you still going to be angry? Can you take your hands and mouth away when you say this? Wu Yu, my husband is awesome. Shinkei, you don't seem to be willing. Wu Yu, let me go. Hearing that Wu Yu's mind was not right, Shincheng immediately let go and didn't push any further. Shinkei, I start the fight now. Just as he was about to leave Wu Yu's barrier, Wu Yu suddenly hugged his neck and moved closer to him, whispering in his ear, my husband is awesome. After that, she kissed his earlobe. Shinkei's face turned red. Wu Yu reached under his clothes, touched his abdominal muscles, and praised him. My husband has a great body. Shinkei was already familiar with him. He looked at Wu Yu with a twinkling gaze. Wu Yu held his face and gave him a final kiss. Come on, husband. You must come back alive. When you come back, we will go to the cabin we were in before. I will coax you about sharing mental power later. After saying that, she watched Shinkei rush towards the direction of the sea monster like a sky rocket, with sparks and lightning all the way. Wu Yu, Are you so excited? As expected, male psychology is child psychology. They all like to be praised and rewarded. But would it be too much to use at once? Will Shinkei kill the siren in 1 second? Shinkei's adrenaline was aroused, his brain was dizzy, and he had endless energy and wanted to punch everything he saw. He rushed to the siren, and the siren, who looked as charming as a demon, flashed a look of surprise. It was obvious that Shinkei's figure was so fast that the siren didn't even realize his presence. Just as he was about to open his mouth to attack, Shinkei followed the normal process of pulling monsters, and came up to give the siren a heavy punch on the head. This punch stunned the mermaid, who was using the beauty cheat. It was not me, you hit her in the face right away. Ignoring the mermaid's incredulous look, Shinkei threw 2 more punches. He must not be hit by the first wave of attack, otherwise, let alone pulling monsters, he would be controlled to death by those sea monsters once they come over. Shinkei couldn't breathe under the sea, so he had to fight quickly. He used his high attack speed and threw 3 punches, which stunned the mermaid. After the punch, he turned around and swam quickly to the surface of the sea without waiting for the sea monsters to approach. While Shinkei was gathering and pulling monsters, Wu Yu quickly approached the siren's lair. She was as fast as a god and never blinked. She was a ruthless crystal collecting machine. All the iridium amethysts were in the siren's lair, and it would take a while to collect 50 W crystals. Wu Yu found that there was not only a SSS level weapon, the Trident of Poseidon, and an SSS level siren's heart gem in the crystals. As for other items, they could only be dropped by killing the boss. Wu Yu was quick and indifferent, and her main policy was to collect all the shells in the lair that were not opened and had uncertain properties. Take it and run, never fight. While Shinkei was pulling the monster away, and the White Tiger army was pulling the sea monster on the water, Wu Yu quickly returned to the surface. Suddenly, Wu Yu felt an infrared light locked on her. Wu Yu turned around and found that it was not an infrared light at all, but a huge octopus sea monster. The sea monster was huge, but its tentacles were unusually soft and flexible. It was approaching her quickly. It was obvious that the octopus sea monster had successfully matched her with the wanted criminal. In other words, behind this so-called infrared light, there might be a person. No, it was the eyes of a ghost. They found her. Instantly, all the monsters that were fighting with Shinkei's White Tiger army canceled their current targets and turned to rush towards Wu Yu. Realizing that something was wrong with these monsters, Shinkei's face changed instantly. Shinkei, not good, Wu Yu, run. Wu Yu was instantly surrounded by countless monsters in the sea, and White Tiger immediately ordered, attack the sea monsters, attract the sea monsters' attention, and save people quickly. However, these sea monsters seemed to have activated the self-destruct device, and they attacked Wu Yu regardless of any attack. Countless sea monsters came over here, rising and falling in the water, and the surging sea surface was so gloomy that it made people panic. They looked like they were irreconcilable, and vowed to keep Wu Yu's life here today. Shinkei swam towards Wu Yu like crazy, and Wu Yu threw the SSS Poseidon Trident that he had just obtained in the boss's lair at him. Wu Yu, Shinkei, try to see if you can kill the boss in 1 second. Shinkei had just caught the weapon, when he suddenly saw a smug smile on Wu Yu's face. Wu Yu blinked at him. Wu Yu, you want to enter that hut, right? Don't dream, it just won't work as you wish. Then, a white light flashed and disappeared from the spot. Shinkei was stunned for a second, and then he was furious. Shit! Forget about lying to him about sharing mental power. The hut was clearly discussed before coming here. Crazy. Shinkei was furious. You are capable, right? It just won't work as he wished, right? The rebirth reagent is on him. He wants to see if Wu Yu will return to the dungeon. He kicked the sea monster in front of him and held down the siren, who was concentrating on attacking Wu Yu. Taking advantage of the siren's loss of target, he fiercely stabbed the siren through the back of the head with the weapon in his hand. Suddenly, blue blood splashed, and the siren's magic chant was violently interrupted. All the White Tiger soldiers were confused, and they couldn't keep up with the rhythm of the ever-changing battle situation. What's going on? Where did the weapons come from? Baihu thought, this large-scale map resource exploration dungeon has an independent interface and can be exited at any time. But the next time we return to the dungeon, it will still be there. Weapons? They may have just gone into the water to pull monsters. The White Tiger army suddenly realized, oh, we just saw Miss Wu Yu in a critical situation, and we didn't have time to react. The White Tiger glanced at Shinkei, who was furious for some reason, helped to clear the monsters first. Okay. Wu Yu is in an awkward situation now. Although she has forced herself to retreat from the dungeon, there are only the Alliance leader's people outside, and she will be arrested as soon as she shows up. But if she returns to the dungeon, she will appear at the place where she forced to exit the dungeon. And most likely, Shinkei, the madman, will block her there. At the same time, because the rebirth reagents are all on Shinkei, she has to go find him. The 30-minute countdown on the dungeon settlement and exchange interface is passing quickly, and every minute and every second seems to be ticking on Wu Yu's head. Wu Yu regretted a little. Even if she wanted to stimulate Shinkei's potential and try to finish it in one wave, she should still leave a way out for herself. Wu. Chapter 401. White Tiger is in charge of the entire western region. The western region is remote and barren, and there are often riots and invasions by strange beasts. The White Tiger army has amazing combat power, a mature combat system, and all the treatment, control, and magic output are in place. Its combat strength is not much inferior to that of a whole Sirius. In the original combat plan, Sirius was going to fight the White Tiger head-on. When both sides are defeated, the sirens and sea monsters in the dungeon will naturally reap the benefits together with the bone monsters. But the person who planned all this forgot one thing: a fish is always just a fish. With that little brain in its head, it is too arrogant to expect it to do the work of a fisherman. Let the fish collect the net. What's the idea? Idiot. With the help of the furious Shinkei, they were pushed all the way to the sea monster's lair, and the whole dungeon was easily completed. The rewards of the whole dungeon were all taken away by Wu Yu, but killing the sea monster and the last sea monster boss still exploded nearly 200,000 iridium amethyst resources. Shinkei didn't want any of these, and the White Tiger army took them all. The newly opened SSS level sea mining town was cleared directly. As long as all of them left, the dungeon would be completely taken back. Shinkei waited for Wu Yu to appear for a long time, and the whole person was gloomy and depressed, and he wanted to kill everyone present at any minute. Baihu suddenly realized, did you quarrel with Wu Yu? The dignified Western Admiral, the future leader of the Alliance, actually cared about the emotional problems of young people at such a critical moment. Shinkei suppressed his anger and whispered, after the battle is over, please deal with the people outside the dungeon. She is probably trapped in the settlement interface. Sorry, General Baihu, I have some personal matters to attend to. I will leave first. After saying that, Baihu saw Shinkei stand up and walk towards the suburbs. In order to ensure that Wu Yu is safe, Baihu left the dungeon as soon as the battle was over and took control of all the Xuanwu troops sent by the Alliance leader to monitor. But surprisingly, he didn't see Wu Yu appear from beginning to end. The Deputy General asked, General, what should we do now? Should we continue to wait or? In the previous conversation, Baihu had already clearly understood the conspiracy behind it. He also knew that the dungeon cooperation was just a token of allegiance, and the most urgent thing he had to do was to convince Qinglong and Zhu Ke. If he wanted to be the leader of the Alliance, it was far from enough to rely on the combat power and brains of the Baihu army. He had to prove himself, be able to convince the people, and be able to take on this task. Baihu thought, let's go, we still have things to do. Yes. Wu Yu reappeared on the sea surface at the last resource settlement interface, and the entire battlefield had been cleaned up. With the disappearance of the sea monster, the dark sea surface became much calmer, and Wu Yu returned to the beach to quickly dry her clothes. It turned out that Shinkei and the White Tiger army really pushed the entire dungeon flat. According to the current situation, all resources will disappear after the boss is defeated. If everyone leaves, she will most likely enter the force settlement and automatically pop up the dungeon. But now it is clear that the White Tiger army has all left, and she can still stay in the dungeon. So, Shinkei is still in the dungeon. Wu Yu, where are you? Wu Yu asked twice, but Shinkei ignored her. It can be seen that he was really angry this time. In fact, without asking, Wu Yu could guess where Shinkei was. She looked around and found a small pickup truck parked on the side. She quickly got in the car, started the engine and drove towards the suburbs. After parking the car outside the house, Wu Yu found that the door of the cabin was closed. She turned off the engine and got out of the car. She walked to the door, took a deep breath, and knocked on the door. There was no movement inside. Wu Yu was puzzled. How could she not sense Shinkei's spiritual power, even though she was so close? Was he not in the room? Wu Yu grabbed the door handle and pushed the door open. The moment she stepped into the room, the door closed behind her. Wu Yu was alert instantly. Before she could turn around, a strong force suddenly turned her around, hugged her waist, and kissed her fiercely. With a rip, Wu Yu's neck and collarbone suddenly touched the air and felt the coolness. Wu Yu pushed him away. I just soaked in sea water. Don't kiss my neck. Shinkei was so angry that his head was dizzy. The more he didn't let her kiss him, the more he wanted to kiss her. Not only did he want to kiss her, he also bit her. Shinkei was so strong that Wu Yu couldn't stand it all. She took 2 steps back and fell directly on the bed. Shinkei leaned forward, one hand on the bed, the other hand around Wu Yu's waist, and kissed her with a mouth full of blood. Wu Yu stretched out her hand to hook Shinkei's neck, pulling him closer, completely shortening the distance between them to 0, and responded to him enthusiastically. She fell backwards onto the bed, taking Shinkei with her. Wu Yu kept thinking back to the time when she drove Shinkei out of the hut, when he looked so lost and sad. Shinkei panted and asked her vaguely, Wu Yu, if I had come back to find you at that time, and told you my identity directly, would you have let me in? Wu Yu breathed rapidly. Yes, I would. I even thought that if you came to find me, I would expose you even if you didn't say it. But you never came. Why didn't you come? Shinkei, wife, I was almost out of control. If I really went to find you, I don't know what I would do to you. Wu Yu, Shinkei, I am willing. If it's you, I am willing. Shinkei was almost dying of pleasure. He hugged her tightly and repeatedly called her, wife, wife. At this moment, the air was so hot and scorching that it seemed to burn everyone to death. Wu Yu took the initiative to reach out to pull Shinkei, but he suddenly stepped back, and Wu Yu blinked. Shinkei just stared at Wu Yu, slowly stood up, and gave her an innocent smile. What do you want to do to me? Wu Yu. You just tore my clothes off and kissed me until my mouth was full of blood. Are you acting like that? Shinkei sat on the stool beside him. His 188 centimeters long legs and camouflage pants and black military boots were bit casually. His eyes fell on Wu Yu, and his meaning was very clear. Wu Yu sat on the bed without moving. Shinkei urged her, Are you not in a hurry? Wu Yu smiled, The dungeon is over. Be careful or I leave. Shinkei raised his eyebrows. Really? Otherwise, can you see if you can force quit the CD now? Wu Yu's expression drifted for a second. Force quit the CD? Wu Yu immediately opened her dungeon interface and found that the force quit CD still had 10,000 years left. Great, great. The Doomsday Game server crashed, and her CD couldn't be fixed. Looking at the countless 9,999 countdowns, it can be seen that the people behind her are disgusted with her for using the force quit card bug and have deep resentment. They are just about to bite her to death through the dungeon interface. Wu Yu gritted her teeth. How do you know how to force CD back? Shinkei smiled. I was just guessing. After all, what you did is irritating to the heavens and the people, and it is outrageous to the gods and the people. Wu Yu stood up and slowly approached Shinquebec. Seeing that Wu Yu actually came over, Shinkei's eyes flickered and his momentum instantly weakened. Wu Yu, can you maintain your current state of charm, madness, and awesomeness? Since you have done it, don't let your thoughts slip. You are wearing this and making this beastly expression now, which is really exciting. So Wu Yu was so enthusiastic just now, it turned out that she liked him to wear this and be expressionless. Shinkei looked at Wu Yu standing not too far away, gritted his teeth. Come here. Wu Yu just took a step forward and was pulled into Shinkei's arms. You play with me like a dog, you just want to piss me off to death. Wu Yu blinked and hooked his neck, leaning forward to kiss him, but Shinkei dodged. After 2 kisses, both were dodged. Wu Yu directly lowered her head and bit Shinkei's Adam's apple, and Shinkei instantly let out a low gasp. Wu Yu saw Shinkei sitting there motionless, not looking at her, and was determined to make her take the initiative. This was the first time Wu Yu saw Shinkei so angry. She also knew how deeply Shinkei was obsessed with the sea mining town. Forget it, just coax him. Wu Yu's hand slipped into Shinkei's clothes, along his abdominal muscles and mermaid line. Wu Yu's eyes kept staring at Shinkei until Shinkei's face turned red. He suddenly grabbed Wu Yu's hand that was about to untie his belt, and said in a low voice, "Let's go, out of the dungeon." Wu Yu blinked. "Don't you want to stay here?" Shinkei looked at Wu Yu. "I do, but it's too dirty and unclean here. It's not good for your health. And if it's really like you said, the order world behind the dungeon can be controlled, I don't have the hobby of performing for outsiders. Especially this outsider, it is very likely to be his mother-in-law." Chapter 402. Leave the dungeon and return to the shuttle, embarking on the return journey to the Qian base. In the lounge, Wu Yu exchanged 500,000 iridium amethysts, and at the same time obtained the SSS level weapon Poseidon Trident, which is also a weapon that can be opened. But the strange thing is that this weapon has no attributes and cannot be identified. She now has no props that can be used to open holes. How can she use this SSS level weapon? Wu Yu pushed open the bathroom door and asked Shinkei to give her the golden trident from before. Shinkei just took off his clothes and asked as he took it, "Is it useful?" Wu Yu said, "Could these two tridents actually be combined into the same weapon? Give me this trident. If it can really be combined, I will give it to my elder brother." Shinkei instantly felt resentful. "But this golden trident is a token of love you gave me." "Wu Yu, it was clearly a plot dungeon that we all fought together. How did it become a token of love I gave you?" "Shinkei, before that, I never accepted anything given by a girl." Wu Yu was really impressed. "I just gave you the weapon from my hand, but the ownership belongs to the team, and you are the captain of the team. If the distribution is based on the dungeon's combat power output, you have the first distribution right based on your output. What do you think? Can I dispel the ownership of this weapon?" Shinkei shook his head. "Not at all. It's a token of love you gave me. You took the risk to meet the brain-eating worm alone to get the Nightlight Pearl because you were interested in me. Let's fight." Wu Yu really wants to fight Shinkei's love brain. This guy relies entirely on his own imagination. Even if he didn't realize it at the time, he actually reviewed and rationalized everything, pure love brain plus memory brain. Wu Yu looked haggard. "Do you really think so? You are so confident in yourself. Then why didn't you run away when you saw the woman so scared, and I was so enthusiastic about you?" Shinkei approached Wu Yu. "I feel that the feeling you gave me at that time was very different." So, most of Qian's members were recruited by Shinkei when he was playing dungeons outside. That's why Qian has never had female members, and Shinkei's principle for recruiting people is no principle, just relying on his beast-like intuition. Simply put, it's more mysterious than metaphysics. If he thinks this person is good, then he's good. No wonder the people behind the scenes couldn't guess that Shinkei would fall in love with her. It's really unbelievable. Once Shinkei started to recall the details of their relationship, he started to get excited, and he hugged Wu Yu and wanted to kiss her. Wu Yu pushed Shinkei away. "Don't touch me, I'm done." Shinkei wanted to pull Wu Yu to take another shower, but Wu Yu didn't want to. The bathroom in the lounge is too small. Shinkei began to take a combat shower. "Wait for me to go out together." Wu Yu's eyes passed over Shinkei, and she turned her eyes. She silently took out the communicator and took pictures blatantly. Shinkei turned to look at her, his face flushed. "You can't show it to others." After taking the pictures, Wu Yu didn't leave. She just stood there and looked at Shinkei with the eyes of looking at her most satisfied collection, which made Shinkei feel angry and his whole body became redder and redder. Until Shinkei couldn't help but pull her again, Wu Yu put the communicator on the sink and walked in. Letting the water from the shower wet her clothes, Shinkei hugged her tightly, and Wu Yu hooked Shinkei's neck. The two of them only had each other in their eyes, breathing entangled, getting closer and closer. The hot air rose and the glass was completely fogged, and a faint moan came from the bathroom. Shinkei kissed Wu Yu out of the bathroom, and Wu Yu pushed him. "I'm coming soon." Shinkei was so happy that he was sharing his mental power while taking a bath and having intimate contact. There is nothing more satisfying than this. He is completely satisfied. Shinkei watched Wu Yu put the golden trident and the sea god trident together, and the two weapons were actually combined into one. At the same time, congratulations on obtaining the SSS level weapon sea god trident. Congratulations on obtaining the weapon hole opening hammer *200. Description: after the hole is opened, the weapon can be attached with a special meteorite for strengthening and increasing damage, and the probability of hole opening failure is high. The higher the hole opening level, the higher the probability of failure. As the golden trident disappeared, 200 hole opening hammers appeared as if the weapon was tempered. At the same time, the skills originally belonging to the golden trident have been iteratively enhanced, and all the blessings of the river god have been changed to the blessings of the sea god, and an additional stunt skill has been added. Wu Yu opened the hole of the trident as before, and Shinkei hugged Wu Yu from behind and put his chin on Wu Yu's shoulder to watch. Seeing Wu Yu opening holes, His hands itched a little. Shinkei, can I click it too? Wu Yu turned her head and looked at Shinkei, kissed him, go and play. Shinkei. Do you think I'm unlucky? Are you afraid that I mess up the 20-hole weapon for your big brother? Wu Yu looked surprised. Just when Shinkei thought she was going to ask how did you know, Wu Yu, of course not. You are so beautiful and so powerful, God has opened so many doors for you. So he must close a window for you, right? Shinkei was happy, he came over expectantly, then tell me in detail, how powerful I am. Wu Yu looked at him sideways, I am very powerful in bed, and my Certus consciousness is also very good, which makes me very comfortable. Shinkei was stunned for a moment, his eyes flickered and his face flushed. Wu Yu arranged for him to sit aside, and said nothing immediately. Wu Yu breathed a sigh of relief, he was too clingy, finally he could be quiet for a while. Wu Yu needed meteorite ore, and asked Shinkei for a communicator, and he handed it to her obediently. Wu Yu transferred the ore himself, and bought the insufficient ones with Shinkei's points. He also flipped through Shinkei's communication records, and put them back in his hands. While smashing the ore, Wu Yu asked Shinkei, have many people added you recently? Shinkei nodded, yeah, but since I posted on WeChat Moments that I'm not single and the official photo, and changed my profile picture to your couple photo, it's less than before. Wu Yu turned around and continued to get the weapon. Shinkei glanced at her and suppressed the corners of his mouth, are you controlling me? Wu Yu denied, no. Shinkei, obviously. My wife controls him, and my wife loves him. Shinkei started to look through the communicator, and was happy to find that Wu Yu had really read his communication records. Seeing Wu Yu lowering his head and looking serious, he raised his communicator to take a picture of the scene, and then posted a new circle of friends. Shinkei, picture. You have a new circle of friends, reply. Shinkei clicked to open. Vlad, haha, stop pretending, you don't like women at all. Just as Shinkei was about to get angry, the entire alliance system suddenly popped up an exaggerated and explosive prompt with a golden, enlarged and bold rolling entry in front of everyone. Shock the ancient and modern. Congratulations to Qi Yin, Wu Yu for successfully strengthening the SSS level purple gold god level weapon See God Trident to 20 holes. Wu Yu saw that Shinkei's expression was not right, and looked at his communicator. Oh, it was a small problem, and she immediately helped him get back on his feet. The next second, congratulations to Qi Yin Shinkei for successfully binding the SSS level purple gold artifact See God Trident to 20. Chapter 403. Vlad was furious. Look, I told you before that Qi and Wu Yu said he would give us a dragon abyss, but you didn't believe it. You actually let him go, otherwise, this See God Trident would be mine. Li Yiran and Shinqingxi looked at the system screen, and couldn't help but feel sour. Shinkei is so lucky. The whole alliance only had 2 SSS and purple gold artifacts that all the single soldier warriors coveted, and both ended up in Shinkei's hands. This is simply unforgivable. What's wrong with Wu Yu? Even if Shinkei is really good looking, he can't be spoiled like this, right? A man who is spoiled will become arrogant. Shinqingxi couldn't help but urge Vlad to go and get killed. Grand Duke, I really can't stand it. He's too much. Why don't you assassinate him? And then both weapons will be yours. Li Ren agreed, yes, yes. Vlad sneered, heh, Qingxi, don't think I don't know what you are up to. Shinqingxi was surprised. Did Vlad suddenly grow a brain? Vlad looked mysterious. You must be thinking that I can give you one of the 2 weapons after I get them. Don't dream. Both weapons are mine. Shinqingxi and Li Yiran, you are right. The Grand Duke is really smart. Grand Duke Vlad, no brain, stupid, very relieved. After Grand Duke Vlad left with his hands behind his back, Shinqingxi suddenly coughed up blood. He gasped like a broken bellows, and looked extremely painful. Li Yiran's expression slowly cooled down. With your current physical condition, you still want to help him? What do you want? Shinqingxi, it's none of your business. I know you look down on me, but if it's not me, there must be someone else. The rise of the Li family after the peak battle was entirely due to his resources. You have no choice in what he wants to do. Even if he is a dog, you have to obey him. Even your father knows very well that instead of being manipulated and becoming a source of capital flow, it is better to give it all to the Jiang family, and there is still a possibility of saving the Li family. Li Yiran, after the wedding dress shop incident, the Jiang family was also very ruthless, leaving no room for maneuver. Shinqingxi, the Jiang family is simply disgusting. If you hadn't thought of it first, they wouldn't have done it so ruthlessly. Li Yiran sneered. Of course, I have to fight for more benefits for the Li family. Shinqingxi was speechless. Don't pretend, you think I'm a fool. You deliberately did this to force the Jiang family to cancel the engagement, right? You think from the bottom of your heart that the Jiang family, the Taoist sect, the Secretariat, and Qi Yin can't beat him at all. When they all give up, the Li family will have no chance of turning over. Li Ran looked at Shen Qingxi in surprise. He didn't expect that he knew everything. Shen Qingxi, Jiang Yuhua promised you privately, so you knew that she did it without the knowledge of the Jiang family. You were afraid that she would act impulsively, and the entire Jiang family, and the Li family would be involved. So you deliberately did something to let her subordinates pass the handle to the Jiang family, so that they could use the Li family to quickly cancel the engagement. As long as the engagement was cancelled, both sides would have no reason to send troops. But who could have known that if your line was stuck, there would be other lines going down? He has set up such a big plan, saturation infiltration, not only your Li family, but also his Hua family, the royal court, and even lines that you don't know about. How can he give up easily? In the end, everything will run towards the goal he wants. Li Ran gritted his teeth in anger. Is there really no turning point? All human beings are being led by him like dogs? Shen Qingxi, you saw the woman named Wu Yu, right? The whole plan is set for her, only she can break it. She is the turning point. Li Ran didn't believe it at all. Forget it. Nothing she did can be understood. Just like the love-brained fool who played tricks on the princes. At this time, she knew her identity and came to Vlad. And Vlad's grandson was a fool who was fooled. She also said that she loved Shen Ke but couldn't get him, and exposed her identity to me. At such a critical moment, she gave both purple gold god-level weapons to Shen Ke, as if she was afraid that he didn't know that she was a love-brained person. As he spoke, Li Ran suddenly began to question himself. There must be something wrong when things are out of the ordinary. No matter how you look at it, they are the ones who are at a disadvantage in this situation. How can a love-crazed man play such a favorable situation? How can she rely on luck? Shen Qingxi looked at Li Ran's face. You have thought of it, right? She is very smart. Even if Shen Ke is really excellent, she would not be so blind as to talk about love. Moreover, he had the intention to kill Shen Ke in the north before, which is why my body is on the verge of collapse now. Why did he not hesitate to expose his purpose, and use all means to kill Shen Ke? Li Ran, why? Shen Qingxi, someone told him that Shen Ke fell in love with Wu Yu. Li Ran, who? Shen Qingxi, at that time, the only person who could do it was Captain Charles of the Falcon. Charles has the support of the Xuanwu army, and has to pay tribute to Xuanwu every year. What Longxi did was in the town of Vera, and the town of Vera is full of the families of the Falcon. Charles observed the interaction between Shen Ke and Wu Yu. Shen Ke did not want Wu Yu to leave Qian, and Shen Ke was willing to wear women's clothes for Wu Yu, and inferred that Shen Ke liked Wu Yu. He might have wanted to use this information to get the people behind the scenes to help the North, but he didn't expect that it was the Jiang family who did it. Then, the Jiang family found Wu Yu, and Charles also appeared at the Jiang family's party. So it is likely that Charles's eye was also pulled out. Li Ran was convinced. The entire young generation of the Alliance is all his dogs. When will I be able to stand up and be a man? Shen Qingxi, Li Ran, don't you understand? What does it mean that the peoples will win the world? Li Ran's eyes flickered. What do you mean? Shen Qingxi, I pledge my life to your Li family, but you have to promise me that after the matter is over, at the post-war negotiation table, you will ask the Jiang family to ask Wu Yu to let Su Imo and the Su family go. Li Ran thought Shen Qingxi was joking. Let's not talk about whether the other side will kill you. Why do you think the other side can win? Shen Qingxi suddenly smiled sarcastically, because he was getting more and more angry, and the situation was out of control. Throughout the game, he went from being at ease to being impatient, and now, he is furious, making stupid moves, and playing worse and worse. His development line has completely collapsed. Don't you realize that those chess pieces like you have all begun to hand over their cards? They began to bet their entire lives on their lives. They have all made their choices, and the person they chose without any prior agreement is all Wu Yu. Chapter 404. Li Zifeng fainted at the wedding because of the kiss between Jiang Yuhua and Jian Suiyu. Now the whole alliance knows that he, Li Ran, is a cuckold and Li Zifeng is a big victim. But Li Ran still has to hold on for the sake of the overall situation. To be honest, when Xia came out of the bathroom and saw Li Ran standing alone, she actually saw a trace of miserable and broken beauty in this Dude Yao brother. Don't say it, at this glance, Dude Yao brother is indeed good-looking, completely in line with his playboy and rich second-generation romantic and coquettish character. It's a pity that he's a ruthless fool. When Xia passed by him, Li Ran suddenly spoke in a low voice. Can you arrange for Wu Yu and I to meet alone? Xia's eyes suddenly became sharp. Why do you want to see Yaya? Xia is now Wu Yu's ruthless fan. Wu Yu has saved Wu Chong, Wu Xiuli, Desert Rose, and the entire Wu clan. She will fight anyone who dares to harm Wu Yu. Just as Li Ran was about to speak, a man suddenly came over from a distance. Master, the leader of the alliance is coming soon. Don't keep the alliance waiting for a long time. Li Ran's expression froze. Li Ran knew that this might be his last chance. Shin Qingxi was suddenly detained by Wu Yu at Zhang's house. He was told that he came to the central city with a shuttle, but Shin Qingxi had completely lost contact. Shin Qingxi said that he would use his life to pledge his loyalty to the Li family. Shin Qingxi was sent by the people behind the scenes to monitor the entire engagement banquet of the Li family. Li Ran didn't dare to believe him at all. He couldn't afford to gamble with the lives of the entire Li family. He had to meet Wu Yu in person. Shin Qingxi's target was obviously Su Mo. If he could directly skip the Li family and communicate with Wu Yu, Li Ran had no doubt that Shin Qingxi would get rid of the Li family and directly make a request. There would be no middleman to make a profit and get more benefits for Su Mo. Given his personality and current situation, it is safer to find a close female companion around Wu Yu than to find the Jiang family directly. The deputy captain of Desert Rose, a relatively niche puppeteer with the weakest background. Even if there is a mistake, Li Ran's eyes turn darker, and he still has room to turn around. As soon as Li Ran had the intention to kill, countless invisible soul threads appeared in Xixia's hands, which could instantly penetrate Li Ran's entire soul. Xixia is a bright and beautiful beauty. She is wearing a hot and sexy low-cut red dress. She looks up at Li Ran, and Li Ran can see her beautiful curves when he lowers his head. In front of the visitor, Li Ran stretched out his hand without hesitation to hold Xixia's slender waist. He looked at Xixia with an ambiguous expression. It's inevitable that I'm a little distracted when I see a beauty like Miss Xixia for the first time. Even if the leader of the alliance comes, you have to wait. Master Li, the leader of the alliance can wait, but some people can't. You should know what the occasion is now. Xixia felt that Li Ran's hand around her suddenly tightened, obviously suppressing his anger. She looked at Li Ran uncertainly, and suddenly smelled something else. If Xioli, Chuanya, and Chen, and many others were all under control, would the Li family be under control as well? If so, would the Li family stand on their side, which meant that they would have a greater chance of winning this game? But what if she guessed wrong? Her brain was not working very well. Xixia suddenly showed a charming smile. She stretched out her hand and hooked Li Ran's neck, and kissed him deeply in the surprise in Li Ran's eyes. Xixia was very casual. If she guessed wrong, it was wrong. It was absolutely impossible for Li Ran to see Wu Yu at this time. If she really guessed wrong, the worst that could happen was that she would pay with her own life. Xixia directly hooked Li Ran's arm, raised her head, and smiled at him intimately. Let's go, Master Li, hurry up. The man wanted to urge him, but Xixia glared at him angrily. Get away, master, you dare to urge me. Who do you think you are? Pulling Li Ran away directly, Xixia whispered to him. Where are you going? Li Ran, the first room on the right. Li Ran looked down at Xixia, who was too intimate with him. The soft touch made him feel a little helpless, and he was about to take his arm away. Xixia warned him, the people behind you haven't left yet. Don't ruin your character. I will kill you if you ruin Yeye's business. The moment he opened the door, Li Ran pulled Xixia in, kissed her in ecstasy, and slammed the door shut with one hand. As soon as the door was closed, Xixia jumped away, and began to frantically rinse her mouth with mouthwash from the system as if she was poisoned. Shit, my reputation is ruined in an instant. I boasted that I kissed a poisonous person for the first time in so many years. Li Ran's face twisted instantly. What do you mean? Do you think I'm dirty? Xixia, poisonous brother, what do you want to do with Yeye? Li Ran was overwhelmed. Poisonous brother. Xixia frowned. Can you be more professional and get down to business? Li Ran took a deep breath. I know Wu Yu is the daughter of Lu Ling and Jiang Cheng, and I also know that you are going to start S4. The Li family wants to join. The Li family has been supported by people behind the scenes for many years to develop to the present. The entire capital flow is controlled by people behind the scenes, which is the share given to Jiang Yuhuan now. The Li family can give everything to the Jiang family, and the Li family team will cooperate with you in the battle. There is only one condition. Save my sister and her child. Xixia knew the reason why Wu Cheng and the Wu clan were controlled, but given Li Ran's age, how could her sister's child also be used for research? Xixia was puzzled. Given the current status of the Li family, how could your sister's child be used for research? Li Ran took a deep breath. My sister's child is still in her belly. It is a Fox Fairy dungeon. The Fox Fairy dungeon is a conspiracy. The so-called ability to give birth to pure children through the Fox Fairy dungeon is actually to implant a virus similar to DX001 in their bodies. The powerful virus can easily overcome the impurities in the body. By the time we found out, it was too late. The Li family had been trying to get rid of control for a long time, and their actions were getting bigger and bigger. After they were discovered, my sister and brother-in-law were caught not long after they got married. Hearing Li Yiran's words, Xixia slowly opened her eyes, and she was instantly furious. Too much. These people are simply too much. Women, children, these things, after thousands of years of inheritance, still can't change their inherent bad nature even in the end of the world, trying to control women and children to achieve their own despicable goals. But words are not enough. Even though Xixia was very angry, she calmed herself down quickly. She had to tell Yaya about this as soon as possible. If the Fox Fairy Dungeon was a conspiracy, the Secretariat had been promoting the life extension plan recently. Wouldn't there be many more pregnant women? If one chess piece is removed, thousands of chess pieces will appear. Xixia was about to take out the communicator when the door behind her was completely opened. Li Yiran pulled Xixia over and protected her behind him. Li Yiran had a stern face and said desperately, "I'm exposed. I cover you when the fight breaks out. You go find Wu Yu with everything you know. Don't worry, the Li family will keep their promises to everything I just said." Xixia looked at Li Yiran with a twinkling eye. Wow, Brother Du Dia is so manly now. Facing the people who were eyeing them and trying to attack them, Xixia wanted to know one thing before running away. Brother Du Diao, are you really Du Diao? Li Yiran was really impressed by these love-brain people. It's already this time, and you're still asking this. He gritted his teeth and was furious. No, that was my first kiss, okay. Xixia got a satisfactory answer and ran away under the cover of Li Yiran, leaving him a sentence. Okay, virgin brother, I will definitely pass on the message. Don't die, wait for me to sleep with you. Seeing Xixia jumping up and down and almost being hit by bullets, Li Yiran collapsed. Shut up, ancestor. All of Xinqingxi's brainwashing, he must be crazy to hand the last card to this unreliable woman. Looking at the increasing number of half-human and half-ghost bone monsters approaching in front of him, Li Yiran's mouth was bitter. This time, the Li family was really desperate, and at the end of the road. Chapter 405. Su Mo held Qin Yuanchao's hand, and her eyes kept searching the entire venue, but she never found Xinqingxi. Xinqingxi was the best man, and should have been with Li Yiran, but he had not appeared since the beginning, and now even Li Yiran didn't know where he had gone. This engagement banquet, which had been full of twists and turns from the beginning, made everyone present feel restless and uneasy. If Su Mo continued to lose control of her emotions, once she lost control of her body's abnormality, it would be immediately discovered. This place was full of top alliance masters, and SSS-level psychics were everywhere. If she didn't want to be killed instantly because of her identity as a monster, she had to calm herself down. But she was too worried about Xinqingxi, whose physical condition was getting worse and worse, and she had been beaten up in the bridal shop before. Su Mo breathed a sigh of relief, smiled, and used her siren ability to Qin Yuanchao. Yuanchao, I'm going to the bathroom. She left alone and walked towards the bathroom room. Just as she reached the corner, a huge force suddenly came from the shadows and pulled her into his arms. Su Mo was about to resist in shock, but when she sensed Xinqingxi's familiar breath, she immediately hugged him tightly, her voice choking. I thought you were dead. Xinqingxi shook his head. No, I was detained by Wu Yu on the way to Zhang's house to pick up the bride. They gave me DX001 antidote, and I can still hold on. Momo, listen to me, go and tell Qin Yuanchao everything, and let the Qin family turn to Wu Yu. Chu Xia still has a trump card in his hand. Those children can strangle everyone's throat. Now those children are in the central city, so he can only fight to the death. The next generation of mankind must never be held in one person's hands, like a dog. Su Mo felt something was wrong, her voice was trembling. What do you want to do? Xinqingxi said softly, I will kill those children and end it all. Anyway, my reputation is so bad and my body is powerless, so I will just bear the infamy for the rest of my life. I have no ties, no background, I am a bastard that no one wants, a mud leg with a miserable life. After the matter is over, you can say that everything is controlled by me, and you are held hostage. You can clear yourself and live well. I know Qin Yuanchao really likes you. Even if you don't use your ability, he is willing to listen to you. Just forgive me, and start your new life. The Qin family will speak for you after the war, the Li family will do you a favor out of friendship, and the Su family is also under duress. We will let you go. After saying that, Xinqingxi let go of Su Mo and turned to leave. Su Mo held him tightly, she cried and her voice was intermittent. You are not a mud leg with a miserable life. Not a bastard that no one wants, I want you. I want you. Don't go, I beg you. Don't abandon me. Don't abandon me again, okay? Shinjingzi laughed at himself. Have you forgotten how much you disliked me when you first met me, and how annoying I was? Suemo kept shaking his head. No, you did that on purpose. You are not that kind of person. You have been protecting me. If it weren't for you, he would have let me seduce more people, and I would never have been able to escape unscathed. From a distance, Shinjingzi saw someone from the Li family approaching this side, and he immediately had a hunch that this was very likely that Li Ran really listened to his words and turned against him at the last minute. Shinjingzi pushed Suemo towards the venue. Go, Momo, don't look back. We are separated by the yin and yang, so we won't say goodbye. After saying that, Shinjingzi suddenly turned around and ran in the direction of the people coming, leading the crowd away and giving Li Ran a chance to escape. Suemo looked at Shinjingzi's back and suddenly realized that this time he was really going to the underworld. Once he made a move on those children, no matter what the final battle was, he would never have the possibility of surviving. He never said he loved her, never. Not only did he not say it, he didn't even give her a little hope. Suemo suddenly stretched out her hand to grab Shinjingzi, but Shinjingzi's movements were too fast. The moment their fingertips passed each other, her mind went blank. Bang! What's with the wings on her body? Monster! Suemo is actually a monster. The moment he heard the wings, Shinjingzi immediately turned around and found that Suemo had lost control of her emotions and showed the wings of the Siren Gene in front of everyone. He immediately took off his suit and covered Suemo with it. Let's leave here first. Shinjingzi quickly took Suemo to the lounge behind the banquet hall. Suemo lowered her head and said nothing. Shinjingzi told Suemo, I suspect that Shinkei was able to survive at that time because we got another reagent from Longxi, a reagent that is more powerful than the DX001 antidote. That reagent can make Shinkei's dragon bones and panda blood that were taken away return to his body, but no one knows whether this reagent can be obtained. Wu Yu also has 2 new humans, Jian Suiyu and Wu Cheng, and she will definitely find a way to save them. Go help Wu Yu, help her, find a way to impress her with sincerity, now only she can save. Before Shinjingzi finished speaking, Suemo raised her head and hugged his neck tightly and kissed him. Shinjingzi tried to pull Suemo away. Emo, now is not the time to act on impulse. Suemo's whole body was tightly pressed against Shinjingzi, and the intimate contact was disintegrating his will. Before his psychological defense was completely defeated, Shinjingzi made a move and prepared to knock Suemo unconscious with a knife. Suemo suddenly said, Shinjingzi, hold me tight. Shinjingzi's head was completely dizzy. Suemo actually used the power of the sea monster on him at this time. His consciousness was getting dizzy. When the hand that tried to push away touched Suemo again, he couldn't help but put his arm around her waist. Suemo, Jingzi, kiss me, tell me you love me. Shinjingzi listened to Suemo's voice and couldn't help but panted, don't use the power anymore, I still want to go. Suemo grabbed Shinjingzi's hand and put it on her waist. Shinjingzi could just touch the wings growing on her coccyx. The moment he touched it, Suemo's face instantly turned red. Shinjingzi saw Suemo so emotional, and all his psychological preparations collapsed. Suemo told him, Shinjingzi, I love you, I don't want you to save me with your life again. If we are destined to die, then we will go to hell together. Shinjingzi looked at Suemo deeply, he lowered his head to kiss her, and just as he touched her, he suddenly retreated. He clenched his fists and tried to calm himself down, but before he could come to his senses, the door of the lounge was suddenly slammed open. Shinjingzi immediately protected Suemo behind him, turned around, and saw that the person who came was Qin Yuanchao. Seeing his cold and fierce face, and the bone monster following behind him, Shinjingzi's heart sank. It was too late, the Qin family had also been infiltrated. Chapter 406. Wang Guohua listened to Wu Yu's description in disbelief. By who actually believed you based on your one-sided statement? How is it possible? Wu Yu shrugged. How is it impossible? Chu Xia said he would help you become the leader of the alliance. Didn't you also believe it foolishly? Wang Guohua sneered. How can it be the same? You don't know it all. Chu Xia suddenly spoke, with annoyance in his eyes, Guohua. Wang Guohua was glanced at, and immediately realized that he was almost led by Wu Yu to let the cat out of the bag. Chu Xia chuckled and looked at Wu Yu. You are just like your mother. You can always easily make everyone follow your ideas. But unfortunately, this time things may not go as you expected. I will disappoint you, Yaya. Shinkei narrowed his eyes dangerously. If you dare to call her like that again, I will kill you immediately. Chu Xia seemed to be listening to a big joke, you know. I didn't like you from the beginning. Brave but not wise, just a show. You can only fight idiots like Vlad. If Shinjingxi is serious with you, you are no match for him. Wu Yu immediately coaxed Shinkei, don't pay attention to him. Due only breaks down with a real sister-in-law. I like stupid beauties like you. If there is another smart person, life is too tiring. It's the most fun to tease this kind of clingy, straightforward, crazy puppy who likes to stare. Zhou Qianfeng and Fu Yixue. You didn't let him go either. Shinkei looked at Wu Yu pitifully. Really? Wu Yu immediately nodded and kissed him. Really? All those who were fed dog food in front of them felt subtly uncomfortable. Can you be more serious? Look at what kind of occasion this is. Zhou Qianfeng even seriously suggested, your move is like killing 1,000 enemies and injuring 800 of yourself. Can you let me go? Fu Yixue seconded, let's stop this move. I already fully understand that you are true love. Your lethality is too strong. I feel that I am suffering from mental pollution. Wu Yu felt that she was really innocent. It was this old thing who wanted to disgust me first. I am fighting a self-defense counterattack. Everyone looked at Chu Cixia with condemning eyes. Did you hear that? Our sister Yu is calling you. As he was talking, Chu Cixia's communication rang. He clicked it and took a look, and suddenly a calm smile appeared on his lips. Wu Yu leaned over and snatched it away with godly speed. What are you looking at? Let me see it too. Wu Yu was inspired by Vlad to do this. Offline solo does not affect online social activities. It seems that Chu Cixia may be too old to react so quickly, and his communicator was actually snatched away by Wu Yu. Everyone was stunned. It might be because of different customs in different places. The two sides were fighting like this, and usually couldn't do such a thing as snatching each other's communicator. The top team battles often use the most simple methods. Wu Yu grabbed it and started to browse the chat records quickly. Shinli immediately stopped her. Wang Guohua wanted to help Chu Cixia get it back. The two sides were like an eagle catching a chick. Zhou Qianfeng and Fu Yixue looked at each other, and they were rarely confused. What they were doing now was really a very serious matter. Just now, both sides were still talking fiercely, but since Wu Yu appeared, the whole picture was distorted. Every minute and every second, Wu Yu seemed to be dancing on everyone's head. Chu Cixia tightened his fist and slowly lowered his face. Wu Yu, have you had enough of the trouble? As his huge Tian Shijinchi spread out, everyone present could feel the absolute suppression from him. Not everyone. Wu Yu tugged at Shinkei. Look at him. He's guilty and broken. Shinkei nodded. Well, he keeps attacking me. In fact, he's jealous of me, jealous that you like me so much. After saying that, the two smiled dignifiedly at Chu Cixia at the same time. Zhou Qianfeng felt that he was under a double mental attack, and he was about to vomit blood. Fu Yixue saw that Zhou Qianfeng's face was not right, and slapped him towards Lu Li. It's time to get serious. You should go to the side and cool down. Chu Cixia's eyes were dangerous and his tone was gloomy. Since Azure Dragon, White Tiger and Vermilion Bird are not coming, let them never come. Wang Guohua, yes. Wang Guohua began to convey the command through the communicator. This time he was on guard against Wu Yu, and turned his back when he took out the communicator. Wu Yu asked Shinkei to peek. Look at what he posted. He didn't put up a privacy screen. Shinkei poked his head out and read out the words word by word. Let the military's insiders take action immediately. Wang Guohua turned his head suddenly, furious. You two are really too much. Wu Yu and Shinkei blinked at the same time. Look at you. It's not a big deal. Why are you still angry? Fu Yixue stood aside and almost wanted to applaud. Awesome. These two should be locked together and fight each other. Either of them will have the strength of a nuclear bomb attack. Chu Cixia's face completely darkened, moved Xuanwu's troops over. Wang Guohua let out a long breath, and finally they could start. He felt bad when he saw the faces of Wu Yu and Shinkei. This time Wang Guohua did not avoid it, and simply dialed the communication directly to let everyone present know that in the face of absolute military strength, the tricks of the jumping clowns were not worth mentioning. Beep beep. As the communicator was connected, Wang Guohua ordered, immediately let Xuanwu gather the troops outside the world city to attack directly. Wait, who are you? Hearing the obviously young voice on the other end, Wang Guohua frowned. I am the new leader of the alliance. Ask the Deputy General Zhao Sui to come over immediately. There was a sneer on the other side. Why are you talking to your father? Wu Yu suddenly looked at Shinkei in surprise. Zhang Zhe is so capable now. Shinkei, this kid has always been like this. Wang Guohua turned his head to look at Wu Yu and Shinkei in disbelief, as if he didn't understand what they were saying. On the other side, Chu Cixia's face was extremely gloomy. Zhang Zhe shouted twice into the communicator, son? No one responded, so he didn't rush to hang up. He drove the military shuttle that Baihu had called to Xuanwu and whistled directly. Brothers, let's get started. 10 of the most advanced military shuttles in the military suddenly lined up in a herringbone shape around his military shuttle. All of them were operated by Baihu's men and Qian, the top shuttle operators trained by Wu Yue. The shuttle thrusters exploded, drawing an extreme arc in the air, leaving a string of white smoke as if it was a ceremony to officially start the battle. All the shuttles aimed their bullets at the Xuanwu Army's skeleton monster corps on the ground. At the same time, it was the Falcon members and their full military forces who were half surrounding the Black Tortoise Army skeleton monster corps in a dumpling-like manner, facing the shuttle. Charles looked at the Black Tortoise Army that was completely surrounded happily, and he wanted to perform a Thomas full spin on everyone in front of the formation. So cool, so cool. All the anger that I have suffered from being led by the nose for so many years must be released today. Chapter 407. Xixia gritted her teeth. Her attacks were completely useless against these soulless bone monsters. The densely packed bone monsters were invulnerable. After being hit twice in a row, she suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Li Ran glanced at Xixia from a distance and found that she could not break through the encirclement. He kicked 2 bone monsters away and quickly came to her side. He punched away the fatal blow that was intended to pierce Xixia's skull. Li Ran took a deep breath and said, "Sorry for involving you." Since she couldn't run away, Xixia simply told Wu Yue everything Li Ran said through the communicator. Ye is so powerful. She must have a way to judge whether what Li Ran said is true or false. After doing all this, Xixia took a deep breath. Li Ran, my awakening ability can create a huge puppet, equivalent to a TNT bomb. I will help you blast a way out, and you take the Li family to help Wu Yue. We have a gentleman's agreement. You can't go back on your word, otherwise I will not let you go even if I become a ghost. Before Li Ran could react, a huge, cute, white and fat puppet appeared in front of Xixia. Li Ran, you come with me. Xixia shook her head. I won't go. I'm not good at close combat alone. You be a burden if you take me with you. There will be countless bone monsters like this along the way, and I can't rush through them. Li Ran took a deep look at Xixia. His heart was beating so fast when he looked at this woman, it was almost jumping out of his throat. He didn't know whether it was the suspension bridge effect, or he was moved. Anyway, when he looked at Xixia now, he felt that this woman was so charming that she almost hooked his soul away. The puppet exploded instantly, and bones flew everywhere. However, as long as the black crystal core was not broken, these bone monsters would come back soon. Xixia pushed Li Ran hard. Why are you standing there? Run! Li Ran would never complain about these people being in love again, because he found that he seemed to be in love too. Li Ran suddenly pulled Xixia to him in front of him in surprise, and kissed her hard. I will definitely come back to save you, believe me. After that, he let go of Xixia and turned around and ran to the room that Li Zifeng had just left. Xixia blinked her eyes. Playboy is really good at making promises. What about the first kiss? What a lie. This is not a poisonous hook. She won't believe it even if she is beaten to death. Before she could react, there was a sudden loud gunshot behind her. Xixia turned around and saw Jiang Yuhua rushing in with a whole Sirius team. Jiang Yuhua put on the Sirius commander's combat uniform and looked so cool. Every shot was a headshot, just like a killing machine without any emotions. Throwing the gun into Xixia's hand, Sui Yu's first achievement after joining the research institute, it was rushed out in 2 days and 2 nights, and it is exclusively owned by Sirius. The power of the Holy Angel is stored in the form of energy in the meteorite ore. The laser damage of each shot is all with the purification power of the Holy Angel. Hitting this seemingly tough bone monster is like hitting a grandson. Xixia looked at the gun in her hand and sighed. This is really a coincidence. If I had known, I would have let Li Ran run slower. As soon as the Sirius troops arrived, the pressure on Xixia disappeared instantly. Jiang Yuhua glanced at Li Ran's back as he left. Li Ran, what does Li Ran have to do with it? Xixia immediately told Jiang Yuhua everything she had just learned from Li Ran. Xixia was puzzled. Is what Li Ran said true? Jiang Yuhua's expression was serious. It is very likely that after investigation by the Secretariat and the Jiang family, the Li family did not engage in any bad business of getting the Fox Ferry offline through improper means. We even accidentally discovered that Li Ran's Playboy character was all a persona. Every time he went in and out of the brothel, he was actually secretly discussing other things behind the scenes. Those women were all fronts. Xixia blinked. What? Jiang Yuhua looked at Xixia teasingly. I just saw him kiss you, right? Not only did the Li family not do anything despicable, they didn't even know how to get the Fox Ferry offline. Otherwise they could be harmed by the Fox Fairy. That time they suddenly showed up just to make me cancel the engagement, and it was my overreaction that intensified the conflict. Li Ren has been working hard for the Li family for these years, and has no time for romance. If you like her, hurry up, otherwise this kind of high-quality stock with money, good looks, brains, and high combat power will be gone in a minute once it escapes and flows into the market. Jiang Yuhua gave Xixia an extra gun, but Xixia didn't take it. Jiang Yuhua was puzzled. What's wrong? Xixia said righteously, actually, I'm just a big talker. When I go out, I'm the only one who pays for things in the whole desert rose. A giant in theory, a microorganism in action. If Li Ren is really as good as you said, I dare not, I'm a coward. Xixia stood next to Jiang Yuhua, and her serious look made Jiang Yuhua think that she just made a bold statement to dominate the blue planet. Jiang Yuhua's eyes swept across Xixia's beautiful face and devilish figure, which was incredible. So this is the legend. Everyone thinks my sister is a sea king who talks to 8 people at a time, but in fact, she is a legitimate widowed king. Sirius has a large number of people and quickly cleans up the battlefield. Jiang Yuhua sent half of them to support Li Ren. The remaining half, Jiang Yuhua and Xixia looked at each other and said, let's go. Chen Yuanchao walked toward Su Mo, and Xin Qingxi stood in front of Su Mo. Chen Yuanchao smiled gloomily. Didn't you say that Su Mo should follow me until the matter is over, so that my Chen family can protect the Su family? What do you mean by this? You are a dog who can only kneel before him every time. Do you still want to be a savior? Xin Qingxi sneered. I don't have that kind of second-year thinking. I will die anyway. So many people will die with me. I won't lose anything. Chen Yuanchao looked at Su Mo. His tone was as vicious and mean as a snake. Momo, come to me. Su Mo grabbed Xin Qingxi's clothes tightly. I don't want it. I want to be with Qingxi. Chen Yuanchao laughed sarcastically. You have hooked up with so many men, and I don't dislike you. Do you really think you are a goddess? You also saw that the goddess has returned to her throne, and you are a woman who can be slept with by anyone. Bang! Xin Qingxi punched Chen Yuanchao fiercely, and narrowed his eyes dangerously. Shut your dog mouth. Chen Yuanchao laughed crazily. Don't you look at yourself now, you bastards, you bastards. He is right. Su Mo, you are not worthy of being with me. I am the heir of the Chen family, and I have all kinds of women. I don't need to hang myself on a monster like you. Don't you see how disgusting your wings are? Only a lowly bastard like Xin Qingxi can eat them. These 2 people are useless now. Kill them all. As countless bone monsters poured in, Su Mo's hands kept shaking. She was reluctant to let go of Xin Qingxi, but suddenly she let go. Xin Qingxi's heart skipped a beat, turned to look at her, and held her tightly. Momo. Su Mo glanced at her pair of flesh-brown wings in the mirror in the lounge. The wings were connected by dark fascia, which looked deformed and twisted, and extremely ugly. This part that does not belong to a person at all has a huge genetic defect. In contrast, her mental barrier and voice charm are very strong. Su Mo suddenly opened her mental barrier, turned her head to look at Xin Qingxi, and used voice charm on him. Run, run. Xin Qingxi was unable to resist the mental power of his desperate struggle. He kept reaching out to grab Su Mo, but was blocked by her mental power. Su Mo began to brainwash Xin Qingxi. I have been lying to you. In fact, I have always liked Chen Yuanchao. I am using you. You are so easy to deceive. How can I like you? You don't need to help me or consider me. Run, you can run away. You are so smart. You have a way to make you believe you and save you. Xin Qingxi's eyes were full of despair. Stop it, Su Mo. Chen Yuanchao's face was gloomy. What kind of disgusting drama are you performing in front of me, you 2 deformed monsters? Before he could finish, in front of Su Mo's surprised eyes, Chen Yuanchao was shot in the head by Jiang Yuhua and fell to the ground. Chapter 408. Xin Qingxi looked at Jiang Yuhua in surprise. He immediately pushed Su Mo. Momo, go with the Jiang family, quickly. Jiang Yuhua gave a look, and Sirius immediately surrounded Xin Qingxi, and Su Mo. Xin Qingxi stood in front of Su Mo with great vigilance. Xin Qingxi, Miss Jiang, you also saw that Su Mo was implicated. She didn't want to do all this. Please be magnanimous and let her go. Jiang Yuhua, what if I don't? You 2 have bullied Yael a lot. Xin Qingxi took a deep breath and handed over the last trump card in his hand. Chu Xixia still has nearly 1,000 hostages. I will kill them. You just need to pretend that you don't know. All the conspiracies against we will end here. When it's over, I will take all the blame. I will have no complaints whether I want to die or live a life worse than death. Jiang Yuhua looked at Xixia, who gave Su Mo a thumbs up. Okay, sister, the person you found is really capable of handling things. Isn't it a bit too strong? You treat all of us as dead? Shin Qingxi and Su Imo were both puzzled. Jiang Yuhua suddenly walked towards Su Imo. Under Shin Qingxi's vigilant eyes, she opened her palm and took out a gem. The SSS-level Siren Heart gem was given by Yeya's mother. Since she gave this gem at this time, it means that everything will be forgiven. Yeya said that she must listen to her mother's words. So Su Imo, the past and the future are all gone. With this gem, you can fully possess the power of the siren, but you will no longer be troubled by the wings. The wings can be completely repaired and retracted freely to become normal wings. Su Imo looked at Jiang Yuhua in disbelief. I can do without these. Will you save Shinkei in the north at that time? Can I use this Siren Heart gem in exchange for Qingxi's life? Jiang Yuhua shrugged, no. Su Mo's expression froze. I'm sorry, I pushed it too far. Jiang Yuhua immediately said, because your rewards have not been distributed yet, yours is yours and his is his. Su Imo looked at Shin Qingxi in surprise. Jiang Yuhua handed Su Imo a tube of rebirth potion, and a small tube of Wu Yu's blood. Yours, it can restore your body to its best condition, and you don't have to worry about the collapse of the gene chain anymore. Turning around, he handed another tube to Shin Qingxi. This is yours. Before Yeya went to World City to find Vlad, you guided the Li family and Vlad to stop this matter. If Yeya really fell into Chu Xixia's hands that time, it would really be a big mistake. Seeing that Shin Qingxi did not move, Jiang Yuhua, Yeya, and Shinkei did not give it to you before because they felt that your relationship was not that serious, and they did not want you to think that they were deliberately trying to win you over. It is true that your personal relationship is not that serious, but during this entire undercover operation, you worked hard and went deep behind enemy lines, and played a decisive role in turning the tables at a critical moment. The new alliance, the alliance leader Baihu, the deputy alliance leader Jiangli, and the secretariat Zhou Qianfeng jointly discussed and decided. Su Imo looked at Jiang Yuhua excitedly. Does this mean that Qingxi will not be held accountable? Jiang Yuhua winked at Su Imo. Not only will we not pursue the matter, but someone is looking for you. Captain! Shin Qingxi looked up in astonishment at Yi Lujin, Zhang Fanxi, Owen Cage, and even that idiot Zhang Peng who suddenly walked in. Shin Qingxi, didn't I tell you to go to Qian? Yi Lujin, I think Shadow is good. If you didn't always ask mysterious questions, and didn't say anything, I wouldn't have left in anger. Now that I know you were in such a difficult situation, and in such poor physical condition, I realize that I am really incompetent as a deputy captain. Zhang Fanxi, Captain, you deliberately let my master and the others go to Qian, because you were afraid that they would be used in the shadow. Zhang Peng, Captain, you look like an undercover agent in a movie. 3 years, 3 years, and 3 years. I think you are so cool. I want to have a baby with you. Shin Qingxi pushed Zhang Peng away with disdain. Stay away from me. Your tears and snot are about to splash on my face. Isn't it disgusting? Watching Su Imo and Shin Qingxi use up the regeneration reagent and fully recover in the expectation of everyone in the shadow. Zixia clapped her hands excitedly and jumped around. Great, great. So, a happy reunion. She was so excited that she accidentally vomited blood. Jiang Yuhua immediately, are you injured? I treat you. Zixia waved her hands indifferently. Let's go quickly. There's still a big thunder waiting for us after we finish this. After hearing what Zixia said, everyone thought of Chu Xi's trump card, and the originally lively and jubilant atmosphere suddenly cooled down. Shin Qingxi looked at Su Imo, and Su Imo immediately said, I want to go with you. From now on, we will always be together and never separate again. Shin Qingxi couldn't help but curl his lips. This was the first time Su Imo saw him smile in such a long time. Su Imo looked at him shyly. Shin Qingxi took Su Imo into his arms. Yes, we will always be together and never separate again. Shi Xia clapped her hands. Wow, so happy. As they were talking, Li Ran and Sirius, who went to support, had already returned. Li Zifeng, who was fainted by anger, was just pretending. He was anxious to take Li Ran's sister Li Han away, but when he arrived, Li Han had already disappeared. Jiang Yuhua stepped forward and apologized to Li Zifeng. I'm sorry, Uncle Li, it was Yuhua who acted too extreme and did not do things properly before, which made both families unhappy. I came here to return all the shares of the Li family and express my sincere apologies to you and Master Ling. At the same time, the marriage between the Jiang and Li families is hereby annulled. Li Zifeng, Yuhua, let's not talk about this. Saving people is the most important thing. The Li family will not want those shares either. We only make honest money, and all of this money will be donated to the Alliance's post-war reconstruction, scientific research and development, and Northwest development work. Jiang Yuhua nodded. Let's go. Li Ran followed Li Zifeng. When he passed by Xixia, he turned his head and looked at her. Xixia immediately turned her eyes away, and quietly moved behind Jiang Yuhua, pretending not to see it. Jiang Yuhua, he is interested in you. The serious teen said that as soon as he found his father, he would come back to find you immediately. It was the serious people who told him that it was safe here that he didn't come. Xixia corrected, it's all the suspension bridge effect. It was very thrilling just now, just like filming Kingsman. My heart is still pounding. Jiang Yuhua blinked, looking surprised, really? Then, she stretched out her hand and put it on Zixia's chest. Yeah, it's really beating fast. Zixia's face turned red, and she shyly patted Jiang Yuhua. Hey, teasing me. Zixia has always been in the Desert Rose, which is full of female players. Everyone is very intimate, and she doesn't care about such actions at all. She doesn't care, and Jiang Yuhua doesn't care either. They are both very happy to touch the confused and cute beautiful sister, and they can still look at each other with smiles. Li Ran, who was seen from the side by the corner of her eye, and Jian Suiyu, who arrived a step later. Jian Suiyu's smile became very scary. Yuhua, come here. Jian Yuhua withdrew his hand in a flash, and Xixia's eyes immediately became excited. Captain Jian is angry, and if he is angry, he will plant strawberries for you, he. Watching Jiang Yuhua leave, Xixia took out the communicator to contact Wu Shili to meet up with Desert Rose. As soon as she took it out, her communicator was taken away by Li Ran. Li Ran added her to communicate, and after a glance at her friend list, she found that they were all women. Li Ran's expression became subtle. When he looked at Xixia again, his eyes followed Xixia's neck down to the place where Jiang Yuhua had touched her heart just now, and his eyes darkened a little. Just now, the two of them were very close and inevitably touched each other. Both of them were very nervous, and the more nervous they were, the more sensitive and clear any contact was. There was no need to kiss when the door was closed at the end, but he was excited. Xixia is about 168 centimeters tall, and Li Ran is 118 centimeters taller than her by a whole head. Xixia was originally wearing thin clothes, and the previous battle made her injured and her clothes damaged. Li Ran took off his suit and put it on Xixia. He bent down and put the communicator back into Xixia's hand, looking at her closely. You told me not to die, and waited for you to sleep with me. If everyone can survive today, you must not be a coward. Xixia covered her face. I was just talking nonsense at the time, wanting to encourage you to live well. I just said it casually, don't take it seriously. Today's matter is over, we will not see each other again, there is no need to be so serious, right? Li Ran stared at Xixia. Whether we will see each other again or not, it is not up to you, I am such a serious person. You just said it casually, but I took it seriously. But remember, I don't have much patience. If you don't come to me, then I will have to find you. After that, there was no time to delay. Li Ran took 2 quick steps and left with serious. Chapter 409. Vlad hid in the house in fear. A lot of bone monsters suddenly came outside. Xinqingxi, Li Ran, and the people from Qian of the Jiang family secretariat are all gone. Chen Zhou flew out of Vlad's pocket and turned into a human. His skin was gray and pale, his eyes were sinister and strange, and his blood-red eyes said to Vlad, I have said long ago that there is a bigger conspiracy behind this. Xinqingxi is simply playing tricks on you. I asked you to kill him, but you just didn't listen. Vlad couldn't understand. You keep talking about a bigger conspiracy, what exactly is the conspiracy? Chen Zhou gritted his teeth. If I had a way to know, I wouldn't have found a waste like you. Everywhere Xinqingxi goes, there is a very strong energy field. I will be burned and melted instantly if I touch it, let alone get close to it. Su Mo has always been protected by a mental barrier, and can't get close to him. Vlad couldn't believe it. How dare you call me a waste? You are a dark rat, who can only walk in the gutter, and you dare to call me a waste. Chen Zhou sneered. You lost 8 dragon bones at that time. If I hadn't turned you into a vampire, you would have died long ago. Vlad, I have a way to turn you into a vampire, and naturally I also have a way to make you die immediately. You have seen the situation outside, the alliance is in turmoil, and heroes emerge in troubled times. No matter whether you are a human or a ghost, as long as you can win the final victory, you are the king. When the time comes, push Vlad out as a puppet, and he will be the real king behind the scenes. Since Vlad was defeated twice in a row, he is now a wise man who knows the current situation. He immediately changed his words. What do you want me to do? Chen Zhou, call all the people in the royal court under your command. I want to turn them all into vampires. Since I can't find out the conspiracy behind it, I will just create a vampire army that I can't kill, muddy the waters, and catch him by surprise. Outside are all people who control the top of the pyramid of the power center of the entire alliance. Most of them are people with low combat power. When the time comes, the power of the alliance will naturally fall into my hands. Qin Zhou's back suddenly lit up with countless scarlet eyes. These were all the forces he secretly developed in various refugee camps after being killed by Xinqingxi. The alliance has been busy with DX001 and the two sides recently, and the monitoring of the bottom has weakened. Taking advantage of the opportunity, when the leader of the alliance transferred the military back to the world city, the outside forces were hollowed out. He was finally able to secretly transfer the vampire army he built into the world city. The vampire army developed much faster than the bone monster. He only needed to bite and inject his vampire blood to make the low-level vampires obey him. Vampires are strong, fast, and can heal quickly. They are not easily killed. They can also change their forms and develop and spread quickly. They are as powerful as the advanced version of the zombie virus. Unfortunately, the quality of the refugees in the refugee camp he developed before was too poor. If there were a group of elite and highly educated warriors in the royal court, this would be the biggest variable in the entire war. Qin Zhou was instantly gloomy. It was all because of Vlad, the idiot, who believed in slander and insisted on attacking Qian at night, causing the loss of troops. Otherwise, with Frank and Leo, they would definitely be stronger. Vlad nodded repeatedly. Okay, I go right away. Just after opening the door, Qin Zhou suddenly heard Richard's unexpected voice coming from outside the door. What a coincidence, Grand Duke Vlad. I've been looking for you everywhere, but I didn't expect you to be here. Qin Zhou narrowed his eyes dangerously. Richard, if it weren't for him, he wouldn't have ended up like this. This vampire prop was made by Richard. He was deliberately trying to hurt him. At that time, he was seriously injured. He was obviously killed by Xinqingxi, but when he regained consciousness, he found that his body was full of blood holes. Because of these injuries, he delayed his recuperation for a long time. And he had to avoid military inspections during this period. By the time he finally developed his own vampire army and wanted to seek revenge on Shadow and Qian, Shadow was disbanded. Qian was in its heyday and was so powerful that he could be on par with the Alliance family. If he hadn't learned that Vlad was dying and volunteered, he would never have thought of revenge in this life. Qin Zhou had a sinister and resentful smile on his face, but things were different now. Since Leo told him how to take away other people's mental power, he was now terribly strong. Richard, it's been a long time since we last met. Qin Zhou suddenly spoke up, looking at Richard with a twisted face, his eyes full of madness. Today, my vampire army will sacrifice your life. Looking at Richard with arrogance, Qin Zhou's expression suddenly paused. What are you holding in your hand? Richard, garlic, don't you like it? Qin Zhou's eyes fell on the garlic in Richard's hand, which was as big as a stone pillar. The pungent smell of garlic from afar made him instinctively disgusted. Qin Zhou suddenly found that Vlad was gone, and he frowned fiercely. Where did you take Vlad? Richard shrugged. Just when you were obsessed with your vampire army's plan to dominate the world, he was killed by my cross. What a pity. I thought I could fight for a while longer, so that I could have more highlights. Qin Zhou looked at Richard with anger in his eyes. He moved quickly and mobilized his SSS-level mental power in an instant. He rushed forward without giving Richard any chance to attack and wanted to kill him in seconds. Richard casually threw the garlic in his hand and drew his sword with his backhand. Qin Zhou, you don't think that Leo told you how to take away other people's mental power without any side effects? You don't think that you will continue to do whatever you want after you have harmed so many people and made them degenerate into vampires? Qin Zhou sneered. Only trash talk about human nature. Strong people only talk about success or failure. Richard nodded. Indeed, it's a pity. You will definitely lose today. Qin Zhou paused. Richard suddenly gained momentum, the silver sword flashing with spiritual power and hanging with a dazzling cross accessory. As he moved, the spiritual power instantly wrapped the whole sword, and the silver sword body was lingering with his silver spiritual power, as if carrying the will of God. Richard's sword was originally tempered by the spiritual power core. In the training method Jiang Cheng gave him, it was mentioned, since spiritual power can also be tangible, then simply use the spiritual power to the extreme, and together with his sword intention, play the most extreme physical attack, and attach the power of God to his sword, the Son of God, who has never wavered in the slightest, and has been insisting on bringing salvation to the world for 10 years. Finally regained the favor of God after officially succeeding the Pope, allowing God to open his eyes and look at the world again. At the same time, it brought God's judgment on the world's evil. Qin Zhou saw the coming of God behind Richard. God's eyes, without joy or sorrow, could instantly see through all his insidiousness and evil. He opened his eyes wide in fear and astonishment, and found that he could not move at all. The sword penetrated his mental power core straight, completely shattering his mental power core that had completely rotted and exuded the rusty smell. Richard stopped instantly, with a handsome and almost demonic face, and dazzling golden hair shining brilliantly under the illumination of the crystal chandelier, elegant and noble, like a true god descending. Chapter 410. Richard finished the battle, and Xiangbai immediately entered with the fully armed Qi Yin to clear the entire vampire army. Chuanya took out the communicator and pointed it at Richard. Click, click. Continuously taking pictures, Richard, draw out the sword and take 2 more pictures. I am a frontline reporter now, and I will use it for post-war materials. Richard cooperated very well, and drew out the sword. Do you need me to do anything else? Chuanya hesitated for a second, looking forward to it. Can you take off your clothes? Benefit the public, after all, you know the captain is too conservative. Richard began to unbutton his shirt generously, of course. Xiangbai's forehead veins were throbbing wildly, and he covered Chuanya's eyes, and dragged her away. He condemned her. You are the Pope after all. Can you have some moral integrity? Richard spread his hands. God loves all people. I am benefiting the public. Chuanya nodded frantically. Yes, I am doing this for the benefit of the sisters. Xiangbai was furious. What kind of occasion is this? You two, hurry up and help. After being scolded, both of them said obediently, yes, I'm sorry. Jiang Huaiji walked behind Baihu. Qian and Mu Bai took the latest research results of the Jiang family to the Qinglong army and Suzaku army respectively to help with the internal cleansing work. They were discovered in time, and all the infiltrators were suppressed in advance, and the crisis in the army was initially resolved. Baihu, in order to ensure the safety of the residents of World City, the various guards of the Secretariat are maintaining stability, and cannot be mobilized. Qian needs to eliminate the vampire army under Vlad and Shinzhou, and control the remnants of wanting Vlad. Outside the North Gate, the White Tiger and Falcon's troops and firepower suppress the Bone Monster army that controls Xuanwu. In the engagement banquet, and the Chen family, Sirius, Li family, and Shadow jointly fight against the infiltrated Chen family. Wu Yu, Shen Kai, and Taoist Fu confront Chu Xia head-on. At present, the situation is still under control. Jiang Huaiji's communicator suddenly rang, and he saw Jiang Yuhua sent him a fox fairy conspiracy, and there were thousands of children as hostages. Jiang Huaiji immediately informed Baihu of this information, and the two of them changed their expressions instantly. Baihu looked serious. It's not just the children of thousands of people, but also the thousands or even tens of thousands of families behind the children. If we still have the situation under control, once Chu Xia uses this card with all his might, then these countless families will fight back. The situation that was originally under our control will collapse in an instant. Jiang Huaiji said solemnly, we can think of it, and we will definitely think of it too. Outside the World City, the roar and explosion of falling shells continued to be heard, resonating with the artillery fire in Wang Guo's communicator. Chu Xia looked at Wu Yu and suddenly chuckled. Wu Yu, everything you are doing now is just to delay time with me. No matter how absurd and rude you act, it is just to arouse my anger and prolong the confrontation with me. No matter how comfortable you act, in fact, your heart is also confused after playing chess so far. But you can't let anyone find out, because you are their backbone. Once the commander is confused, the whole army will be confused. You know very well that even if you can pull out all my chess pieces and see through all my conspiracies. However, the matter is done, and the seeds planted have sprouted. This game is doomed. You can't win from the beginning. Wu Yu leaned delicately into Shen Kei's arms. He doesn't think that what he said is very cool, right? Shen Cheng immediately hugged Wu Yu and kissed him. Don't pay attention to him. He is old and can't keep up with the pace of young people. Fu Yixue, who hadn't had time to make a scene, was killed by surprise. Can you consider it I'm old too? Wu Yu seriously suggested. Aunt Fu, why don't you replace Yan Qi? I think your fighting skills will plummet when facing this old man. Fu Yixue understood Wu Yu's meaning. Chu Xia had a completely different meaning for their generation. He once led them, and was their firm belief. Fu Yixue couldn't face him with a determined mentality. The incident that Chu Xia provoked back then killed all her master and uncle. As soon as she knew that Chu Xia was the mastermind behind the whole thing, her heart was already in turmoil. Fu Yixue slowly walked towards Fu Yanqi, and she told Fu Yanqi, Yanqi, it's time to hand over the Dao sect to you. Fu Yanqi nodded, yes, master uncle. Fu Yanqi walked towards Chu Xia, and his eyes did not even fall on Fu Yanqi, not even the corner of his eye. In his opinion, the battle that year, the Dao sect was almost completely destroyed, leaving only Fu Yixue, an embroidered pillow. If he hadn't sent the great elder to help out of old friendship, the Dao sect would have long since disappeared from the world. He was just a junior who hadn't made it yet, so how could he be so arrogant in front of him? Fu Yanqi, you seem to look down on me, but it doesn't matter, you are nothing in my eyes. If someone didn't want to see you, I wouldn't bother wasting time with you. Chu Cixie ignored Fu Yanqi at all. He glanced at Wang Guohua. No need to waste time with him. Old Chu, after so many years of not seeing each other, don't you even give Yang a chance to catch up? Chu Cixie, who had just remained expressionless, suddenly turned his head in surprise, his eyes falling on the sword in Fu Yanqi's hand. Hearing Fu Yang's voice, Fu Yixue's scalp exploded, and she turned her head abruptly to look at Fu Yanqi. It was a broken sword, the sword body was broken, and it should have lost its sword spirit long ago, scattered in a corner of the peak battle, and covered with dust with the years. But now, this broken sword is shining and reborn. The peak battle, the Taoist sword tomb. Someone went to open the Taoist sword tomb that had been sealed for 15 years. At that time, almost all of the Taoist sect was killed in the peak battle. The Alliance appreciated the Taoist sect's efforts and sealed the entire Taoist battle area in the form of a dungeon, hoping that one day, the souls of the deceased could be gathered and sent to paradise. Fu Yang, her junior brother, was just over 20 when he died. Before the end of the world, he worked diligently for the Taoist sect. Like everyone else, he couldn't afford a house in the 5th ring of the capital, but he was always working for the survival of mankind. She is not the junior sister of the Taoist sect. Under her, she has a junior brother. Fu Yixue's eyes became more and more cloudy, her inner demon. She could not face the tragic death of her master in her life, but she was living a miserable life. Zhou Qiafeng saw that Fu Yixue's emotions were collapsing quickly, and said to Lu Li behind him, "It's time for you young people to take charge, and have some form." If she stayed any longer, Fu Yixue would become a demon without any need for rebellion. Lu Li nodded immediately yes. Zhou Qiafeng half-carried and half-dragged Fu Yixue away from the office area of the Alliance leader, under the heavy protection of the white-clothed guards. Zhou Qiafeng held Fu Yixue's shoulders and told her, "Jiang Cheng went to open the sword tomb alone. The Jiang family has been in charge of the sword tomb for these years, and it has spent a lot of manpower and material resources to maintain it. Originally, everyone thought that death was like the extinguishing of a light, but it was all a waste of effort. But just the night before, there were signs of spiritual induction in the sword tomb. Originally, I planned to tell you after the matter was over and let you go in person, but Yaya guessed the whole conspiracy in advance and insisted on opening the sword tomb now. The sword tomb was filled with dark clouds, ghosts howling, and an SSS-level hell dungeon filled with evil spirits transformed from Xianmen bosses. No one could spare a hand at this time. Even if Wu Yu could go, once she took action, the souls of these people would never be reunited. Jiang Cheng went alone without saying a word and brought Yang back. Why didn't he show up now? When he faced the peak battle of that year again, his fighting power was out of control, and he became unconscious and unable to recognize people. Fu Yixue looked up at Zhou Qiafeng in confusion. What should I do now? Zhou Qiafeng told her, "Calm down, you must calm down, Yixue, you must calm down. All of us are being held back. Wu Yu has no more cards, but Chu Cixie still has a trump card in his hand that is holding everyone's throat. For so many years, no one knows what his strength is. Now Jiang Cheng is running wild. Wu Yu has to coordinate the overall situation, and in terms of profound strength, only you have the strength to fight. If you mess up, the situation we have managed to stabilize with great difficulty will fall apart." Chapter 411. After all, he was a junior whom he had not seen for many years, so Chu Cixie relaxed his expression a little. "Yang, the last time I saw you was 18 years ago." Fu Yang had long lost his physical body, leaving only a trace of sword intent in the world. But his voice was clearly audible to everyone present. "Yes, I haven't seen Elder Chu since the Doomsday." The two paused at the same time, as if they were immersed in the memories of the past. Seeing that all the chess pieces were counterattacking, Wang Guohua was anxious. "Elder Chu, business is more important." Chu Cixie laughed softly. "That's right, the past is just a memory. Yang, if you are still here when I have time, I will definitely go to you to reminisce about the past." Seeing Chu Cixie turning around and leaving, Shen Ke and Fu Yanqi looked at each other, and both of them were about to move at the same time. Wang Guohua threatened, "Think about it carefully. If you attack old Chu now, what about the children? Wu Yu, Shen Ke, beat him to death." As long as Chusia doesn't say anything, he dare not touch those children. Finally he can take action. If Wu Yu hadn't been coaxing him to hold back, he would have wanted to beat these two old guys to death. Shinkei left no room for maneuver, drew out Long Yuan, activated the injury-free stunt, and launched a full-strength attack directly at Wang Guohua, directly shattering the communicator in his hand. Wang Guohua's combat power was enough to kill Chen Ming in seconds, much stronger than Baihu. It was easy to imagine that the person who could keep Chu Cixi by his side at the last moment was mainly for the purpose of dealing with Jiang Cheng and Shinkei, and must be a very strong person in single combat. Sure enough, Wang Guohua's expected situation of being killed in seconds did not happen. Although he had a bit of difficulty in receiving this move, he still managed to hold on, and turn over and kick Shinkei directly. Shinkei's body was so agile that he dodged easily. Wang Guohua drew his sword and rushed forward. The two of them fought with swords and sabers in an instant, which was dazzling. Faced with Wang Guohua's presumptuous decision, Chu Cixi was obviously unprepared. Wu Yu smiled. You are very dissatisfied with him, right? You don't like such people who have only force but no brains. If you have a choice, you will not bring him with you. Obviously, Shin Qingxi, Li Ren, Wu Xiuli, they are the ones you chose. They are brave and resourceful, they can keep their composure, and they are ruthless to themselves and others. Unfortunately you chose them, but they never chose you. You have been suppressing the development line here. Uncle Zhou is not strong enough, and is suppressed by the Royal Court and the Alliance Council. Aunt Fu has a demon in her heart, and the Hua and Shen families are jointly sniping her. My father will lose control as long as it concerns my mother. You quickly let the Li family rise up, and compete with the Jiang family. Once the fight starts, no matter how many people there are, defeat is inevitable sooner or later. At that time, everyone was fighting on the front line, only you went to the Jiang family like a rat in a stinky ditch to steal me away. You are the only one who can do all this without anyone knowing, Chu Cixi. Wu Yu took out the communicator. When the person on the other end of the communicator appeared, Chu Ci's eyes flashed with surprise. Weapon Spirit Man Li Feng. Li Feng, old man, long time no see, it's time to avenge my master's murder. The surprise faded, and Chu Ci's eyes were filled with the deepest arrogance. It's just a Weapon Spirit Man with low combat power. He looked down on it back then, and he still looks down on it now. Wu Yu suddenly raised the corner of his mouth. You may not realize that I still have many cards in my hand that are beyond your expectations. Chu Cixi guessed that Wu Yu would go through Zhou Qianfeng and Fu Yixue to find the hermits after the peak battle that year, but strangely, these people have been missing and no one knows where they are gathering. He can get all the news in the first time from the group that Wu Yu and his friends created, but the group talks about useless things all day long, and there is no valuable clue at all, and these hermits have never joined the group. Wu Yu took out Chu Cixia's communicator, and called up the S4 season group to aim at him. Chu Cixia suddenly saw that new people began to join the group. The screen refreshed quickly, and even Chu Cixia, who held the trump card, gradually became impatient. He sneered, Wu Yu, these people are useless. Even if there are another 100, it can't change the overall situation. Wu Yu asked back, really? Then do you know where they are now? When Li Feng's perspective turned and suddenly passed the icon of the future creature, Chu Cixia's expression suddenly paused. This time, he finally breathed disorderly. Wu Yu's face hung a sinister smile. Your people may go to guard against the fighters wearing the Qian combat uniform, the armed forces of the Jiang family, and the guards of the Taoist Secretariat of the Taoist sect. But how can they screen whether those aunties dancing in the square, the leisurely old men setting up stalls on the street, and the old men with white hair doing morning exercises in the community are hermits with abilities? Even if it is you, Chu Cixia, the peak battle was so large that a lot of information was lost after the war. You are busy being a villain behind everyone. How can you remember clearly every hermit who does not seek fame and fortune, but you can't, someone can. For faith, for justice, for gratitude, and to protect your son, you are willing to seek the skin of a tiger. The person you don't even take seriously, at the most critical moment, unexpectedly, slaps you hard, making you fail and be infamous forever. Sister Chun, is this the original formula of DX001 antidote you mentioned? Yes, let's go back immediately. Wu Yu smiled. The poison and antidote that could be made 15 years ago, the Alliance's level is developing rapidly with each passing day. Today, the research and development barriers have been completely broken, and even the evolution of new species can be cracked within 48 hours, let alone a mere fox fairy antidote. Chu Cixia's forehead veins were throbbing violently. He gritted his teeth. Even if you know the principle of making the antidote, you can't make the fox fairy antidote. Wu Yu pretended to be surprised. Is that so? Why? Chu Cixia sneered. Are you trying to trick me? Do you think I'm a fool? Wu Yu nodded with a look of sudden enlightenment. So you're not stupid? I thought you didn't know that the final reward for Shinkei and I in the Fox Fairy Dungeon was the nine-tailed demon fox item? 2 nine-tailed foxes merged, and then fed with a large amount of crystal resources, combined with the soul-calling power of my Lu Clan spirit contractor. Do you think it is possible to summon the Fox Fairy and ask him to help me cut some slices for research, with the raw material formula, Fox Fairy DNA, and my blood as the key to open the gene lock, at the current speed of mass production of the Alliance's scientific research? Wu Yu glanced at the communicator in his hand, looked up, and showed Chu Cixia his first sincere smile. 15 hours, just about done. I really want to thank Mr. Chu for being willing to chat with me in this corner for so long and helping me by precious time. And you have to work hard to gather all the infected people together, saving me the trouble of looking for people everywhere. Finally, Wu Yu's face suddenly darkened. Chu Cixia, I'm sorry to inform you that the Dungeon of the God-Making Project you game over. Chapter 412. Chu Cixia hadn't moved yet. Hearing Wu Yu's words, Wang Guohua's will collapse first. He found the gap where he showed his flaws, and Shinkei didn't give him any chance to react. He directly activated Long Yuan's ultimate move and chopped Wang Guohua into pieces. Wu Yu, you should find some corpse powder to break him up quickly. Chu Cixia's foundation is too deep. No one knows what he is capable of. Shinkei, okay. Shinkei moved quickly, and Wang Guohua's body disappeared in the blink of an eye. When we wanted to grab Wang Guohua's soul and crush it, this time, Chu Cixia finally moved. He was one step faster than Wu Yu, and firmly grabbed Wang Guohua's soul, and absorbed it without hesitation. Seeing this scene, everyone present looked extremely ugly. Sure enough, this old guy still has a bottom line. Chu Cixia was indeed controlled by Wu Yu's words for a few seconds, but he quickly reacted. The Fox Fairy antidote is not as easy to make as you said, and it is still unknown whether you can summon the Fox Fairy. Moreover, given the current situation, it is impossible for him to release the Fox Fairy into the human world. He wants to take advantage of this time when Lu Ling is out of ammunition and food to defeat her in one fell swoop, and send her to the final layer of the 8 cold hells, which will be split like the Great Lotus Hell, and there will be no chance of recovery. Wu Yu, all you just said was a lie to me. I personally participated in the entire DX001 research and development and antidote production process, and I know very well what a long and difficult research and development process this is. You want to stabilize me, take the opportunity to get rid of me, and then slowly take action against those children. You can always find a way to deal with them. I won't give you this chance. Shinkei quickly returned to Wu Yu. He could feel that Wu Yu was about to reach her limit, just as Chu Cixia said. This matter did involve the Order Realm. Once Wu Yu's mother was involved, her heart was also in turmoil. Shinkei, Wu Yu, you must calm down now. He was just stopped by you, which means that the method of making the Fox Fairy antidote you mentioned is feasible. Wu Yu, it is feasible, but I found it too late. He is going to use this card now. Before we can make the antidote, these people will rush forward to block our artillery fire from the opposite side. Shinkei, but we are clearly fighting against bone monsters. Why would a person risk his own life to protect a different species? Wu Yu, because, if a person's children become a different species, they will naturally become the same species. Chu Cixia sneered. He found something very interesting. Wu Yu, Jiang Cheng's weakness is Lu Ling, and your weakness is indeed Lu Ling. Love is not that important to you at all, you are just acting for me. Shinkei, are you willing to be used by her? She has been using you from the beginning to push you to take the lead. She has dragged down the entire Qi that you have worked so hard to build, and she helped you to have the artifact all for the purpose of making you her knife and helping her. She is calculating you every step of the way. For her mother, she can push you to death without hesitation. Even so, you still want to help her? With your current strength, status, and appearance, what kind of woman can you not find? Shinkei was very serious. I just like her to treat me like this. The more she treats me like this, the more it shows that she loves me very much. She has a strong sense of boundaries. Generally, she doesn't use people easily. She thinks that using people is owing favors. Otherwise, why does she only use me and not others? The more she uses me, and the more she gets entangled with me, the more she can only be with me for the rest of her life. I wish she could use me. I was willing to bring Qi Yan into the game. I begged her to bring me. It would be best if she only used me for the rest of her life to prove that I was the most valuable to her. What does other women have to do with me? I only want my wife. Don't try to sow discord between us. My wife loves me very much. and Wu Yu didn't push him to death every time. She was obviously the first to bear the brunt of it, and seek death first, and then it was his turn. The shocking dog-licking love-brained speech made even Chu Xixia's face blank for a few seconds. Fu Yanqi, who was listening to it, couldn't help but applaud. Great, feeling the impact of the mental wave up close, I feel that my soul has been reshaped. Fu Yang. Where did the Lu family dig out so many loyal dogs? Each one is more outrageous than the other. Chu Xixia's expression was extremely gloomy. You are more disgusting than those idiots. Wu Yu, he broke the defense. You are much better than his mental pollution. Shinkei, but I am speaking the truth. Wu Yu couldn't help but curl the corners of her mouth. She was now some distance away from Shinkei, otherwise she really wanted to kiss Shinkei this time. Shinkei, go back and close the door. I take off my clothes. You can kiss me however you want. You can kiss me wherever you want. Wu Yu lowered her eyebrows and blushed. The emotionally stable crazy puppy was stable in a crazy state. Wu Yu was actually calmed down by him. Chu Xixia's anger was getting higher and higher. He took out the communicator and gave orders directly. Chu Xixia looked at Wu Yu with cold eyes. It's time to end it. Wu Yu, you should go to where you should go. I have prepared a place for you for 15 years. Wu Yu shrugged. You don't need to urge me, I will go there by myself. The place where you held those pregnant women hostage is under the formation you made with the Wu clan and the Hua family in combination with the Heavenly Master, right? You really didn't think about becoming a god. Becoming a god is so boring. You cut off all emotions and love, have no desires and no demands, and love the world. You obviously want to create a god, take away all the magic power of the god, and then sit firmly on the throne of the human god, right? So does the person in the Order realm know the cake you painted for him? Chu Xiexia didn't intend to waste any more time. He had had enough of such tricks. Chu Xiexia directly attacked Wu Yu. After continuous tempering of the powerful skills, he could achieve physical and magic double kills like Jiang Cheng. He is not only a master who has gathered all the masters of the past, the ancestor of Xianin, but also the most powerful individual warrior at that time. Even Shinkei was shocked by the palm wind mixed with Xuanli that burst out instantly. Wu Yu? Chu Xiaxia's action was so fast that Wu Yu couldn't react at all. Just when his palm wind was about to touch Wu Yu, a huge evil energy bomb exploded in front of him, and Chu Xiexia had to avoid it. Wu Yu turned around suddenly. Evil energy bomb, it was her father. Jiang Cheng flashed like the wind, and faced Chu Xiexia at the same time as Shinkei, controlling his body from both sides to prevent him from grabbing Wu Yu. Fu Yanqi hurriedly said, Wu Yu, hurry up and leave. As long as you are here, they will have to take you into consideration when they fight. Go find those children. Wu Yu nodded yes. After confirming that Wu Yu and Lu Li had left safely, Fu Yanqi was about to join the battle with the demon-breaking Sanchuan sword. Although there were two top fighters in the world, Shinkei and Jiang Cheng, Chu Xixia's Tianshi skills were so superb that they almost killed each other several times in a row. Even if the strongest fighting power could not fall on the opponent, it would be in vain. There must be someone who can crack the mysterious art to join the battle to turn the tide. Otherwise, once Chu Xixia was out of control, it would really be the whole human race waiting for him to be destroyed. Chapter 413. Wu Yu just ran out of the corridor and saw Fu Yixue coming towards her. When they passed by, she grabbed Fu Yixue fiercely. Aunt Fu, so many people fought in the peak battle that year, and it was never for the sake of making the survivors feel guilty. If death becomes a relief and living becomes a sin, then sacrifice will completely lose its meaning. Fu Yixue slowly drew out the blood sword. Yeah, go and do your thing, don't worry about me. Wu Yu must not let Fu Yixue go in before she has thought it through, otherwise with Chu Xixia's ability, she will definitely be possessed by the devil immediately. Zhou Qianfeng stepped forward quickly. Yeah, you and Lu Li go, leave this to us, don't worry, Yixue knows what's going on. Without time to waste, Wu Yu nodded heavily and left for the final hostage location. Fu Yixue turned to look at Zhou Qianfeng. Do I look unreliable? Zhou Qianfeng nodded yes. Fu Yixue rolled his eyes speechlessly at the sky. I can't let that old man Chu Xixia look down on me. Isn't the origin of the Heavenly Master still the Taoist sect? Today I must see who the father is. Before Fu Yixue walked in, Zhou Qianfeng suddenly grabbed her. Zhou Qianfeng was over 40 years old, but still as charming as he was in his youth. When he was young, he was handsome and had clear features. Now that he has been in power for many years, he is even more unfathomable and gentle. I shouldn't ask you about this at this time, but I have to rush to meet with you. Fu Yixue, you asked the elder to send 4 letters at that time, and the last one was to the spirit of the weapon, Li Feng, right? I know that before the end of the world, You had an ambiguous relationship. What about now? What did you say to him in that letter? If this battle is not overturned in the end, he also wants to be a ghost who knows everything. Fu Yixue was surprised. I told him Wu Yu's identity and asked him to consider joining the secretariat to help Wu Yu. Zhou Qianfeng blinked. That's it? Fu Yixue was puzzled. What else? So many years have passed, and times have changed. His children are so big now. What else can I say? Zhou Qianfeng took a deep breath. In fact, I have been single all these years. Although I used to be a bit of a scumbag, I have changed now. What do you think? Fu Yixue ignored him. Zhou Qianfeng's voice became softer and softer. When they passed by, she suddenly stretched out her hand, passed through his chest, and embraced his arm. Zhou Qianfeng was stunned for a second, and immediately, you are taking advantage of me now. You have to take responsibility. Fu Yixue, wait until I survive. Even she herself didn't know if she could survive this. Zhou Qianfeng watched Fu Yixue leave and breathed a sigh of relief. Then survive. You must survive. When Fu Yixue stepped into the battlefield, Fu Yanqi was thrown away and fell to the ground, spitting out blood. Fu Yixue took the broken sword with Fu Yang's sword intent from him. Yanqi, call me master. Time is running out. I will teach you everything I have learned in my life. Fu Yanqi immediately master. Fu Yixue nodded yes. Fu Yang, senior sister. Fu Yixue's eyebrows softened. Yang, it's been a long time since we last met. Fu Yang, yes, senior sister, you are old. What's wrong with your neck? Why is it so creepy? Fu Yixue. You want to die, right, kid? Fu Yang, I've been dead for a long time. Fu Yixue was about to feel sad. Fu Yang, but my mouth cannon will live forever. I was so young when I died. I will always be 24, and I will always be a young boy. What happened to you just now? I was just about to fight a combo with you, but you ran away first. Fu Yixue raised the broken sword without hesitation. The sword intent was born, and the sword intent flowing with a strong breath made the whole sword reproduce the murderous aura of the past. From the moment Fu Yang appeared, Fu Yixue felt that her heart, which had been stagnant for many years and full of desolation, finally beat. Yang, Yixue, the sun finally shines into her heart covered by ice and frost. As soon as Fu Yixue joined the battle, the situation changed suddenly. Shen Ke, who was suppressed by Chu Ci's mysterious method, finally hit Chu Ci head-on with his fists. But Jiang Cheng had not yet fully recovered from his rampage. Thinking that Chu Ci was about to hurt Wu Yu, his eyes were full of black air, and he kept hitting Chu Ci's body with his anger ball. Kill him! Kill him! Fu Yixue frowned. Shen Ke, hurry up. If Jiang Cheng continues to run wild like this, he will also have problems. Shen Ke also wanted to hurry up. Wu Yu left alone. In addition, Wu Yu had concealed the sharing of mental power from him before, and had not released the private mental power to him until now. Shen Ke was panicking. Chu Ci had kept one backup plan after another. The Fox Fairy virus issue had not been resolved, and now Wu Yu's mother from the Order Realm had come out to cause trouble. If this continued, Wu Yu's emotional disorder and inertial thinking would relapse, and something serious might happen. For a moment, the three people here were in their own situations, and they were actually suppressed by Chu Ci alone. After Shen Ke was almost hit by Jiang Cheng's anger again, he was kicked away by Chu Cixia. Chu Cixia, Yixue, I didn't expect that you have made some progress in these years. I am impressed. Shen Ke was extremely irritable. He was really impressed. They were just like Calabash brothers saving their grandfather. This old guy started to talk nonsense while fighting. Damn, he has a dirty mind. If Fu Yixue's Taoism is not stable, they will all die if they continue to waste time like this. Fu Yang, who is one with the sword, feels that Fu Yixue will subconsciously attack unsteadily whenever she faces Chu Cixia head-on. Shen Ke always has no place to use his strength. Jiang Cheng's breath is getting more and more chaotic, and he can't distinguish between enemies and friends. If Fu Yixue gets into trouble, there will be a bloody collapse. Suddenly, three invisible sword intentions merged silently into the eyebrows of the three people, and the three people hesitated for a second at the same time. Chu Cixia was immersing in brainwashing. Yixue, I know you have worked hard these years. Now that Yang's soul has been formed and his consciousness has been born, how can you bear to let him possess this broken sword? In these years, you have not allowed the children you adopted to call you master. Are you trying to leave this title to Yang and keep it in mind? I can help you. You have seen that I can absorb the souls of the dead. With my skills, one day, I can let Yang stand in front of you alive again. Fu Yixue's breathing became heavier. Just when her inner demon was about to come out, Fu Yang suddenly became furious. Fu Yixue, you woman. You will take advantage of me even if I die. I am obviously your junior brother. Why are you the great uncle, and I am the master? We are of different generations. You think of me as your son, right? Fu Yixue suddenly felt guilty for a second, and her inner demon disappeared. She argued, of course not, I left it all for Yaya. Fu Yanqi began to fight with Fu Yang. No, uncle, master said that Wu Yu has a more important inheritance. Master never thought of letting Wu Yu inherit the Taoism. Fu Yang sneered, sure enough, we grew up wearing the same pants, and I still don't know you, a woman. You are just like this. Fu Yixue's little feelings all flew away. What kind of person am I? You are rebellious, right, Fu Yang? How can you talk to me? As soon as Chu Cixia came up, Fu Yixue kicked him in the chest with a rage, and stabbed him in the chest with the sword. Fu Yixue was so angry that he took his anger out on others. Old man, I told you not to be so blind. If you didn't say anything about my junior brother, he is a dead man, what would he know? I stab you to death, just like the old lady at the entrance of the village. You tell everything and can't tell good words from bad. Fu Yang, even if I'm dead, I have the right to know. Fu Yixue, you have a right to know, you don't deserve it. The two quarreled so loudly, regardless of the occasion, that when Chu Cixi was distracted by Shen Ke and Jiang Cheng's attack, he was stabbed directly in the heart by Fu Yixue's broken sword. Originally, with his strength, a broken sword could not hurt him at all. But when he noticed that the broken sword was flowing with endless Taoist power, Chu Cixia's face suddenly changed, and his eyes were full of horror. Fu Yixue bumped fists with Jiang Cheng and Shen Ke at the same time. You two lickers, your acting is good. Chu Cixia looked up in disbelief, and felt that the Tianshi true energy that had been passed down in his body for thousands of years was rapidly fading away. He was aging rapidly at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. Until his skin was wrinkled, full of gullies, and his whole body was shriveled and withered, Chu Cixia looked up in disbelief. What on earth is going on? Chapter 414. Fu Yixue waved to Fu Yanqi. Come here, Yanqi, it's time for you to show off. Fu Yanqi walked over quickly, and took the broken sword that symbolized the inheritance of Taoism from Fu Yixue's hand. Fu Yanqi, since the power of the Tianshi lineage can be passed down from generation to generation, why can't the combat power of the Xianen boss who died in the peak battle be passed down in the same way? The Tianshi descendant can only pass on the power of 100 people for 100 generations, but this sword intent contains the power, and will of more than 500 Taoist bosses. Do you think that what has been nurtured in the Taoist sword tomb for 15 years is just a hint of sword intent? That is the seed sown by all the predecessors for the Taoist sect. Do you understand? This is the real seed. After the Jiang family's careful care and cultivation, it finally took root and sprouted. What is piercing your heart now is not only my uncle Fu Yang, but the punishment of the entire Taoist sect for you, a traitor. No one wants your ability. It's really disgusting. Go to hell. Chu Ci, rest. Fu Yanqi suddenly pulled out the broken sword, and countless sword intentions flew out from Chu Cixia's broken heart, constantly cutting his exposed skin, draining all his blood, and slicing him into mud. Finally, 10,000 swords were fired at the same time, hitting his spiritual power core, and 10,000 swords pierced his heart. His spiritual power core was completely shattered, and the wrong souls and evil spirits that were absorbed and overflowed were instantly torn and destroyed, leaving no possibility of survival. At the same time, 10,000 swords returned to their origin, gathered on the broken sword and merged into Fu Yanqi's heart. From then on, the sword heart was formed. Fu Yanqi, as the recognized leader of the Taoist sect, inherited the supreme sword intent and aspired to be the first person in the Taoist sect. Fu Yanqi felt the supreme sword intent surging around his body, and he had endless power. He didn't even need to draw his sword. Wherever his eyes and fingertips pointed, the sword intent was there. If Fu Yanqi's original mystical arts were impeccable, his biggest flaw was his weakness in hard combat. Now, the future of the Taoist sect is indestructible. Chu Ci's oil ran out, and the lamp withered, dissipating between heaven and earth. The creator of gods finally died before the miracle came. All his life's dreams and hopes became regrets forever. This is the greatest punishment for him. Before he died, Chu Cixia let out a final hysterical roar. Even if I can't see it, the person who wins this game must be me. Hearing this, the four people's faces changed drastically, and they immediately rushed to the final place where the hostages were. There, with the order of Chu Cixia before his death, the riot had begun. Zhang Zhe and Charles looked ugly, and had to stop the order to fire artillery. Jiang Yuhua, Li Ran, Shen Qingxi, and Su Mo had gloomy expressions, and had to put down their guns. Richard, Shang Bai and Chuanya had to put down their weapons, and slowly raised their hands. The various guards were pushed back by the crowd, and Baihu, Qinglong and Zhu Ke had difficulty moving forward. All the people standing in front of them were ordinary people in the World City, the survivor base, and even the refugee camp. In order to deal with the Doomsday Dungeon, they were exhausted. They had been working hard to live, but in the end, they were swept away by fate. They were looking forward to the arrival of new life, but in the end, their throats were slammed hard. They fell into despair, only hoping for a miracle to come. When Wu stepped into the center of the huge hall of the engagement banquet again, the original newlyweds and guests were gone, and there was only a huge hexagram formation drawn with blood on the ground. Wu, that's all my blood, right? Lu Li nodded. Yes, it was all the blood taken from you back then. Wu, Lu Li, the great elder, was willing to be used in order to see the brilliant inheritance of Xianin. So what are you for? Lu Li, miracle. I want to see a miracle. Wu looked at Lu Li in confusion. Miracle? Lu Li nodded. I don't have any leverage in Chu Xia's hands. I am willing to do things for him. In the Dharma ending age, the gods fell. He said he could create gods to change all living beings. I just want to see the day when a miracle comes. Wu suddenly laughed. Then you are so lucky. I, a cuckold, will be the first to fulfill your wish. Remember to give me a coin, dear. In Lu Li's astonished eyes, she slowly walked towards the center of the hexagram. As soon as Wu stepped into the range of the hexagram, she was controlled and unable to move. An invisible force kept pushing her towards the center of the hexagram. When Lu Li reacted and wanted to pull her, the formation was activated, and everything was beyond redemption. This formation does not require any activation sign at all. No one presses the activation button. Even if Chu Xia dies, as long as Wu walks in, everything will go in the direction he originally planned. Wu looked at Lu Li, mobilized the channels of the secretariat and call everyone here. Lu Li's voice was trembling. Miss Wu, what do you want to do? Wu, it's really hard to convince people if I don't ascend now. After all, I've boasted to Baihu about my awesomeness. Lu Li's face was full of despair, but Wu was very calm. 1. Once the formation starts, it can't be stopped without external force. You can only save me if you call someone. 2. The longer the formation lasts, the more my emotions will be taken away. I will forget about love and break away from the cause and effect of the world. There is no possibility of turning back. 3. I need this formation to save my mother. She is at the end of her rope in the world of order, and is isolated and helpless. 4. My father's power is out of control, and he needs a channel to consume all his anger. 5. With divine power, not only can the Fox Fairy virus problem be solved, but the mental power of all the combatants present can also be turned into SSS+. Wu looked at Lu Li. Do you need me to list a few more? Can you move faster? The first one was her bragging. If Shinkei came, she would never be able to turn into a wishing well cuckold in this life. Lu Li nodded in a panic, slapped himself twice, and immediately began to issue a notice to the entire alliance. Welcome the masses to the central city to watch the miracle coming, and the central city's authority is now fully open. The moment Shinkei saw the news, his expression immediately became extremely gloomy. She is indeed planning this, so she has been hiding it from me. She knows that I will definitely not agree. Fu Yanqi was surprised, but if miracles can really save the world, Wu Yu's mother also stayed behind, didn't she? It seems that there is no disadvantage. Fu Yixue, how is it possible? With the current horror of the apocalypse, the amount of hostility is dozens of times that of the past. She will not have time to control her emotions, and will immediately forget about love and break away from the cause and effect of the world, and she will never be able to turn back. Shinkei looked at Fu Yixue fiercely. What did you say? Jiang Huaiji happened to meet them, and his expression became more serious. It's okay to forget about love and really become a god, but with Wu Yu's physical characteristics that can become a carrier of hostility, if such a large amount of hostility is directly poured in. She might not even have time to become a god, and the whole person will just exploded. Shinkei tried to adjust his breathing and calm himself down. Just when Wu Yu was upset, he could still comfort Wu Yu. But now when the matter directly involves Wu Yu, he exploded. This woman wants to dump him again, like a balloon, and fly to the sky. Chapter 415. Fu Yanqi saw that Shinkei's expression was not right, which was a sign of going crazy. Calm down, maybe Wu Yu has already thought of a way to deal with it. Shinkei shook his head. I know her very well. She will tell you directly if she can think of a way to deal with it. What she doesn't say is something she is not sure about. Jiang Cheng, when the power appears, we will naturally understand how to use it and stop at the last moment. Jiang Huaiji, even if the godhood is stopped halfway, My aunt has been indifferent for a long time. If my uncle hadn't been with her all the time, they would have broken up long ago. Fuishua, now that you mention it, Lu Ling and Jiang Cheng both lost their memories once before because of a disaster, which was really heartbreaking. The two people who were originally in love completely forgot each other. It was not easy to regain their memories, but Lu Ling was emotionally indifferent and could not empathize with human love. It was not easy for the two to restore their relationship, but they were separated again less than 3 years after Ye was born. Jiang Cheng, have you said enough? You don't have to use these words to provoke this kid. It's not that exaggerated. They have ways to control their emotions. Even if their feelings are indifferent, they can always recover as long as they persevere. Shinkei narrowed his eyes dangerously, and suddenly sneered. So what you said to me before about being a lifelong spiritual partner, in fact, you don't want a child at all, and want to be with Wu Yu's mother for the rest of your life. Jiang Cheng firmly denied, don't try to sow discord between me, and you to fight back against me. Shinkei, Dad, you know right? In fact, my mother-in-law has been helping you behind the dungeon, and she has entered Yu's consciousness several times to encourage her at the most critical moment. You give your mother-in-law stars every day. Has she ever entered your consciousness and communicated with you? In order to save Yaya, she has sent out all the ghosts, and she is out of ammunition and food, and is about to be thrown into the 8 cold hells. She will die before you can save her. Everyone present wanted to applaud Shin Quebec. The boy is so bold now, he directly jumped in front of his father-in-law. The anger in Jiang Cheng's eyes was accumulating. Shinkei, even if you try to provoke me in this way, I will not let you ruin what Wu Yu wants to do. Everyone looked at Shinkei and Jiang Cheng in surprise. Fu Yanqi was puzzled. What's going on? Shinkei said directly, Wu Yu and I have achieved the sharing of spiritual power, but she always hides a spiritual power from me. Before, everyone thought that Wu Yu's father had gone berserk, but he appeared middling normal again. Wu Yu asked him to pretend. Because the 3 people who fought against Chu Xia at that time all had weaknesses. My weakness was Wu Yu, and Master Fu was the Taoist sect. He couldn't practice the ruthless way, and now it was his wife who wanted to practice the ruthless way. At the critical moment, the love brain starts to grow a brain. Jiang Huaiji, my uncle's weakness is my aunt. Only by pretending to be crazy can Chu Xia divert his target. Otherwise, this weakness is easy to attack. Shinkei felt that Jiang Cheng had been trying to stop him from leaving. Chu Xia is dead, and now the only person who can ruin the whole plan is him. Damn, he really became the villain boss in Chu Xia's script. Shinkei looked at Fu Yanqi. You and I will join forces, and we will pick all 3 of them. Before Fu Yanqi could speak, Fu Yang, who was attached to the broken sword, started beating drums and gongs. Fight, fight. It's not what we Taoists do to look ahead and behind. Fu Yishua pretended, Yanqi, everything should be based on the overall situation. Damn! You kid actually dared to attack me. Fu Yanqi didn't even move. Fu Yishua looked apologetic. I can't help. I can't beat him now. Jiang Cheng, You're too lazy to at least pull out the sword and pretend, right? Jiang Huaiji suddenly coughed. Uncle, Huaiji was seriously injured in the battle just now. I am afraid it is difficult for him to be your helper. Jiang Cheng watched Jiang Huaiji walk to Shinkei's side. He can't be my helper, but he can be Shinkei's, right? Jiang Huaiji, Uncle, I can guess that you already know all this when you didn't get angry when you told Shinkei that my aunt was in danger. This must be a pie that Wu Yu painted for you. She asked you to make sure that you can save my aunt by opening the godhood. She is sure of your mentality because you saw with your own eyes that my aunt gave up the godhood for you, so you believe that there will be no surprises. The more Shinkei listened to Jiang Huaiji's analysis, the more he gritted his teeth. Jiang Cheng had always said that Wu Yu had a way to control her emotions. She couldn't control it. She had no way. If she knew how to control it, would she still treat him like that in the dressing room before the engagement ceremony? She couldn't bear it now. It was obvious that she wanted him to hold her back with his obsession and love for her at the last minute. Shinkei told everyone present with certainty. Wu Yu couldn't control her emotions. What Master Fu said was very likely true. Once the evil spirit is infused into her, she will completely forget about love and affection. Jiang Cheng slowly opened his eyes, and he frowned suddenly. It's bad. Hurry up. As he said that, he rushed to the banquet hall where the formation was activated. As the formation was activated, Wu Yu, who was located in the center of the formation, rose into the air, and Luli saw the chilling red light in her eyes. That kind of light has completely exceeded the scope of human beings, ignorant and desireless. Without love and affection, it is a god. He actually saw a god miracle. He really saw the miracle of god-making. Wu Yu seemed to be able to hear his inner voice. No, Lu Li, the miracle I want you to see is never this. Lu Li was surprised. What? Wu Yu, go to the central avenue of the central city. That's the miracle I really want you to see, the miracle that truly belongs to mankind. Before Lu Li could react, Wu Yu raised her hand, and he was surprised to find that he was already on the central avenue a few blocks away from the banquet hall. The central avenue, which had been solemn and silent, was now bustling with people. A huge stage was built on the wide and flat central avenue, with countless lights shining on the stage. Even in the daytime, the entire stage was dazzling and glittering. The Desert Rose led by Wu Xioli, and the Qian folk music band led by Chen O were coordinating and debugging the entire venue. Following the crowd, Shishio waved happily Xioli. She immediately called Su Mo and Zhang Fanqi. Come on, you are here to be requisitioned by the organization. Zhang Fanqi saw that the master of the sound control group understood that the alliance wanted to use sound control to stabilize the public's emotions, and immediately stepped forward to prepare with the master. Zhang Fanqi looked at Zhang Mo apologetically. Master, it was my fault for Qian's recruitment before. I didn't consider you. Uncle Gu patted Zhang Fanqi's shoulder fiercely. Silly boy, you are talking about these. Why don't you hurry up and prepare together? Zhang Fanqi nodded heavily yes. Su Mo pointed at himself in surprise. Me? Shishia hung a site staff badge on himself, and gave Su Mo a performance guest badge, and gave Su Mo the program list. Momo baby, it's time for you to really shine. It's a waste of a man to have such a nice voice. You will go up and sing with the sound control team to stabilize the people's hearts. The song will be broadcast to all places where the signal can be received through the entire alliance. The bad guys want to use your ability, so you use your own ability to fight back. Su Mo looked at Shishia in disbelief. Her eyes were red, her nose was sore, and her whole body was shaking. She whispered helplessly, I don't know if I can do it well. Xinqingxi held her shoulders. You can do it, you have always done well. Zixia took over Wu Xioli's work immediately. When Wu Xioli came over with Wu Cheng, she saw that Li Ran's eyes were always on Zixia. Wu Xioli raised her eyebrows and looked at Jiang Yuhua. What's going on? Jiang Yuhua, Li Ran turned against him at the last minute. Zixia was his matchmaker, and unexpectedly helped him save his father at the critical moment. They kissed very passionately, and now Li Ran is completely over it. Wu Xioli, you guys are really relaxed to be able to kiss at this time. Jiang Yuhua, the main point is to never waste time, and enjoy life while you can. Li Ran saw that Wu Xioli and Jiang Yuhua were all leaving. You just let her stay here with Desert Rose? It's too dangerous. Wu Xioli was puzzled. Zixia has always been on her own. She is very strong. Li Ran, she can't beat those bone monsters. Wu Xioli shrugged. If you can't beat them, just run away. It's no big deal. Li Ran's expression paused, and his heartbeat, which had finally slowed down, suddenly became faster again. Yes, if you can't beat them, just run away. Although she is not strong enough, her body is very agile and nimble. She just can't rush over, but she is not unable to escape. She didn't run away, she wanted to help him, she liked him. When Li Ran looked at Zixia again, his eyes seemed to be obsessed. He even relied on his imagination to complete his self-conquest. Chapter 416. As the music started, Su Mo's pure and healing voice spread throughout the area where the Alliance's communication reached. The rioting crowd and the tense confrontation finally showed signs of easing. The military and the escort team regained the initiative and guided and evacuated the crowd. The hostages' families who blocked the bone monster were half believing and half doubting the arrival of the miracle, but they still came to the central city under the guidance of all parties. Xinqingxi stared at Su Mo intently, watching her gradually change from timidity and anxiety to confidence and publicity because of the peaceful atmosphere in the crowd. Jian Suiyu, Wu Yu is worried that the experience of being a chess piece will leave an indelible shadow on everyone, so she arranged a suitable position for everyone so that they can clear the haze and bid farewell to the past. Su Mo's ability has made her need to constantly deal with others. She should have grown up with the stars in her eyes, but now she has doubts about her ability, so will you let her stand here and face herself? Xinqingxi, thank you very much. Thank you for not holding a grudge and letting bygones be bygones. Jian Suiyu handed Xinqingxi an identity card that symbolized the Prince of Wanting. Xinqingxi was surprised. What is this? Jian Suiyu, Xinkei said that he was not interested in the revitalization of the family. He asked you to work hard with guilt and work for the Squire family for the rest of your life. 1.9% of the money you earn will be deposited into his personal account for him to support his wife. Wanting still has many descendants of heroes. Someone should fight for their interests. We can't let Vlad, a rat, spoil the whole pot of porridge, and even the efforts of the heroes in the northern battlefield back then become a stain. Shinjingzi, you are very smart, and you should also want to be with Suimo openly, accept this identity, and realize your ambitions. I am not representing Captain Qian now, but representing the alliance to express gratitude for your efforts. Shinjingzi took the prince's identity card. What about Shinkei? What about his princely identity? Jian Suiyu smiled. The royal court can have 2 princes, right? It's just that now Prince Squire is you, and Shinkei can finally be himself again, Noah. Shinjingzi took the ID card, and finally put aside all his worries. He smiled and looked at Suimo, who was a little uneasy on the stage. Seeing Shinjingzi's smile, Suimo also smiled back. Jian Suiyu looked at Liran, and the expressions of both of them were a little subtle, lover, mistress and cuckold. Jian Suiyu, Yuhua, you should do it. So why did you assign him the task of giving the reward to the cuckold brother? Did you want him to get beaten on purpose? Jiang Yuhua, don't worry, he won't beat you. He's eager to cancel the engagement now. Liran, Miss Jiang, all misunderstandings have been resolved. This engagement is completely voided. I'm sorry that I offended you by suddenly appearing in the bridal shop. Jiang Yuhua, let's not waste any more polite words. Liran, now all the White Tiger troops in the military have been transferred to the west with the succession of the White Tiger, the leader of the alliance. But there are alien beasts invading the west all year round, and the troops cannot be left idle for a day. The alliance formally invites you to the Li family. I hope you can lead the Li family's fighters to guard the west. The west is very difficult, but it is important to experience your ability and will. At that time, the leader of the alliance will leave elite troops to help you get started quickly. Seeing that Li Ran was obviously moved, Jiang Yuhua added, the base of the Desert Rose team is in the west, less than 100 kilometers away from the original White Tiger army camp. Wu Xiuli, speaking of which, Desert Rose has been blessed by the White Tiger army for many years. Xixia has always admired the White Tiger, and her ideal type is also a tough, noble and majestic tough guy. Li Ran immediately said, I have no problem, and the Li family has no problem either. In gratitude to the alliance for not holding us accountable, the Li family will do their best. Everyone looked at each other and understood tacitly. Everything has been dealt with here, and the only problem left is that of Li Ran's sister, Li Han, and the child. Jian Suiyu's relaxed tone became solemn, the original words of the immortal. She, the turtle in the wishing well, has fulfilled her wish. Is it time to pay the coin? Shinjingzi, Li Ran, and Wu Xiuli were all nervous at the same time. What happened? Jian Suiyu gently embraced Jiang Yuhua, who was standing aside. Yuhua, take care of this place, I'll be back soon. Jiang Yuhua and Jian Suiyu looked at each other solemnly. Yes, I will definitely come back. Jian Suiyu looked at the 3 people. Time is tight, he said as he walked. Wu Yu activated the god formation that Chu Xia prepared for her, but she had no way to stop the formation. Shinjingzi was surprised. Even she can't do it? Jian Suiyu, Wu Yu's current plan is to get rid of the god bug, that is, to eliminate the fox fairy virus in the hostage's body when she has the ability, but has not yet cut off her love. At the same time, she also needs her father to open the channel to the Order World, send her ghost spirit, and all the high-level props of the Alliance back to the Order World, and help her mother turn the tables. Wu Xiuli, it's easy to eliminate the virus, but it's not that fast to open the passage to the world of order. Jian Suiyu nodded. That's right, everyone, you are all SSS-level fighters, and we need you to help delay time. Before Wu Yu finishes everything she needs to do, we must not let too much hostility enter her body. Shinjingzi had a bad feeling. If we all go to Wu Yu, then won't the central city be in the vacuum state that Wu Yu was stolen by Chu Xia before? Will someone take the opportunity to cause trouble? Jian Suiyu smiled. Don't worry, Wu Yu has already thought of this. There will be high-level people from Qian in the central city, and they will never give anyone any chance to take advantage of it. As soon as the voice fell, a brilliant fire suddenly lit up in the direction of the central street of the central city behind them. Wu Xiuli was surprised. Is that iron flowers? Jian Suiyu nodded. Yes, it is an ancient Chinese intangible cultural heritage that has been lost for many years. The iron block is melted into molten iron at 1,700 degrees Celsius in advance, and then it is thrown into the sky. The molten iron was completely broken up, forming iron trees and silver flowers in the air. These were all hermits, who had participated in the peak battle. They were summoned by the Jiang family, in the name of Wu Yu's mother, and came spontaneously. The inheritance and unremitting efforts of 2 generations, The fire left by Lu Ling in the past were carefully cared for by the Jiang family. The offspring they nurtured together suddenly hit the vast sky. The sparks of the falling meteors finally set the prairie on fire. A cloud-piercing arrow, thousands of troops came to meet. This time, they will definitely see the true victory of mankind. Chapter 417. Just as Shen Ke and his companions entered the engagement banquet, Jian Suiyu and his companions arrived. They all met at the door of the engagement banquet hall, and were all dumbfounded by the scene before them. Shen Qingxi. I thought Chu Xi's rest was successful, but I didn't expect the miracle to be so incredible. Jian Suiyu, it's because he saw it with his own eyes that he is so persistent and obsessed. Everyone looked at the thousands of children born on the scene, and they were all confused. What on earth is going on? Wu Yu blinked. Didn't Chu Xia want to inject the children with the fox fairy virus? Then I will not only get rid of all the fox fairy viruses and make these children healthy. I will also make them all mentally tough, indestructible, grow up safely, and become the pillars of the next generation of the alliance. Fu Yanqi has never seen this child in his life. To be honest, he feels that he has never seen one in his previous life. Fu Yanqi, but you let them give birth now? How did you give birth? Why do these people look rosy and don't look like they are postpartum at all? What did you do? Wu Yu, speed up the normal growth rate by 400,000 times, just like the growth bonus of growing vegetables, so that the child can grow quickly. Continuously inject divine power into the mother to balance their supply and demand, improve the physical fitness of the mother and the child, and give them the power to protect themselves and the child. When they are born, repair their bodies immediately and restore them to their best condition. Very rigorous. All of them are elements that have appeared before. Any questions? Fu Yanqi looked haggard, although, isn't it a bit too exaggerated? Wu Yu smiled bitterly. I can't help it. The first wave of anger instantly broke my seal. If I don't use up all my abilities, I won't be able to bear it, and will ascend directly. Jian Suiyu, the end of science is theology. I'm not lying to you. What are you going to do next? Wu Yu, erase and modify their memories, rationalize the birth of the child with scientific reasons, and let them return to their families. As he said that, Wu Yu really started to operate. Li Ren's eyes swept over his sister, and he couldn't help asking, will there be any side effects if the child is born so soon? Wu Yu thought for a while, maybe he will be very powerful. It's better to enroll him in more classes, and squeeze out all the value. Li Ren, In other words, there are no other side effects except being awesome. Damn, awesome, God. No wonder Chu Xia is so persistent. Awesome, really awesome. When Shen Ke heard that Wu Yu could also erase and modify memories, his head was jumping. That's right. Even Chu Xia can do deep hypnosis to modify memory. Since Wu Yu is a god and can do such an outrageous thing as giving birth to a 1-month-old child immediately, there's nothing wrong with modifying memory. Shen Ke lowered his voice. She doesn't want the hostages to know these things, and she doesn't want us to know either. Everyone looked at Shen Ke in surprise, and realized at the same time, that's right, since she can erase the hostages' memories, she can also erase theirs. Now the Fox Fairy virus crisis and the human crisis have been completely resolved, only. Wu Yu looked at Jiang Cheng. Dad, open the door to the Order Realm right now. I want to send all the ghosts and props given by my mother to her. The performances on the Central Avenue of the Central City are all warm-up shows. The real highlight is about to begin. We have to hurry up. Hearing this, Jiang Cheng immediately took action. He pulled out a huge evil bomb from his chest and blasted it towards the sky. The military had already removed the sky barrier over the entire world city in advance. The evil bomb passed through the sky and reached another dimension, the Order Realm. As the gate to the Order Realm opened, countless battleships suddenly passed over the sky of the Central City. These battleships flew in various formations in the air like a military parade, and a long red ribbon was drawn in the air where the battleships flew. At the same time, the deafening sound of salute sounded, and the lively atmosphere like the National Day gradually pushed the program on Central Avenue to a climax. Jiachen, who had not appeared for a long time, wore a brocade cassock made of gold thread, and the hook of the cassock was made of top-grade jadeite. The compassionate Buddha eyes sat alone in the center of the stage. He did not carry any weapons, and his always irritable face was like a quiet mountain at this moment. The quiet Sanskrit sound slowly sounded. Jiachen did not open his mouth, but everyone present could hear him silently chanting the Pure Heart Mantra. The Pure Heart Mantra calmed the restless hearts of everyone present, and at the same time, everyone was surprised to find that as the Sanskrit sound spread to the land of China, countless golden light points gathered on the golden Buddha statues that Jiachen had built after 15 years. 15 years of asceticism, never slackened, never gave up the pious faith in Buddha. These golden light points became more and more, and gathered in the air, forming a huge light circle. When people looked up at the sky, they were surprised to find that the sky had suddenly changed and a huge black vortex appeared in the sky, just like the terrorist invasion that year. "Here they come! They are here again!" I said. "This is a scam. This is a scam. There is no salvation. Humanity is doomed to be destroyed. This is not a holy monk, he is a demon monk. He is the ghost he summoned, kill him!" People's hearts were floating, the crowd was moving, and the people's hearts, which had finally stabilized, were on the verge of collapse as the gate to the Order realm slowly opened. Desert rose, blazing flame, and the Secretariat tried their best to maintain order, but the crazy crowd kept rushing up, and the situation became more and more intense. Watching all this, Lu Li's eyes flashed with darkness. People's hearts are always like this, and the world is not worth saving. Wait. Look, it's a child. How come there are so many children in the Alliance all of a sudden? Everyone looked at them in surprise. The sudden appearance of the children made everyone present change color instantly. Lu Li turned his head in surprise, and saw that the thousands of hostages who were supposed to be at the engagement banquet actually appeared in the central avenue in unison. Not only that, they all held a child in their hands. Everyone was caught off guard by this incredible scene, except Jietchen, who remained seated without the slightest hesitation. The appearance of the child was like a shot of adrenaline that shot into everyone's heart. The more they hit the bottom, the more they rebounded. The originally sparse golden light spots suddenly surged into the sky like a tide. Lu Li, everyone is good and evil. If you get more good, you will become good. If you get more evil, you will naturally become evil. As for those ungrateful wolves, who can never be tamed, they are not within the scope of human investigation. Wu Yu's voice suddenly sounded in Lu Li's ears, and Lu Li finally realized that it was Wu Yu who was eliminating his inner demons. As the golden ball of light in the sky grew larger and larger, the gate to the world of order finally slowly opened. Everyone looked up at the sky and clearly saw a thick, substantial black gas that covered the sky and the sun, which heavily hit the entire ball of light that symbolized human faith, as if it was going to slap the other side hard, and slammed it into the passage to the world of order. Chunya received the communication from Wu Yu, and she immediately winked at Suimo, who immediately picked up the microphone. "I believe everyone has suffered from the horror dungeon every half a month for a long time. In order to further promote the reconstruction of the Alliance to restart the end of the world, the Alliance decided to officially launch the first step of the horror end of the world counterattack. Use the will of mankind to attack the world of order and disperse the evil spirits that have been accumulated in the world of order for a long time. Really start from the source, fight the terror of the apocalypse, and clear the ghosts from the human world. So everyone, no matter what kind of beliefs you have, as long as we have the same will to survive, we are all contributing to this battle. Humans want hope, so she gives hope. The greater the hope, the greater the willpower, and the more fierce the blow will be." As a golden ball of light that was even stronger than before gathered in the air, Wu Yu suddenly pulled it into the channel of the Order realm again. Just when everyone was looking up at the sky with great interest and sharing the miracle, Shinkei could clearly feel that in the part of his and Wu Yu's spiritual power, Wu Yu's emotions were getting weaker and weaker, so weak that he could no longer feel any love from Wu Yu. Chapter 418. Shinkei, we can't let her continue. He suddenly pulled out Long Yuan and threw it to Jiang Huaiji, and raised the sea god trident and jumped into the formation without hesitation. Wu Xioli suddenly stopped in front of him. What she wanted to do is not yet completed. Wu Yu asked me to lead the Wu clan to open the ancient Wu clan's forbidden land overnight. Amma and Wu Chung are preparing for the summoning ceremony of the gods. She wants to send all the divine power to the Order realm, so that her mother's crisis can be completely resolved. Shinkei, these are all her speculations. No one knows what is happening in the Order realm now, and her human emotions are almost gone. If this continues, she will leave completely. Wu Xioli's expression changed instantly. She didn't say that. Shinkei sneered. If she had said that, you would have had some worries. Wu Yu, Shinkei. Feeling the spiritual call that had been stagnant for a long time without a response, Shinkei suddenly turned his head and looked at Wu Yu in the center of the formation. Wu Yu, Shinkei, I will release all my mental power to you now. Wu Yu, you can think about what happened in the dressing room today now. Shinkei was so angry that he laughed. He gritted his teeth. Shinkei, you are about to ascend to the ruthless way. How can I still think about those things? Wu Yu, then you can see for yourself when I started to like you. What have I done to be with you and hold you tightly? Shinkei, I can no longer control this situation. Now, the only variable is you. This time it's your turn to save me. You must hold me tightly, okay? I don't want to become a god. I don't want to ascend, and I don't want to die. I just want to live, save my mother, and then be with you forever. As Wu Yu's mental power was completely open to him, Shin-Kei finally knew what parts Wu Yu had concealed before. Wu Yu concealed all her psychological activities from the first meeting to now, and she only revealed the parts that she had said to let him know. Wu Yu had always said that she had a crush on him because of his initiative during the world boss battle, but that was not the case. Not at all. The memory was rewinding rapidly in Shin-Kei's mind at 100 times the speed of a revolving lantern, until it was completely fixed on the first time they met in the plot dungeon. Wu Yu's eyes swept across his messy silver-white hair and light green eyes, and she heard him say to her, "Hello, are you my neighbor who raises chickens? Was all this your idea just now?" Following Wu Yu's sound, her heartbeat quickened. Dong dong, dong dong. So when they first met, Wu Yu kept staring at him. She liked his looks, liked his voice, and had a feeling at first sight. She simply fell in love with him at first sight. Ah! My wife fell in love with him at first sight, and it was obviously my wife who liked him first. Shin-Kei, who just said that he couldn't think of such a thing at this juncture, was so beautiful that he was bubbling. Shin-Kei, why didn't you tell me that you fell in love with me at first sight? Wu Yu, if I told you, I would never tell you in my life unless I had no other choice. As Shin-Kei's love emerged, Wu Yu's actions of fleecing God became much more efficient. She quickly pulled the third and larger golden ball into the passage of the Order Realm. At this point, the power of Jiechen's Buddhism was collected. Jiechen slowly stood up and bowed to everyone. Thank you all for your support and love for Jiechen. Chuanya cued the process from the side. Richard, it's your turn. Shishia sighed. I didn't expect that in this life I would see the Pope and the holy monk come on stage to appeal to believers as if canvassing for votes. Richard heard the word canvassing for votes and looked at Jiechen, who was obviously 10 times stronger after this round. Even when the golden balls gathered at the last moment, even the fighting Buddha worshipped by Jiechen was performing a set of golden hoop sticks in the air to attract believers. The power of faith, isn't it faster than building 88 golden Buddha statues? The god he worships can't be relied on, but he can do it himself. After Richard came on stage, he spread out the Bible, went through the prayer process, and directly drew out the silver sword, and his spiritual power flowed dazzling. The audience was all holding up communicators to take pictures. Both men and women, the world is united. Compared to the solemnity of Jiechen sitting there, it was obvious that the whole style of Richard was a little off. Xiangbai twitched her lips wildly. Chunya, if Richard does something that can't be broadcasted later. Chunya, don't worry about my work. I cut off the live broadcast and benefit the audience. Shishia gave her a thumbs up, her eyes rolling around Richard's collar. Good sisters, share the happiness. Richard instantly put away his sword, slowly pulled open the tie at his collar, and began to unbutton. The audience exploded instantly. The silver wish power that had just been collected was only the second size of Jiechen before. As soon as this button was opened, the silver ball suddenly increased to twice its size. At the same time, Richard felt his mental power soar to SSS. Awesome, this trick really works. Wu Yu drew 2 huge silver wish balls in a row. Incredible. Puzzled, what happened suddenly? She simply brought up the stage interface of the central avenue, and then everyone at the engagement banquet saw that Richard's shirt buttons were all unbuttoned, his muscles were looming, and there were thousands of screams from the audience, and the whole scene was about to get out of control. Everyone present, It turned out to be the power of LSP's faith. What they are doing now is really serious. Why is it that they are always serious for only 3 seconds, and then suddenly change their style? Li Yiran looked at Shishia, who was standing next to Richard, blushing and taking pictures crazily. Haha, you like tough guys. Wu Xioli, Jian Suiyu looked at Jiang Yuhua's blushing face, and the whole person was spinning happily. Haha, the responsibility of the family, the responsibility of the captain of Sirius. Li Yiran no longer felt awkward looking at Jian Suiyu. He felt that this brother was just like him, with a grassland on his head. Shin Qingxi was about to sigh. Fortunately, Suemo is not like this. Suemo went up with the microphone, her eyes flickering, her heart pounding, her heart beating wildly. Sure enough, the look in Sumo's eyes when she first looked at Richard was not right. Shin-Kei, you are looking at me too, right? Wu Yu, I am not, you are still the best looking. Shin-Kei, you are almost crooked, now you open all your mental power to me, and all you can think of is Richard unbuttoning his clothes. Wu Yu simply turned around and looked directly, thanking the male bodhisattva. She was so yellow, and all her 7 emotions and 6 desires came back. Chapter 419. The performance ended, and everyone rushed to the engagement party venue. Under the formation where Wu Yu was, everyone was surprised to find that there was an additional formation stacked. The ancient witch clan had been prepared, and Shangbai, Chuanya, and Zixia hurried over. Shangbai quickly said, "The formation where Wu Yu is located has the origin of the Hua family's imprisonment formation, but it is much more complicated than that. I can't crack it. I can only use Zixia's puppet as a substitute to let Wu Yu temporarily leave that area." Then, the Wu clan activated the ancient formation, and Wu Chung summoned the ancient fierce beast in the center of the formation. In this way, all the evil spirits that were about to enter Wu Yu's body would enter the fierce beasts and quickly develop. These fierce beasts have the power source of the spirit contracting people, and all of them would be sent to the Order Realm to help Wu Yu's mother. The Wu clan used forbidden techniques to summon the gods and create a false god to consume all these mysterious forces. After saying that, the ancient Wu clan monk Bai acted quickly as originally expected. Wu Yu was put down, and finally had a chance to breathe. Without the constant impact of the evil spirit, she must recover her 7 emotions and 6 desires as soon as possible. In short, she took a break during the CD to recover. The sky above the world was becoming increasingly overcast, and after so many rounds of divine power consumption, there was no sign of fading. If the impact continued like this, she would be powerless to resist. Shinkei carried Wu Yu to the lounge on the side. Wu Yu's skin was all broken and cracked due to the impact of the evil spirit, and it was constantly bleeding. Shinkei wanted to bleed her without thinking. Wu Yu stopped him and asked softly, "Do I look scary now?" Shinkei hugged her carefully. "You are not scary at all. You are always the most beautiful." Wu Yu looked at the mirror in the lounge. Her face became gloomy and terrifying because of the constant impact of the hostility. Wu Yu covered her face to prevent Shinkei from kissing her. "Wu Yu, Shinkei, if I... Shinkei pinched her neck and kissed her fiercely. "Shinkei, don't think about these things. No matter what you look like, kiss me quickly. I have been thinking about it for a long time, and have been holding back until now. If time does not allow, I will finish the makeup room business now. How good do you think you looked in the photo I did for you before? I also think you are interesting." Shinkei was obviously worried and angry, but he was very gentle when he kissed her, and the hand that pinched the back of her neck was always soothing her. "Shinkei, relax, baby, relax. The more nervous you are, the more your mind will go blank, and the faster you will withdraw your emotions." Wu Yu reached out and hugged Shinkei. "Wu Yu, I really didn't hide it from you this time. I found out very late, and I have been thinking of a way. Shinkei, I don't want to abandon you. I really want to be with you forever." "Shinkei, I know, my wife." The two of them just hugged each other quietly. The atmosphere was quiet and beautiful. Until, "Shinkei, you really have always wanted to be with me. You want to catch me. You never thought of letting me go. You designed to kill the villain boss, who almost destroyed all mankind, so it was easy to catch me. Wu Yu." She knew that as long as she completely released her mental power, this day will always come. Shinkei let go of Wu Yu and smiled smugly. Wu Yu covered her face. "Don't look at me like that. I look like an old witch now." Shinkei hugged Wu Yu helplessly, and let Wu Yu put her head on his shoulder. "Okay, then let's say this, okay? Wu Yu, if only we could express our feelings earlier. Then maybe we wouldn't have to be so hurried, always on the go, always unable to settle down and stay with each other for a while longer. If we had been braver during the 20 days of establishing the planning area, instead of always avoiding each other subconsciously when we saw each other. If I had come back from the north, I could have opened your heart earlier. Wouldn't we have wasted those 20 days? Wouldn't we have been together earlier and fought side by side?" "Wu Yu, but when you said this, you were clearly thinking. Would it be possible to kiss earlier, sleep in the same bed earlier, and..." Shinkei rubbed his face against Wu Yu's neck and tightened his arms. "It's not a conflict." Wu Yu touched Shinkei's hair. "If this matter is over, it will take at least a year for my father to fully recover and open the door to the world of order next time. Then let's take a good rest for a while, okay? We won't go anywhere, just stay together." "Shinkei, can we do it every day and every moment?" "Wu Yu, of course not. Please be more restrained." Shinkei was not happy. "Why not? I want it. I am young and strong. Why should I be restrained?" Shinkei picked up Wu Yu. "Wife, let's get married after this is over." "Wu Yu, but I plan to get married after rescuing my mother." Shinkei was sulking. He could only rank behind his mother-in-law in this life. Shinkei gritted his teeth. "Okay, then let's have the engagement ceremony." "It doesn't matter. Anyway, my mother-in-law has my father-in-law around her, so she won't compete with him for his wife. Wu Yu put her arms around his neck, and the two of them hugged each other tightly. Shinkei, at that time, I carried you into the treatment cabin in the rainforest and stayed with you until you woke up. You were actually very touched. Wu Yu, well, because besides Aunt Chen, you are the first person who has been with me like this, and I have a good impression of you. Shinkei meant something. You usually don't ask others to go to the dungeon with you, nor do you ask others to train in physical skills, nor do you use others to fly out. Wu Yu covered his mouth. Don't look through my memories again. Shinkei, actually, I've figured it out, Wu Yu. Wu Yu, what? Shinkei, it's not because of your personality that I like you, it's just because you are that kind of person that I think I will like people with that kind of personality. In fact, I like you as a person, as long as it's you, no matter what kind of you are, I like you. Wu Yu, don't do those useless things, just come to me, push me like this, sit on me, and hook my neck. No matter what you want to do to me, I will let you do whatever you want. Wu Yu looked at Shinkei in confusion. What do you mean? Shinkei hugged Wu Yu fiercely, and completely enveloped Wu Yu's mental power with his own mental power. Shinkei, if you can't handle it alone, let's face it together. If my feelings for you are taken away, you can wake him up again, okay? Remember what I told you, don't think about taking it slow, I can't wait, I will never waste a minute with you again, just seduce me, kiss me, sleep with me, understand? I've been in your hands for a long time, and I have no resistance to you at all. Wu Yu really couldn't stand Shinkei talking like this now. How could he think about it all the time and talk about it all the time? It's really embarrassing. Shinkei, I touched your hand in the plot dungeon, and I couldn't help but want to follow you and pay attention to you. In a small dungeon like the sea level, I am willing to spoil you all the time if you have fun. When you held my hand and wanted to take me out of the prison, I felt that my heart was about to jump out of my throat. You shook off my hand, I just wanted to pull you over and kiss you. If there weren't so many people at that time, Wu Yu, you would have sat on me and kept moving around, I would have kissed you to death. Just like now, raise your head, wife. You are so beautiful, you almost fascinated me. Shinkei pinched Wu Yu's neck and kissed her deeply. Shinkei tightly embraced Wu Yu's waist, loosened Wu Yu's neck and slowly moved down, slowly tightened, and then released, repeating continuously. Shinkei's palm was frighteningly hot, and Wu Yu couldn't help but tremble all over when his fingertips touched her. She tightly hooked her arms around Shinkei's neck, and her whole body kept leaning back as Shinkei kissed her. Shinkei's hot palm moved up to support her back, and fell to the zipper behind her dress. There was a slight zipper sound, and Wu Yu felt a chill in her heart. Shinkei lowered his head, and Wu Yu touched his short silver hair emotionally. As her breathing became heavier, Wu Yu felt that the anger that had been easing was coming back to her again. Chapter 420. While Wu Yu was resting, Shang Bai led the Hua family to maintain the formation, and Shi Xia continuously took out new puppets to replace Wu Yu. Wu Shioli put on the witch robe of the witch clan leader, and surrounded by all the wizards, raised the witch staff, and officially started the forbidden technique of the ancient witch clan to summon the gods. Wu Cheng was at the edge of the formation, constantly summoning wild beasts from the ancient times and hell. The moment the beasts were created, they would eat up all the evil spirits rushing towards the puppets. The beasts instantly became huge and followed the passage to the Order Realm to reinforce Lu Ling. If any step in this whole process goes wrong, the whole scam will collapse immediately, and the Heavenly Tao, who has been fooled by humans, will be angry and take Wu Yu away immediately. Even if he can't take her away, he will be completely destroyed. Jiang Huaiji looked at everyone. From now on, we must ensure that everyone in the formation is safe and sound, and we must not let any harm fall on them. At the same time, Baihu led the military to appear. Baihu directly took out the 700,000 SSS level iridium amethysts he had just obtained in the sea mining town, the 80,000 SSS iridium amethysts that the Jiang family took out, and the 300,000 SS diamond crystals. Everyone, it has been confirmed that the Qiling people do have the ability to make goblin props. So it is very likely that the props we have obtained from dungeons over the years are the Luling who is constantly dispersing her own strength to inject her abilities into the props, and give them to the human world, so that humans have more ability to fight back against goblins. Even though she is far away from the yin and yang, after 15 years, she has never stopped this battle for humans. The Alliance has developed to this day, and everyone here is the top fighter of the Alliance. You can already pass the dungeon without relying on props to summon beasts. Strong mental power, advanced weapons, quick thinking and teamwork have become the mainstream of passing dungeons. Here, Baihu has an unwelcome request. I hope you can generously use the iridium amethyst here to feed all your summoned beasts to light up the stars, and then send them back to the Order World, back to their creators, and give back to the spirits. Bai Hu is not talented, but I have your trust. After the war, the forces will be redistributed. Everyone here can make suggestions and criticisms on my shortcomings. The veto power of the Alliance leader's appointment and removal has been in the hands of each of you since I took office. As the Alliance leader, I will be the first to send off my old friend who has been fighting with me for many years. A majestic white tiger slowly walked out of the void. It looked at the white tiger deeply, turned around and ran towards the Order world without hesitation. Following the white tiger, it was the azure dragon and the vermilion bird. Even the black tortoise, which was completely shattered by Shinkei, came back to life after being repaired by Wu Yu and left together. Zhou Qianfeng looked at the 5 great immortals around him and laughed. It seems that the 5 great immortals are also the helper sent by Lu Ling to my side. She really has a clear understanding of my strength. Fox Immortal looked at the other great immortals. We all think that Secretary Zhou can now be completely independent. Huang Daxian laughed. After all, you already have Miaxian by your side, so we can leave with peace of mind. Zhou Qianfeng nodded. Thanks to the help of the 5 great immortals over the years, Qianfeng is deeply grateful and will never forget it. I believe that one day, I will be able to meet the 5 great immortals again. The 5 great immortals bowed. Then we are waiting for that day to come. Lu Li arrived at the engagement party a step later, and watched the 5 great immortals leave. He was shocked beyond words. The 5 great immortals are really great immortals. Zhou Qianfeng, what kind of nonsense literature is this, Lu Li? So miracles are always around you. It just depends on whether you have a pair of eyes to discover them, or whether you are willing to see them. Now, is your inner demon still there? Lu Li shook his head slowly. I have a new inner demon now. I hope Miss Wu Yu can stay no matter what. Zhou Qianfeng laughed. This is not called an inner demon. This is the vision that all of us here are working together to strive for. Seeing that all the warriors present did not hesitate to feed the crystals to the props, and send the props to the Order realm, Lu Li and the people of the Secretariat hurriedly assisted the military in coordinating. Zhou Qianfeng immediately told Fu Yixue beside him, You also saw that the 5 great immortals who protected me are gone. You don't want the Secretary General to be assassinated right after the new alliance is established, right? Fu Yixue ignored him. Lu Li is an SSS-level individual fighter. He just kept hiding. It's enough to protect you. And if you die, Lu Li will take over. Zhou Qianfeng was angry. This woman was really stubborn. She learned it all from Lu Ling. Jian Suiyu lit up all the stars of Xinjin. Xinjin's body suddenly grew in size, and she picked up Jian Suiyu and Jiang Yuhua. Xinjin is leaving. Say goodbye to Aunt Chen and Ye Ye for me. Xinjin wishes the master and sister Yuhua happiness. Jiang Yuhua reluctantly said goodbye to Xinjin and watched Xinjin fly away. Jiang Yuhua whispered, So these high-level props have consciousness. In fact, they are all made by my aunt using the spirit of the Order world and her hostility. Jian Suiyu nodded yes. Jiang Yuhua was about to hug Jian Suiyu, but Jian Suiyu suddenly took a step back. Jiang Yuhua looked at him in surprise. What's wrong? Jian Suiyu smiled. Yuhua, it's over, we need to talk. Now, please maintain a normal colleague relationship with me. Li Ren was so happy to see the two quarreling. Jiang Yuhua was still confused, so he immediately told Jiang Yuhua, Richard was taking off his clothes there, and your reactions on the scene were all broadcast here by the gods. Jiang Yuhua instantly wilted, and she was angry and took her anger out on others, Li Ren. No one will think you are dumb if you don't speak. There were so many people here, Jiang Yuhua didn't dare to do anything to Jian Suiyu, and could only watch him standing far away. The crystals were consumed quickly. Except for the high-level fighters, the Secretariat and the military, all the powerful combat items were sent back to the Order realm. The summoned beasts could not be fed with crystals, so they were all thrown into the formation to eat. The resentment surged to the peak. As the resentment continued to be consumed, the sky that was originally covered by the resentment gradually became thinner, and the obscured moon could be seen faintly. Just when everyone thought that this method was safe, Xixia and Wu Chong, who were closest to the formation, overdrew their mental power at the same time and spit out blood. Seeing that Xixia was the first puppeteer to be angered by the backlash of the heavenly Tao, Li Ren rushed into the formation without hesitation and carried her out. Xixia's face was filled with anger, and she kept spitting blood. It was obvious that she was unable to resist such a domineering and powerful anger when her mental power was overdrawn. Jiang Yuhua, Jiang Qian, and the Jiang family's medical team immediately treated her. Richard hurried forward. Xixia, your current condition cannot be treated by treatment alone. I can restore your mental power immediately through mental power sharing. Xixia's position is crucial and needs to be filled immediately. She nodded directly. Okay. Spiritual sharing. Spiritual sharing? This word doesn't sound right. Liaran was very serious. Richard, you may need to summon God later, and can't be distracted. You give me the method. I have no faith, and am an idle person. Shixia and I share spiritual power. I can concentrate on continuously supplying spiritual power to her. Richard did not doubt him, and at this time, he did not care about the difference between men and women. He told Liaran the method of sharing spiritual power. Liaran directly supported Shixia. Relax, and let my spiritual power go in. Shixia. I don't think I need that much mental power. I can still hold on. What a joke. If Liaran's mental power really came in, wouldn't she let him know everything? Liaran was very serious. I know what you are thinking, but the situation is urgent now. Shixia struggled for 2 seconds, watching the last summoned beast's wave of anger finished, and the puppet in the formation was about to explode. She let out a long breath and looked at Liaran. Come on. Then, the two immediately began to share mental power. Before the puppet exploded, Shixia immediately replaced it with a new puppet that was much larger than the previous one. Chapter 421. Jietchen flew forward and set up the golden bell to help Wuchong block the domineering and powerful evil spirit that rushed towards him. Wuchong had completed all the summons, and all the summoned beasts he could summon were sent to the Order Realm. Because Shixia and Wuchong were overdrawn at the same time, Tian Dao had already realized that something was wrong. Jietchen used his golden body to resist the two evil spirits that attacked them at the same time. Jietchen directly sent Wuchong out of the formation with a palm wind. You kid, I have taught you for so long, this time I finally give you some face. Wuchong cried, I feel like I've been drained. I feel so sad, all his summoned beasts have been sent away, and he can't summon them anymore and can only fight on his own. Jietchen, you should be more careful, and stop letting your mother and Wu Xiaoli worry about you all the time. You want to chase Wu Xiaoli even though you are such a jerk. No wonder she doesn't bother to pay attention to you. Wuchong's expression changed instantly, and Jian Suiyu held his forehead in his hand, Jietchen's mouth. Charles sighed deeply. Even if he becomes a holy monk, his conversation is always like spitting. A huge dark abyss suddenly opened up around Wuchongda, like a sticky abyss swamp, with black gas rolling and surging inside. Every bubble that came out had a pungent smell, and as long as it came into contact with it, it would instantly corrode everything around it. With a shocking roar, everyone was surprised to find that a giant abyss dragon appeared from the dark abyss. Unlike Shinkei's star dragon, this abyss dragon was completely bred by the most extreme evil, and a pair of giant eyes, as big as a cow, stared at everyone with ill intentions, as if it wanted to swallow everyone here into its stomach. As Wuchong looked up at the sky, the abyss dragon rushed into the sky and swallowed all the evil spirits that attacked them. In a moment, the evil spirits in the air were all swallowed up, and the clouds were cleared to see the moon. Everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Zhang Peng opened his mouth in surprise. Is this the ability of Wuchong's new human? Shen Qingxi was not sure. Wuchong is the most successful research result of future creatures, and he has completely obtained the ability of ghosts, but... Shen Qingxi's eyes flashed with hesitation, and then he opened his eyes wide in astonishment. Not good. If the forbidden land of the ancient Wu clan has a way to summon the gods. Could it be that Chu Cixia had already been there, and he also summoned the gods, but the so-called gods were not gods at all, but the abyss dragon summoned by Wuchong now? Jiang Huaiji turned back suddenly. If that's the case, the Wu clan can't summon the gods at all, and there is no fake god to absorb the final evil spirit. Jian Suiyu, and the heavenly Dao should have discovered the trick we are playing. Once he counterattacks fiercely, the consequences will be disastrous. As soon as the voice fell, everyone saw the evil spirit in the air gather again, and at a speed hundreds and thousands of times faster than before, it directly slashed towards the center of the formation without giving everyone any room to react. Shixia's puppet exploded instantly. Shangbai and Chuanya, who were maintaining the formation, were attacked, and the witches on the side were all shaken away. Everyone fell to the ground and spit out blood. Jiang Huaiji took a breath. This time, we are completely discovered. Charles was anxious and jumped. Jietchen, you are the only one who has a mouth. Why are you provoking this kid? Shen Qingxi, as long as we can't summon the gods, we will be exposed sooner or later. The longer the time is, the more disadvantageous it will be for us. Charles, what should we do now? Jietchen stood up suddenly and took out his weapon. Everyone was surprised to find that his weapon had changed from an SS-level Zen staff to an SSS-level golden hoop stick. The moment the golden hoop stick appeared, the golden body of the fighting Buddha behind him that covered the sky and the sun did the same thing as him. Wu Chong was surprised. Wow, bald donkey, you finally got your golden body back. Jie Chen instantly moved everyone out of the formation, and the golden hoop stick hit the ground directly, and the whole person flew into the sky, instantly becoming bigger and swinging the stick to face the angry attack of the heavenly Tao. The golden light and black air suddenly exploded, and it was impossible to tell who won and who lost. Just when everyone's heart was in a knot, another golden light flashed. 2, 3, countless golden lights in the air, as if to cut the whole sky apart. As the evil spirit dissipated, Jie Chen fell back to the ground, and his golden body gradually disintegrated. Jie Chen spat out a mouthful of blood. Sorry, I can only stop here. Charles, look at what you said. You suddenly become a polite person again. Just the dozen or 20 whooshes you just made are enough to kill me 800 times. The puppet failed, and the formation immediately pulled Wu Yu back to the center of the formation. The evil spirit on his head surged, and it was obvious that Tian Dao was angry. Every attack from then on was aimed at taking Wu Yu's life. The people in Qiyan looked at each other. Fu Yanqi directly sacrificed the sword. Richard prayed to summon God. Wu Chong once again summoned the Abyss Dragon, and Jie Chen reshaped his golden body again. The four of them attacked with all their strength, and finally blocked the next round of Tian Dao's attack. As Tian Dao's attacks became more and more intensive, Wu Yu quickly sacrificed all the ghosts, released the props and summoned beasts that had been fed long ago, and released all of them back to the Order Realm, except for the Fox Fairy, who was detained by her for subsequent research needs. Jiang Cheng's fighting power was out of control. He had originally forced the gate of the Order Realm to open. After the continuous high-energy bodies passed through, he could no longer support it. As the last summoned beast left, Jiang Cheng took a deep look at the direction of the Order Realm, just as he was about to close the door. Suddenly, he felt a huge force constantly sending him towards the door. He turned his head and looked at Wu Yu in surprise. What are you going to do? Wu Yu smiled. Dad, you can't always be so obedient and do whatever my mom tells you to do. At that time, you had to stay because of the continuation of the human race, but I think she would be very happy if you could stay with her at this time. Don't worry about how to open the door after you leave. I'm still here, right? Everyone is here. We will definitely find a way. Without waiting for Jiang Cheng to react, Wu Yu said Jiang Cheng directly into the passage to the Order Realm amid the farewell of everyone. At the same time, the passage was completely closed. Although it was inappropriate, all Sirius couldn't help cheering. Great! Finally sent the big devil away. From now on, when there is no tiger in the mountain, the monkey will be the king. Great, really great. After 15 years of separation, we can finally meet again and fight side by side. The final layer of the 8 cold hells is cracked like a big lotus hell. Lu Ling tightened her arms. This damn place is really cold. Seeing that her body was collapsing after only 2 hours, Lu Ling lowered her eyes secretly. What a pity. She will never see the stars he lit in the future. No need to click on the stars anymore. I'm by your side. We never be apart again. Lu Ling looked up in surprise, and when she saw Jiang Cheng appear, she froze in disbelief. Jiang Cheng stepped forward and hugged her, anger gathering in his eyes. He hurt you. Lu Ling, in fact, I've always been the one beating him up all these years. If it weren't for that old Chu Xia attacking Yaya, I wouldn't need you to save me. I could go back by myself. Jiang Cheng hugged Lu Ling tightly in his arms. Let's go back together. Yaya sent back all the props and summoned beasts you released. Lu Ling was nervous. What about Yaya? Jiang Cheng, I believe that this time, we will definitely win. Chapter 422. Everyone looked at the drastic change in the sky, and they were filled with anger. It was obvious that the heavenly Tao did not take them seriously at all. He was bound to take Wu Yu away today. Shinkei's spiritual power completely enveloped Wu Yu's spiritual power. Shinkei, from now on, I will help you deal with the withdrawal of emotions, and you will find a way. Find a way to resolve all this. This finally gave Wu Yu a chance to breathe, and the recovery of her emotions and logical reasoning made her start to think rapidly. Think of a way. There must be a way. The end of science is theology, so when theology has no solution, can we turn to science for help? She looked at Jian Suiyu fiercely. Is there any way to explain all this scientifically? If our own strength is destined to be unable to repel the heavenly Tao, is there any way with modernized militarized weapons? Bai Hu, Zhou Qianfeng, Jian Suiyu, and Jiang Huaiji said at the same time, yes, the barrier above the world city is now fully open, and the closed barrier state can cope with the bombardment of intercontinental missiles. No matter how strong the force of the heavenly Tao is, if it can be resisted by human strength, it will inevitably be defeated by missiles. That is the tenet of ancient China. You cannot become a spirit after the founding of the country. If you must become a spirit, you will be bombed down by artillery. Zhou Qianfeng, close the barrier above the world city immediately. The entire closure time will take 10 minutes. And during these 10 minutes, you cannot be disturbed by external forces. In other words, hold on for the last 10 minutes. The missiles stored in the southeast, northwest, and all directions of the world city by the entire alliance are all in place at the same time, and thousands of artillery fire. Don't worry, if he is the heavenly Tao, the combat power reserve that can destroy the blue star. If the blue star is gone, his heavenly Tao is nothing. Jiang Huaiji, let's serious fight this time. Jiang Huaiji held Long Yuan in his hand, looking at the nebula that kept flickering above Long Yuan, and the evil spirit that was flowing everywhere in the sky, and he suddenly had an idea. Long Yuan, combined with Sirius's astrological formation, and we use evil spirit, maybe we can fight a combination of punches. Use force to fight force, use the power of heaven to fight him. Jiang Yuhua thought quickly, okay brother, I think it can be done. Let's try it. As Sirius quickly set up the formation, the entire sky full of evil spirits flickered with stars through the clouds, and Jiang Huaiji took over Jiang Cheng's Emperor Star, and finally all gathered at the Ziwei Star where Wu Yu was. Sure enough, when the star point connected with the misty moon, the final move that had always been dim suddenly lit up. Jiang Huaiji did not hesitate at all, and shot directly into the air. In an instant, thousands of dragons came from the abyss, and the dragons came to the world, holding pearls in their mouths, attracting thousands of thunders, and going against the sky. Wu Chang's abyss dragon flew directly in the front, leading all the dragons to fly towards the sky. The dragon swallowed all the evil spirits, and at the same time, the barrier above the world city entered the open state. As the evil spirit disappeared, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, the evil spirit disappeared, and the dragon turned around, going against the will of heaven, and was about to rain down thousands of thunderbolts. Everyone's face changed instantly. Baihu, how long will it take to open the barrier? Lu Li, 1.5 minutes. Baihu picked up his weapon directly, opened all lightning rods, and lead the thunderbolts away from the residential area. Baihu army, follow me and fight on the ground. Zhou Qianfeng looked at Lu Li, immediately guide the people and take them to a safe place, especially since there are so many newborns in the alliance, we can't afford to lose. Lu Li, yes. Jian Suiyu looked at Charles, go back and be ready to control the falcon shells at any time. Shangbai, I have informed Uncle Zhou, Chian shells are ready at any time. Jiang Yuhua, Sirius is also in place. Shin Qingxi looked at Su Mo in shadow, let's go and help the secretariat to evacuate the crowd. Wu Xioli took Desert Rose, let's go and evacuate the crowd too. Yes. Shin could feel that the vivid picture in his mind was quickly turning black and white, like an old silent film, which completely became a bubble as time passed. Originally, every scene full of love could not stir up the slightest ripple in his heart. The weight of Wu Yu in his heart was fading quickly, until she became the most familiar stranger. What was more cruel than amnesia was that you still had all the memories of the two of you, and you just knew all the details of their love. You were open to each other, your soul and body were in sync, but you watched yourself and the person you loved drift apart. Despair gradually appeared in his eyes. He didn't want to forget. He didn't want to forget what it felt like to love Wu Yu. He simply couldn't stand it. Even if Wu Yu didn't leave, she would completely forget her love for him. At that time, he wouldn't need any villains, he could kill everyone in the world. He couldn't wait any longer, he couldn't wait even a moment. Shinkei, Wu Yu, I will only give you 7 days at most. In these 7 days, I don't care what means or tricks you use on me, you must make me fall in love with you again. Otherwise, if it takes more than a minute or a second, I will make you pay me back 100 times 1,000 times. Wu Yu, how do I pay you back? Shinkei, pay me back on the bed. If you dare to do nothing, I will wait for me to slowly recover and fall in love with you. When I realize the day, I will make sure that you can never get out of bed again every day and every moment. You can't do anything, Wu Yu. I am the world's villain. You, the savior, just need to take care of me. Without waiting for Wu Yu to react, Shinkei pulled out the trident of Poseidon and sent a message to Zhang Zhe. Shinkei, drive your shuttle directly into the central city. Zhang Zhe, arrive immediately. Shinkei took Zhang Zhe's shuttle and rushed directly to the first landing point of the Sky Thunder. Shinkei, open the hatch right there. Zhang Zhe. Dad, are you going crazy? Shinkei nodded, well, if my wife doesn't love me, I will kill everyone. Zhang Zhe, No wonder, if you say that, it really fits this psychopath's personality. He opened the hatch neatly and said respectfully, Dad, please. Shinkei took out the trident of Poseidon and used the ultimate move, directly causing huge waves in the air. Instantly, all the thunders were connected to the huge waves, and the huge waves rolled, and there were lightning in the water. 10,000 thunderbolts turned into a heavy rain, falling on Shinkei's head, completely submerging him. The thunderbolts instantly rushed through his body, lightning and thunder, and his skin, texture and blood vessels were instantly torn apart by the thunderbolts. The blood of the holy angel continued to repair his body, and the thunderbolt completely tempered his meridians. The thunderbolt dropped by the giant dragon was the best way to reshape his dragon bones. Congratulations on obtaining the SSS level Awakening ability, Thunderbolt LV1. Awakening ability description. Thunderbolt completely intersects with the blood dragon bones, and every normal attack carries Thunderbolt damage. Upgrade Awakening ability, combined with Weapon Ultimate, can be upgraded to Group Attack skill. The thunder dissipated, the barrier of World City was successfully closed. Zhang Zhe immediately operated the shuttle to capture the unconscious Shinkei, and the thruster was completely pulled out to leave the bombing area before the shells fell. The dense artillery fire completely blocked the gathering of evil spirits, and Wu Yu felt that the control of the formation on her was weakened. She and Shinkei's shared mental power were completely disconnected. Instantly, Wu Yu felt a sharp pain in her heart, and the sadness and suffocation that surged like a tide made her emotions that were pulled away completely return to their place. Leaving the formation, unable to wait for the joy and embrace of victory, Wu Yu anxiously asked, "Where did Shinkei go?" "Jian Suiyu, he went to fight the final blow." Wu Yu felt that every breath she took was accompanied by extreme pain. She whispered, "At the last moment, Shinkei used his 7 emotions and 6 desires to be drawn away, which made me think of a way to break the deadlock. Our mental power sharing was disconnected, and he might have completely been drawn away from his emotions." Jian Suiyu looked at Jiang Yue in surprise. Completely being drawn away from his emotions means Shinkei no longer loves Wu Yu. The god tried his best to save everyone, but lost her love. This is the punishment from heaven. After all, she lost so many lives, and all she lost was love. How can it not be a happy ending? Happy ending. Damn it. Volume 2 God Making Plan, End, Volume 3 is about to start. Chapter 423. The God Making Plan has come to an end, but there is still a long way to go to restore the order of the Alliance. There is not a single idle person in the entire Alliance, and everyone is fully scheduled. Except Wu Yu. Grateful for the hard work of the Savior, she officially entered a vacation state, and she would not leave until she could walk out the door hand in hand with Shinkei again. "Wu Yu, I need to find 2 broken leaves and quickly get the Golden River." Zhou Qianfeng, the violent riots are happening everywhere and natural disasters are happening. Don't run around during this period. "Wu Yu, I still need to find the alien beast to find the last key." Zhou Qianfeng, then forget it. The violent riot caused the alien beast, which was already evolving, to evolve again. It's very dangerous outside now. Once we finish the internal work, we will immediately start the work of completely clearing out the alien beasts. "Wu Yu, then I." Zhou Qianfeng TSK. "Wu Yu, shut up." Zhou Qianfeng, only by repairing your relationship with Shinkei can everyone feel at ease. Otherwise, the God-making plan in our hearts has not yet ended. Do you understand? We all feel frustrated. Of course, you can take my words as a moral kidnapping. Wu Yu lowered her head. Zhou Qianfeng patted her head. "Relax, that kid was so bewildered by you before, wouldn't it be easy for you to catch him again?" After treatment by the treatment team and the treatment cabin, Shinkei's amazing recovery ability has been fully restored. Not only recovered, everyone looked at the lightning flashing in his hand, and their expressions were all intriguing. SSS level thunder that restrains all mystical arts, SSS plus top level group attack weapons, plus meridians and dragon bones tempered by thunder. Now it's true that even if Jiang Cheng is here, he can't beat Shinkei. Maybe Shinkei can fight Chu Cixia alone now. In a sense, they just killed a big villain boss, and Wu Yu created another one with his own hands. Zhou Qianfeng and Fu Yixue looked at each other furtively. "Fu Yixue, this kid will not change his mind after forgetting Yaya, right?" Zhou Qianfeng. "He just lost his feelings, not his memory." Fu Yixue, "Losing feelings is more terrible." The filter of Bai Yueguang's halo disappears, and he completely falls into white rice grains. Zhou Qianfeng, "Can you stop creating panic?" Fu Yixue immediately called Shinkei. "Shinkei, everyone is busy here. You can take Wu Yu back to Qian to rest for a while." When Shinkei looked at Wu Yu, his eyes had returned to the alienation and indifference of the first meeting. It was even worse than when Shinkei greeted her for the first time. Now Shinkei was completely official as a prince. "Shinkei, let's go!" Shin-Kei glanced at her and looked away. Wu Yu froze. Wu Yu felt that it would be better if these people didn't assist her. She had her own rhythm. She couldn't stand facing Shin-Kei at this moment. The gap was too big. They were so close an hour ago, but now, they were like strangers. She wanted to run as soon as she couldn't stand it anymore. She couldn't control it. She couldn't move a step when she saw Shin-Kei like this. Her scalp was numb, and her whole body was alarmed. Her mouth was faster than her brain. Wu Yu said, I plan to go back to the Jiang family for a while. Shin-Kei, you go by yourself. Everyone turned to look at her. Shin-Kei nodded, then I go first. He turned around and left. Wu Yu's heart suddenly twitched, and she felt like she couldn't breathe. Everyone's eyes wandered back and forth between the two of them. Oh my god! Now even if Chutzishi wanted to destroy the world, it didn't seem so scary. Chanya walked quickly to Wu Yu's side. What happened between you and Shin-Kei? Wu Yu was disappointed. His feelings for me have been taken away. Chanya was angry. This damn evil thing. Since you can't take it away anyway, can't you just sing a song to let it go? You want to go back to the Jiang family now? You can't go back to the Jiang family. If you leave, you will miss the golden period of repairing your relationship. Is your emotional disorder coming up again? Your previous emotional disorder was cured by Shin-Kei's infinite and tolerant love. Now that his love is gone, you look even worse than before. Chuanya's expression was very serious. She called Jiang Yuhua directly and asked her to put aside the things at hand. Jiang Yuhua listened to Chuanya's description and immediately made a decision. Let's go, I will go back to Qian with you. Before leaving, Jiang Yuhua rolled his eyes and directly pulled Jian Suiyu. Jian Suiyu took back his hand. Hello, colleague, what's the matter? Jiang Yuhua sneered. You kissed and had sex with your colleague, and you gave your colleague a kiss, right, Jian Suiyu? You are quite open-minded. Jian Suiyu suddenly covered Jiang Yuhua's mouth. His ears were a little red, and he smiled helplessly. You are a girl. What kind of words are you saying? Shin-Kei's feelings are gone. Do you want me to go back with you to give you some advice? Jiang Yuhua nodded. Yeah. She leaned close to Jian Suiyu's ear. Besides, the engagement party today is your bride. Don't you want to spend the wedding night with her? Groom, are you not capable? Jian Suiyu laughed. Let's go, wife. 3 people left in a row. Zhou Qiafeng was determined not to let anyone go, so everyone had to say that they would chat in a group if they had anything to do. Just as Shin-Kei got on Zhang Zai's shuttle and was about to take off, Jian Suiyu stopped him. Wait, let's go together. Zhang Zai felt something was wrong when he saw Wu Yu not walking with Shin Quebec. He saw Shin-Kei board the shuttle and go directly to the lounge, and Wu Yu followed him to the lounge, but the two of them obviously did not go to the same lounge, which made him feel even more wrong. He immediately asked Chanya, what's going on? Quickly fill me in on the plot. I don't want to be killed by the big devil because of saying the wrong thing. He saw the big devil walking all the way, with sparks and lightning on his hands, and it was obvious that he had become stronger again. Chanya, Shin-Kei's feelings for Wu Yu were drained by the heavenly Tao. Zhang Zai took a breath. No wonder he was so scary just now. What should we do now? Chanya, we need to help them repair their relationship. Zhang Zai thought back. Why not let Wu Yu play with his life again? Before, Wu Yu was trying to grab the teleportation point, causing the big devil to explode directly. Everyone shook their heads. Wu Yu's current physical condition requires some time to recover. The whole body is constantly hit by the evil spirit, and no matter how good the recovery ability is, it will hurt the foundation. Can't play anymore. If you play again, you will really die. Jiang Yuhua, why not let Meibao push Shin-Kei directly? If you try, the feelings will come out. Chanya shook her head. That's because Shin-Kei loves Wu Yu so much that Wu Yu dared to do that. But now look at Shin-Kei's eyes. Wow, Wu Yu's emotional barriers were directly triggered in the cold winter, and she would never go. The 3 people present looked at Jian Suiyu at the same time. Go and test Shin-Kei's attitude. Jian Suiyu shrugged. It's better not to. Shin-Kei is a rebellious person. The more you want to know, the less he will say. Especially in the relationship between men and women, if Shin-Kei really doesn't love Wu Yu now, then refer to Wang Ting's previous handling method. The more he gets involved, the more he resists. And to be honest, I think with Shin-Kei's persistence in Wu Yu, even if his love is taken away, he should recover soon. It's best to leave it alone and let them deal with it themselves. Jiang Yuhua felt anxious. Leave it alone. Why leave it alone? Yu Yu has been trained. What if it suddenly flows into the market and becomes cheap for others? Chanya, well, Captain Jian, go ask Shin-Kei if he wants to move to the dormitory, so as to retreat and advance. He lives with Wu Yu now. It is highly unlikely that they can live together in their current state. We will definitely come to live with me. Rather than letting Shinkei propose to move out and her to use heart, why not ask him first? Maybe there will be a way to ease the situation. Zhang Zhe gave a thumbs up. It has to be teacher Chunya. Jian Suiyu thought it was okay. Walked to the door of Shinkei's lounge and knocked on the door. Shinkei who? Jian Suiyu me. The moment Shinkei opened the door, Jian Suiyu felt the entire shuttle circuit flash. Seeing that Shinkei was sparking all over, Jian Suiyu said, "What's wrong with you?" Shinkei took a deep breath and tried to keep his emotions from fluctuating. "I suddenly have an awakening ability, but I can't control it well. This thunder has been leaking electricity." Jian Suiyu was sincerely worried. "You won't damage the shuttle, will you? Then all of us will die. If you really can't control it, why don't you jump out of the plane? Shinkei, get out of here, as far away as you can, or I'd be the first to kill you." "Jian Suiyu, I'm here to ask you if you want to move to a new dormitory." Shinkei paused, then nodded slowly. "Okay, I move back to my old dormitory, and you can help me get some clothes to change." Jian Suiyu, who had always thought it was no big deal, couldn't help but feel a little nervous when he heard this. Chapter 424. Jian Suiyu carried the three people's hopeful gazes, and said something that made people feel like they had lost their parents. Shinkei said he wanted to move, and asked me to go, but he didn't go. Chunya covered her head in horror. "Oh my god, what a bad idea I came up with. I want to kill myself." Jiang Yuhua, who would have thought that Shinkei would suddenly stop loving me, let alone Yaya. "I feel the gap is too big to be believed." Jian Suiyu, then I said that I am also a married man, and it must be inconvenient for me to enter a girl's room. If he wants to move, let him go by himself. The three of them gave Jian Suiyu a thumbs up at the same time. "You are the best. This improvisation is absolutely invincible." Jian Suiyu, "So what is your next plan?" Chunya was scared. After all, he is a god who can kill the villain. "We must have confidence in Wu Yu." Jiang Yuhua seconded. "It's quite fun for them to talk back and forth. Don't let us get involved." Zhang Zhe concluded, "Improve your situation. If the shuttle stops and they don't leave, everyone will pretend to be dead. As long as they enter a room, there is always a way to solve it." Jian Suiyu was very happy that everyone finally reached a consensus after making a stupid move. Wu Yu walked into the lounge, took a shower, and lay in the treatment cabin, forcing herself to close her eyes and rest. "Calm down, Wu Yu, you must calm down. You have already killed Chutsishi. Can you still not handle Shinkei?" Shinkei himself said that as long as you walk over and push him onto him. Wu Yu was completely confused. How could she say it was so easy? That was when the two of them had a good relationship, and everything they did was fun. But now look at Shinkei's expressionless face. She was completely scared. She couldn't push him away at all. In the previous plot, she suddenly saw Shinkei's cold look in the middle of the night, and she felt embarrassed even when she walked over to talk to him. In the end, she had bad intentions towards him, otherwise she wouldn't be so guilty. What Shinkei hated most was someone approaching him with love, trying to kidnap him with love. But Shinkei was the one who took the initiative at that time. But now, he only glanced at her from the corner of his eye from beginning to end. She finally knew what Shinkei's attitude towards girls was. Wu Yu sighed. If they were now in a melodramatic drama about a boss, she, the white moonlight, would become white rice, and the real heroine would soon appear in a substitute love affair. You can't force a relationship. It's not easy to force someone you don't love to fall in love with her. She was told to use a method to fall in love with him in 7 days. How could she have such a great ability? She had been in a relationship with many bumps and bumps along the way, and had taken many detours. What's more, love that uses means is mixed with other meanings, and is no longer pure. Thinking that when she returns to the dormitory, Shinkei will have moved in with her, her mind is buzzing. Why not stay at Chunya's place for a night? But Shinkei said that if she does nothing and lets him recover, he will immediately turn into a villain. The light bulb in Wu Yu's mind suddenly lights up. If she sticks her head out, she will do it. Since Shinkei doesn't love her now, she will do it directly. She began to quickly imagine the whole process. Shinkei doesn't love her now, so she will seduce him crazily, and then he will be scared away, and she will never be able to find him. If she can't find anyone, then you can't blame her for not taking action, right? She did the job after the boss assigned her a task, but the boss was not satisfied and ran away without a trace. So you can't blame her for not working, right? The more Wu Yu thought about it, the more she felt that this whole plan was perfect and flawless. The shuttle has arrived at Qian Base. Hearing the shuttle arrive, Wu Yu climbed out of the treatment cabin and opened the door to the lounge. At the same time, Shinkei's door opened, and the two of them paused at the same time. Just as Shinkei was about to speak, Wu Yu showed the momentum they had always been with. Come with me. The majestic look made Shinkei faintly suspicious. Shinkei, what's wrong? Wu Yu looked unfathomable. Why so much talk? Just follow me. While she was still in this momentum, she went through all the procedures in one go. Shinkei followed Wu Yu all the way, and the two of them got on the elevator to the dormitory. Wu Yu stole a glance at Shinkei in the elevator mirror, who was standing there with his eyes lost in thought. Noticing her gaze, Shinkei glanced at her, and Wu Yu immediately retracted her gaze. Don't look at each other. Don't look at each other. You lose your temper immediately if you look at each other. Walking to the dormitory door, Wu Yu brushed open the dormitory door. Shinkei was about to speak, but Wu Yu closed the door with her backhand and directly dragged him into the room. Shinkei looked down at Wu Yu's hand holding his arm, blinked, and his eyes fell on Wu Yu's face intriguingly. Shinkei stopped. Wu Yu paused suddenly. Shinkei raised his hand and asked Wu Yu, "What do you mean?" Wu Yu took a deep breath and turned to look at Shinkei. "Do you know what our relationship is? We are engaged. There is no other meaning. I am just going to do something that engaged couples usually do to you. Don't be surprised. It's all very common." Shinkei lowered his eyes and looked at Wu Yu. "So what do you mean by what engaged couples usually do?" To be honest, Wu Yu was a little scared at this point. Shinkei didn't move at all, just looked at her with his hands in his pockets, and his expression was indifferent from beginning to end. That is, a well-behaved and cheerful little pitiful girl, a rebellious green tea who is irritating, a scoundrel who is a scoundrel, and after criticizing the big devil, he successfully unlocked a new personality, a cool guy. This is really the type that Wu Yu is least good at getting along with. But now, the matter has developed to the point of closing the door. If she doesn't complete the process, she will be introverted for a lifetime for taking the initiative once. Until the big devil recovers, she may never be able to muster up the courage to complete the KPI again. Wu Yu clenched her fists and kept cheering herself up. Looking at Shinkei calmly, usually just hug and kiss. Shinkei recalled, "It seems that I remember more than just these." Wu Yu took a deep breath. "Yes, but considering that you and I are not in good condition now, we should focus on a gradual approach." "Shinkei, then what do you need me to do?" "Wu Yu, I will push you down on the sofa in a while. You should actively cooperate and don't resist." Shinkei nodded. "You can start now." Wu Yu suddenly felt something was wrong. She was about to ask, but when she looked up and saw Shinkei's cold eyes, she backed off again. He doesn't love her now. His eyes weren't like this when he loved her. He was just cooperating with her out of politeness of memory. Why would he obey her if he didn't love her? Why didn't he run away if he didn't love her? He said he didn't want to be close to women, but suddenly a fiancé appeared and he just accepted it. Wu Yu held back her anger and lowered her head to pull Shinkei to the sofa. She raised her hand and pushed him, and Shinkei sat on the sofa directly. Shinkei looked up at her, asking her what she was going to do next. Wu Yu had no plan at all. According to Wu Yu's rehearsal, Shinkei should have run away by now. But he was still sitting here, looking at her. Wu Yu asked Shinkei, "What do you mean now?" Shinkei was confused. "Didn't you ask me to cooperate with you? You said we are an engaged couple, and these things are common." He flipped through his memory. "No problem. They have always done more intimate things than this." "Wu Yu, I asked you to cooperate and you cooperate? Don't you have your own ideas? If you don't like me, why don't you run away? I said we are engaged because we loved each other before. Do you love me now? You are just a scumbag who doesn't take the initiative or refuse." Shinkei, He didn't know what to say, because he really didn't know what he was thinking now. When he left the treatment cabin, his awakening ability was normal. But since he saw Wu Yu, his ability has been running wild, and his whole body is electrified, making it impossible for him to think. He originally wanted to separate for a while to control his abilities, sort out his memories and thoughts before going to find her. But she called him into the house directly, and the whole pace was so fast that he couldn't react at all. Since he followed her, all kinds of memories have been running through his mind, which caught him off guard. Or, when he was with her, he completely lost his subjective initiative, and whatever she said was what she meant. Moreover, he also asked her what she meant. She said that they were an unmarried couple, and this kind of thing was rare. As for what she said about the things that betrothed couples do, he really didn't resist, and could even say that he was looking forward to it. But that doesn't mean he's a scumbag, right? He clearly heard everyone saying that they loved each other very much. She hoped that he and Wu Yu would quickly restore their relationship, and he really was looking forward to her coming to him. Wu Yu was about to get angry when she saw Shinkei's silence, but she suddenly felt that Shinkei's current expression was unexpectedly familiar. Chapter 425. The way Shinkei looked at her now was not as passionate as when he loved her the most, but it was subtly similar to when their relationship was ambiguous, except that his eyes were lighter than then. At that time, Shinkei was clearly staying in the team and refused to leave, but he kept avoiding her, and he couldn't help but secretly look at her. Once she noticed his gaze, he immediately looked away. But Shinkei didn't know that although he looked away, his ears and neck were red, and she could see what he was thinking at a glance. After sharing the mental power, Wu calmly looked through Shinkei's mental activities during that period. As expected, all of them were about wanting to get close to her, hug her, and kiss her. So this person stood there with a serious look on his face, but his mind was full of these random thoughts. This situation became more and more serious after she touched the cat he turned into. The source of this was, she was seriously injured in the final battle of the World Boss Battle, and when Shinkei pulled her out of the zombie pile, there was not a single piece of good meat on her body. Shinkei was afraid that her special recovery ability would be exposed, so the first thing he did on the shuttle was to bleed her. She was completely unconscious at the time, and could not cooperate with Shinkei at all. At this critical moment, he did not care about the difference between men and women, and there was no intention of deliberately taking advantage. Shinkei directly treated her. Although the starting point and intention of Shinkei's treatment were completely different, they ended up in the same place. Shinkei did help her treat her seriously at the beginning, but as her body recovered quickly. Seeing her at that time, he suddenly reacted, his mind was distracted. He was in a hurry to help her put on the combat uniform, but when he touched her, he was at a loss, as if he had been electrocuted. So when they were about to share their mental power, Shinkei was so nervous and guilty, because his ruthless way was completely broken. He already had a good impression of her, and the 3 consecutive near-death bridge effects of Wu Yu were coupled with overly intimate physical contact. As he said, he had bad thoughts about her. When Wu woke up, she was found lying in the treatment cabin intact, and the treatment cabin did not show any abnormality. Even the completely damaged combat uniform was replaced with a brand new one. Even a fool would know that something happened during the time she was unconscious. But at that time, Shinkei was worried, and Wu subconsciously avoided feelings. Both of them pretended to be confused. Wu looked down at Shinkei, and she had slowly calmed down from her restlessness. She had experienced the entire love experience with Shinquebec. She knew very well what Shinkei was like at each stage. She had always controlled the rhythm of their love, so why was she panicking? If Shinkei's feelings for her were also in a state of being there, and not there, she had no need to quickly promote the progress between the two of them. She was no longer in a hurry to die, and no longer in a hurry to help Shinkei complete his regrets like punching a clock. There was plenty of time to take it slowly. In fact, she was quite sorry that they couldn't get along well during that time, and go through the ambiguous and confirmed relationship like normal couples. As for what Shinkei said before, asking her to complete the KPI in 7 days, he didn't take the bait, but he couldn't blame her for not putting the bait. Shinkei glanced at her and looked away guiltily. Will you look down at him? You seem to have something to say to me from the beginning. What do you want to say? Shinkei originally wanted to say that he wanted to move back to his room, but he suddenly felt that Wu Yu's aura had changed. She became very calm and composed, as if the situation was under her control again. Shinkei's eyes happened to fall on the photo of his parents. Shinkei suddenly had a premonition that if he proposed to move out now, he would definitely regret it. This woman in front of him must have a way to make him regret it. Shinkei paused for a second and shook his head. Nothing. Wu went straight to the point. If you feel uncomfortable living in the same room with me, you can move back to your dormitory. The alarm bells in Shinkei's mind began to sound, and she really started. He said cautiously, I can overcome it. Wu advised him, don't force it. Shinkei, I won't force it. Wu shrugged, okay, I'm tired and I want to sleep. You can do as you please. While Shinkei hasn't recovered yet, she can finally have a good rest for a few days. Wu lay on the bed, covered with a quilt, and fell asleep. She had reached her limit. Her mental and physical strength were completely overdrawn. She wanted to sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. As Wu's even breathing came, Shinkei realized that she had fallen into a deep sleep. Shinkei sat on the sofa and listened to her voice. He slowly stood up and walked to Wu's bed, looking down at her. His heartbeat was getting faster and faster. It was a strange but familiar feeling. Shinkei suddenly thought, why did she stop when she had just said that she would do things that engaged couples do with him? Why did her attitude suddenly change? She knew his current state very well. She just needed to spend more time with him, so that his emotions could recover faster. Even if there was no such thing as in the memory, why didn't she hug and kiss him as promised? The following conversation suddenly appeared in Shinkei's mind. You are not allowed to like him. You can't like him first. So it's me you like. Shinkei looked down at himself, now wearing the clothes of a prince, and the emotional state he was showing to the outside world. He suddenly felt subtly unhappy. So Wu Yu felt that he was a prince now, not Captain Chi Yen, so she suddenly stopped. It was just like she treated him like that in the Fox Fairy dungeon before, and she only changed her attitude when he acted like Shinkei. Shinkei felt that he was really crazy. Was he jealous of him? Jealous. Shinkei looked at the ring on his hand. He had no reason to be jealous. Just like she said, they were originally an engaged couple. These things were common. She obviously wanted to continue this relationship. Otherwise she wouldn't have argued with him about whether he loved her or not, and he didn't want to end it. Since she didn't do it to him, why couldn't he do it himself? They were so intimate in the lounge not long ago. Shinkei's mind kept flashing back to the scene in the lounge, and his mind was full of her arousal. She obviously liked it. She said that he was very good in bed, and made her feel very comfortable. She also said that she liked to have close contact with him when she was slightly drunk, which was very comfortable. Shinkei felt his heartbeat was getting faster and faster, and even his breathing was becoming more rapid. Shinkei's eyes fell on the position next to Wu Yu, which was empty, and there was another pillow there, which was his position. Shinkei paused for a second, turned around and walked into the bathroom. Realizing that Shinkei had finally left, Wu Yu opened her eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. The look Shinkei had just given her made her feel so angry and frightened. Even if she didn't open her eyes, she knew from the feeling that he wanted to do something. Wu Yu's brain was really not working anymore. She thought, who cares, let him go. Shinkei had done it before when she was half asleep and half awake. Closing her eyes, Wu Yu fell asleep again. Chapter 426. Wu Yu opened her eyes half asleep and half awake, subconsciously wanting to get into Shinkei's arms, but she instantly regained consciousness when she touched the empty space. Shinkei didn't sleep here, and his feelings really haven't recovered yet. With Shinkei's personality, even if he really wanted to, as long as he hadn't made up his mind, he would not do anything beyond the limit. Then, did Shinkei move away? Wu Yu turned sideways, and found that Shinkei was sleeping on the sofa. She curled her lips, and slowly sat up, walking to the sofa. It was a bit cold at night, so Shinkei was wearing a short-sleeved shirt and sweatpants. She brought a thin blanket. Shinkei was not afraid of the cold at all, but she still wanted to cover him. She just had some impure motives. Although Shinkei would not do anything beyond the boundary, it did not stop her from doing it. Wu Yu covered Shinkei with a thin blanket, squatted down and approached him, looking at Shinkei's face that she liked so much, slowly stretched out her hand and pinched his face. So when looking for a partner, you have to find a good-looking one. When you wake up in the middle of the night, you can't help but want to play with it. When Wu Yu sat up, Shinkei was already awake. Feeling her approach, Shinkei remained calm and pretended to be still asleep. When the blanket covered him, Shinkei almost expected Wu Yu to do something to him. To be honest, Wu Yu just pinched his face, and he was a little disappointed. When Wu Yu let go of his hand and prepared to leave, Shinkei even wanted to open his eyes and grab her. Just when Shinkei was hesitant, he suddenly felt Wu Yu approaching. Wu Yu leaned over, and he could even feel Wu Yu's breath lingering around him. So close. Wu Yu lowered her head and looked at Shinkei, who was pretending to be real with his eyes closed. She would never believe that Shinkei was still awake. He can pretend, right? Wu Yu curled her lips, and suddenly stepped back, turning around and leaving. Shinkei moved instantly. He suddenly stood up and stretched out his hand to grab Wu Yu's wrist, pulling her to him. Wu Yu raised her wrist and asked him, "What do you mean?" Shinkei felt an electric shock when he touched Wu Yu. His awakening ability has been controlled freely, which means that from the beginning, he felt numb all over his body, as if he was electrified because he saw Wu Yu. He said, "You approached me first." Wu Yu looked innocent, "But I didn't do anything." "Shinkei, you covered me with a blanket, and you pinched my face." Wu Yu pretended to be surprised. "So you knew everything? You were pretending to sleep with me?" Shinkei's strength slowly faded, and the force holding Wu Yu loosened. Wu Yu smiled calmly. "You thought I wanted to kiss you, didn't you?" Shinkei let go of her. "I didn't." Wu Yu suddenly moved closer. "But I just want to kiss you." Shinkei turned his face away, and was angrily scolded by Wu Yu. He also had a backbone. Shinkei said reservedly, "I haven't figured out how I feel about you yet. I need some time." Before Shinkei finished speaking, Wu Yu approached directly, knelt on his legs, and in Shinkei's surprised eyes, she hugged his neck and kissed him deeply. "What time is it?" In the middle of the night, a man and a woman alone, blushing and heart-beating, the ambiguous atmosphere is so bad that it is unreasonable not to kiss. At first, Shinkei tried to control his emotions, but Wu Yu knew him too well and didn't give him any chance to react. She grabbed his hand and pulled it directly along the hem of her pajamas. He couldn't resist at all and subconsciously tightened his hand, just like he did in the lounge before. Shinkei's heart was beating fast. He went from passive acceptance at the beginning to actively holding Wu Yu's waist tightly, turning from passive to active and constantly asking for her and deepening kisses one after another. Feeling Wu Yu's breathing become rapid, Shinkei went down along her neck, leading kisses on Wu Yu's neck, and began to unbutton her pajamas. When Shinkei unbuttoned the second button, he felt a chill in his heart. His gaze became deeper and deeper, and his breathing became heavier. Wu Yu suddenly grabbed his hand, and Shinkei looked at her impatiently. "What's wrong? Wu Yu, didn't you say that you haven't figured out your feelings for me yet? I think you really need some time to think about it carefully." Shinkei was confused. "Ah, now?" Wu Yu nodded. "Yes, now. And, obviously your living here has caused trouble to me, and you can see that I am particularly greedy for you. But you don't like me, so what we are doing is wrong and immoral. You should move back to your room immediately." "No, how are they immoral? They are obviously engaged and have exchanged rings, right? And who said he doesn't like her? If he doesn't like her, can he do such a thing with her?" Wu Yu didn't give Shinkei a chance to think. If Shinkei had reacted, he would not have kicked him out of the room. Wu Yu directly pulled Shinkei's hand. It was this hand that had been doing all kinds of things inside her clothes just now. She could even feel the coolness of the ring on it. It was obvious that Shinkei had formed muscle memory. Wu Yu took off her wedding rings. "I think our current situation is awkward. Let's wait until you think it through. Our engagement was just a verbal agreement." Shinkei watched Wu Yu take off her wedding rings and put them all in her pocket. He felt like his brain was exploding. "Do you know that a verbal agreement is also an agreement and has legal effect? And it's awkward? Where is it awkward? It's obviously only him who is embarrassed. She is so relaxed." Wu Yu shrugged. "So what? Is there any witness?" "Shinkei, you and I are." Wu Yu denied. "I don't know. Shinkei, when we got engaged, you gave me Long Yuan." "Damn." Shinkei couldn't help but curse. Long Yuan is now in Jiang Huaiji. Wu Yu smiled slyly. The new alliance has been established, and the laws of the previous dynasty can't control the affairs of today. Wu Yu stood up, pulled Shinkei up, took the few clothes Shinkei had from the cloakroom and stuffed them into his hands, pushing him out of the house. "It's getting late. It's really not appropriate for a man and a woman to be in the same room. Captain, you should also go to bed early." After saying that, he opened the door and pushed Shinkei out directly. Bang. Shut the door, set the room to the highest defense level. Wu Yu curled her lips with satisfaction and went to bed peacefully. KPI? In the monitoring room. Zhang Zhe was shocked to see Shinkei being driven out. He quickly patted Chunya. "Look, the captain was driven out by Wu Yu." Chunya was sleeping in a daze. She asked uncertainly. "The captain was driven out?" Zhang Zhe nodded repeatedly, and the two of them watched Shinkei standing at the door, with a confused look on his face. After a while, he returned to his room alone like an abandoned puppy. Until the corridor was empty again, the two of them couldn't help but sigh at the same time. She is worthy of being a god. Who would have thought that in this situation, she could still take the initiative again? Chapter 427. Shinkei stood there and took deep breaths. Wow, this feeling of being unable to breathe was so familiar. It was this woman who kissed him first, and it was she who took the initiative to grab his hand. Even when they were kissing passionately, it was she who was moving around. Now she is talking about embarrassment. It is inappropriate for a man and a woman to be in the same room? She did it on purpose. She did it all on purpose. The thunder in Shinkei's body kept running back and forth, and he wished he could strike the whole building down. He returned to his room with murderous intent, threw his clothes aside, and was furious. No, he must not let this woman play tricks on him like this. He must get back at her. Today, right now. Just when Shinkei was going crazy, the communication suddenly rang. "Jian Suiyu. The secretariat is too busy, Yu Hua, Chunya and Zhang Zhe, and I have to go back to help. Now you are the only senior member of the team in the base. Keep an eye on the base, and pay attention to enemy attacks." Shinkei, I know. After replying the message, Shinkei's eyes fell on his chat background. Not only the chat background, but also the screensaver of the communicator were all photos of him, and Wu Yu kissing. Shinkei subconsciously opened the photo source of the communicator. The moment he opened it, his pupils slightly widened. Shinkei almost uncontrollably clicked on the most recent photo, zoomed in, looked away, and then turned back silently. Returning to the photo list, all of them were backgrounds of the dressing room. Wu Yu didn't know when she took the photos with his communicator. Shin-Kei kept scrolling and clicking on each photo. His eyes all fell on Wu Yu. If the disappearance of feelings will make memories lose temperature and color, they will only appear in the form of a black and white fragment or even a simple cold text. The most direct way to make these memories warm again is through photos and videos. Switch to the video interface and click on the last video in it. In the video, he was hugging Wu Yu and kissing her. Wu Yu's cheeks were flushed and she blinked at the camera. Noticing Wu Yu's distraction, he obviously increased the intensity of his movements. Wu Yu let out a coquettish low cry and touched his hair to ask him to move more gently. After saying that, she blinked at the camera again, and Shin-Kei could see through the screen that they were having an affair in the air. In the video, he said in a hoarse voice, "Don't film it, what if someone sees it?" Wu Yu put down the communicator, and Shin-Kei couldn't see it next. Before the video ended, Wu Yu's voice came, "No one else, only you can see it." After the video ended, Shin-Kei couldn't help but watch the video again, and his mouth was dry. After drinking a glass of water, Shin-Kei sat on the sofa. His room was designed the same as Wu Yu's, and they had the same sofa. Just now, he was sitting on the sofa and doing the same thing to Wu Yu in the video. And obviously, he was more intimate in the video. Shin-Kei subconsciously looked at his hands, turning them over and over, his eyes passing over his slender fingers. His breathing became heavier. Damn. Did she give him a drug? His mind is full of her now. Seeing the missing ring on his finger, Shin-Kei's eyes suddenly became dangerous. Not long ago, they were so intimate, whether in the dressing room or the lounge, they were obviously in a state of passionate love. His feelings were taken away by the heavens, and he was unaware. Shouldn't she have deepened her relationship with him and accelerated the restoration of their relationship as soon as possible? But what was the first thing she said at that time? She asked him to leave first, saying that she would go back to the Jiang family for a while. In his memory, she clearly said that after this matter was over, she would stay with him and not go anywhere, and would be with him every day and every moment. What was the result? Now she actually kicked him out of their house. How much effort did he have to go through to move in and get a status, surviving a near-death experience for more than 400 episodes? As a result, he lost his fiancé status, his engagement weapon, his ring, and was kicked out. Shin-Kei jumped up. No, absolutely not. After the sea mine town, he would never allow himself to be kicked out of the room by Wu Yu again. He must go back to sleep today. Shin-Kei didn't think twice, and pushed the door open, and walked towards Wu Yu's room. He knocked on the door, but there was no response from inside. He swiped the door card Wu Yu gave him. Ding. Sorry, your door card permission has expired. He swiped the team captain's door card. Ding. Sorry, the room is currently at the highest defense level. The highest defense level, except from the inside and outside, it can't be opened at all. This woman is simply premeditated. Shin-Kei took out the communicator. Shin-Kei, I've thought about it. Let me in, I talk to you in person. Shin-Kei waited for a long time, gritting his teeth, but didn't wait for Wu Yu's reply. Shin-Kei, Wu Yu, do you think I can't open the door if you turn on the highest defense level? Finally, Wu Yu slowly replied to him. Wu Yu, Captain, it's late, go to bed early. Shin-Kei stared at Wu Yu's reply, wishing he could bite her to death. F***K the captain, he's her husband. Shin-Kei, picture.jpg. Shin-Kei, video.mp4. Wu Yu was lying on the bed, drowsy and confused. She was still wondering how Shin-Kei had figured it out all of a sudden. Wasn't it too fast? According to her original plan, it would take at least 2 or 3 days for Shin-Kei to come to his senses. As a result, looking at his relentless attitude, it was obvious that if he wasn't allowed to enter the house today, the house would be overturned. She was wondering what went wrong. Seeing the photo sent by Shin-Kei, Wu Yu sat up suddenly. She covered her face with her hands in fear and screamed. Ah! She forgot that she used Shin-Kei's communicator to take photos and videos. There were too many steps in the whole God-making plan. Just one day seemed longer than a year. The things in the dressing room became a distant memory for her. If she had remembered that there were photos and videos earlier, she would not have needed to take action at all. She could have just let Shin-Kei recall them by himself within 3 days. Wu Yu was brainstorming crazily, and Shin-Kei was still sending her photos. She was determined that this matter was not over today. Wu Yu, I'm really tired today. This person is so energetic, she won't be able to rest if she's allowed in. Shin-Kei, if you let me in, I won't do anything. Wu Yu, believed his ghost. It would be better if he didn't mention it. The more he mentioned it, the more obvious it would be. Wu Yu silently tucked his head into the quilt and pretended not to see it. After a while, Shin-Kei, how many days do you want to rest? Wu Yu. 7 days. Shinkei finally knew what it meant to shoot himself in the foot. He gave Wu Yu a deadline of 7 days, and it seemed that this woman really intended to wait for 7 days to fully awaken his feelings. He's setting a deadline. Okay, Shinkei raised his lips. While he still had some sense, and wasn't completely obsessed with this woman, he wanted to see if Wu Yu could really ignore him for 7 days. Shinkei turned around and went back to his room. After waiting for a long time without receiving a letter, it was Wu Yu's turn to be anxious. When her emotions slowly calmed down, Wu Yu raised her lips. Okay, Shinkei just hesitated for so long and didn't confess. This time in the second round, she wanted to see how long Shinkei could hold on. Chapter 428. Wu Yu was in a coma for a whole day and night, until her body gave an alarm of low blood sugar, and she finally woke up slowly. She was awakened by hunger, and she was only one breath away from starving to death. Wu Yu got up from the bed with a weak step, slowly opened the refrigerator, and stared at the food ingredients in the refrigerator. She remembered that the snail girl who could cook was driven away by her. Moreover, the snail girl was angry with her and ignored her completely. She didn't send her a message for a whole day and night. After washing up, Wu Yu floated out like a ghost, preparing to go to the team cafeteria to fill her stomach first. As soon as she opened the door, she suddenly remembered that all the people in Chien had been borrowed recently, especially the capable Annies, each of whom was worth 3 people and had excellent abilities. Standing at the door of the room, Wu Yu thought that starving to death was also a new way for the savior to die. Wu Yu closed the door silently and prepared to rummage through the refrigerator again. Anyway, it would be a good meal if it was cooked and stuffed into her stomach. Before Wu Yu closed the door, Shinkei's door suddenly opened. Smelling the aroma of food wafting from his room, Wu Yu took a deep breath and her soul was drawn away. She looked straight at Shinkei, encouraging him with her eyes. Why don't you invite me to dinner? Shinkei didn't say a word, just leaned against the door and looked at her. The two of them were immediately deadlocked across a clearly divided dormitory corridor, but no one spoke. Wu Yu retracted her gaze and continued to close the door. She could not eat, but her family status must not be unstable. Shinkei couldn't even think about turning things around with this. Seeing that the door was about to be completely closed, Shinkei gritted his teeth and said, "Come and eat." Wu Yu immediately opened the door and walked over. She knew the situation very well, and took the opportunity to get out of the way. People are iron and food is steel, and you must not go against your stomach. Walking in front of Shinkei, Shinkei blocked the door tightly. Wu Yu looked up at him with a smile. "Thank you for your hard work, Captain. Please let me through." She was very kind. Shinkei looked down at her, still without any intention of giving in. Wu Yu saw Shinkei's cold look, and it was obvious that he was waiting for her to speak. She readily agreed. "You said before that you've made up your mind, so tell me now." "Shinkei, I don't want to say it now. I don't think I've made up my mind yet." Finally, he said this as he wished, and turned around with a secret pleasure to let Wu Yu in. Wu Yu, She knew it. If it wasn't for the fact that she had prepared the meal as soon as she woke up, she wouldn't have gotten back at him. It was still the home-cooked dishes that Shinkei usually made for her, and he picked the dishes she liked. As soon as Wu Yu sat down, Shinkei served her rice, and took the boiling fish soup from the pot. Fish soup nourishes the body. Wu Yu watched Shinkei do all these things with a cold face from beginning to end, which was like the literary taste of washing underwear with a cold face. Suddenly, she felt that Shinkei's cold face was really fragrant. Putting the fish soup aside to cool, Shinkei went to sit on the sofa, and made up his mind to ignore her. Wu Yu's eyes turned around the food. Without moving her chopsticks, she walked to Shinkei. Before Shinkei looked up, Wu Yu had already sat on his lap, wrapped her arms around his neck, and was about to kiss him. Shinkei quickly raised his head, and Wu Yu kissed him directly on the neck, and Shinkei's breathing became heavy instantly. Shinkei lowered his head and asked her, "What do you mean now?" Wu Yu didn't say anything, and moved closer to kiss him on the mouth. When the distance between the two was so close that they could touch each other with just one move of their mouths, seeing that Wu Yu was hesitant to move, Shinkei finally couldn't help but lean forward, and Wu Yu suddenly stepped back and turned around and ran, returning to the dining table to start eating. Flirting and running away, so happy. Shinkei turned his head from the sofa, and looked at Wu Yu's back fiercely, gritting his teeth and almost mad to death. How could there be such an irritating person? Wu Yu turned her head and looked at him innocently. "Captain, have you eaten?" Shinkei sneered. "I don't need to eat. I'd be full if I eat Northwest Wind." "Eat, eat, eat." She's so angry. Wu Yu waved at him. "Come and eat with me." Shinkei said coldly, "No need, we're just average." Wu Yu narrowed her eyes dangerously. "Are you interested in her?" Putting down the bowl, Wu Yu walked back to Shinkei. This time, Shinkei prepared himself mentally. No matter what beauty tricks this woman used on him, he would never be fooled again. Just as Wu Yu was about to approach him, Shinkei reached out his hand to stop her. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't always come up and touch me. Wu Yu lowered her head. Do you think I'm very casual? Shinkei, He didn't dare to respond casually. His entire memory bank was full of new words. And if he didn't respond properly, something bad would happen. Wu Yu looked up at him, her eyes a little red. You clearly said it yourself. As long as I come over and kiss you, you will listen to me in everything. That's right. You even forgot your love for me. So these words of love naturally lost all their meaning. Wu Yu lowered her head. Just think of me as a casual person. Don't worry, I won't treat you like this again. You're right. We don't have a good relationship. There's really no need to eat together. I'm leaving, Captain. I won't come again. After saying that, Wu Yu turned around and left. Shinkei had already panicked because of what she said. He suddenly reached out and grabbed her. He sat directly on the sofa, pulled Wu Yu in front of him, and looked up at her. I never thought you were a casual person. I was wrong. You can do whatever you want. Wu Yu blinked, then come and have dinner with me. Shinkei nodded immediately, okay. After agreeing, he saw Wu Yu trying to smile or not looking sad at all. If he hadn't been holding her back, she would have jumped back to continue eating. Shinkei let out a long sigh, and with his hands, he pulled Wu Yu down on him, holding her waist and about to kiss her. Wu Yu quickly covered her mouth. I've had dinner. Shinkei gritted his teeth in anger. Wu Yu, don't go too far. When she came to kiss him just now, why didn't she remember having dinner? Wu Yu leaned her neck closer. How about you kiss my neck? Shinkei was also a man of integrity. He let go of Wu Yu and walked to the dining table, sitting down to eat without saying a word. Wu Yu felt that it was indeed not good for him to do this. He touched his nose angrily and walked to the dining table, picked up the bowl, and started to eat. For a while, except for the sound of picking up the food and the sound of the bowl and chopsticks touching, no other sound could be heard. While Shinkei was eating, Wu Yu kept looking at him straight. When he looked up, Wu Yu lowered her head and smiled with the corners of her mouth curled. It was the first time Wu Yu saw Shinkei like this, eating with a blank expression, not looking at her no matter what. It was really interesting, and she couldn't help but want to look at her a few more times. When Wu Yu raised her head again, Shinkei put down the bowl and looked at her and grabbed her directly. Shinkei, what are you laughing at? Wu Yu, thinking of you eating in the royal court with a blank expression. When Vlad spoke, you scolded him in your heart. Shinkei turned his head and curled the corners of his mouth, then turned his head again and continued to be expressionless. Wu Yu, are you cursing me in your heart now? Shinkei paused. No. Wu Yu glanced at Shinkei and asked tentatively, what are you thinking about now? Shinkei did not answer. Wu Yu lowered her head in disappointment. Shinkei could not help but glance at her. He was thinking about her, all day and all night. His mind was full of her. Chapter 429. Wu Yu saw Shinkei ignored her, and put down her chopsticks in a sullen manner. Wu Yu, I'm done. Shinkei had a blank expression on his face. Let's go after we're done. Wu Yu was a little unhappy. I accompany you to finish. Shinkei shook his head. No need. Wu Yu glared at him. Try to say it again. Shinkei was really convinced. He flirted with her, but she didn't give it to him. Shinkei lowered his head to eat, and made up his mind to ignore Wu Yu. After both of them finished eating, Shinkei began to clean up the dishes, carrying out his cold-faced literary style to the end. Wu Yu waited for Shinkei to finish washing the dishes, and informed him as a matter of course, I will come to eat every meal from now on. When you are ready, send me a message to call me. Shinkei sneered. This is the first time I see someone who can eat for free so confidently. Wu Yu, I don't eat and drink for free. Shinkei wiped the table and leaned towards the dining table casually. Then please pay the meal fee according to the canteen standard. Wu Yu blinked. You want to charge me? Shinkei nodded. Yes. Someone took away all my real estate and kicked me out. I have to make more money to marry a wife? Wu Yu was a little embarrassed. I didn't take it away, you did it willingly. Shinkei looked at Wu Yu's appearance, turned away, and breathed a sigh of relief. He said, I won't charge you. You can go. If you don't leave, he can't stand it anymore. She doesn't want to do it now, and keeps teasing him like this. He can't stand it anymore. Wu Yu didn't leave. Not only did she not leave, she also walked to Shinkei. Wu Yu looked up at him. I'm really not a freeloader. Shinkei looked down at her, watching Wu Yu staring at him. Shinkei lowered his head and moved closer to Wu Yu. Watching Wu Yu close her eyes, Shinkei raised the corner of his mouth. 3 times is the limit. This has happened several times. He will never be fooled again. Shinkei, you are not a freeloader. If you not only eat and drink for free, but also want to have sex for free, I will not be responsible. Wu Yu, don't dream. I am here. Do whatever you want. Don't expect me to take the initiative. Wu Yu opened her eyes in surprise. The two were very close, just within a few feet, breathing lingeringly. Wu Yu took a step back, and her breath was messed up. Shinkei stood up and looked down at Wu Yu. You said you want to rest for 7 days, so I will let you rest for 7 days. From now until the end of 7 days, I won't touch you with even a finger. If you're done eating, please go ahead. It's not appropriate for a man and a woman to be in the same room together. Shinkei watched Wu Yu run away with a red face, his eyes getting deeper and deeper. Shinkei could see that Wu Yu liked him like this and wanted to flirt with him. No problem, he would just cooperate with him with a cold face. It just so happened that he also felt that their previous progress was too fast and lacked many details of getting along. And he was like this anyway. Vlad made the royal court a mess, and with Shinchingsi stirring up trouble, he felt more unlucky going to work every day than going to the grave, and he wished that everyone in the royal court would die. Every time he was skydiving or alpine skiing, he was thinking about why he hadn't died yet. If Jian Suiyu hadn't said that he would never be able to recruit people for Qian in his lifetime, he wouldn't bother pretending. Looking at Shinchingsi's idiotic look, his face was even stinker than his. Anyone who had been with him knew that he had a terrible temper. He originally thought that Wu Yu liked him to pretend like that, and as long as Wu Yu liked him, he could pretend for the rest of his life. But after sharing his mental power, he actually found that his truest self was what Wu Yu liked the most. But with Wu Yu's personality, if she really saw him like this at the beginning, she would have avoided him as far as she could, no matter how much she liked his face. At that time, they were alone in the dungeon in the middle of the night. She came out of the tent and saw his cold face, and she almost turned around and ran away. When Wu Yu was with him, the captain of Qian, she had always been in control of the whole rhythm of the relationship. But the way she ran away just now was obviously a coward, and she just wanted him to be like this. Even when they confirmed their relationship, he said so much and did so much, but it was only when his true nature was exposed that Wu Yu let go. However, Wu Yu insisted on dragging out the matter that could have been resolved in 1 day to 7 days, so he would charge Wu Yu for the extra 6 days. After 7 days, regardless of whether Wu Yu had enough fun or not, he would take back the S4 and the reward for playing with her. Wu Yu ran back to her room with a red face, covered herself with a quilt, and buried her head in the pillow. She pounded the pillow crazily, and couldn't help but want to scream. Oh my god, if she had known that Shinkei was such a person, she would not have dared to recruit him at all. Godly dish. Shinkei is absolutely her godly dish now. No matter his appearance or personality, he is exactly what she wants. She could easily handle a well-behaved and obedient man, but now, he is so cold and sharp-tongued that he always criticizes people with a blank expression. She is going to lose her skills in a minute. If the full score is 10, she can easily handle 6, 7, and 8, but if it suddenly becomes 100, she will feel that this is a scam. It is completely beyond her psychological expectations. Before, he occasionally got angry and showed this state once, which could make her very fascinated. Now he keeps in this state, and she really can't stand it. She no longer felt that Shinkei was clingy. She missed Shinkei's clingy and obedient appearance, but now it was obvious that Shinkei was not going to pretend with her. He had seen how she liked him since the beginning of the sea mining town. Now he wanted to control her and charm her to death. He wanted Wu Yu to never leave him again. His true nature was completely exposed. Wu Yu was extremely regretful now. She said she would go to dinner with him in the future. If Shinkei continued to be like that, her dominance in this relationship would really be lost. Wu Yu was completely confused. What should she do now? Wu Yu was scared. She pretended to be dead until Shinkei sent her a message again asking her to go to dinner. Shinkei, come to dinner. After a while, there was no reply. Shinkei? Wu Yu, I won't eat anymore. I'm losing weight. Shinkei, you said it yourself. Let me call you for every meal from now on. Wu Yu ignored him. After a while, Shinkei, you don't need to lose weight. You feel uncomfortable to touch now. If you lose more weight, you will be just a skeleton. Fuck the discomfort. Wu Yu was so angry. Haha, he finally told her the truth. What he did to her before was just a pretense, right? Wu Yu jumped up. No, she was the commander of the entire alliance. This time, Shinkei could give her face. Wu Yu looked around the room and saw the photo of Shinkei's parents, which she hadn't taken away yet. Walking in front of the photo, Wu Yu bowed respectfully. I'm sorry, uncle and aunt. It's all because of Shinkei's bad mouth. You can't blame me. Pick up the photo, and Wu Yu opened the door aggressively. Shinkei was standing at her door, catching her off guard. Shinkei couldn't help but want to laugh when he saw her angry face. He pressed his mouth and asked her, "Why am I so mean?" Wu Yu didn't respond to him. She directly stuffed the photo of Shinkei's parents into Shinkei's hand. "You left your parents' photo with me, I give it back to you." The whole set of actions was full of domineering and smooth. Wu Yu gave herself 100 points in her heart, and turned around to go back to the house and slammed the door. Shinkei and his parents looked at each other and thought, "You see, your daughter-in-law is so capable. It's not his fault that he bullied her. She is just too active." Without waiting for Wu Yu to slam the door in front of Shinkei, Shinkei grabbed the door and opened it. Chapter 430. Shinkei walked directly into Wu Yu's room, and put the photo of his parents back to its original position. Wu Yu blinked in disbelief as she watched him do this. No. Why did this guy suddenly become so awesome? If this happened in the past, Shinkei would have been gritting his teeth and getting angry to death, while pretending to be pitiful to her and asking her to coax him. Shinkei walked up to Wu Yu and dragged her away. "Come with me to eat." Wu Yu was dragged for 2 steps, and finally recovered from her confusion. She kept pulling her hands out. "Let me go, I won't go." Shinkei picked her up. Wu Yu wanted to struggle, but she found that Shinkei had no intention of being a gentleman with her. It would be fine if she didn't move, but if she moved again, she would be giving Shinkei an advantage. Wu Yu gritted her teeth. "Shinkei, where are you putting your hands?" Shinkei said slowly, "Is there any need to ask this? Isn't it obvious?" After saying that, Shinkei deliberately put his hands away. Wu Yu was so angry that she kept pushing him away. "You said it hurts your hands, don't touch me." Shinkei chuckled. "Yeah, I like things that hurt my hands." Wu Yu looked up at him. Shinkei lowered his head to coax her. "Don't be angry. You didn't want to come to me. I was teasing you on purpose. It doesn't hurt your hands. It feels so comfortable to touch. After dinner, I take you out to play." Wu Yu's eyes flashed, and she turned away. "I won't go." Shinkei said meaningfully, "Do you have something to do tonight?" Wu Yu nodded. "Yes, I have something to do. I'm very busy." Shinkei, "What are you busy with?" Wu Yu, "It's none of your business." Shinkei, "I'm busy too. Why don't we do it together?" Wu Yu didn't react and looked at Shinkei in confusion. "What?" Shinkei suddenly lowered his head and moved closer to her. "It's more fun to do it together. If you can handle it, I can do it all night." If Wu Yu still doesn't understand what Shinkei means, then she is a fool. Her pupils were flashing violently. No. She couldn't handle Shinkei like this. Shinkei looked at Wu Yu's red cheeks, from ears to neck, all red, with helpless and broken eyes. He couldn't help but slowly tighten his hands, lowered his head, and kissed her in the corridor. Wu Yu turned her face away, trying to hide. Shinkei kissed her face several times. He panted, "Wife, I just kissed you once." Wu Yu said in a muffled voice, "You just said at noon that you wouldn't touch me with a finger within 7 days. Shinkei, well, I won't touch you, but I just kissed you once." Wu Yu finally stopped moving, and Shinkei deepened the kiss, making Wu Yu's cheeks blush. It was agreed to be a kiss, but Shinkei was unwilling to let go after kissing her, and kept asking for kisses, kissing deeply again and again. All men in the world are the same. Kissing alone is impossible. You have to touch each other while kissing. In the end, Wu Yu whispered, "I'm hungry." Shinkei finally let her go. When the two of them sat at the dining table in Shinkei's dormitory again, the whole air was filled with the ambiguity and charm of being slightly drunk. Shinkei was eating with a blank expression. Wu Yu found that he seemed to be in the most relaxed and natural state with a cold face. In the dungeon at that time, when she came out of the tent, he had this expression. "In the world boss battle," he said, "points are not important. Chien has always been the first." It was the same expression. In fact, Shinkei was like this most of the time when he interacted with people, but when she appeared, Shinkei's eyes immediately changed when he looked at her. He pretended to be the most comfortable mode of interaction for her. Because Shinkei had seen her nervous and embarrassed when facing his true state, wanting to escape. Wu Yu simply put down the bowl and stared at Shinkei with her face in her hands. Shinkei paused, put down the bowl and asked her, "What are you looking at?" "Wu Yu, you said before that you hoped I liked you because of your identity as Captain Chien." Shinkei nodded, "Yes." Wu Yu lowered her head, "But actually, when I knew that Captain Chien and Prince Squire were the same person, I was a little happy." As she said that, Wu Yu glanced at Shinkei and lowered her head. She suddenly felt a little guilty, and even felt like she was cheating. No, Wu Yu straightened her back, it was not her fault. Who made Shinkei have so many vests? And she could clearly sense that they both had a familiar aura and behavior, and they looked so similar. Shinkei nodded. I know. When you completely let go of your mental power to me later, I went alone to find the memory of you and my prince together. Wu Yu, eh? I'm convinced. I'm really convinced. It's exactly what this person would do. At the last moment of S4, he was still reminiscing. Shinkei stood up and walked in front of Wu Yu. Why didn't you tell me at the time? Wu Yu, I'm afraid you get jealous. Shinkei turned over Wu Yu's stool and leaned on the table to get closer to her. I won't. If I had known earlier, I would have stopped acting with you. Besides, these are all different sides of me. I hope you like Captain Chi Yin, and I want you to fall in love with my heart first. I can feel your alienation, distance and sense of propriety when dealing with my prince identity. You feel happy, but it's just because the shining points in Captain Chi Yin and the prince that moved you turned out to be the same person. The combination of the two deepens your love and recognition of me. To be honest, Wu Yu finally let go of her inner thoughts to him, which made him feel better than any photos or videos. It was by watching Wu Yu fall in love with him over and over again that he finally withstood the withdrawal of emotions. As soon as Wu Yu raised her head to look at him, Shinkei's kiss fell on her. She covered her mouth to prevent him from kissing her. I just had dinner. Shinkei picked up Princess Wu Yu, lowered his head, and kissed her while walking towards the bathroom. You smell from cooking. You and I will take a bath together, and we will change clothes and go out. Wu Yu covered her face. I don't want to shower with you. Shinkei pushed Wu Yu against the edge of the shower, took off his home t-shirt with one hand, revealing his muscular upper body. Shinkei, we don't always shower together. Wu Yu, but it was different then. You looked very shy then, but your eyes now. In the bathroom mirror, Shinkei looked at her unscrupulously without any disguise. Shinkei laughed softly, because I found that as long as I am shy, you will take the initiative. I like your relaxed state, and I also like you to tease me actively. It's all fun. But Shinkei now feels that it's more fun for him to lead everything, and he has more offensive pleasure when the rhythm is in his hands. Wu Yu is too shy, and she is passive most of the time. If he doesn't take the initiative, Wu Yu has almost no demand for such things, and will not take the initiative to ask for it. She is like punching a clock to advance progress. After completing a task, she completely forgets about it, and starts the next task node. But he is different. Since he started to have sex, it was like opening the door to a new world. He was addicted to Wu Yu. He was excited, obsessed, and thought about her day and night. He was crazy about Wu Yu. He didn't want to wait passively anymore, and he didn't want to pretend anymore. He really liked Wu Yu too much. He wanted to stick with Wu Yu every day. He was crazy about Wu Yu's needs for him, and wanted to have more intimate contact with Wu Yu. He deliberately stayed by Wu Yu's side, invaded her life step by step, and finally succeeded in knocking on her heart and entering her heart. Shinkei's hand went straight to the skirt buttons on Wu Yu's back. Are you going to wear this later? Wu Yu understood what Shinkei meant. She glared at him. Wear it. Shinkei laughed lightly. Okay. He unbuttoned Wu Yu's skirt buttons one by one. Feeling Wu Yu's nervousness, he reached out and pinched Wu Yu's neck, comforting her over and over again like he did in the lounge. Relax, baby. You've been nervous since you saw me like this. Wu Yu didn't look at him. I'm not. Shinkei leaned close to her ear, and his breath hit her earlobe. Wu Yu, if you really want me to do this, you can just come and sleep with me as I said before. Or if you really want to, you can put a hook for me, and I will take it immediately. Now you want to play like this. If I take the initiative, you won't have so much fun. Wu Yu couldn't even lift her head because of what Shinkei said. It wasn't until Shinkei carried her into the bathroom, and heard the sound of water, that she finally reacted. She hadn't planned to take a bath. She was completely led by Shinkei. Shinkei chuckled. We are in a hurry now. If you are not satisfied, you can come back and use the bathtub in your room. You can take as long as you want. You can do anything you want to me. Shinkei looked at Wu Yu, who was red all over because of what he said. She couldn't even lift her head. He curled his lips, and his eyes became deeper and deeper. Chapter 431. After taking a shower, Shinkei kissed Wu Yu while carrying her out of the bathroom. Wu Yu pushed Shinkei away. Can't you put me down? I can walk by myself. And can you put on your clothes properly? Finally, after giving her a fierce kiss, Shinkei put Wu Yu down and shrugged. This is my room. You have no right to stop me from running naked. Wu Yu, Okay. You are awesome at home. As he said that, Shinkei began to change his clothes, and Wu Yu looked away in panic. They used to be so close. Shinkei used to be embarrassed by her teasing, but now it's completely the opposite. Shinkei put on a black shirt and black trousers, walked up to Wu Yu, looked down at Wu Yu, and said, help me button my shirt. Wu Yu felt that she couldn't do this job. Shinkei's abstinent and cold expression made her hands tremble when he said this. Wu Yu said quickly, "Put it on yourself? I wait outside." Before she could finish, Shinkei had already pulled her hand and put it in front of him. Shinkei grabbed her hand and started buttoning it one by one. He said in a light tone, "Don't be nervous." Wu Yu lowered her head, her ears reddened. "Shinkei, you said you wouldn't touch me at all. What happened now?" She touched everything on her body. If Shinkei didn't really want to take her out, she wouldn't have just taken a shower in the bathroom. "Shinkei, if I didn't say so, why would you come to me?" Wu Yu looked up in surprise. Shinkei held Wu Yu's waist and let her lean towards him. Wu Yu's hands subconsciously supported Shinkei's body, and his open collar showed off his chest, abdominal muscles, and mermaid lines. Wu Yu's breathing became disordered again. When Wu Yu was about to struggle, Shinkei had already let her go and started buttoning his clothes. When buttoning his clothes, Shinkei lowered his head and stared at Wu Yu, his eyes never moving. One by one, he buttoned his clothes until his collar, put on the cuffs, and adjusted his cuffs. "Shinkei, let's go!" Wu Yu blushed and her heart beat fast. This person's eyes are really getting more and more exposed. Wu Yu's eyes fell on the cuffs. Shinkei glanced at her and remained calm. Shinkei asked her, "Where do you want to go?" Wu Yu shook her head. "I don't know either." "Shinkei, let's go. Let's go to the Firefly Forest in the south of World City. This is the time when fireflies are most active." Firefly Forest, Wu Yu is a little excited. When they arrived, they saw fireflies as big as balls because of their anger. The attack strength of each explosion was as strong as a grenade, and they were also fierce and reckless. The two fell silent at the same time. Wu Yu was amazed and couldn't help but applaud. "Wow, it's really lively. It's really an unforgettable experience." Finally, she saw Shinkei get frustrated. Shinkei was choked. Shinkei was really angry. Knowing that this was the thing he came to see, he might as well do it in the bathroom. Wu Yu suppressed the smile at the corner of his mouth. Shinkei gritted his teeth. "Don't laugh." "Wu Yu, oh." He lowered his head and grinned. Shinkei couldn't help but curl his lips. In the end, Shinkei took out his trident and killed all the fireflies that were eyeing them. "Wu Yu, how did you know this place?" "Shinkei, I found it by accident." Wu Yu looked aside. "Have you brought others to see it?" Shinkei pulled Wu Yu in front of him. "Look at me, and I tell you." Wu Yu looked at Shinkei with a twinkling gaze, and before she could answer, Shinkei's kiss had already fallen. He hugged Wu Yu tightly, asking for kisses again and again, not giving Wu Yu any chance to dodge. Unlike the previous cautiousness, now every kiss of Shinkei is urgent and possessive, making Wu Yu's mind blank and her body weak. Wu Yu couldn't stand up because of his kiss. His hot palm supported her back through the thin cloth. Wu Yu leaned against him and let Shinkei do whatever he wanted. His kisses fell densely behind Wu Yu's ears, telling her word by word, "No, only you." "Wu Yu, look at me, you obviously like me like this now." Wu Yu slowly opened her eyes and looked at Shinkei. Her heart was about to jump out. Shinkei's hand fell on her heart, and he laughed softly. "Wu Yu, your heart is beating very fast." Wu Yu wanted to push him away, but Shinkei's voice became hoarse. "Don't move. You took the initiative. Don't blame me for not keeping the promise." Wu Yu had no way to deal with Shinkei. "How did you keep the promise?" Shinkei's eyes were always on Wu Yu's face. She was obviously emotional. He had only seen Wu Yu like this at the end of the incident. But now, even if the process was not romantic, Wu Yu really liked everything he did. So much so that even if he kept pushing her, Wu Yu tacitly accepted it all shyly. If he could see Wu Yu like this more often, Shinkei thought it would be good to take it slow. However, on the return shuttle, Shinkei blocked Wu Yu in the main cockpit. "Shinkei, I'm going to live back today." Wu Yu firmly disagreed. In Shinkei's current state, he could chew her up and eat her directly. Shinkei sneered. "If you don't want me to conquer cities and territories so quickly, just give me some more sweet treats." Wu Yu turned to look at him. She was scared. "Shinkei, sometimes you still have to pretend a little bit." Shinkei pulled her in front of him and shook his head. "Wu Yu, I was afraid that you would run away before, so I kept controlling myself not to scare you. Now that you are not afraid at all, and even like you, why should I continue to pretend?" "Wu Yu, no, actually I am scared. I dare not even look at you." "Shinkei, you're not afraid? You're afraid that I can do whatever you want if you like to slip too much." Wu Yu looked up in surprise. Shinkei directly pushed Wu Yu against the side of the driving platform and leaned over to kiss her, tightening his hands through her skirt and leaning in. Shinkei's strong momentum made Wu Yu have nowhere to escape, completely wrapped her, and dense and hot kisses fell on her like a torrential rain. Wu Yu was overwhelmed by the extreme experience. Her hand fell weakly on Shinkei's arm, and she subconsciously grabbed his sleeve. Shinkei laughed. You like this? Wu Yu retracted her hand. I don't. Shinkei grabbed Wu Yu's hand and put it back on. You obviously like it. Do I look good wearing it? Wu Yu's face flushed. Shinkei. Shinkei suddenly stood up and began to unbutton his shirt slowly, his eyes fixed on Wu Yu's face from beginning to end. Wu Yu lowered her head and put her hands behind her back to unbutton the skirt that Shinkei had unbuttoned. Shinkei, button it now, I tear it off in a moment. Wu Yu looked at Shinkei, her breathing trembling. Shinkei. Shinkei leaned over again. He grabbed Wu Yu's hand and placed it on his open heart, with the most cold and abstinent expression and tone of the high mountain flower, slowly said the most rogue words. I said, give me some sweetness. Wu Yu, while I am still willing to negotiate with you, you better make a decision quickly. Otherwise, when we get to the base, I will be busy and I won't have time to talk to you. Wu Yu looked at Shinkei with a blushing face. In her flashing eyes, Shinkei curled his lips with satisfaction, and without hesitation, he took her in his arms and reached for the skirt button that had just been fastened. Chapter 432. When the shuttle arrived at the base, Wu Yu's whole body was red, and her neck and collarbone were all kiss marks left by Shinquebec. She turned around and left without even looking back. Shinkei got the advantage and deliberately slowed down to let Wu Yu go. His eyes fell on Wu Yu's red face and turned away. When the elevator door was completely closed and left, Shinkei's mouth corners, which had been suppressed, finally couldn't help but slowly curled up. My mind was full of likes. I like it so much, my brain was dizzy with likes, and my whole body was tingling with tingling. God knows how much willpower he used to stop himself from chasing after her. If he wasn't afraid that Wu Yu's current body couldn't withstand his physical strength, he would never let her go. Wu Yu returned to her room, walked into the bathroom, and took off her skirt. She looked at the mirror, and saw kiss marks all over her body. She covered her face fiercely. Shinkei. This stinky hooligan. What's the difference between this and doing it directly? It's even more unbearable than doing it directly before. The next morning, Wu Yu went to the plantation to pick fresh daisies, and placed them in front of Shinkei's parents' grave. When she turned around, Shinkei was standing behind her. Wu Yu was surprised. You walk without making any sound? Shinkei approached Wu Yu, put his arm around her waist, stroked the back of her head, and kissed her. Wu Yu pushed him away embarrassedly. Your parents are watching. Shinkei picked Wu Yu up with one hand, then let's change places. Back to the room. Just after closing the door, Shinkei held Wu Yu with one hand against the back of the door, leaned forward and kissed her deeply. Wu Yu put her arm around Shinkei's neck, and had to look up because of his kiss. Wu Yu's voice was intermittent. You don't you know how to control yourself? It's early in the morning. Shinkei kissed Wu Yu's earlobe. I asked you to go home and have a peaceful night. That's enough restraint. Wu Yu slept well, but he tossed and turned all night, and was furious. Even if he couldn't do it, he wanted to sleep in the same bed with his wife. When he heard Wu Yu open the door in the morning, he followed her out without thinking. Seeing that Wu Yu was going to pay tribute to his parents early in the morning, he felt elated. Shinkei hugged Wu Yu and sat on the sofa. He held Wu Yu's back and wanted to unzip her skirt. Wu Yu struggled. Shinkei. Shinkei said hoarsely, don't move. If I don't do it, I will. Wu Yu pushed Shinkei away, distanced herself from him, and zipped up Shinkei's half-pulled clothes. One of them stood, and the other sat, watching each other panting slightly. Wu Yu looked stern but was weak inside. If you do this again, I will go back to the Jiang family. Shinkei looked at Wu Yu deeply, then stood up and went to make breakfast. Wu Yu stood there waiting for her emotions to finally calm down, and couldn't help but look at Shinkei. Shinkei had just cooked the porridge, and was frying eggs with his head down. Wu Yu hesitated for a second, wondering if she had overreacted just now. She walked to Shinkei, leaned forward, and put her head close to Shinkei's face. Are you angry? Shinkei used his free hand to gently push Wu Yu's head away. Go to the side, or the oil will splash on you. Wu Yu continued to move closer. Are you really angry? You don't even look at me. Shinkei turned off the fire directly, pulled off his apron, hugged Wu Yu, lowered his head, and began to kiss her. Wu Yu's face flushed from being kissed by Shinkei. She whispered, let me go. Shinkei didn't want to. I wanted to kiss you just now, but you didn't let me. Now you come closer. If I let you go, I'd be a bodhisattva. Wu Yu kept pushing Shinkei, trying to get his hand out. Shinkei was just angry that Wu Yu said he wanted to leave, but now that she came to him, he was ready to get serious. Wu Yu was even in a daze when Shinkei pressed her to the edge of the table. Shinkei's hands were on the table on both sides of her body. Wu Yu had to lean back as he approached her, and Shinkei leaned over. Wu Yu heard his deep breathing. You are not allowed to go back to the Jiang family. You can only be with me, and not go anywhere. Wu Yu's center of gravity was unstable, and she subconsciously hooked Shinkei's neck to stabilize her body. Shinkei held Wu Yu's waist with one hand, letting Wu Yu lean against him tightly, fitting him tightly, airtight. Wu Yu, you wanted to take off my skirt early in the morning, so I said that, I won't leave. Shinkei immediately unzipped Wu Yu's waist. Wu Yu felt Shinkei's hot palm, and the cool touch of his fingertips. Wu Yu's face flushed immediately. Shinkei, you said before that you are not such a lustful person. Shinkei nodded. Yes, if it weren't for you, I could practice the ruthless way for the rest of my life. But who made you ruin my skills? You provoke me, you have to take responsibility. Wu Yu gritted her teeth. It was you who saw me naked first. I didn't even ask you to take responsibility. Shinkei's voice was vague. I will take responsibility. I have always taken responsibility. I begged you to take responsibility. It was obviously you who always wanted to run away. Wu Yu felt wrong. You didn't. You were clearly playing dumb with me at that time. You kept avoiding me at that time, acknowledging that I misunderstood everything. Shinkei, you were the first to get scared. How dare you ask me if I had any feelings for the person you were dating? When the rumor was that someone wanted to poach me, why did you come to me like that? If you didn't want to drag me down, why didn't you just let me go? Shinkei suddenly stopped all his movements. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Wu Yu. You can't leave. You can't go anywhere. I won't let you go. At that time, he was almost going crazy due to his madly growing love, his passionate desire for Wu Yu, and the pull of responsibility. He thought countless times that as long as Wu Yu asked about treatment, he would admit it. He would admit it all. But he waited for so long in the base. They lived face to face, and Wu Yu never mentioned it from beginning to end. Wu Yu and Shinkei looked at each other silently. She turned away, blushed and whispered, I won't leave. Shinkei lowered his head and zipped up Wu Yu's skirt. He took Wu Yu into his arms. It's my fault. Let's take it slowly. I will make up for the missing parts for you. Wu Yu, yeah? Shinkei just hugged her quietly for a while, then turned around and put breakfast in front of her. Wu Yu lowered her head to eat, and couldn't help but curl her lips, revealing pride and joy. Shinkei glanced at her. You're starting to use new tricks to control me, right? Wu Yu looked up, innocently confused. What did you say? Shinkei reached out to touch Wu Yu's ear. Let me see how you got deafness after playing S4. I treat you. Wu Yu smiled and dodged. Shinkei was teasing her at first, and then he touched Wu Yu's earlobe twice, and the action became sticky and wrong again. Wu Yu glanced at him with a twinkling look in his eyes. Shinkei took his hand back, lowered his head, and continued to eat. Wu Yu felt that she was also acting, and if Shinkei was really honest, she would feel a little empty in her heart. She just stared at Shinkei, who was eating slowly, and didn't respond to her. Wu Yu was upset. What? She had clearly said before that as long as she set the hook for him, he would immediately take the bait. Wu Yu informed Shinkei, I'm done eating. Shinkei nodded. Let's go after we're done eating. Wu Yu looked at him. I'm leaving. Shinkei pressed his lips. Let's go. Wu Yu said dangerously, I'm really leaving. Who was it that just hugged her so tightly, almost strangling her to death, and kept saying that she couldn't leave? Shinkei couldn't help but curl his lips. He stretched out his slender fingers and tapped the table from time to time, looking straight at Wu Yu. Wu Yu, if you want to fall in love, I can cooperate with you. You can have any relationship as long as you like. But listen carefully, dating and sleeping together don't interfere with each other, and you are my wife, and we have already slept together. I am letting you go now, because you are not in good health, and I am afraid that I will hurt you. When you are well, no matter what you do to me, it will be useless, understand? Wu Yu stood up suddenly, her face flushed, and turned to leave. Shinkei stood up and grabbed her wrist, and Wu Yu didn't dare to look back. Shinkei's eyes were fixed on her. Baby, if you want, I will give you. Bang! Seeing Wu Yu flushed all over, ran away without saying a word, Shinkei couldn't help but laugh out loud. Chapter 433. Secretariat, Alliance Central City. Zhou Qianfeng, how are Wu Yu and Shinkei? Lu Li, I heard that Miss Wu Yu kicked Shinkei out of the room that night, and they have been alone since then. Miss Yu Hua and Miss Chen Ye's move almost went wrong, and no one dared to make any suggestions. Zhou Qianfeng thought for a moment. Arrange for Wu Yu to go to the institute for a comprehensive physical examination today. Lu Li, yes. Lu Li, Miss Wu Yu, the Secretary General asked me to invite you to a comprehensive physical examination. Wu Yu, okay. Lu Li, how long will it take you to be ready? I will send a shuttle to Qiyin to pick you up. Wu Yu, no need, just send me the location and I will go myself. Lu Li, okay. Wu Yu changed into a light outfit, turned around, opened the door, and headed towards the airport. As soon as Wu Yu opened the door, Shinkei began to look at Wu Yu's figure in the surveillance. At first, he thought Wu Yu was going to the plantation or training room, but when he found out that Wu Yu's destination was the airport, the place where Shinkei was originally was empty. Before Wu Yu reached her own shuttle, Shinkei hugged her from behind. Shinkei leaned close to her ear and asked her, "Where are you going?" Wu Yu pressed the corner of her mouth and pushed Shinkei's hand away. "Uncle Joe asked me to go for a comprehensive physical examination. Shinkei, wait for me for a few minutes. I will release the base monitoring authority, and I will go with you." Shinkei held Wu Yu with one hand, fearing that she would run away, and began to operate the communicator to release the authority. Before releasing the authority, he let go of Wu Yu and stood aside, looking serious as if he was not very familiar with her. Wu Yu looked at his pretentious appearance, and her expression suddenly became subtle. "What do you mean?" Shinkei looked down at her. "You took off my ring and kicked me out of the room, and now we are just an ordinary captain and team member relationship. Besides, my feelings haven't recovered yet, and I'm not sure what our current situation is, so we still need to have some sense of propriety." Wu Yu turned her face away and couldn't help laughing. Shinkei knew she liked it this way by looking at her. "Shinkei, if they ask about it later, I just say this, okay?" Wu Yu lowered her head. "I don't know, you can say whatever you want." After saying that, she turned around and walked towards the shuttle without paying any attention to Quebec. Shinkei even lagged behind a few steps before catching up. The shuttle started and flew towards World City. When he was at the airport, Shinkei was still pretending to be serious. The shuttle started and rose to a high altitude, and he instantly leaned towards Wu Yu. "Wu Yu, what did you just say?" Shinkei hugged her from behind and kissed her. "Give me some reward, otherwise I won't be able to control myself in a while." Wu Yu didn't let Shinkei get into it. After the reward, Shinkei would say that she liked it. "Wu Yu, just tell them that you have recovered." Shinkei was upset. "No." Wu Yu turned to look at Shinkei. "Why?" "Shinkei, you are not in good health now. I want to stay with you. If they know that I have recovered, they will definitely let me work." Wu Yu bent her eyebrows and stretched out her hands to hold Shinkei's face. Shinkei immediately put his arms around her waist and lowered his head to kiss her. Shinkei hugged Wu Yu tightly. Feeling Wu Yu's breathing getting more and more rapid, he couldn't help but bury his head down in Wu Yu's neck. Wu Yu pushed him. "I will check my body later. If people see it, they will immediately know that we are reconciled." Shinkei looked at her expectantly. "Wife, can we?" With bright eyes like before, Wu Yu glared at him and looked towards the lounge. Shinju immediately picked up Princess Wu Yu, lowered his head, and kissed her all the way to the lounge. As soon as the lounge door was closed, Shinkei took off his shirt with one hand, lifted Wu Yu up, and kissed her passionately. Wu Yu hooked her neck around Shinkei. Feeling Shinkei's hands doing whatever he wanted, he kissed her earlobes and neck all the way down. Wu Yu's face became redder and redder until she couldn't help but moan. Shinkei chuckled. "Wife, you..." Wu Yu covered her eyes shyly. "Don't say that." Shinkei's voice was hoarse. "I shouldn't have let you run away. You must have thought about it at that time. If you thought about it, why didn't you come to me? Why did you endure it? I thought about you day and night, and was going crazy, but you still endured it? I'm not incapable, I'm amazing, I can do it all day and night without stopping." Wu Yu's body turned red after being told by Shinkei. Shinkei. She felt weak all over, her mind was confused, and she couldn't think of a way to deal with him. Shinkei couldn't bear to see Wu Yu so embarrassed, so he leaned over to Wu Yu's ear and whispered, "Call me once, and I let you go." Wu Yu's voice was so low that she could hardly hear it. "Husband." Shinkei curled his lips and deliberately sped up his movements. "Call me a few more times." Wu Yu was so angry that she was dizzy. "Shinkei, what did you say this morning? You said you were afraid that my body couldn't take it. You just said that if I call you again, you will let me go. Since you came back, nothing you said is true." Shinkei pulled Wu Yu up and let her lean into his arms. "Wife, I have said it long ago. I am not a serious person, and I can't be serious at all when I see you. All my seriousness is left in the game with Wang Ting. I am too serious, and I have been reluctant to drag you into the water. I almost missed you forever. I also said that Jian Suiyu is a coward, but in fact, I am the most cowardly. When you suddenly appeared in front of me, my mind was full of thoughts. I didn't even dare to kiss the person I love so much. I deserved that. I couldn't even beat a bastard like Vlad. I didn't dare to tell you when I was dying, for fear that you would really treat me as a dead white moonlight and delay your life. But I miss you so much in my heart. I just hope you can remember me for the rest of your life." Wu Yu held Shinkei's face. "Don't say it." Shinkei lowered his head. "I said, as long as I say this, you will feel sorry for me." Wu Yu pinched him, Shinkei, you learned fast enough. I just said it this morning, and you want to return it, right? Shinkei looked at her. Do you feel sorry for me? Wu Yu helplessly hooked his neck, leaned her head against his ear, and whispered, Then you have to hurry up. Shinkei instantly curled the corners of his mouth. Chapter 434. Shinkei panted, Wife, praise me. Wu Yu's face flushed, and she turned away without saying anything. Wu Yu pushed him away helplessly. I can't stand it anymore. Shinkei, you would have said it before. Wu Yu, you were very shy at that time. If I say it now, you will only be more excited. Shinkei, I was very excited at that time. If I don't pretend to be shy, you will not be willing to reward me anymore. Wu Yu completely refused to continue communicating with Shinkei. Shinkei's eyes became darker and darker. He moved closer to Wu Yu. If you don't tell me, I will let the shuttle fly 2 more circles now. Wu Yu was so angry that she stood up and hugged Shinkei's neck. My husband is really amazing. Seeing Shinkei's eyes flashing, Wu Yu began to kiss his ears. My husband? It's so sexy to talk like this. I like it so much. Shinkei's face slowly turned red, and Wu Yu's eyes flashed with a sly smile. Aren't you not shy? Aren't you pretending to be shy? Shinkei turned his eyes away. I'm just pretending, not shy at all. Wu Yu held his face and kissed him, smiling. You are so cute like this. No matter what you are like, I like you, Shinkei. I like being with you so much. Shinkei glanced at Wu Yu and whispered. Fuck. If you don't say it, you won't say it. Once you say it, it will make you feel so good that you will be exhausted by him. Shinkei held Wu Yu and gave her a quick shower. When they changed their clothes again, the shuttle just entered the landing state. Wu Yu went to the research institute for a physical examination under the guidance of Luli. Luli said, Master Fu, Miss Yu Hua and Miss Chunya are waiting for you there. Wu Yu nodded. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Luli looked at Shinkei, who was a few steps behind Wu Yu. Prince Noah. Shinkei nodded. You guys go, I just take a walk. If he and Wu Yu appeared together, there was a high probability that these people would tease Wu Yu, and maybe even help her, and Wu Yu would be embarrassed again. As soon as Shinkei left, Luli's expression was as if the sky had fallen. What's going on? These two people don't seem to have any signs of reconciliation. Luli asked Wu Yu tremblingly. Miss Wu Yu, you and Prince Noah. Wu Yu, we are fine, he is just pretending. Luli didn't believe it at all. He tried to suppress the sadness in his eyes, but he couldn't be fooled. He had seen how Wu Yu and Shinkei were on good terms. How could Shinkei let Wu Yu go for a physical examination by herself? Miss Wu Yu had a really hard time. She was separated from her father, who she had just found not long ago, and her lover forgot her again. Luli was completely immersed in his own imagination throughout the rest of the journey. No matter what Wu Yu said, in his eyes, she was just being stubborn and stubborn for love. In the end, Wu Yu had completely given up. Forget it. Let him think so. When she arrived at the institute, Wu Yu felt that the atmosphere was unusually strange. Everyone looked at her cautiously and tremblingly, fearing that a wrong word would cause her abnormal emotions. Wu Yu knew without guessing that Lu Li's rich brain circuit had given her a heads up in advance. Wu Yu tried to explain. I really reconciled with Shinkei. Jiang Yuhua hugged Wu Yu fiercely. Don't say it, sister. I know you must be feeling very uncomfortable now. Wu Yu, No, what should she say? Wu Yu, how about I call Shinkei to kiss you? Everyone present looked at her suddenly. Is it okay? Wu Yu sent a message to Shinkei. Wu Yu, come to the research institute to find me. Shinkei, I won't go. If I go, they will know everything. Wu Yu, I'm angry if you don't come. Shinkei, what should I do if I'm angry? Wu Yu, I won't talk to you if I'm angry. Shinkei, I don't care. Think about your sunk cost on the shuttle. Wu Yu, don't come. Shinkei, I take you to World City after your checkup. They will know it naturally. Wu Yu curled her lips, facing everyone's eyes. She smiled and said, Shinkei said he won't come, and will take me to World City later. Jiang Yuhua and Chunyao looked at each other, and became even sadder. When did Shinkei refuse Wu Yu? Not only did he not come now, but he even made promises to Wu Yu. Everyone knew that the World City was under martial law and there was no place to play. Seeing Wu Yu immersed in the sweet state of love, she was completely trapped. Everyone knew what Shinkei's refusal to come to see Wu Yu's elders, relatives, and friends meant. But seeing Wu Yu's happy expression, they couldn't bear to say more. All of them nodded happily in cooperation. Prince Noah is so considerate. Wu Yu said subtly, It feels weird. What on earth are these people thinking? Wu Yu's body is not seriously injured, but she definitely cannot carry out dangerous and high-intensity training and combat in a short period of time. The impact of the hostility on her whole body caused her skin, muscles, and meridians to rupture repeatedly, just like a patient who has just recovered from a serious illness and needs a period of careful conditioning. Fuishua, don't run around recently. It's not peaceful outside. Just stay in Chien. Even if there is a problem with your relationship with Shinkei, he will definitely do his best to protect you. Wu Yu, eh? Sure enough, they still don't believe it. Wu Yu nodded dejectedly and gave up struggling completely. Okay, Aunt Fu. Fuishua, it took your parents 2 or 3 years to completely repair their relationship. Don't be too anxious, just let it go. Wu Yu was puzzled. Why does it take so long? Fuishua, you also know that your father has faith in your mother. Once he has faith, he will have concerns about many things. Wu Yu understood. In short, he would feel that he had insulted her mother. Once they were too cautious, their relationship would stagnate. Over time, they would form a fixed pattern of getting along, and it would be difficult to make any breakthroughs. Wu Yu blinked. Then what happened to them later? Jiang Yuhua came over and laughed excitedly. The aunt disliked the uncle for being so nagging all the time, so she pushed him away. Fuishua pushed Jiang Yuhua away. Little girl, don't gossip about adults behind their backs. Chuanyao blinked at Wu Yu. Let's go and hang out with Shinkei. As soon as Wu Yu left the central city, Shinkei followed her closely. As all the people in the secretariat withdrew, the distance between the two of them became closer and closer, just a fist's distance from behind. Wu Yu's hand hung at her side, and Shinkei grabbed her hand and interlocked his fingers with hers. Shinkei had always felt that Wu Yu was really small, and her hands were also small. After the end of the world, people's physical fitness has improved, and their average body size is much larger than before. But Wu Yu may have grown up in an orphanage, so she is malnourished and very thin. Shinkei couldn't help but wrap Wu Yu's hand in his palm, lowered his head, and asked her, how was the physical examination? Wu Yu, they said that you should not fight or train recently, and rest for a while. Shinkei, then can you still do it? Wu Yu blushed and glanced at him. No. Shinkei didn't believe it. You must be embarrassed to ask, I ask. Wu Yu was so anxious that she almost jumped up. You are not allowed to ask. Shinkei, then tell me, can you? Wu Yu ignored him, shook off his hand, and walked forward. The order of World City has been gradually restored. Wu Yu suddenly stopped in front of the ice cream stand. Shinkei followed and stopped beside Wu Yu. Shinkei, I brought you here to buy weapons, and you bargained for me to eat ice cream. Wu Yu, you were wearing a mask and didn't eat it at all. In the end, it melted and was lost. Shinkei, are you angry with me? Wu Yu didn't say anything. Shinju immediately understood that Wu Yu must have been angry at that time. Shinkei, so you were angry with me. So you deliberately angered me when you were fighting for the teleportation point? Chapter 435. Wu Yu denied, I didn't. To be honest, this point is indeed a bit too subtle. Even Shinkei didn't notice it when he looked at Wu Yu's memory before. Wu Yu originally hid all her emotions very well. If she didn't want to show them, no one would know. Shinkei intuitively guessed that he was right. You are just angry. He couldn't help but hold Wu Yu's hand again. Even if the people in the secretariat were peeking not far away, he didn't care at all. If they weren't on the street, he would definitely hug Wu Yu and start kissing her. Shinkei, if you are angry with me, just tell me directly. I can comfort you in any way you want, but you can't make me angry like that again. Wu Yu absolutely refused to admit, I am not angry at all. I am just fighting for the teleportation point very seriously. I don't have any personal feelings at all. Shinkei didn't believe it. Let me see you share your mental power with me now. You have been fascinated by me when you survived alone with me on the Snow Mountain map. I don't believe that you are fighting for this teleportation point in such a desperate way because you are angry with me. Wu Yu turned around and left. Shinkei didn't let her go, so she kept pulling her hand out. People on the road looked back and forth at them. Wu Yu was so angry that she asked the people from the secretariat to come over, get him away. The people from the secretariat turned around and left, scattering like birds and beasts. What a joke. Even if they were put together, they would not be able to withstand a punch from Shinkei. What's more, they were originally here to confirm whether Wu Yu and Shinkei had really reconciled. Now they had to confirm it. Shinkei's eyes fell on them several times, and they were already dangerous and murderous. Shinkei, wait. The people from the secretariat came to Shinkei respectfully. Prince Noah, is there something wrong? Shinkei looked at the ice cream stand. Find someone to make ice cream. No problem, arrange it right away. Shinkei walked up to Wu Yu with an ice cream in one hand, handed her one, and took one to eat. Shinkei looked at Wu Yu. Wu Yu turned her eyes away and ignored him. Shinkei, I was wrong, Don't be angry. Wu Yu, I'm not angry. Shinkei, the order in World City has not been restored yet, and there is nothing to visit. Do you have any other places you want to go, baby? Wu Yu, how about you take me to the royal court? Shinkei turned to look at Wu Yu, his eyes suddenly a little ambiguous. Wu Yu blinked in confusion. What's wrong? Is it not possible? Shinkei's aura suddenly became very subtle. He nodded and said, okay, of course. He didn't plan to let Wu Yu go to the royal court so soon. Since Wu Yu mentioned it himself, he couldn't blame him for not being able to control himself when the time comes. Shinkei took Wu Yu all the way to the royal court. The whole royal court looked magnificent, and the secretariat was so simple compared to it that it was simply the royal court staff dormitory. Wu Yu looked from top to bottom in surprise. Wow, Wang Ting looks so rich. Shinkei, well, Vlad can make a lot of money, and Chu Cia deliberately tilts resources towards him. Wu Yu, are you just giving up the right to inherit Wang Ting? Shinkei nodded yes. He didn't like Wang Ting, and was fed up with this place. As soon as he stepped into Wang Ting, he felt like he was visiting a grave. Wang Ting, a Western courtyard design. Each noble has a separate courtyard, a separate door, and a separate house. Shinkei took Wu Yu to his separate residence. Through the front hall is the exquisite garden house. The garden has been regularly taken care of by a dedicated person, full of vitality. There is a fountain in the center of the garden, and goldfish are kept at the bottom of the fountain. On one side of the garden is a place for tea breaks and gatherings, and there is a swing next to it. The background of the entire garden is a white exquisite Western-style building. The garden leads directly to Shinkei's study. Sitting in the garden, you can see Shinkei sitting at the desk at a glance. The study and bedroom are designed as suites. Through the semi-open study, you can reach the high-ceiling bedroom. Wu Yu has seen the castle in the sky prepared by Fu Yixue for her, and the grand scene of the Jiang family, but she still thinks that Shinkei's decoration here is very exquisite and fashionable. Wu Yu is surprised. This is all Vlad's idea. He has good taste. Shinkei, no, I asked them to do this. Wu Yu immediately praised Shinkei. Then you have good taste. As expected of a true royal descendant. Wu Yu walked to the swing, sat on it, squinted his eyes in the afternoon sun. Will you sit here to bask in the sun? Shinkei shook his head. No, before this, everything here was black and white to me. Since his parents passed away, the world has become a black and white silent film, and every day is a silent torture. Wu Yu was curious. Why put a swing here? Shinkei put his hands in his pockets and leaned over to get close to Wu Yu. He looked towards the study, and Wu Yu followed his perspective. Shinkei, sitting here now, I can see you in the study. Wu Yu began to realize that since entering the royal court, Shinkei's eyes were looking at her more and more wrong, which made her feel frightened. Wu Yu immediately stood up from the swing and smiled. You look really good. I've seen enough. Shall we go back to the base? She suddenly missed her room. The highest defense level was her safe haven. Shinkei reached out and grabbed her. Wu Yu, I didn't plan to let you come so soon. Wu Yu probably guessed what Shinkei was thinking. She was very sensible now. Yes, I also think it's not a good time for me to come now. How about we go? Shinkei picked up Wu Yu, walked through the garden and pushed open the glass door, and walked into the study. The moment he closed the door, his cold tone was completely unable to suppress his deep desire. It's too late. Intensive kisses instantly fell on Wu Yu's cheeks, corners of mouth, neck, and collarbone. Wu Yu found that compared to the shuttle, Shinkei was now obviously more passionate and enthusiastic, and could even be described as hungry. Pulling two buttons on his shirt with one hand, Shinkei leaned close to Wu Yu, leaving no gap between him and her. Wu Yu couldn't stand up because of his kisses, and leaned against the desk. His hot palm supported her back to help her stabilize her body, and his other hand directly unzipped Wu Yu's casual clothes, took off her shoulders, and reached in along the hem of her inner wear. Wu Yu was so excited by the kiss that she hooked her arm around Shinkei's neck and asked him softly, What's wrong with you? Shinkei panted violently. Call me, wife, call me. Wu Yu noticed that Shinkei was very excited. She stroked Shinkei's cheek soothingly and repeatedly called him, husband. Shinkei looked at Wu Yu with a dark and hot look that wanted to swallow her whole. Wife, I want you. Wu Yu raised her head, hooked her arm around Shinkei's neck, and went forward. Seeing Wu Yu actively responding, Shinkei's expression immediately became like a whirlpool in the depths of hell. He hugged Wu Yu tightly, with such force that he seemed to want to crush her. Wu Yu's brain was getting hotter and hotter. Shinkei unbuttoned his shirt one by one, grabbed her hand, and put it on his body to coax her. Wife, release your spiritual power. The moment Wu Yu's spiritual power stretched out, it was immediately tightly grasped by the countless spiritual powers released by Shinkei, and then completely engulfed. Wu Yu seemed to be possessed, completely lost control of her body, and her whole body was hot and about to melt. Countless pictures flashed in Wu Yu's brain, all of which were, without exception, Shinkei was alone in this room, madly thinking about her. The deeper he was in the abyss, the more Shinkei could not control his desire to grow. He had fantasized about almost every place in this room, even the garden. Fantasized about being with her, and being intimate with her. Especially the swing, this desk, and the bed behind them. Chapter 436. Wu Yu looked at Shinkei with a dazed look in his eyes, and Shinkei chuckled. Do you understand now? How bad I am? I miss you so much that I am going crazy. Wu Yu, I had the DX001 virus in my body at that time, if I had not given up on falling. I don't even need to think to know that the first thing I would do after falling would be to sleep with you, capture you, and keep doing it. Shinkei's hot breathing was all in Wu Yu's ears. If I really did that to you, would you kill me? Sensing Wu Yu's hesitation for a second, Shinkei was immediately satisfied. Shinkei suddenly hugged Wu Yu tightly and laughed. You hesitated, my wife. Wu Yu, I didn't. Shinkei, you obviously did, and you couldn't help thinking about it. Wu Yu shut up and ignored him no matter what he said. Whatever she said now was a reward to Shinkei, which would make him happy to death. Shinkei laughed. I won't do that to you. I will never force you. I would rather die than do anything against your will and hurt you. Wu Yu still felt sorry for Shinkei. She said, I know. You have already proved it with your actions. Shinkei, I never dared to dream that I could really bring you here one day. At that time, I killed Hull, and was lying on the bed with wounds all over my body. Every breath I took was painful. I just thought, it would be great if you could be by my side. Wu Yu glared at Shinkei. What do you want to hear? This kid now knows how to use a series of self-torture tactics. Shinkei instantly raised the corner of his mouth. If I really get infected? Wu Yu took a deep breath. As long as you can stay rational and don't hurt me, I will forgive you. Wu Yu turned her eyes away from Shinkei. She didn't even need to look at him to feel his emotions. It was so good, he was almost dying of pleasure. Shinkei came over to beg her, wife, please have pity on me. Wu Yu could feel how much Shinkei was obsessed with her here. She turned around and stretched out her hand to Shinkei. Shinkei immediately picked her up like a princess and walked to the bed. When her back touched the soft mattress, Shinkei leaned over and his pupils kept shrinking with excitement. Wu Yu hugged his neck and brought him down, letting him get close to her. Shinkei immediately lowered his head and frantically left kisses on her neck, forcing Wu Yu to look up. Shinkei's hands wandered recklessly, and Wu Yu was trembling all over. She asked him in a trembling voice, why did you kill Hull at that time? You only had the last 2 dragon bones left at that time. Why did you force yourself into a desperate situation? Shinkei, I couldn't control my feelings for you at that time. Hull kept staring at me. The royal court and the church would find out sooner or later. They are all disgusting. I am afraid they will target you and hurt you. I have no choice. My deep obsession makes me dream about you frequently. I am as disgusting as them. My mind is full of yellow garbage. But I don't want you to know that I am such a person. I am more afraid that one day I will suddenly wake up, and it is you in my dream. But in front of me is a completely strange woman, then I will completely lose the qualification to stand by your side. Wu Yu was helpless with him. Shinkei, you just told me this on purpose, wanting to push it further. Shinkei smiled contemptuously, his fingertips touched lightly from time to time, and directly admitted, yes, I am. I just want you to think about me, love me, indulge me, always give me another chance, and always make an exception for me. I long for the response of your love, and want to occupy all your love. Even if you want to be a god, you can only be my god. Don't think about saving all living beings and loving the world, otherwise I will kill all living beings in the world. Wu Yu has been completely drowned by Shinkei's scorching love, perhaps because he has been deeply imprisoned and suppressed in the royal court, on this bed that has made him toss and turn countless nights, unable to get the love he wants. Shinkei's emotions were so strong that Wu Yu had completely lost her ability to think, and let Shinkei do whatever he wanted. Wu Yu fainted halfway through the journey. When she woke up again, Shinkei had already helped her take a bath and prepare dinner. Wu Yu looked up at him. He was full of energy and spirit, like a male fairy who was replenishing his yin and yang. When he saw Wu Yu, he immediately came over and said, wake up, let's eat. Wu Yu was so angry when she saw him pretending to be so. She sat at the dining table and bit her fingers. Knock, knock, knock. Knocking on the table. Shinkei lowered his head and curled his lips, pretending he didn't hear. Wu Yu, go back to the base after dinner. Shinkei looked up. Don't even think about it, you have to stay here tonight. Wu Yu was angry, Isn't it all up to your wishes? Shinkei, afternoon is afternoon, evening is evening. Wu Yu, your physiology class may not be up to standard. Normal people are not like this. No one would arrange 3 sessions a day for this kind of thing. Isn't it too much? Shinkei lowered his head to eat, not saying a word, and looked very disappointed. After a long while, he nodded. His voice was very light. Okay, then we leave after dinner. Wu Yu, okay. Don't let your thoughts slip, he started. After dinner, Shinkei quietly cleaned up the dishes. Shinkei, let's go after dinner. When Wu Yu stood up and prepared to leave, Shinkei looked at her, then quickly turned away. His seemingly cold eyes were full of attachment and reluctance. Wu Yu turned around and left without giving herself a chance to regret. Seeing that Wu Yu really left without buying into this, Shinkei gritted his teeth and crushed the plate with his bare hands. Washing his hands quickly, and taking off his apron with one hand, Shinkei turned around and chased after her without thinking. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Wu Yu standing by the door. Shinkei stopped and looked down at her. Wu Yu looked up at him, and lowered her head without saying a word. Shinkei reached out to pull her. Every time Wu Yu dodged, he grabbed her. He did this several times in a row. Shinkei couldn't hold back his smile, and pulled Wu Yu into his arms. Shinkei, I take you to the garden to play on the swing. Wu Yu nodded, yes. Walking to the swing, Shinkei asked her, shall I carry you up? Wu Yu opened her arms to Shinkei, and Shinkei immediately lifted her up, and put her on the swing. After she sat down, he supported her back with his palms, and pushed her again and again. Wu Yu pulled Shinkei's hand, and asked him to stand beside her. Wu Yu tilted her head to look at her. Shinkei, sit down, don't fall down. Wu Yu, catch me if you fall down. Shinkei suddenly controlled Wu Yu's swing rope. Wu Yu looked at him warily. Shinkei lowered his head, and kissed her forehead gently. Wu Yu lowered her head a little embarrassedly. What are you doing? Shinkei, I like you so much that I can't help but want to kiss you. Shinkei continued to push her, and Wu Yu looked at him several times. Shinkei asked her, have you thought about it? Wu Yu immediately looked away, and Shinkei laughed softly. Chapter 437. Shinkei, Wu Yu, are you afraid that I won't cherish you if I get you so easily? Wu Yu shook her head. I just want to piss you off. I think you're so cute when you're angry, and I want people to bully you. I just like you to be so anxious for me, and you can't do anything about me, and you want to go crazy. It's like I say you're clingy, but if you don't cling to me, I feel empty inside. Shinkei was quiet for 2 seconds, and suddenly went up to Wu Yu, and picked her up from the swing, hugged her tightly in his arms, and Wu Yu reached out to hug him back. Wu Yu was tired of being tossed around by Shinkei, so she leaned all her strength on him. Shinkei simply picked her up, so that she could look down at him. Shinkei, do you know that when you suddenly fell from the sky in World City, I was completely stunned. You simply rushed into my heart and brought all the light in at once, leaving me with no power to resist. At that time, I didn't even think about it, and rushed back to the base as soon as possible, just to see you. Wu Yu felt a sour and numb feeling in her heart, happy and distressed with Shinquebec. She tightened her arms, and lowered her head to kiss him. When Shinkei kept leaning forward to kiss her, she kept turning her face away to avoid him from kissing her. Shinkei was upset. I won't stop cherishing you. Even if I kiss you 100 times, I still want to kiss you 200 times, 1,000 times, and keep kissing you. I won't stop cherishing you, if I don't kiss you. Wu Yu smiled and buried her head in his neck. I know. Shinkei tightened his hands, and lifted Wu Yu up. Wu Yu was embarrassed. What are you doing? Shinkei's expression was very cold. What's wrong with me? I can't hold you anymore, and you're going to fall. I adjust myself. If he doesn't kiss her, can't he touch her? Wu Yu raised her head and glared at him. Can't you hold me now? Shinkei blinked. No. Wu Yu struggled to get down, then put me down. Shinkei immediately tightened his hand. Don't move. I won't be able to hold you anymore and you fall. Wu Yu's face turned red with anger. Just let me go. Shinkei, that won't do. What if you fall and then come back to rely on me? Wu Yu was furious and lowered her head to bite Shinkei's neck. Wu Yu raised her head suddenly. You're still relying on me? I bite you to death. Shinkei's eyes were blurred, and he glanced at her. His breathing became heavier. Wu Yu could clearly feel that Shinkei's hand holding her began to wander dishonestly. Wu Yu whispered, Shinkei, let me go. Shinkei let go of Wu Yu, panted slightly, and turned his eyes away from her. Wu Yu touched her nose. This was not her fault. Wu Yu, Shinkei, you keep bullying me now. You were not like this before. Shinkei slowly calmed down, and took Wu Yu to the fountain in the garden to feed the fish. He put a handful of small crackers in Wu Yu's hand, and Shinkei started throwing them in. Shinkei lowered his head, How could I bear to bully you at that time? It was so difficult to meet you. I didn't even have time to like you, so how could I bear to bully you? No matter what you do, I want to go along with you. If you did those things, I would have beaten you up many times if it was someone else. You didn't follow orders in the World War, and I was the captain of the team, and I was terrified when I gave orders. I went to you again and again to coax you, but you still acted stupid and looked at me. Wu Yu, how did I look at you? Shinkei, you drew a snowman and stepped on my face, and you didn't say anything when you were hurt, pretending not to know that I was interested in you, and finally you just shook my hand off. Wu Yu pressed the corners of her mouth and turned her face away. Shinkei hugged her. Do you like to hear these? Wu Yu nodded, yes. Wu Yu suddenly realized, then why are you bullying me now? Shinkei glanced at her. I am your husband, not your dog. If I don't punish you, you will die. Wu Yu lowered her head guiltily, but couldn't help but smile. Seeing that the fish in the water ate the bread she threw instead of the bread Shinkei gave, she laughed even more happily. Shinkei hugged her from behind and buried his head in her neck. Wife, I will take you to buy a ring and try on a wedding dress when the central city recovers. Wu Yu smiled, yes. Shinkei, how about staying here tonight? Wu Yu didn't agree to him so easily. I think about it. Shinkei began to kiss her, carefully landing on the kiss marks he had left before. Shinkei, then how can you agree to me? Shinkei's hands began to be dishonest again, and his kisses made Wu Yu's consciousness clear and blurry. Wu Yu panted and pushed Shinkei's hand away. I want to see what you look like when you sit at your desk. Since Shinkei and Wu Yu got together, Wu Yu has never seen him work properly for a day. Shinkei changed into a new Chinese suit with silver background and white pattern, matched with a white shirt and black trousers, with an abstinent and cold expression, a slender figure and short silver hair. He changed his clothes expressionlessly, while staring at Wu Yu. Wu Yu couldn't move her eyes, and was controlled from beginning to end. Shinkei walked to Wu Yu with his shirt open, hugged Wu Yu to sit on the desk, grabbed her hand, and buttoned his shirt. While doing it, she even deliberately pulled Wu Yu's hand, and rubbed his mermaid line and abdominal muscles upwards. Wu Yu blushed and her heart was beating so fast that she couldn't even raise her head. Her heart was about to jump out of her throat. Wu Yu lowered her head and said in a muffled voice, your service awareness is getting stronger and stronger now. Shinkei, at that time, my mind was full of thoughts. If we were destined not to be together like normal people. As long as you want, you can treat me like a male model. As long as you want, I can do anything. Wu Yu held his face. If I really treat you like that, am I still the person you like in your heart? Shinkei grumbled angrily, gritting his teeth. Yes, of course not you are. I am almost dying of greed. Do you know that when I went to Zueisei to save you, I was so angry when I knew that a bunch of male models came, all with white hair and green eyes. Every day I waited eagerly for you to sleep with me. I almost took off all my clothes and waited for you to turn over my card. In the end, you actually spent money to play with male models. They are more beautiful than me, and they are more clean than me. What can they do with me? I am also obedient. You don't need to spend money. As long as you say a word, I can give you everything I have. Wu Yu smiled and buried her head in his arms. Male models can just pat their butts and leave after playing, but you will rely on me if I kiss you. Shinkei hugged Wu Yu tightly. It was you who saved me in the north, and I never thought of letting you go. Wu Yu sighed. I don't have such a long after-sales service like you when I save others. They are all very rational. Shinkei narrowed his eyes dangerously, and suddenly fell silent. Wu Yu looked at him in confusion, and he pressed Wu Yu on the desk and kissed her without hesitation. They were not rational, but they all knew what kind of person he was, so they pulled out before they got stuck. What's more, they were all cunning people who would take risks, and everyone saw Wu Yu's attitude. Since they had already made a double-headed move, naturally no one would bother to interfere. Chapter 438. Wu Yu didn't know what happened to Shin Quebec. He was fine just now, but suddenly he became so passionate. He kissed her so hard that she felt hot all over. Her clothes were pulled down to her waist. Wu Yu pushed him. Shinkei, how long has it been? Shinkei panted violently, pulled Wu Yu up, and helped her put on her clothes. Finally, he kissed her face and whispered, do you want to see me sitting here? Wu Yu nodded, yes. Shinkei sat behind his desk. The documents of the prince on his desk had been piled up so high that they had almost lost their effectiveness. Shinkei looked around with his head down, and Wu Yu sat beside him, looking at him. Shinkei looked up at Wu Yu, who was taking a photo of him with the communicator. After taking the photo, she received a message, and Wu Yu lay on the sofa with the communicator, very relaxed. Shinkei's eyes followed her calves on the back of the sofa, all the way to her thighs in casual pajamas and shorts. Going up, the loose pajamas made it vague, and it was not very clear. Wu Yu leaned on the sofa pillow, holding another pillow in her arms, and she seemed to be chatting with someone, typing non-stop. In her spare time, Wu Yu subconsciously rubbed her belly. Suddenly, she paused, threw the pillow aside, stood up, turned up her pajamas and began to look at her belly. When Shinkei saw the white and tender skin under the fluttering corners of her clothes, he immediately walked to Wu Yu and sat in front of her. "What's wrong, baby?" Wu Yu was shocked. "My waistline and muscles are gone. I haven't done physical training since I came back from the polar region, and I have been eating, drinking and sleeping recently. After 18 years of hard work, we are back to the days before liberation overnight." Shinkei stretched out his hand in surprise. "Let me see." At first, Shinkei looked at it seriously, but as he touched it, he felt something was wrong. Wu Yu took his hand out expressionlessly and slapped it away. Shinkei thought, no wonder he always felt that Wu Yu's hand was getting softer and softer recently, and it was so comfortable. Shinkei said with great joy, "It's a pity, but the most urgent thing is that you still need to take good care of your body." Wu Yu, he sneered, "You are the biggest stumbling block for me to take good care of my body." Shinkei said seriously, "Aerobic exercise is also exercise. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't even have the most basic exercise intensity." Wu Yu blushed instantly. How could there be such a vulgar person? Wu Yu pushed Shinkei away. "Don't sit here. I'm tired. I want to lie down." Shinkei pulled Wu Yu to lie on him. "Just lie on me." "Wu Yu, I don't want to. Your body is too hard and it hurts." Shinkei chuckled, and Wu Yu instantly felt that Shinkei's breath had changed. "Wu Yu, calm down, brother." It was useless to admit defeat. Shinkei finally turned on the switch after careful planning. Just as he was about to move, Wu Yu resigned herself to lying on the other side and put both legs in Shinkei's arms. This move directly controlled Shinkei for 1 minute. Shinkei looked down at Wu Yu's legs in his arms, and his whole body was frozen and motionless. Wu Yu glanced at Shinkei and continued to play with the communicator. Shinkei had moved into Wu Yu's dormitory before, but they only slept properly for 1 night, and there was no time for them to spend time together. Shinkei thought it was good to stay quiet for a while, but he put his hand on Wu Yu's leg. Wu Yu felt that Shinkei's hand was not honest, so she bent her leg and kicked him in the stomach. Shinkei had kicked countless people in his life and was kicked away, but he had never been kicked like this. He subconsciously touched his stomach, and his whole body felt numb as if he was electrified, and he was kicked to the point of satisfaction. Shinkei finally understood that it was not necessary to do it to feel good, but it was really exciting to flirt well. Shinkei glanced at Wu Yu and couldn't help but move closer to her. "Wife, what are you doing?" "Wu Yu, my sister and Chunyan know that we have reconciled, and they are all asking me how I can get you so quickly." Shinkei leaned over to see, but Wu Yu hid the communicator in her arms. What a joke. The chat with my bestie must not be exposed at all costs. Shinkei was unhappy. "Why can't I see it? I don't mind even if you say bad things about me." "Wu Yu, I didn't say bad things about you." Shinkei couldn't help but hug Wu Yu in his arms. "Then what did you say?" Wu Yu didn't say anything. What could she say? Just say she didn't do anything. Shinkei will slowly remember it. But Sister Yuhua knew that it was not so easy to recover from her inner feelings. These people were now torturing her. Wu Yu hooked Shinkei's neck and began to trick him. "You have to unify your statements with me." Shinju immediately realized that Wu Yu might not want others to know what she did to him on the first night, as well as the photos and videos she took. Shinkei was very straightforward. "I just said that I liked you so much, and after being kicked out, I reflected on myself and slowly remembered it the next day. The world is big, but the wife's face is the most important. He has no dignity, no backbone, and no bottom line." Wu Yu raised her lips with satisfaction and kissed Shinkei as a reward. "Good baby." She smiled and swung her legs, each time hitting Shinkei's heart lightly, making him so fascinated that he felt his heart was about to jump out of his throat. Shinkei couldn't help but touch Wu Yu's legs again, and this time Wu Yu ignored him. Shinkei asked tentatively, "Baby, can you accompany me to sit at the desk for a while?" Wu Yu glanced at him and didn't move, her expression clearly indicating acquiescence. Shinkei immediately carried Wu Yu back to the desk and put Wu Yu on the side stool. Shinkei patted his legs, intending to let Wu Yu put her legs up. But Wu Yu was obviously very satisfied with Shinkei's surrender. She was very considerate and directly hugged Shinkei's neck, sitting sideways on his legs, and letting Shinkei control her for another minute. Wu Yu saw Shinkei's ears and neck turn red, and couldn't help laughing. "Baby, you are so innocent and cute like this." Whenever Shinkei sat at this table before, he was either restless or cursing Vlad to die quickly, and the royal court to fall quickly. Shinkei hugged Wu Yu's waist tightly. He secretly glanced at Wu Yu. Now his wife was sitting in his arms. He felt that if Wu Yu was with him, he could sit at this table for the rest of his life. Shinkei took a deep breath and finally adjusted himself. He was able to calm down and continued to read Shinqing's latest plan for the future development of Wang Ting. Wu Yu replied confidently and was surprised to find that Shinkei had not come to see her for a long time. She looked up at Shinkei's cold and focused expression, and suddenly looked at Shinkei, her eyes unable to move. People are really the most attractive when they are serious about their careers. Especially someone like Shinkei, who is so good-looking, makes people want to play with him when he is serious. Shinkei suddenly asked, "What are you thinking about?" "Wu Yu, seeing you are so serious, I want to play with you." Shinkei stopped flipping through the documents and turned his head to look at her. Wu Yu's face flushed, and she was as quiet as a chicken. Chapter 439. Shinkei, I cling to you, but you think I always want it, and if I don't cling to you, you don't want to tease me on purpose, right? Wu Yu took it for granted. I am just like this, you spoil me. Shinkei thought, well, it's because he spoils me, he likes it, he is willing. He likes Wu Yu to quarrel with him, act like a spoiled child with him, and torment him over and over again, and he enjoys it very much. Shinkei turned Wu Yu's body to let her sit facing him. Have you thought about it? Wu Yu shyly hooked her arm around his neck, staring at him intently. Shinkei held Wu Yu's hand and slid it down her pajamas, chuckling, then can I start? Shinkei had been using force all this time, and suddenly he asked her seriously. She felt so embarrassed. Shinkei stared at Wu Yu's aroused look, his eyes deep. If you don't say you want it, I won't do it. After saying that, Shinkei's eyes passed over Wu Yu and continued to read the document. Wu Yu's face flushed, and she turned around and was about to run, but Shinkei said he would not do it, but he held her firmly against the edge of the desk. His two arms seemed to be casually pressing the documents to flip through them, but in fact they were tightly wrapped around her, and didn't let her run away at all. Shinkei even deliberately leaned forward to get a pen, leaving no gap between them. Wu Yu's thin back was pressed tightly against the edge of the desk by Shinkei, and there was no gap between them. Shinkei looked at her seriously and said, I'm a little busy now. If you really want to, you can do it yourself. After saying that, he really lowered his head and started to sign the documents. Wu Yu blushed so much that she was almost embarrassed. This person didn't have so many tricks before, but now he is getting better and better. How can he be so careless and so lewd? If Wu Yu hadn't felt that he was not as comfortable as he seemed, she would have been fooled by him. Wu Yu felt that her body was getting hotter and hotter. When she reacted, her body seemed to have lost control and had its own ideas. Hearing Shinkei's low laugh, Wu Yu turned around and ran. Wu Yu found an empty room and went inside, pounding her head against the wall frantically. Scoundrel, dirty bastard, shameless, relying on his good looks, he kept seducing her. Shinkei, you rubbed me like that just now, I can't go to you for a while. There is a battle simulator in the backyard. Play with it for a while, don't get too tired. Wu Yu's hands were shaking when she saw the communication from Shinkei. Wu Yu knew without thinking, he was so happy. This kid must be so happy. Finally he got back at the city. She was so angry. No, she must not lose her absolute dominance in the family. Wu Yu raised her foot and walked back the way she came. Just as Shinkei was about to take a cold shower, he heard Wu Yu coming back. He looked outside the door, his breathing getting deeper and deeper. Wu Yu was outside the door. As long as he pushed the door open now. Wu Yu stood outside the door for a while, turned around and was about to leave. Shinkei hugged her from behind. She turned her head to look at him, and the two looked at each other silently, their breathing becoming more and more rapid. Wu Yu kept encouraging herself in her heart, she must not give up. Otherwise, this guy will definitely continue to bully her in the future. Wu Yu, are you done with your work? Shinkei said immediately, I am done with my work. Shinkei knew the situation very well, and immediately stepped down when given a chance. He did not need family status, he had no status, he was originally trying to seduce his wife. Wu Yu saw that Shinkei did not move. I want me to do it myself after I am done with my work? Shinkei turned his face away and pressed the corners of his mouth. He could not help laughing. He picked up Princess Wu Yu and walked into the house, closing the door with his backhand. Shinkei kissed her like crazy. He held Wu Yu back to the position just now and pressed her tightly against the desk. Then, he clearly felt Wu Yu sitting down. Shinkei panted and looked at Wu Yu. Wu Yu looked away embarrassedly. Don't look at me. Shinkei buried his head in Wu Yu's neck, breathing heavier and heavier. After a while, he suppressed his voice to the extreme. Wife, if you keep dragging like this, I'm going to die. Wu Yu said righteously, the combat simulator is too intense for me now. You said it yourself. You guaranteed my most basic aerobic exercise. Shinkei, I was wrong, my wife. Can I do it? Wu Yu shook her head. No, you said it yourself. You are a little busy now. Let me do it myself. Shinkei was almost tortured to death, feeling good and uncomfortable, as if ants were crawling all over his body. He really couldn't stand it anymore, so he picked Wu Yu up, let her sit on the desk, and leaned on her. Wu Yu felt that she might die, and be sucked dry by Shinkei, the male demon. When she lay on the sofa, her eyes were empty, as if she could see her soul floating up. Shinkei glanced at her secretly, and couldn't suppress his smile. His whole back was filled with a secret joy as he began to cook dinner. Watching Shinkei frying the fish, he finished frying the front side, and then the back side. Wu Yu felt that it was better not to eat this meal. Every meal she ate for Shinkei was a debt of gratitude that had to be repaid, until Shinkei finished cooking and called Wu Yu to eat. Wu Yu collapsed on the sofa like a salted fish. Her calves were shaking. Shinkei, it's time to eat, wife. Wu Yu declined. No, I think your meal is a hongmen feast. If she ate, there would be another one waiting for her in the evening. She really couldn't afford it. Before, she thought Shinkei was pretty, strong and good at living, and she thought she had found a treasure. Facts have proved that some blessings are not necessarily shared by everyone. Shinkei wanted to laugh when he saw Wu Yu's cowardly look. He walked up to Wu Yu and wanted to hug her, but Wu Yu stretched out her hand to separate the two of them. Adults should still have a sense of propriety in socializing. Shinkei couldn't help laughing. Eat, I really won't cook tonight. Originally, he didn't plan to cook that time at the desk behind, but how could he bear it when Wu Yu came back to him like that? Wu Yu looked at him doubtfully. You don't have any credibility at all now. Shinkei picked up Wu Yu. Well, I'm in the probation period now. You should observe me carefully. Shinkei carried Wu Yu to the dining table, put the bowl and chopsticks in front of her. Eat. Wu Yu looked at the table of dishes and sighed. How can you be so energetic? Shinkei, I'm used to it. If I didn't have enough energy, I would have been exhausted long ago. Wu Yu glanced at Shinkei, and Shinkei lowered his head and said lightly, if you really don't want to do it at night, from now on, just be honest and don't bother me again. Otherwise, as long as you tease me, I will assume that you want to do it. Don't tell me you can't stand it then. I won't let you go even if you do. Wu Yu quickly lowered her head and looked at the rice in the bowl affectionately. Just kidding, she really doesn't want to do it. Chapter 440. Shinkei kept his word. After dinner, he did nothing except sitting on the sofa with Wu Yu in his arms and looking at the communicator. The first time Wu Yu stayed in Shinkei's room, they had just confirmed their relationship. Staying in a relatively small and enclosed space like a dormitory, Wu Yu was so shy that she couldn't even raise her head except for her initial momentum. She kept trying to leave, but Shinkei held her and blocked the door and refused to let her go. He had endured it for too long. Shinkei almost begged her, saying, Yeah, you said it yourself you were willing. Shinkei kept kissing her. From the beginning, he just tasted it briefly to finding Wu Yu blushing and acquiescing. He was completely unbridled. Kissing, his hands couldn't help but want to go off the track. But at that time Shinkei was very obedient, and he would behave himself immediately when Wu Yu pushed him, and didn't dare to mess around again. Shinkei was very easy to talk to. His hands didn't have to go down, but Wu Yu couldn't control where he kissed. At first Shinkei called her Yaya, but later he changed his name to call her wife, and Wu Yu was embarrassed to lift her head. As soon as it got dark, the two of them slept in the same bed. Shinkei was completely distracted, but he was not sure of the Fox Fairy's standards at that time. He was directly frightened by the shocking education, and was instantly obedient. Unlike now. Wu Yu pulled Shinkei's hand out of her pajamas for the 101st time, and said earnestly, Can you control yourself? If Wu Yu hadn't concealed the danger of her breaking the seal, they wouldn't have made such a fast progress. During the 2 hours of the return shuttle from the dungeon, Shinkei was sure that she wanted to coax him. He conquered cities and territories all the way, and in the end, he almost stuck to the last bottom line of the Fox Fairy, and took advantage of her completely. No matter how she asked him if he was still angry, he would not give in. Shinkei was sure that Wu Yu would indulge him. At that time, Shinkei hugged her and kept saying in her ear, You really scared me to death. I am still scared now. If you dare to do this again, you will see how I will deal with you. Wife, marry me. I want to be with you forever. Shinkei returned to the original position for the 102nd time, wondering, Isn't this considered control? What's wrong with me touching my own wife? Shinkei sat on the sofa. He pulled Wu Yu to lean on her arms, and both of them were watching the progress of the new alliance's work schedule today. Wu Yu, Chunya said that the world city will be completely open in about a week. Shinkei, well, wait for Chi Yan's people to come back, and we will get engaged first. Wu Yu glanced at Shinkei, who wants to get engaged to you? Shinkei knew Wu Yu was going to contradict him. Wu Yu hid aside and stopped Shinkei from touching her. I didn't agree. Shinkei narrowed his eyes dangerously. Wu Yu, you took off my ring and said our engagement was off. I have been enduring until now. What did I say at dinner just now? If you really don't want to do it tonight, don't bother me. Wu Yu was not at all weak. You said it yourself at the time. No matter what means I use, as long as I can make you recover your feelings, it's fine. Shinkei, I have recovered now. Of course the engagement will continue. Wu Yu, you said it yourself when I went to dinner that day. You haven't thought it through yet. Shinkei, I've thought it through. Wu Yu blinked, then tell me now. Shinkei held Wu Yu in front of him, looking at her intently, letting Wu Yu look at him. Shinkei told her seriously, Wu Yu, I like you, I love you, I want to be with you forever. You marry me, okay? We don't want children. I will do all the work and earn money in the future. My people and money are all yours, and you, just yourself, do whatever you want. I will accompany you. Wu Yu's eyes flickered. Seeing Shinkei's solemn look, her face turned red uncontrollably, and her whole face from forehead to neck was all crimson. Wu Yu nodded slightly and said softly, Shinkei hugged Wu Yu tightly. If you hadn't deliberately angered me, I would have told you that night. Wu Yu still felt wronged. You obviously didn't like me that night. Shinkei coaxed her. I didn't dislike you. I just didn't react. You sat over and kissed me, and I was stunned. You came up and grabbed my hand and put it inside my clothes. I was so fascinated by you that I was confused. Otherwise, how could I let you take off the ring and drive you out of the room? Wu Yu, then why did you follow me into the room at the beginning? Chunya told me that you promised Jin Sui you to move out of my dormitory at that time. Shinkei laughed softly. Are you angry? Wu Yu turned away. No. Shinkei, why don't you ask me directly if you are angry? Wu Yu didn't say anything. Shinkei, if you are angry in the future, just ask me directly. As long as you ask me, I will answer you. Don't think that you lose control in your relationship because you care. You have always held the control of me. I won't think that you care, and I will lower my regard for you. You know very well that the more you care about me and our relationship, the happier I am. Wu Yu glared at Shinkei. You are getting better and better at talking. You always speak sweet words. Shinkei really has no way to deal with Wu Yu. If I don't make it clear to you, I'm afraid you will keep everything in your heart, and then suddenly sentence me to death without notifying me before the execution. If you don't love me anymore, I go crazy and kill everyone. Wu Yu turned her head and ignored him. Shinkei hugged Wu Yu and kissed her carefully while coaxing her. When I came out of the treatment cabin and saw you for the first time, I felt electric all over my body. I thought there was something wrong with my awakening ability. My memory was also confused at that time. I originally planned to control my ability and sort out my memory before looking for you, so I really wanted to move out at that time. I think we should suspend our relationship before I think it through, so as to avoid me doing something to you again and not being able to give you emotional feedback, which is very irresponsible. But until Jin Sui came to find me, I was expecting you to come to me. Then you suddenly came out and called me. I was completely stunned. I did whatever you asked me to do. The memories in my mind kept flashing, all of which were memories of our previous intimate contact. To be honest, I was already getting carried away at that time, and when you stopped, I even thought that you were jealous because I didn't look like Captain Chien. Not to mention later, you were wearing pajamas in the middle of the night. You didn't even wear them. You ran over to sit on me and kiss me. You simply wanted to kill me. Seeing Wu Yu leaning into his arms and starting to smile with eyes narrowed, Shinkei was helpless. It's obvious that I'd lost my feelings, but I'm still bullied by you. Wu Yu blinked. I didn't bully you, you were willing. Shinkei buried his head in Wu Yu's neck. Yes, I was willing. The more you tease me like this, the more I get excited. When you sleep in the room, I miss you day and night, and I miss you so much that I'm going crazy. Wu Yu felt that the smell of Shinkei's hand had completely changed this time. His breathing became heavier, and it was obvious that he was thinking about it. Wu Yu pushed him and whispered, Shinkei, I didn't provoke you. The later it got, the more Shinkei couldn't control himself. In the past, when he was alone in the royal court, he would fall asleep at this time when his brain was full of garbage. Shinkei took short breaths and tried to control his emotions. He whispered, Wife, you sleep here tonight, I sleep in the guest room. If it was the base, he might be able to control it, but here he really wanted to be with her and couldn't control it at all. He knew Wu Yu was tired of his noise today. Shinkei put Wu Yu on the sofa and turned to leave. Wu Yu blinked and suddenly reached out to grab the corner of Shinkei's clothes. Shinkei froze and stood there, saying in a low voice, "I told you not to challenge me." "Wu Yu, what if I do?" Shinkei turned around abruptly and closed the curtains of the study and the lights in the whole room. He grabbed Wu Yu's hands and pressed her on the sofa, leaning closer. In the darkness, Wu Yu listened to Shinkei's deep breathing in her ear and let Shinkei's hands do whatever he wanted. Shinkei's voice was full of passionate desire. "Wife." Wu Yu hugged Shinkei's neck and whispered in his ear, "Husband." "Shinkei, I want you to call me by my original name." "Wu Yu Noah." Wu Yu kept calling him and even kissed his cheek. Shinkei's pupils were shrinking violently in the darkness. Shinkei suddenly began to say, "Wife, I just want you to be by my side the night I was injured." Wu Yu held his face. "Noah, I really can't help you with this." Shinkei suddenly raised his mouth. "You can do it." In Wu Yu's surprised eyes, Shinkei grabbed Wu Yu's hand and stretched it into his heart. Instantly, his silver-white blood splashed. Wu Yu's pupils flickered violently, and blood stained her cheeks. Chapter 441. The lights in the room were on. Shinkei was sitting on the sofa. Wu Yu was lowering her head to bandage his wound. Shinkei raised his eyes carefully and glanced at Wu Yu, and found that Wu Yu had a gloomy face and didn't speak, so he didn't dare to say a word. But he was very happy in his heart. His wife was angry that he hurt himself. His wife loved him. After Wu Yu bandaged his wound, she suddenly curled her lips. "Is this fun?" Shinkei shook his head immediately. "It's not fun." Will you dare to do it again in the future?" Shinkei shook his head repeatedly. "I dare not." Wu Yu sneered. "I think you still don't remember." Shinkei was very obedient. He didn't dare to rebel at all at this moment. The last time his wife was so angry was when he almost died in the north and helped him to settle the score with Frank. Shinkei pulled Wu Yu carefully. "I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again." Wu Yu suddenly said, "Noah, you are too disobedient." Shinkei's pupils suddenly shrank, and his heartbeat quickened. Wu Yu turned to look at him. "Has Wang Ting ever tied you up and beat you?" Shinkei shook his head subconsciously. "No, they don't dare to be so blatant to me." Wu Yu sneered. "That's good. Don't worry about touching your childhood shadow again." Shinkei looked at Wu Yu in confusion. Wu Yu said coldly, "Come with me." Shinkei stood up and followed Wu Yu to the bed. Wu Yu told him directly, "Lie on the bed." As soon as Shinkei laid down, Wu Yu took out the life-saving hemp rope and tied his hands to the head of the bed. His breathing began to speed up uncontrollably. Shinkei felt as if his whole body was out of control, and he was shaking with excitement. Wu Yu knelt in front of Shinkei, stretched out her hand, and deliberately pressed his wound. Seeing that the wound that Shinkei had just bandaged began to bleed again, Wu Yu smiled with satisfaction. She took out a knife and patted Shinkei's face, smiling sinisterly. "Noah, you are too disobedient. Sister will teach you the rules now." Wu Yu just finished speaking, and suddenly found that Shinkei's reaction was not right. Shinkei's genes changed because of the transformation of his dragon bones. Dragon scales burst out from the corners of his eyes, and his light green eyes completely turned into bright golden vertical pupils because of excitement. "Oh my god!" Wu Yu was stunned. This was the first time Wu Yu saw Shinkei's powerful appearance after completing the transformation of his whole body, dragon bones. Would he not beat her to death with one punch? She was so shocked that she retracted her hand and even threw the knife to the side, turning around and running. Without waiting for her to move, Shinkei in full state moved as fast as lightning. He easily broke free from the rope that bound him and reached out to grab Wu Yu. In Wu Yu's shocked eyes, Shinkei put the knife that Wu Yu had dropped back into her hand. Shinkei looked at Wu Yu without blinking and took her hand to push the tip of the knife directly into her heart, his eyes full of madness. "Come on, baby, stab me to death." Wu Yu couldn't struggle at all. Deep well ice. Seeing that Shinkei was about to get hurt again, Wu Yu got angry. "Shinkei, let me go." Shinkei's pupils kept shrinking. He was too excited. Wu Yu's move just now could make him feel so good. Shinkei panted and approached Wu Yu. "Wife, please carve your name on this bone in your heart, okay? Take it yourself, don't be afraid, I am willing, it doesn't hurt." Wu Yu's love for him is the best anesthetic. He doesn't feel any pain now. He just feels that he is going crazy with excitement. In fact, before this, Wu Yu didn't really realize what the concept of Shinkei being crazy in Qi Yan's mouth was. It was not until she saw Shinkei's behavior with her own eyes that she realized that Shinkei was indeed not normal in his mind and had a serious illness. If Wu Yu was a normal person, she might have been scared away by Shinkei, but she herself was not normal either. She had a serious emotional disorder. She needed Shinkei to express his love to her in the most passionate way, so she always contradicted Shinkei to annoy him, and she just wanted Shinkei to coax her. Firm choice, absolute preference, and crazy possessiveness that was close to paranoia. Only when he constantly showed crazy possessiveness towards her could she feel safe in this relationship. Wu thought about it, since Shinkei himself said that he didn't care and was willing, then it was really exciting to carve her name on this bone in his heart. Shinkei's body has her name, and he belongs to her completely. So, under Shinkei's expectant eyes and his increasingly rapid breathing, Wu stabbed the knife into his heart. However, with the sound of the sharp blade piercing into flesh and blood, Wu still backed off. Sensing Wu's distressed and flickering eyes, Shinkei directly grabbed Wu's hand and quickly slid to write the word moon. Then, without hesitation, he took Wu's hand and pulled out the knife. Without waiting for Wu to help Shinkei rebandage his wound, Shinkei pinched Wu's neck and began to kiss her madly. Wu hooked her neck and leaned against him in response, and Shinkei's blood was all over the place. He pressed Wu on the bed, and just as he was about to pick up the rope he had broken free of, he suddenly stepped back. Wu grabbed Shinkei. "Where are you going?" Shinkei kept panting, trying to control his breathing. "I'm afraid I hurt you, baby. You sleep here by yourself today. I'm going." Before Shinkei could finish, Wu had hooked his neck and kissed him. Wu put the rope in Shinkei's hand. "Didn't you want to kiss me when you came out of the polar dungeon?" Shinkei's pupils flickered violently, and his breath darkened in an instant. He quickly tied a knot between him and Wu with a rope, just like Wu had tied in the polar dungeon. Then, he pulled a hemp rope without hesitation and pulled Wu in front of him. Wu was thrown directly onto Shinkei by the huge force. Shinju immediately reached out and hugged Wu tightly into his arms and fell on the bed. Shinkei touched Wu's face, constantly asking for kisses from her, deepening the kisses one after another, with a passionate desire to devour Wu whole. This time, the knot was not loosened for the whole night. In the slightly cool night, the air was scorching, and the atmosphere was ambiguous and sticky. In the quiet and windless room, the swaying bed curtains, the faint humming, the two once injured hearts finally got complete redemption and healing under each other's comfort. Wu was half asleep and half awake, and Shinkei's hands were dishonest when he came over. "Wu, I'm so sleepy, stop it, I want to sleep." "Shinkei, I just miss you. If I really want to do it, it won't be like this." "Wu, bastard." Wu put her legs directly on Shinkei, closed her eyes, and continued to sleep. Shinkei was completely stunned and controlled for a minute. He looked at Wu carefully and started to do it himself. "Wu, Noah?" Shinkei immediately stood still obediently. "Wife, I'm here." "Wu, don't get up first every time to do those trivial things." Shinkei began to brainstorm, trying to guess his wife's intentions. "Then I will wait for you to wake up from my arms tomorrow, okay?" "Wu, yes." Shinkei couldn't help but curl his lips. His hands began to be dishonest. He pushed the issue. "Then stay here tomorrow night, okay?" Wu turned her head to sleep and ignored him. Feeling that Wu was about to pull her legs away, Shinkei grabbed her ankles and pulled her back. "Stay one more night, okay?" This time, Wu ignored him. Shinkei had completely understood Wu's intentions, as long as Wu didn't explicitly refuse, even if she explicitly refused. As long as he kept sticking to her, pestering her, and coaxing her, she would finally give in. Because his wife also liked him very much, she just wanted to spoil him. Chapter 442. It was already past noon, but Wu was still sleeping. Shinkei didn't dare to leave, because Wu had said yesterday that she would be unhappy if he left. He found that Wu was really self-disciplined when she was self-disciplined, and she was really a slacker when she was lazy. A few days ago, he was curious about why Wu stayed in the house all day, and later he found that she was just lying down to rest. Maybe she had been so nervous for too long, and now she could finally relax. So Wu slept for almost 16 hours a day. Shinkei held her in his arms. "Baby, get up and eat something before going to sleep, okay?" Wu got into his arms and buried her head in his chest, closing her eyes and drowsily saying, "No, I'm so sleepy." Shinkei was a little worried. "Did you really say that you're fine after the physical examination?" "Wu, well, if you're worried, don't do it now." Shinkei thought for a while. "Then don't do it for now. Wait until you're better." Wu reached out her hand and moved it from the abdominal muscles down to Shinkei's mermaid line, deliberately sticky. "Oh really, you said it yourself." Shinkei grabbed Wu's hand. "Please keep being a decent roommate with me now." "Wu, Fuck the decent roommate mode. It's not you who has been doing it since you stepped into the royal court until late at night. Now start pretending." Wu turned away and ignored Shinkei, just in time for peace and quiet. When Shinkei's hand came over, Wu slapped him away. "Please keep being." Wu Yu suddenly couldn't speak. Shinkei was burying his head in her. Wu Yu pushed him away. Don't do this. Shinkei, didn't you think about it? If you don't want to do it, I'd give it to you. Wu Yu pushed him twice, but couldn't move him, so she could only sit up trembling. Shinkei looked up. What's wrong? Wu Yu glanced at him. Shinkei, I really don't want to do it. Wu Yu was so angry that she kicked his shoulder. Then stay away from me. Shinkei's eyes darkened instantly, and he grabbed Wu Yu's ankle and pulled her in front of him, leaning closer. He said in a low voice, I can see everything you do. Wu Yu glared at him. You've never seen it, you bastard. Shinkei chuckled. Wife, you're so pretty. Wu Yu's face flushed instantly. Shinkei, you're so filthy. Wu Yu pulled away and was about to leave, but Shinkei grabbed her ankle again, this time pulling her in front of him and lowering his head without hesitation. Wu Yu's cheeks flushed instantly, and she wanted to push Shinkei's head away, but she was too weak because of the trembling. Shinkei hugged Wu Yu and asked her, Shall I go cook for you? Wu Yu, I feel a bit PTSD when I hear the word eating. People need money to eat, but you need your life to eat. Shinkei laughed softly, and did not refute, but could not help wanting to kiss her. Wu Yu pushed Shinkei away, stood up and looked at the wound on Shinkei's chest. Found that his wound had healed, and was not serious at all. Wu Yu could not help but touch it twice. Your blood is really useful. It was a waste to lose so much yesterday. Shinkei nodded. Yes. When it is really difficult, you can earn a lot by selling blood. Wu Yu's heart suddenly twitched, and she pinched Shinkei's face hard in anger. Don't say it anymore. Shinkei saw Wu Yu's face change instantly, and immediately hugged Wu Yu. I won't do it again in the future. I won't let you worry about me anymore. Wu Yu was so distressed that her whole body was in pain. She hugged Shinkei, and her nose was sore. Shinkei saw Wu Yu's eyes were red, and he panicked instantly. I was wrong, my wife. Don't cry. I won't say it again in the future. The more Shinkei said this, the sadder Wu Yu felt. She lowered her head and said nothing. Shinkei was frightened and hurried to hold her face. When he touched the wetness on Wu Yu's face, he suddenly felt that his heart couldn't breathe. Shinkei suddenly hugged Wu Yu into his arms. Her tears were soaking his burning heart. Shinkei panted and kept pinching Wu Yu's neck to comfort her. Wife, baby, please don't cry. I can't stand it. When you cry, it hurts me more than killing me. Otherwise, you can stab me again. I'm not good for making you sad. You can stab me to death. Shinkei held Wu Yu and tried to coax her carefully. Suddenly, he felt Wu Yu sitting on him. Shinkei stared at Wu Yu blankly. Wife, do you want to eat something first? Then, Wu Yu nodded. I'm hungry. Shinkei wanted to cook, but he looked at Wu Yu and didn't move. Wu Yu, you said you were hungry, didn't you? I told you if I wanted to. Shinkei's face turned red instantly. His wife felt sorry for him and started to coax him. Wu Yu hooked her arm around his neck. Do you want me to do it myself again? If you can't feed me, I have to change my husband. Being hugged by Shinkei, Wu Yu couldn't help but let out a coquettish cry. Shinkei's eyes changed instantly. He sat up suddenly, gritted his teeth, and tightened his hands. You dare? Wu Yu hooked his neck and teased him. Husband, I'm hungry. Shinkei's bones were soft and his mind was completely confused. He let out a quick low gasp and his scalp was numb. Wu Yu acted coquettishly with him. Husband is really great, husband. I still want. I'm not full. I'm dying. Shinkei felt like he was going to die of pleasure. Shinkei was so excited that Wu Yu couldn't stand it anymore. She turned around and was about to run, but Shinkei grabbed her ankles and pulled her back, tying her directly to the bed. Shinkei, I can't grab you with my hands. Don't struggle, baby, or I hurt you again. Wu Yu looked at him pitifully. I'm really hungry. I want to eat. Shinkei's sweat slid down his forehead and into his neck, and he panted with a cold face. Well, aren't we cooking? Wu Yu stared at Shinkei's current appearance. He looked at her expressionlessly, with an extremely cold expression, and his exposed and wanton eyes made people feel hot, and kept making deep low gasps. Wu Yu liked Shinkei's current appearance very much. She stared at him straight, and her eyes seemed to have hooks. As soon as Shinkei untied Wu Yu's rope, she immediately went up and hugged Shinkei's neck. Shinkei, do you like me like this? Wu Yu, yeah. Shinkei, then come again? Wu Yu, yes. Shinkei, can we do it for a day? Wu Yu was embarrassed. She shook her head. No. Shinkei held her with one hand and leaned closer to her. I'm very capable. Just do it for a day. It was 2 hours later when Wu Yu had a proper bite of hot rice. Even so, Shinkei finally let her go because she was really bored. Shinkei put the bowl in front of her, pressed his mouth and said righteously, You asked me to do this. Wu Yu buried her head in her food, not even looking at him. From now on, she would refuse to communicate with Shinkei in all aspects. She really couldn't bear it anymore. With the extreme physiological and psychological liking between the two of them, they would get into trouble as long as they were together. Shinkei saw that Wuyu had made up her mind to ignore him, and gradually began to feel unhappy. He finished the meal without a word, and the two of them were silent throughout the dinner table. After Shinkei cleaned up the dishes and left the study without saying a word, Wuyu, who was slumped on the sofa, finally couldn't help but look up at him. After realizing that Shinkei left in the direction of the battle simulator in the backyard that he had mentioned to her before, Wuyu continued to look down at the communicator. After looking for a while, she gradually became agitated. Her mind was full of the cold look on Shinkei's face when she went to the physical training room to find him. It was so exciting. After thinking for a minute, Wuyu stood up silently. Chapter 443. When Wuyu walked to the backyard, Shinkei had already started the simulation drill. With his current strength, he directly turned the attack intensity to the highest. Even so, Shinkei still felt that it was meaningless. He just gave 2 punches, and the damage was explosive. No wonder Wuyu's father beat Sirius every day. He couldn't see his wife, couldn't find his children, and had a lot of anger. Isn't that more interesting than beating the battle simulator? He was not happy even if he was called. If he couldn't see Wuyu for 15 years, he would turn the sky upside down. Shinkei destroyed the battle simulator with 1 punch, and the thunder in his hand crackled and flew wildly. Wuyu watched Shinkei blew up the machine with a gloomy face, and instantly sighed, "What a waste, this machine costs so much money." Shinkei turned his head and glanced at Wuyu, and both of them were silent. Wuyu walked forward, walked around Shinkei to the battle simulator, and began to confirm that there was no possibility of rescue. Wuyu took out all the equipment for modifying the shuttle and motorcycle from the system, sat down quietly, and began to check, debug, and repair the line part damaged by Shinkei step by step. Shinkei was watching her from the side. As soon as Wuyu started to focus on her own things, it was as if there was a wall between her and the whole world. She was completely immersed in her own world, making Shinkei feel that she was very far away. Even if Shinkei was the top fighter in the entire alliance, he would never be able to keep up with Wuyu's brain circuits. This sudden sense of alienation that pulled the two apart made Shinkei panic for no reason. He walked forward without hesitation, broke through the invisible barrier between the two with an attitude that did not allow for questioning, and took Wuyu into his arms from behind. Wuyu glanced sideways. "What's wrong?" "Shinkei, don't worry about it. Can't you just look at me?" "Wuyu, let me see if I can fix it." Shinkei didn't want to. "No, just look at me." Wuyu stopped what she was doing, and Shincheng immediately turned her over and hugged her in his arms. "Shinkei, hold me." "Wuyu, my hands got dirty when I was repairing the circuit." Shinkei pulled her hand and hugged him tightly. "No matter what, hold me." Wuyu hugged Shinkei tightly helplessly. "You got your clothes dirty." Shinkei took off his clothes with his backhand. "Now it's clean." "Wuyu, Shinkei, what's wrong with you?" "Shinkei, I feel like you're very far away from me." "Wuyu, I'm right in front of you, and you broke the machine yourself." "Shinkei, will you ascend again?" Wuyu suddenly fell silent. Shinkei was tense. "Wuyu, answer me." "Wuyu, maybe. I need it when I open the door to the Order Realm." Shinkei's pupil shrank instantly, and he hugged Wuyu tightly. "No, I will never allow you to experience that again." "Wife, don't force me. I know you want to save your parents, but you can't ignore my feelings every time." Wuyu pressed the corners of her mouth and said softly, Shinkei turned his head and was about to kiss her, but suddenly paused when he saw Wuyu's expression. "Shinkei, were you kidding me just now?" Wuyu blinked. "No." Shinkei gritted his teeth. "You are just happy to see me getting anxious and angry." Wuyu couldn't help but puff, laughing out loud. "You are so stupid." Shinkei turned around and walked away in anger. Wuyu watched him walk away without chasing him. She turned around and continued to repair the machine. Shinkei waited for a long time, but Wuyu didn't come to comfort him. He was furious. Intentional. Wuyu just liked his angry and cold face, so she kept making him angry. When Wuyu finished repairing the machine and turned around, she saw Shinkei standing there with a cold face. He looked at her with eyes that made him want to bite her to death. Wuyu smiled and told him, "I fixed it." Shinkei said calmly, "Really?" Wuyu nodded expectantly. "Isn't she amazing? Praise her now." Shinkei came over and punched the machine that Wuyu had just repaired in front of him, and turned around and walked away with a secret satisfaction. "Wuyu, eh?" Wow, she was speechless. "Brother, you are 20 years old, not 2 years old. Why are you so childish?" When Wuyu found Shinkei, he was doing daily training in the garden. After training, Wuyu started to do stretching exercises, and pushed open the glass door and walked toward Shinkei. When he bent down, his short sleeves naturally fell down, revealing a strong and narrow waist. Wu Yu passed by him from behind, touched him, and turned around and ran away. Taking advantage and running away, it was really exciting. Shinkei turned around and pulled her into his arms. Wu Yu looked puzzled. What are you doing? Shinkei, you touched me. Wu Yu denied it. Don't talk nonsense, I'm not that kind of person. Shinkei's hands began to get out of order. I want to touch you back. Wu Yu pushed him. You should exercise well. Shinkei thought about it and said, sit on my back and give me some strength training. Wu Yu, I don't want it. Shinkei, you can choose between the back and the waist. Wu Yu looked up at him. Are you not angry anymore? Shinkei turned his face away from her. You don't comfort me when I'm angry. If I'm not angry, no one will feel sorry for me even if I die of anger. Wu Yu turned his face over and leaned forward to kiss him. Aren't I here to comfort you? I'm still angry. I've been repairing it for so long, and you broke it with one punch again. Shinkei was unhappy. I was wrong. I was too angry when you didn't comfort me. I shouldn't have broken the machine you repaired. Wu Yu's heart softened immediately when she saw Shinkei, the poor little boy, apologize after being bullied. Wu Yu, pick me up. Shinju immediately held her up and lifted her up. Wu Yu hooked her arm around Shinkei's neck, looked at him, and said seriously, actually, my mother ascended to heaven before the end of the world. When the end of the world came, the heavenly Tao wanted to take her away to avoid the catastrophe of mankind, but she gave up. She gave her ability to my father, completed the first salvation, and lived in seclusion with my father. In the peak battle, she did her best to create a new dimension, and set all the ghosts there to give humans a chance to breathe. It wasn't that she didn't want to stand up at the first time, but she couldn't save the world by ascending. In other words, no matter how much the heavenly Tao liked her, it would only give her one chance, and then she would be forgotten by everyone. I believe that with the current scientific research power, humans will definitely be able to use their own way and the power of technology to open the door to the world of order and completely end this horrible apocalypse. Wu Yu put her face close to Shinkei's cheek. So don't worry, okay? My parent's status is indeed forever entrenched. But now you are in front of me, you are by my side, you are the one I love the most important person. Don't always be so panic and so inferior, okay baby? Wu Yu blinked at Shinkei. Now no matter how you look at it, it seems that you are more popular and sought after. The first in the league is so powerful, I am so fragile now. You have to protect me well? Shinkei was flattered and nodded happily. Yes, I will protect you. I will protect you forever. On the day Wu Yu went for a physical examination, Fuishua said, Yu Yu, the large amount of evil energy you absorbed when you ascended is all accumulated in your body. Before your body has completely digested and absorbed it, you must not engage in any battles or mental attacks. Although refusing to ascend has caused you to lose your spiritual power, your father's ability has been infinitely magnified and retained, and you will completely inherit all his fighting methods. Moreover, the concentration of hostility in your body is almost 10 times that of your father at that time. If you use it rashly, your body may collapse instantly. Wu Yu, how long will it take to fully absorb it? Fuishua, with your body's recovery speed, it will probably take less than 3 months. Jiang Yuhua and Chunya were surprised at the same time. That is to say, Shinkei, the number 1 in the alliance, will be replaced in less than 3 months. Wu Yu blinked, looking at Shinkei's beautiful hair shining with joy, and couldn't help but lean over to kiss him. Shinli immediately leaned forward to meet her, turning passive into active, and deepened the kiss. It is better not to tell Shinkei about this. Although inferiority and affection are the best filters for men, she still prefers Shinkei's confident and flamboyant appearance now. It is natural and casual to get along with her without being cautious, and there is no need to worry about not being worthy of her, and worrying about gains and losses. And the facts also prove that no matter how strong or ordinary she is, Shinkei's way of getting along with her has never changed. Because Shinkei himself has always been a good person. Chapter 444. Shinkei started to stick to Wu Yu while kissing her. Wife, try to coax me again. You know, there is another place. Said that, Shinkei turned his head and looked at the swing on the side of the garden. Wu Yu glared at him. Don't even think about going outside. Shinkei, no one will see us. The whole garden is protected by barriers. Wu Yu, that won't work. Shinkei started to negotiate. I let you rest for 2 days, and I won't touch you. Wu Yu, your promise is no longer credible. Shinkei slowly put Wu Yu down, looked at her deeply, and turned to walk into the house. Wu Yu, That is, she has not recovered yet, otherwise she would have killed him with the anger bomb. Wu Yu let out a sigh. is your kitten still there? Shinkei blinked, and immediately yes. Wu Yu, then let it come and play with me. Shinkei instantly thought of the last time he was punished by Wu Yu to stand, and said vigilantly, what are you going to do with him? Wu Yu smiled, I can do whatever I want. You have no right to interfere, you can come or not. After saying that, he turned around and sat on the swing, swinging slowly. Shinkei hesitated for a second, then immediately turned around and went into the bedroom. Wu Yu was swinging on the swing with her eyes squinting in the sun, when she felt a kitten hooking her legs. Wu Yu picked up the cat, held it in front of her eyes and kissed it. Smelling the cat's fragrance, Wu Yu couldn't help but put it under her nose and took a sip. The kitten is so cute. Wu Yu buried her head in front of the cat's face and kissed its big face. The kissed cat. Meow meow. She began to scratch its chin, and the kitten raised its head and cried continuously. Wu Yu leaned back and swayed slowly. She put the kitten on her legs and touched the back of the cat's neck from time to the tailbone. Shinkei felt like he was walking on clouds since Wu Yu held him up. He felt electric all over and was so happy that he almost died. The kitten's palms blossomed, and he couldn't help but lie on his side in Wu Yu's arms and turn over his belly. Wu Yu began to touch its belly and rub its soft belly. The kitten couldn't help but turn over its palms and began to step on the milk. Wu Yu picked up the kitten and put it on her chest, looking into its beautiful green eyes. Wu Yu couldn't help but praise it, you are so beautiful. Meow. Wu Yu, I like you so much, don't follow your master, come home with me later, I will take care of you and buy you cans. Meow. Wu Yu held the kitten in front of her face and whispered in its ear, I will take you away secretly later, we won't tell him, let him stay here by himself. He is so bad and always bullies me, we won't take him to play with us anymore. Meow. The kitten was so intoxicated by Wu Yu's magic potion that the whole cat was fascinated. All it could do was meow with a pinched voice and rub its milk diligently. Wu Yu rubbed and couldn't help but touch the tip of the tail along the coccyx. The kitten's tail instantly hooked Wu Yu's hand and swept it again and again. The whole cat was rubbing against her, sticky. Wu Yu patted the kitten's butt and suddenly said in surprise, Hey Mimi, you are a boy, why don't you have balls yet? Shinkei's mind instantly started to beep, and the alarm started. This woman would not satisfy him so easily. Wu Yu lifted the kitten up and said seriously, if your master doesn't understand, let your aunt do it. Don't worry, your aunt has killed many people, and her hands are very steady. Meow. Hearing the cat's meowing, Wu Yu laughed so hard that she couldn't straighten her waist. The kitten jumped onto Wu Yu's shoulder and bit her neck in anger. While biting, Wu Yu felt the kitten start to lick her neck. Cats have barbs on their tongues, which make them feel numb and itchy. Wu Yu blushed as she licked the kitten. Noticing that Wu Yu's expression had changed, the kitten immediately stretched out its paws and placed them on Wu Yu's chest, and began to step on her milk. Wu Yu was embarrassed to look at the kitten's beautiful eyes. She suddenly realized that she had not teased the kitten, but had made a cat blush. Wu Yu raised her head, her face getting redder and redder. From her ears to her neck, she gently pushed it. I don't want you anymore, you're as bad as your master. He is a scumbag, you are a little scumbag, go back to your master. The kitten jumped to the ground without waiting for Wu Yu to react. Shinkei picked Wu Yu up from the swing, and Wu Yu blushed so much that she covered her eyes fiercely. Shinkei, put on your clothes. Shinkei, this is my own yard, you have no right to interfere. Wu Yu couldn't raise her head, then let me go. Shinkei approached and begged her softly, wife, can you turn around? Wu Yu's face flushed, and she glanced at Shinkei with her eyes rolling. Shinkei looked at her nervously and expectantly, feeling his heart was about to jump out of his throat. When he saw Wu Yu's movements, Shinkei couldn't hold back his smile, and his white hair was dazzling. The swing creaked again, and the swinging sound slowly sounded. Shinkei watched Wu Yu run away without looking back, his mind was dazed, and he put on his clothes and pants in a daze. Shinkei didn't chase her, but sat on the swing, his mind full of Wu Yu's red face when she turned her head to look at him just now. Shinkei closed his eyes, and suddenly raised his head, unable to help but utter a low curse. Just thinking about it would make him feel so good. Shinkei was about to stand up and take a cold shower when he suddenly looked in the direction of the glass door in surprise. Seeing Wu Yu's red and shy face, Shinkei couldn't help but breathe faster and faster. Wu Yu looked up at him helplessly and almost killed Shinkei. He flashed in front of Wu Yu, hugged Wu Yu and returned to the swing. Wu Yu whispered, put me down? Shinkei had no ability to think at all now, and whatever Wu Yu said was what he meant. He lowered his head and looked at Wu Yu, breathing deeply. Shinkei felt Wu Yu gently push him, without exerting any strength, but he sat directly on the swing as if all his bones were limp. Just when Shinkei thought Wu Yu would sit on it, Wu Yu squatted down in front of him. Shinkei looked at Wu Yu with a twinkling eye, and immediately pulled her up and hugged her to sit on him. "No, baby, I don't want you to do this, I can't bear it." Wu Yu looked at him, hooked her neck, and blushed and leaned over. Shinkei immediately pinched the back of Wu Yu's neck, and kissed her fiercely. The two people's breathing became heavier, and the atmosphere was ambiguous when they looked at each other. "Wu Yu, don't you want to?" "Shinkei, I do, but I just want you to do this." Wu Yu kissed Shinkei and whispered, "Let me go." Shinkei's eyes became deeper and deeper. "Wife, I really can't use my will to reject you again. Can you leave by yourself? I will definitely not keep you, don't do this, Before Shinkei finished speaking, his expression seemed to be completely vacuumed, and his brain was blank in an instant. Shinkei felt that now Wu Yu really let him be a dog, he would be willing. He had no dignity, he was his wife's dog. Oh no, not a dog, but his wife's kitten. Chapter 445. Office of the Secretary General of the Central City Alliance. Lu Li, Ms. Wu Yu has been staying at Prince Noah's residence for 2 days. Zhou Qianfeng glanced at Lu Li, and he felt embarrassed. He was still a pure boy. Zhou Qianfeng stood up. Since they have reconciled, the god-making plan has officially failed. Let's start a new chapter of establishing a new alliance immediately. Let's go and meet Wu Yu. Ask the savior who has been pretending to be stupid what he means now. After breakfast, Wu Yu strolled around the garden twice to complete all the exercise for the day. She sat on the swing, swaying, and looking at Shinkei, who was exercising early in the morning not far away. Shinkei turned to look at her. "Wife, can I stretch you?" "Wu Yu. So early in the morning," I declined, "thank you." The two of them didn't say a word before Shinkei received a notice that someone was visiting. "Shinkei, the Secretary General is here, I go meet him." Zhou Qianfeng walked in, and saw Wu Yu lying on the swing. His expression instantly cracked. "You look exactly like your mother now, and people want to kick you when they see you." Wu Yu blinked and stood up. "Uncle Zhou, I'm very delicate now." "Zhou Qianfeng, don't disgust me. You played dumb, and did Tai Chi and all the communications I sent you. I know what you mean. You want to avoid the rapid development period, when the alliance was first established like your father did. But you suddenly created so many newborns for the alliance, and the families of those children insisted on thanking you in person. Wu Yu, I might ascend to heaven on the spot at the meeting with 10,000 people because of their warm gratitude." Shinchen turned his head immediately. "You said you won't ascend again." "Wu Yu, the heavenly Tao has fallen, and it can't resist the enthusiasm of the masses. Haven't I already modified their memories? How come so many people still know?" "Zhou Qianfeng, there is no wall that is impenetrable, not to mention that those who choose to have children at this time are permanent residents of World City, and even people from Central City. They all have their own channels of connections to know the truth of the day of the god-making plan. Will you spread her hands? Then I can't go. If I want to end the god-making plan completely, I must fall to the ground." Zhou Qianfeng sighed. "It's also difficult for the Secretariat to do this. Not making your contribution to the entire god-making plan public is stealing the fruits of your victory. But once it is made public, you, the god, will become the sword of Damocles hanging over the head of the new alliance leader and even the entire alliance. Wu Yu, I thought my attitude was very clear. I'm not interested in this medal of honor. Look at how ugly things ended up for my parents' generation. Why bother? If the Secretariat is embarrassed to steal it by itself, you can find a few more companies to steal together, so that everyone can share the moral guilt. And the purpose of my doing all this has always been to save my mother. Instead, I am occupying public resources for personal gain, and I am taking advantage of the team to make money for myself. I would be criticized for doing that before. She never wanted to be a god. She has always positioned herself as a rotten salted fish. I don't know how the plot has deviated to this point to become a savior." Zhou Qianfeng wanted to say something, but Wu Yu told him directly. "Well, you can say that I am now a weak and helpless daughter, and the little wife of Prince Noah who never leaves the house. I am a very socially anxious and introverted person. I always walk through the sewers when I go out. I am too shy to see people. I didn't want to save anyone. It was because I was too stupid and naive that they caught me and put me in the formation. If everyone hadn't tried their best to save me, the world would be destroyed. They should be able to do something to me, right?" Zhou Qianfeng's expression was instantly disgusted by Wu Yu, as if he had swallowed 100 flies. He turned around and left without looking back, as if he didn't want to see Wu Yu again in this life. Damn, such a disgusting feeling. He hasn't experienced it for a long time since Lu Ling left. Now Wu Yu directly gave him a 2.0 upgrade Pro Max version. Wu Yu waved goodbye to Zhou Qianfeng. Uncle Zhou, have a safe journey, take care of yourself. After seeing Zhou Qianfeng off, Wu Yu turned around and saw Shen Ke looking at her with a slightly red face. Wu Yu was puzzled. What's that expression on your face? Shen Ke looked away embarrassedly. You just said you were my little wife. Wu Yu nodded. Isn't it? This is my new personality now. Ding. Limited time 3 months of the wife experience card. 3 months of playing badly is enough for the new alliance to be redefined, and her body is fully recovered. Shen Ke is so happy that he is bubbling with beauty. He approached Wu Yu hesitantly and took her into his arms. Shen Ke, wife, I want to. Wu Yu pushed him. You said yesterday that you would not touch me for the next 2 days. Shen Ke denied it. I didn't say that. Wu Yu couldn't believe it. You just deny it now, right? Shen Ke couldn't help it. God knows how happy he was when Wu Yu told Secretary Zhou that she was his wife. Wu Yu pushed Shen Ke several times, but he didn't move her. Shen Ke slipped his hand under her clothes and held the back of her head and kissed her deeply. Wu Yu hooked her neck, and he picked up Princess Wu Yu and walked into the house. Suddenly, he cursed, damn. Why is there another person coming? Shen Ke was about to refuse the visit directly, but when he saw that the person who came this time was the newly appointed alliance leader Bai Hu, he had no choice but to kiss Wu Yu and put her down. Shen Ke, wife, please wait in the reception room. I bring the leader of the alliance to you. Wu Yu blinked. How can this be? He's the leader of the alliance. I go with you to pick him up. Shen Ke, when Secretary Zhou came just now, you didn't even move. Wu Yu smiled. That's different. Uncle Zhou is half my father. You don't have to be so distant with your own father. Bai Hu was not surprised to see Wu Yu and Shen Ke together. He had just received the news from Zhou Qianfeng that Wu Yu refused to show up, and he happened to be on his way to the royal court. Bai Hu immediately changed the person he was visiting and decided to meet Wu Yu at first. Seeing Bai Hu, Wu Yu didn't talk to Zhou Qianfeng in a sloppy manner before, and politely called, Hello, alliance leader. Bai Hu looked at Wu Yu and saw Wu Yu's intention. Bai Hu laughed. Wu Yu, you didn't have this attitude when you came to me before. You said you were a turtle in the wishing well, but you were very capable when I put the coin in your hand. Now that S4 is over, you are actually alienated. Wu Yu immediately ran behind Shen Ke and kept pushing Shen Ke forward, which made Bai Hu look confused. As the spokesperson appointed by his wife, Shen Ke told Bai Hu with a serious face and full of conviction, Alliance leader, Wu Yu is actually very timid. She is embarrassed to talk to you. If you have anything, please communicate with me. Bai Hu, Maybe he is really old and really can't understand the way these two people are in love. Bai Hu took a deep breath. Have you decided not to show up this time? Wu Yu, yeah. Bai Hu, okay, I got it. Before leaving, Bai Hu turned to look at Wu Yu. Even if you don't show up, there's no need to be so distant with me. Calling me uncle shouldn't make the gods feel embarrassed, right? Wu Yu poked his head out and waved his hand with a smile. It's not embarrassing, I'm honored. Goodbye, Uncle Bai Hu, come visit me often when you're free. Bai Hu looked at Shen Ke. Prince Noah, come with me, I just happen to have something to say to you and the current Prince Squire. Shen Ke, okay. Shen Ke realized that the time he could be completely alone with his wife was officially over from now on. Chapter 446. Walking along the corridor where Zhou Qianfeng had taken him away, Shen Ke's side changed from Vlad to the newly appointed leader of the alliance. Bai Hu, have you really decided to give up the right to inherit the royal court? Shen Ke, yes. Bai Hu smiled. Wu Yu has the Jiang family, the Secretariat, and the Taoist sect behind him. Shen Ke, if Wu Yu hadn't discovered it in time, no matter how many people there were, they would have been finished. Bai Hu glanced sideways. I saw the development process of the royal court in these years, which was sorted out and submitted by Xinqingxi, including all the affairs you participated in handling. Shen Ke, as a descendant of the royal family, you have been exposed to the best training since childhood, and your own abilities are far stronger than what you have shown in the royal court. I heard that most of the members of Qian were recruited by you during the battles outside. During this period, the members of Qian have provided work support to the military and the Secretariat. Many of them have their own undeveloped strengths, which means that you have discovered these shining points when recruiting them. You seconded the entire Qian to the alliance to build a bridge for them to transfer manpower, so that these members, who are not strong in the team, have the opportunity to be discovered by the superiors for their abilities, and thus be recruited by the alliance as talents when the alliance is in urgent need of people. But in this way, Qian will inevitably face the fate of disintegration. Qian's top leaders all have other important tasks. If you give up the right to inherit the royal court now, what are your plans for the future? Shinkei said as a matter of course, I will be with Wu Yu. By who? Do you have any idea of joining the military? Shinkei said firmly, no. By who? I can help you convert Qian directly into the Qian Legion. Shinkei continued to refuse, no need. Bai Hu was choked and stuck. Shinkei, a man should have his own career. Shinkei gave an example. Wu Yu's father is like this too. Bai Hu gritted his teeth. Jiang Cheng at least built serious. He is also the one who maintains the Daomen Sword Tomb. Shinkei, I also built Qian, the first team in the alliance. Bai Hu took a deep breath. Zhou Qianfeng walked out directly from the side. This kid is rebellious and has a bad temper. Bai Hu held his forehead. He was not like this in front of Wu Yu just now. Zhou Qianfeng, now in his eyes. We are villains who want to break up him and Wu Yu, and he has automatically labeled us as class enemies. Shinkei looked at Bai Hu and Zhou Qianfeng in front of him. The two of them obviously had something to say to him. Shinkei just turned his head to look at his residence. Wu Yu was wearing a coat and standing at the door, waiting at him with a smile. Shinkei's aura being ready to go suddenly became gentle. Zhou Qianfeng was speechless. Shinkei, can you be a little more promising? You've lost your mind over dating. With your ability, if you were in the end of the world, you would have been the crown prince for sure. What's more, you are now very strong and the first combat force in the alliance. Have you ever thought that you may not be able to spend your whole life with Wu Yu? A lifetime is so long. How old are you now? When the love between you and Wu Yu is exhausted, and you lose the right to inherit the royal court in Qian, will you not leave yourself any way out? Shinkei looked in the direction of Wu Yu without moving his eyes. Did Wu Yu ask you to come? Zhou Qianfeng shook his head. After Wu Yu discovered your intention, let me give you a rational analysis. As for the leader of the alliance, it happens to be the same path. He cherishes talent. Shinkei narrowed his eyes slowly. What does Wu Yu mean? Zhou Qianfeng, Wu Yu said that there is no leader around you who can give you guidance at critical moments. She doesn't want you to lose your life goals because of your love for her, and she doesn't want you to regret becoming a couple with a grudge in the future. In the entire process of your love, no one has ever made assumptions for you from your perspective. Everyone is subconsciously helping her. So, she hopes that someone will stand in your perspective this time and put themselves in your shoes to think about you. Analyze the choices and decisions you have made now from a rational perspective without any love. In the end, the choice is still in your hands. No one is qualified to make decisions about other people's lives. Shinkei looked at Bai Hu and Zhou Qianfeng. Thank you for your concern for me, the leader and secretary general. I need to communicate with Wu Yu first. Sorry, excuse me. Shinkei walked towards Wu Yu without hesitation. He directly carried Wu Yu into the house, pressed her on the bed, and asked her seriously, Wu Yu, I just want to ask you one question. What do you want me to choose? Wu Yu looked up at Shin Quebec. They were so close, their breaths lingering. Wu Yu said, I want you to go to the military. Shinkei gritted his teeth. I'm not satisfied with this answer. Please say it again. Wu Yu was helpless. Shinkei, we all know that with the rise of the second generation of the Alliance, it has become easier to clear dungeons. The golden age of quickly rising through dungeons to obtain resources has passed. The team was born to fight in dungeons. If a small number of people can monopolize a large amount of dungeon resources, the squeeze on living space will lead to a vicious cycle in which the lower-level members of the team and the new team will never be able to emerge. The team transformation is imperative. Desert Rose is a cooperation between bounty hunters and the White Tiger Army. Falcon has military industry chain and trade with Vera Town. Sirius has the backing of Zhang's Chable, Shadow, and Wanting Merge. Blazing Flame has grown wildly and stabilized the first team in the Alliance with your continuous efforts and hard work. You are willing to build a platform for the team members to move up for a better future. What about you? Shinkei, you gave up the inheritance of Wanting. Don't you even want Blazing Flame that you worked so hard to build? Shinkei sneered, Wu Yu, don't give me that. Wherever Qian's people go, as long as they come back in the future, Qian's door will be open to them. Then let me ask you, what do you plan to do after you save your mother? Wu Yu, Good boy, this question really confused me. Shinkei pinched her face. Now I've spoiled you so much that you have everything you want. I have to bring you a glass of water. Don't think I don't know that as soon as your parents come back, you will immediately give up, just like you do now, lying down and doing nothing every day. Wu Yu blinked quickly, No, how did he know? No. She is the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. Her parents are back. She has brains, strength and money. Does she still need to struggle? No need at all. Wu Yu was very tough. I have the capital. Shinkei sneered. It's the same as who doesn't have it. I won't inherit the royal court. but I have other properties under my name. Xinqingxi is not stupid, the royal court is bigger than a lean camel, and the money I get will never be spent in this lifetime. Your father has been in jail for 15 years, but everyone puts their hopes on him? Wu Yu immediately realized, this man is not easy to fool. He is rich and powerful now. He doesn't need fame and achievements to prove himself. Wu Yu began to brainstorm frantically. So what is the only weakness that can be grasped by Xinkei now? Wu Yu suddenly got stuck. Maybe, it's just herself. Xinkei sneered when he noticed the subtle change in Wu Yu's expression. The only thing I want now is you. Don't give me those fake and fooling tricks. If you want me to go to the military, you marry me immediately, we get the marriage certificate, you stay with me all the time. Don't think about saving people, I will agree to it. If you are willing, let alone going to the military, I have no problem going to outer space. Wu Yu, He is now standing in her perspective, using her rich experience to get rid of his evil deeds and counterattack her rhetoric. Seeing Wu Yu obediently keeping silent, Xinkei unzipped Wu Yu's skirt and reached in. Wu Yu, if you dare to do this to me again, you will see how I will deal with you. Wu Yu's face instantly turned red. She tried to run, but Xinkei grabbed her ankle and pulled her back. Xinkei was so angry that he kept biting her. You still ask me to go to the military. When your parents come back, I will be so busy that I can't even see you. You can't even cook a meal. When you get away, you will be coaxed away by a dog from nowhere. Wu Yu whispered coquettishly, Xinkei, be gentle, you heard me. Xincheng immediately relaxed, and gently rubbed the place where Wu Yu was hurt. Wu Yu felt wronged? I don't want you to regret it later. Xinkei kissed her. I know, I will never regret it. Wu Yu twisted Xinkei's waist. I don't know where the dog came from. How can I change my mind so easily? Xinkei instantly let out a low gasp, holding Wu Yu's hand to prevent her from leaving. Wife, I was wrong. As their breathing became heavier, Xinkei and Wu Yu looked at each other silently. The two kept getting closer, and the kiss was inseparable. Xinkei, wife, twist me again. Wu Yu, no. Xinkei, then I start. Wu Yu twisted her body several times in anger. Twist him to death. Twist this pervert to death. Xinkei, wife, you make me feel so comfortable. Wu Yu's face flushed. Don't say such misleading words. Xinkei, wife, if you despise me for having no status, I will go wherever you want me to go. Wu Yu, I don't despise you. Xinkei, are you afraid that I can't support you? Wu Yu hugged Xinkei's head and said, I have money, I don't need you to support me. Xinkei began to unbutton his shirt. Then you support me, I will take off all my clothes and serve you every day, I have no shame. Xinkei picked up Wu Yu and leaned close to her. Xinkei looked at her. Tell me honestly, do you want me to go to the military? Wu Yu turned away embarrassedly. No, I just want you to stay with me forever and never go anywhere. But I think it's not good for me to think like this. Xinkei instantly raised the corner of his mouth, and the small words of love were drowned in the deep kiss. I think it's a great idea for you to think like this. It will make me so happy. Chapter 447. Zhou Qianfeng and Baihu looked at each other speechlessly. Zhou Qianfeng, forget it. This guy is even more outrageous than Jiang Cheng. He is a complete fan of Wu Yu. It just so happens that Wu Yu can't do without someone around her now. With Xinkei around, everyone can work with peace of mind. Baihu, with Xinkei's ability, he will be able to sit in my position in the future. He has foresight and a big picture view. He will seize the opportunity of the alliance to support the team and establish Qian, and ride on the wind. He has established one beneficial policy after another for the team to attract high-powered players to join. Xinkei is very much like the suppressed and dormant prince of ancient China. He seems to be impulsive and reckless, but in fact, he can identify people and keep up with the overall situation at the first time. He has been steadily developing his own power, and fortunately, he will bite back at Vlad at the best time. He has a military advisor and a loyal partner, and someone to help him fill the gaps in his ability. In addition, he has outstanding strength, hard work, and the courage to fight. If it weren't for the absolute suppression of Chu Cixia, who was a whole generation ahead of him, he might not be able to turn things around on his own. Zhou Qianfeng laughed. It's too late to say these things now. Before Wu Yu rescued him from the north, maybe even Xinkei himself thought so. Otherwise, he wouldn't have kept it to himself and concealed his identity for so long. So to be honest, Zhou Qianfeng actually admired Xinkei very much. A man who is responsible, capable of taking on responsibilities, and strong-willed will be admired wherever he goes. Especially after Xinkei refused to cooperate with him, he admired him even more. At that time, he didn't want Jiang Cheng to pass the word to Xinkei so quickly, because he wanted Xinkei to go higher and further in the future. But now Shinkei is getting stronger at a lightning speed, so fast that everyone is caught off guard. He no longer needs to use his status to match Wu Yu. Zhou Qianfeng laughed. Forget it. It's useless for us to say anything anyway. Let's go and meet the person in charge of the current Wang Ting. This guy is not an ordinary person. By Hu's side, it is really gratifying to see the new generation of strong people in the alliance, and the waves behind the Yangtze River push the waves ahead. Su Mo was a little nervous standing next to Shinjingxi. She repeatedly adjusted the corners of her clothes to confirm whether she was inappropriate. Shinjingxi looked down at her. Don't be so nervous. Su Mo took a deep breath. It's not good to be rude when the alliance president and secretary general come to the royal court in person. Shinjingxi smiled. You are very decent now, not rude at all. Su Mo looked at him shyly. Her face flushed, and she nodded gently yes. Shinjingxi took Su Mo's hand from behind, and Su Mo's face flushed instantly. Shinjingxi took Su Mo to welcome the arrival of Bai Hu and Zhou Qianfeng, and took them to the reception room, and the two sat at the first seat. Zhou Qianfeng smiled and greeted, You too, please sit down, don't be so restrained. Su Mo was very nervous. She heard that the Secretary General and Wu Yu's mother were close old friends. The things she and Shinjingxi had done to Wu Yu made her uneasy, fearing that it would affect the alliance's attitude towards Wang Ting. Zhou Qianfeng and Bai Hu looked at each other, and they saw through it at a glance. Zhou Qianfeng, don't be so nervous. We came here this time to show the alliance's attitude towards Wang Ting. 1. All the beneficial policies towards Wang Ting set after the peak battle that year remain unchanged. 2. The improper profits of Vlad and the royal court shall be confiscated for the construction of the new alliance. 3. The rights and interests of the descendants of the heroes of the northern battlefield under the jurisdiction of the former secretariat shall be returned to the royal court. After saying that, in the surprised eyes of Su Mo, Bai Hu and Zhou Qianfeng stood up at the same time and came to Shinjingxi. Bai Hu, the alliance thanks Prince Squire and Miss Su Mo for their hard work over the years, and for making decisions that can change the overall situation at a critical moment. Thank you for your hard work. In Su Mo's flickering eyes, Zhou Qianfeng sent her an invitation letter. The Secretariat would like to invite Miss Su Mo to go to various places to give lectures, as the publicity ambassador of the new alliance development plan. Su Mo turned to look at Shinjingxi, who smiled and said, I support all your decisions. Su Mo nodded immediately. Thank you, Secretary Zhou, I am willing to accept it. Bai Hu and Zhou Qianfeng were relieved at the same time. They finally had two sensible people, and they didn't make a wasted trip. Shinkei hugged Wu Yu and kissed her for a while, and the sticky action became more and more wrong. Wu Yu pushed him. Let me go. Shinkei coaxed her. Wife, let's go out and swing, okay? Wu Yu's face flushed when she heard the word swing. She kept shaking her head. I won't go. Shinkei didn't want to. You go. Wu Yu glared at him with a red face. Shinkei, don't push it. I've already satisfied you. Are you still not done yet? Shinkei came close to her neck and kept teasing her. Just swing properly. I really won't do anything. Wu Yu couldn't stand his teasing anymore, and she hooked her arm around his neck in annoyance. You said it yourself. Shincheng nodded immediately. Yes. Shinkei held Wu Yu on the swing. The swing swayed. The two looked at each other, both blushing. What kind of people are these? They were talking fine inside, but when they came out, they said one thing and did another. Wu Yu couldn't help but look away. Let me go. Shinkei hugged her tightly. Don't move, baby. Wu Yu, that can't always be like this. Shinkei, why not? I want to be like this forever. Wu Yu buried her head in Shinkei's arms and cursed him in a low voice. You bastard. Shinkei admitted directly. Yes, I am. Wu Yu, how long will it take? Shinkei, my dear, you are so good now. Shinkei kissed Wu Yu, but he didn't say when it would end. Wu Yu was sleepy again after all the tossing and turning. She hugged Shinkei's neck and put her head on his strong shoulder. I'm going to sleep. Shinkei, go to sleep, baby. I take you in when you fall asleep. Wu Yu was so angry that she hit him. How can you sleep like this? Shinkei didn't block it, and let Wu Yu's fists all fall on his shoulders. Wu Yu's strength was just like tickling him. Shinkei leaned close to her ear. Sleep like this. He kept going. Anyway, he wouldn't let go. His wife always followed his will, and he just kept pushing. Wu Yu's voice became softer and softer. Shinkei, you are too energetic. You should find a class. I will let Uncle Zhou assign you work tomorrow. Shinkei's expression cracked instantly. He had only tasted the sweetness for 2 days. Shinkei was unwilling. Wife, I want to protect you. Wu Yu, you are the one who has been bullying me. Shinkei said pitifully. Wife, I don't want to leave you. Wu Yu pushed him away. you are so clingy. Shinkei, then no one will hold you to sleep, no one will bathe you, no one will give you. Wu Yu felt that Shinkei was going to talk nonsense again, so she immediately covered his mouth. Shinkei smiled triumphantly, and kissed Wu Yu's palm. Wu Yu immediately took her hand back, and patted Shinkei's arm lightly, which made Shinkei feel itchy, and he wished Wu Yu would do it again. Wu Yu asked him, Uncle Baihu and Uncle Zhou both think you can become the leader of the alliance in the future. Now you are going to the military department to take over Uncle Baihu's position. Do you really want to give up? Shinkei blinked. If you put it that way, it seems a bit tempting. Wu Yu nodded repeatedly. Before she could continue to pour sweet talk, Shinkei leaned close to her ear and said, but nothing can be as tempting as you are now. Wu Yu was so shocked by what Shinkei said that she couldn't even lift her head. She buried her head in Shinkei's chest, and her whole body was red. Shinkei hugged her tightly, and couldn't help but start swinging. Wu Yu asked him shyly, why don't you treat me like the captain? Shinkei looked at Wu Yu intently. If I treat you like that, you will really treat me as the captain, and our relationship will be completely blocked. Wu Yu felt embarrassed by Shinkei's serious look, and she turned away in panic. Shinkei pinched Wu Yu's neck, leaving her nowhere to escape. Shinkei, but I have bad intentions towards you. I want you to possess you. Wu Yu clearly felt that Shinkei was getting more and more wrong, so she pushed him. You are going to bully me again. Shinkei laughed. Haven't you been bullying me all the time? Wu Yu's eyes flickered, and her face became redder and redder. Shinkei, you are so mean. Shinkei, yes, I am mean. Shinkei tightened his arms, held Wu Yu tightly in his arms, lowered his head, and kissed her deeply. Creaky. The swing was shaking faster and faster. Chapter 448. Wu Yu pushed him away weakly. Don't bully me anymore. You've been tormenting me for 2 days. I really can't stand it anymore. Shinkei coaxed her softly. Sleep, baby. I carry you in when you fall asleep. Wu Yu weakly dropped her head on Shinkei's shoulder, swaying. She closed her eyes, and fell asleep tiredly. Shinkei looked at her sideways, completely relaxed and defenseless beside him, and couldn't help but bend his eyebrows. Wu Yu fell asleep. Shinkei carried her into the house, covered her with a quilt, and kissed her forehead and cheeks. Shinkei was just about to go to see Wang Ting's documents, when he received a request for a visit from Wu Xiuli. Shinkei thought, it's really strange. Why did they all rush to come today? What could Wu Xiuli do? Wu Yu fell asleep. Shinkei didn't even let Wu Xiuli in, and stood directly in the central avenue of the royal court, where 100 surveillance cameras could see her. Wu Xiuli was speechless. Where is Wu Yu? Why is he so serious? Do you think she wants to see him like this? She is obviously here to find you, baby. Shinkei, she fell asleep. Wu Xiuli frowned. Be more restrained. She is not in good health now. Shinkei sneered. It's none of your business. Wu Xiuli, her body can't be overloaded now. Otherwise, once the evil spirit she absorbed goes out of control, her life will be in danger at any time. Shinkei's expression changed instantly. What did you say? Wu Xiuli realized suddenly. Wu Yu didn't tell you. I swear to God, I really don't know this. I didn't mean to sow discord this time. Shinkei frowned. Just talk about her body. Wu Xiuli directly told Shinkei that it would take Wu Yu 3 months to digest the evil spirit she absorbed, and she couldn't do any strenuous exercise during this period. At the same time, he also gave Shinkei the body-restoring talisman of the witch doctor of the Wu clan, and the sealed talisman that Fu Yixue, Fu Yanqi and Richard had developed to suppress both mental power and mystical arts. Wu Xiuli, 3 months is too long. Even if you stay with her all the time, accidents are inevitable. Her original seal has been broken. This talisman is not as durable as the one her mother gave her, but the effect can also be 70% to 80%. However, the talisman is not effective enough. It needs to be replaced tomorrow, and needs to be attached to the most important acupoints on the body. I will send you the specific usage of the communicator. Remember to change it for her every day. Shinkei nodded yes. Before Wu Xiuli left, she said, Wu Yu didn't tell you, she must have her own ideas, don't think too much. These two people have just reconciled, don't quarrel because she let the cat out of the bag. Shinkei nodded. As a matter of course, I know. Of course he knew why Wu Yu didn't tell him. If Wu Yu told him, he would definitely not do anything. Wu Yu wanted to reward him. And Wu Yu was afraid that if he knew, she would become stronger than him in 3 months, and then he would feel inferior and unconfident. Shinkei clearly remembered that when he got up this morning, Wu Yu subconsciously called him, Husband, pour me a glass of water. At that time, Shinkei turned his head suddenly, and Wu Yu realized what he said, and his face instantly turned red. Shinkei's heart was as sweet as honey. My wife said that she wanted to be his little wife, and these 3 months were a reward for him. He would not be angry, he was too happy to wait, and Wu Yu also knew that as she became stronger, he would be even more reluctant to leave her side for fear that she would not want him. So she asked Zhou Qianfeng to persuade him to go to the military at this time. The more Shinkei thought about it, the more he felt happy. His wife really loved him. Wu Yu woke up in a daze, and found herself in Shinkei's arms. She subconsciously went to Shinkei's arms. Shin Chung immediately hugged her tightly. Are you awake, baby? Are you hungry? Wu Yu nodded. I'm hungry. Digesting the anger was a big burden on her body. She was very hungry and sleepy now. She was extremely sleepy. Shinkei, the meal is ready. Get up first. I put the patch Wu Shioli sent on you. Wu Yu was puzzled. Apply the patch? Shinkei nodded. It can help your body recover and seal the evil in your body. Wu Yu blinked and looked at Shinkei, her expression a little weak. Do you know everything? Shinkei nodded. He let Wu Yu put on her clothes by herself, and began to help her apply the patch seriously. So you said you had to wait 7 days at the beginning, then why did you agree to it later on the shuttle? Wu Yu stared at Shinkei's focused eyes at this moment. You seem to want it so badly, I can't bear to always reject you. After applying one patch, Shinkei lowered his head, and took another patch to change her acupuncture point patch. Then when we arrived at the royal court, I kept asking for it. Why didn't you tell me? Wu Yu shyly looked away, and said nothing. She didn't just say anything, she was just pampering him. Even when Shinkei wanted to leave, she still held him back, wanting him to get what he wanted. Shinkei strictly followed the diagram Wu Shioli gave him, applied the patches to all the locations, and took Wu Yu's hand to put her clothes down. Shinkei let out a long breath. He tried hard to suppress his emotions, but he couldn't help but hug Wu Yu in his arms. Shinkei, wife. Wu Yu, yes. Shinkei, I don't want to go anywhere. I want to stay with you forever. Wu Yu, yes. Shinkei, I didn't know you would become stronger. Wu Yu looked at him in confusion. Shinkei picked Wu Yu up, and put her on the sofa. You said you wanted to be my little wife. You can't lie to me. Shinkei kissed her cheek. I go heat up the food for you, it will be ready soon. Watching Shinkei happily cooking, as if he was soaking in a honey pot, Wu Yu couldn't help but smile. She realized. So there was no need for her to explain. Shinkei had completely understood her intention to hide. She really liked Shinkei more and more. He was so handsome and obedient, and he was so attractive when he was crazy and had a cold face, which was exactly what she wanted. Shinkei called her. It's time to eat. Wu Yu stretched out his hand to Shinkei directly. Carry me over. Shinkei picked her up and asked her with his head down. Do you have to carry me even for this short distance now? Wu Yu nodded as a matter of course. Yes, I'm so delicate now. Shinkei couldn't help but lower his head to kiss her. Wu Yu hooked his neck and went forward. Shinkei restrained himself and stepped back, panting and saying, after dinner, let's go back to the base, baby, and we live separately for the rest of the time. He couldn't stay here any longer, he couldn't control himself at all. Wu Yu narrowed her eyes and nodded, okay. Wu Yu held the bowl calmly. Shinkei had already put away all the looks he had given her before. Now he was so serious that he could start his speech in the state banquet hall at any minute. She lowered her head, and curled her lips silently. Okay, this guy lowered his head as soon as she got excited, right? Let's see how she will deal with him. Chapter 449. After dinner, Shinkei packed up and prepared to take Wu Yu back to the team base. He looked up and found Wu Yu lying on the sofa leisurely, motionless and still wearing her pajamas, with no intention of changing clothes. Shinkei walked forward. Wife, shall we go? Wu Yu looked at him lazily. I thought about it, you go by yourself. It's safest for us to live separately. Shinkei was unwilling. It's not safe for you to stay alone. Wu Yu, this is the Prince's Palace in the central city, the place with the highest security level in the entire alliance, safer than the Blazing Flame base. Just as Shinkei was about to sit next to Wu Yu suddenly sat up and moved to the side, 8 feet away from him, turned her head, and looked at the communicator and ignored him. Shinju immediately realized that Wu Yu looked familiar now. Last time in the sea mine town, Wu Yu did the same thing, so he hid from the wind coming in through the car window. Wu Yu was so angry with him that she wanted to jump out of the other door and run away. Shinkei couldn't help but press his lips and lean towards Wu Yu. Wu Yu jumped up and was about to run, but Shinkei grabbed her back. Shinkei said with certainty, I said we should go back to the base now or live separately. Are you angry? Wu Yu pushed his hand away. I didn't. Captain Shin, please keep a safe distance between you and me, the teammates of the decent team. Shinkei smiled and leaned over to kiss her. No, I'm not decent at all. I just want to take advantage of a beautiful female team member like you. Wu Yu pushed Shinkei's hand that had crawled under her pajamas several times, but she couldn't move it away, so she simply turned her face away and ignored him. Shinkei coaxed her, "Don't be angry. Wasn't I afraid that your body couldn't stand it?" Wu Yu turned her head and hooked his neck and pinched his face. "Why weren't you afraid that my body couldn't stand it before?" "Shinkei, I didn't know the situation was so serious before. If I knew, I would definitely not dare to do such a reckless thing. Wu Yu, now that you know that the situation is very serious, isn't it better for us to live separately?" Shinkei looked at Wu Yu and him, and was completely fascinated. "I was wrong. If we don't live separately, I feel uncomfortable when I can't see you for a second. I miss you so much that I'm going crazy." Wu Yu shook her head. "No, you said it yourself, we should live separately." Shinkei directly pressed Wu Yu down, buried his head in Wu Yu's neck, and laughed. Wu Yu pushed him away in anger. "The captain of the first team in the alliance is acting like a hooligan." Shinkei's hand went down Wu Yu's pajamas. "Yes, you are acting like a hooligan. Shout louder. Maybe someone will come to save you." Wu Yu hooked her arms around Shinkei's neck, her face getting redder and redder. Shinkei raised his head to kiss her, but she turned away. Several kisses fell on her cheeks and mouth corners. Shinkei directly picked up Wu Yu and let her sit on him. He pinched the back of her neck and kissed her deeply. Feeling Wu Yu's response, Shinkei's actions became more and more unscrupulous. Until both of them were breathing more and more heavily, he let Wu Yu go and let Wu Yu lean on his arms. "Shinkei, I was wrong, baby. Don't be angry with me. Just do what you say, okay?" "Wu Yu, I said we want to live separately." Shinkei really made Wu Yu have no idea what to do. "Okay, then we will live separately." Wu Yu got angry as soon as she heard Shinkei's agreement. Before she could struggle, Shinkei suddenly pushed her down, and Wu Yu's movements froze. Shinkei panted and lowered his voice to Wu Yu's ear and whispered to her, "Live separately, I will come to you at night, okay?" Wu Yu curled her lips and slowly hooked Shinkei's neck. "Why are you looking for me?" Shinkei couldn't help laughing. "I do it to you." Wu Yu blushed and buried her head in Shinkei's neck. "Vulgar." Shinkei hugged her waist. "Yes, I am vulgar." After hugging for a while, Shinkei asked her, "Are you still angry?" Wu Yu shyly leaned close to Shinkei's ear. "If you come in the same outfit as the prince on the day of the engagement, I won't be angry." Shinkei couldn't help turning his face away, and the smile on his mouth and eyes couldn't be suppressed. He coughed lightly and said seriously, "Okay, then we have a deal." The atmosphere was so charming and ambiguous that Shinkei couldn't help but lean over and asked, "Can we do it now?" Before he finished speaking, he received another visit request, and Shinkei was furious. When he saw that the visitors were Shinjinxi and Suemo, Shinkei showed her the communicator, and Wu Yu blinked. "They are looking for you." "Shinkei, Suemo is here too. Will you come with me?" Wu Yu thought for a while. "Okay, wait for me. I change my clothes and come." Shinkei, "Okay." Wu Yu turned around and went to the cloakroom to change clothes. Shinkei accepted the visit request and waited for Wu Yu to change her clothes before going to the front hall to meet Shinjinxi and Suemo. When the four people met, their eyes widened, and the atmosphere was particularly weird. Shinjinxi, "Shinkei, today the Alliance President and Secretary General came to the Royal Court, and all the benefits of the Royal Court have been restored. I want to ask you what you think." "Shinkei, now you are the person in charge of the Royal Court. You don't need to ask me, you can do whatever you want." Shinkei's stubborn look instantly made the scene more awkward. Wu Yu blinked and tugged at the corner of his clothes. "Can you talk to Prince Squire alone?" Wu Yu turned to look at Suemo, who was standing aside with an embarrassed look. "I have been in the royal court for several days, and haven't walked around. Otherwise you can take me around?" Suemo looked at Wu Yu with gratitude and nodded immediately. "Of course." Shinkei grabbed Wu Yu's hand. "Don't go too far." Wu Yu smiled and nodded. "Well, you speak nicely and handle business matters impartially." Shinkei got it. Watching Wu Yu leave, Shinjinxi suddenly sneered. "Look at your dog addiction." Shinkei turned around and punched him. "How can you talk like that, nephew? It's not time for you to call me uncle." Shinjinxi was punched by Shinkei until he vomited blood. "Damn, you are more ruthless than Jiang Chung now." Seeing Shinjinxi wiping the blood as if he was afraid that Suemo would know about the beating, Shinkei sneered. This guy still dared to talk to him. Shinjinxi, "Okay, let's talk business. Before the descendants of the heroes returned, they hoped that you could publicly represent the royal court. After 3 rounds of suppression, the power of the royal court is not even comparable to that of the Taoist sect. If you still want to accompany Wu Yu with peace of mind, and the money in the account is increasing every day, you should give them a reassurance." Shinkei refused directly. "No." Shinjinxi raised his mouth. You even refused the invitation of the military to directly promote the alliance chief to the reserve force. Aren't you just afraid that the immortal will be taken away by others? With your current strength and legitimate identity, I will run the operation, and we will rebuild the royal court. We will not care whether you have an identity or not. But you don't think about it. She saved so many people this time, and those people are staring at her eagerly. If you really don't have a solid foundation, what will you do if someone stronger and more powerful than you suddenly appears? Shinkei sneered, don't give me that. There are only so many people in the entire alliance. Where can a stronger one come from? Shinjingzi, there is none on the human side, but what about the Order realm? What about the Order chief, who even Lu Ling cannot defeat? Have you ever thought about why they agreed to cooperate with Chu Xie, and what are the requirements they put forward? Shinkei slowly side-glanced. What else can ghosts ask for? It's nothing more than to invade the human world again. Shinjingzi, you should have played the present world dungeon, didn't you notice? The high-level ghosts with the same power as Wu Yu like Wu Yu very much. They have a deep fascination with her, and they are all like you. Even more than simple love, they are obsessed with the origin of blood power for Wu Yu. Shinkei's eyes became more and more dangerous. What do you mean? What unknown things did you know from Chu Xie? Chapter 450. Su Mo led Wu Yu along the way in the royal court, and introduced every building of the royal court to her diligently and conscientiously. Wu Yu was so happy with her beautiful voice that she felt like she was in the clouds. She didn't know what Su Mo said, but she felt like she was in the spring breeze. After walking for a while, Su Mo found that Wu Yu looked a little tired, so he immediately guided Wu Yu to rest. Take a rest, you look very tired. Wu Yu glanced at Su Mo, and Su Mo was a little embarrassed. I have to learn to read people's expressions since I was a child. Wu Yu could see that Su Mo was trying to please her carefully. She was always watching her expression, and changing the entire itinerary according to her preferences. Moreover, she would show weakness at the right time, which was exactly the way Shinkei wanted to arouse her sympathy. I know what concubine Imo is up to, as long as she is willing to spend time on me. Not to mention, Wu Yu would fall for it. Who wouldn't like Su Mo, a beautiful and gentle beauty, who is trying to please you? And it was obvious that Su Mo did all this because he really wanted to thank her. Wu Yu took out the communicator. Su Mo, let's add each other as friends? Su Mo was surprised, with an irrepressible joy in her eyes, and Wu Yu watched her frantically take out the communicator. Even if a beautiful person is a little clumsy, it is still pleasing to the eye, and Wu Yu happened to be extremely obsessed with looks. She looked up and looked at Su Mo intently, watching her happily add her to the communication, and then asked her carefully, Wu Yu, can I chat with you? I really want to express my gratitude to you. Thank you for giving me the gem and healing my wings. The alliance completely rescued the Su family. I know that all of this was done under your instruction. Thank you very much. You also saved me and Qingxi. Qingxi was able to inherit the royal court, all thanks to you and Prince Noah. Wu Yu held her cheek and looked at Su Mo, who was blushing and shy while talking, and gradually showed a tyrant smile. Okay, come and chat with me if you want. When Shinkei and Qingxi came to find someone, they saw Wu Yu holding his head up with an unfathomable face, and Su Mo lowered his head shyly. It was like a pretty stupid schoolgirl confessing to a calm school god, and the confession was successful. Shinkei and Qingxi's expressions broke at the same time. Shinkei picked up Wu Yu with murderous intent and turned away in Su Mo's confused eyes. Qingxi took a deep breath and tried to soften his tone. What did you talk about with Wu Yu? Only then could both of them show such a tangerine expression. When these two people looked at each other, they didn't look too straight. Su Mo had a happy face and pink bubbles all over her body, and she wanted to spin in circles. Wu Yu took the initiative to add my contact. Qingxi, you are right. As long as I work hard and give my heart, I can get Wu Yu's forgiveness. Even when I asked her if I could talk to her, she agreed. Qingxi thought of Shinkei's murderous look when he left. He said, No, what he said at that time was really a special period. Not now. Especially when Shinkei knew that he might have an extremely powerful potential rival in love. Su Mo looked at Qingxi aggrievedly. Did I do anything wrong? Qingxi laughed. No, you did a good job. You have been working hard. You are great. Su Mo looked at Qingxi happily. After a while, she couldn't help but tiptoe and kiss Qingxi. Seeing Qingxi's eyes flickering and turning away, Su Mo's face slowly fell. Why did he never take the initiative? Was he actually concerned about the fact that she had been involved with many men? Was he disdaining her? Will you read the messages sent by Su Mo with relish and directly inform Shinkei? I want to stay in the royal court for a few more days. I must finish eating this melon before I leave. Shinkei nodded calmly. Okay. Stay a few more days, preferably until the end of time, and never go to the Order realm in this life. God knows what the conditions for the cooperation between the Order Chief and Chuxia are from Shinjingxi, and Shinkei will explode. The so-called ascension, the power of evil spirits and ghosts comes from the same source. After absorbing the evil spirits, we will go directly to the Order realm. She will become the god of the Order realm. When the Wu family reunites in the Order realm, will she come back? Not at all. So that's what they were thinking. Same idea, the leader of the alliance here wouldn't want a god on his head. Why would the leader of the Order over there want a god on his head? There's only one possibility. He's addicted to dogs, just like Jiang Cheng is a demigod created by Lu Ling. Lu Ling is his belief. The most powerful ghost that appeared at the beginning of the end of the world, born with Wu Yu. Shinkei wanted to rush to the Order world to kill him just by thinking about it. Shinkei calmed himself down. This was just Shinjingxi's speculation, without any factual support. With Chuxixia's death, the events in the Order realm became a complete mystery. Shinkei looked at Wu Yu calmly. She was smiling at the communicator with a red face. Whenever he tried to get closer to look, she pushed his head away. Finally, Wu Yu couldn't do anything about him, so she hooked her neck and kissed him, and told him to go play. Shinkei let Wu Yu lie down, and put her legs on him. Shinkei opened the communication that he had not replied to in the past few days. Jian Suiyu, not dead? Shinkei, Shinjingxi told me that Wu Yu will most likely go directly to the Order realm after ascending. Jian Suiyu, it's unreasonable. The Order Chief of the Order realm doesn't get along with Wu Yu's mother. There's no need to find a god to put pressure on him. Seeing that Jian Suiyu also thought so, Shinkei slowed down his breathing. Shinkei, is it possible that at the beginning of the end of the world, when Wu Yu was born, the Order Chief also happened to appear and absorb the same power? Jian Suiyu, but if the Order Chief and Wu Yu's mother are not on good terms, because the mother-in-law has a new son-in-law, it seems that everything is subtle and makes sense. The two messages appeared at the same time, and both sides fell silent at the same time. Jian Suiyu invites you to join the group chat. Jiang Yuhua, Yu Yu was born at the time when the second evil spirit descended. Her birth absorbed a lot of evil spirit that was poured into the human world. In order to prevent her from being killed by the evil spirit, the ant tried to guide the evil spirit to dissipate between heaven and earth. So Yaya actually didn't have the ability to be sealed. It was just a myth about the spirit conquering people. Richard, doesn't that mean that a lot of evil spirits are filtered through Wu Yu's body? Fu Yanqi, in other words, the high-level ghosts that were created by the apocalypse may have the same power as Wu Yu. Shinkei invites Shinjingxi to join the group chat. Shinjingxi? Shinkei, tell me in detail what you found with Chuxia. Shinjingxi, at first, I also thought that the purpose of the cooperation between the Order realm and Chuxia was to invade the human world again, but Chuxia obviously wanted to manipulate all of humanity. Once the Order realm invaded, it would go against his original intention. Think about it, Chuxia's cards are all new humans, and those children will grow up to be new humans. He obviously wants to open up a new era and play the role of a creator. He puts himself in such a high position. How could he let the Order realm descend on the human world again? He will never allow such a situation to get out of control. Jiang Yuhua, maybe he is also using both sides, and when he stabilizes this side, he will turn around and attack the Order realm. Shinjingxi, it is possible, but there is another possibility, that is, the Order realm has never thought of attacking again. Jian Suiyu, if we follow the idea that the Order realm has never thought of attacking, when Wu Yu's mother arrived at the Order realm alone with the ghost spirit, the Order Chief established the new order of the Order realm under the guidance of Wu Yu's mother. At that time, all mankind was about to die, and he was very likely not defeated. Rather, he didn't want to fight. Jiang Yuhua invites Zhou Qianfeng to join the group chat. Zhou Qianfeng, I guess Lu Ling might have painted a pie for that ghost thing. You don't have to fight with humans for territory. You can just expand your territory here and develop your own power. You can build up the Order world and make friends with humans in the future. My daughter is still young, and when she grows up, you will be busy enough. When the time comes, you can call me Mom, and I will arrange a blind date for you and my daughter. Then, while the ghost thing was in a state of confusion, she began to plan to let humans grow step by step. If Chuxia hadn't been a troublemaker, she could have killed the Order leader before Wu Yu grew up. Jian Suiyu, following the Secretary General's line of thought, that is to say, Wu Yu's mother can come back from the Order realm, but once Wu Yu goes to the Order realm, she may not be able to come back. Chapter 451. Shinkei, we came back before. Zhou Qianfeng, tell me what happened in the Order realm. Shinkei posted the details of the entire final level in the group. When describing Dylan, Fu Yanqi, You said Dylan was a very tall man with an exotic appearance? Shinkei, yes. Fu Yanqi, isn't she the little princess of ancient Lulan? Shinkei, speaking of this, I met such a princess in the hidden map of the desert. She suddenly appeared and cast a mental demon on me. Wu Yu was injured in order to save me. Wu Yu originally said that this might be a test from her mother, but now I think this test is a bit too much. If Wu Yu had been later, she and I. No, it should be me who would have been contaminated. Because when the ghost appeared later, he saw Wu Yu running to find her and looked very worried. Everyone. So the order chief is not him, but her. Zhou Qianfeng. Then I roughly understand what the order chief is thinking. Fu Yixue is like this to Lu Ling. The love of fans for their idols is blind and brainless. Moreover, this order chief is obviously a toxic career fan. She only wants Wu Yu to ascend to the order realm and become her master. So at the beginning, no matter what Lu Ling leaked to Wu Yu, she was willing to accept it, and she might even add some herself. She saw that Shinkei wanted to seduce Wu Yu, and was afraid that the true god in her heart would fall, and her thoughts would slip, and she would quit the circle to get married and have children, so she wanted to kill Shinkei. Later, when they went to the order realm, she sent people to kill them as soon as she located their coordinates. Wu Yu will be fine with Luo Shen and Di Lan protecting her, but it's hard to say about Shinkei. Jian Suiyu. I have to say, the Secretary General is really cool. Zhou Qianfeng. He used to cheat girls by understanding their psychology. Everyone stopped suddenly. Oh. This tone. It's obvious that it was sent by Taoist Fu using Secretary Zhou's communicator. Zhou Qianfeng looked at Fu Yixue helplessly. I am the Secretary General after all, and my communicator is the highest level of confidentiality in the alliance. Fu Yixue stuffed it back into Zhou Qianfeng's hands. If it wasn't about yeah, I wouldn't bother to read it. Zhou Qianfeng pushed it back. You've already read it. Do you think I'm still lying to little girls now? Fu Yixue didn't bother to pay attention to him, not interested. Zhou Qianfeng was really gritting his teeth. He took a deep breath. Fu Yixue, you hugged me that day in S4. Fu Yixue, Zhou Qianfeng, you keep harping on that little thing. How many times have you said it? You're so old, aren't you embarrassed to keep talking about it? Zhou Qianfeng stood up and walked towards Fu Yixue. He nodded and smiled. That's right. I'm already so old. Why would I want to have pure love with you? If you like her, just take off your clothes and seduce her. The worst that can happen is that you will get beaten up. Zhou Qianfeng pulled his tie to reveal half of his collarbone. Secretary Zhou was a capable person who could get by with half of the socialites in Kyoto with just his face. His charm is still there. However, he has a bottom line. He sells his art seriously, and not his body. No matter how nice the words are, his purpose is always to make money. Fu Yixue just disliked his dark history. At his age, he didn't know when he would die, so he didn't want any reputation. Zhou Qianfeng, I won't say anything, I just do it, okay? Fu Yixue turned around and was about to leave. Zhou Qianfeng grabbed her. Where are you going? Fu Yixue, Zhou Qianfeng, this is the office. Zhou Qianfeng, yes. Let's go to my lounge. Fu Yixue was completely confused by Zhou Qianfeng's self-righteous attitude, and she didn't react even after being dragged for several steps. When he realized, he looked at the door of the lounge and Zhou Qianfeng looked back at her. If you want to, you beat me up now, I will never mention it again, and this matter will end here. Looking at Zhou Qianfeng's serious look, Fu Yixue's eyes flashed without saying anything. Zhou Qianfeng let go of her disappointedly and turned around and left. Okay, I won't make things difficult for you. Let's continue to be colleagues. I have no confidence now. The 5 great immortals are gone. If you get angry again, I may be killed tomorrow. When they passed by each other, Fu Yixue suddenly reached out and grabbed him. Zhou Qianfeng suppressed the corner of his mouth. Fu Yixue gritted her teeth. Zhou Qianfeng, you are using the same tricks you used to deal with little girls on me, right? Zhou Qianfeng turned around and took her to the lounge. He slammed the door shut, hugged Fu Yixue tightly, and began to kiss her. Little girl, where did you get the little girl from? Fu Yixue, I have been busy all these years, and I have helped you clean up your mess so many times. I don't even bother to say anything about the mess you do all day long. All those adopted kids are trying to fool you. How many times have I told you this, openly or secretly? But have you ever paid any attention to me? Even so, you still look down on me every day. Why am I so cheap? Fu Yixue wanted to push him away, but she thought of Zhou Qianfeng's body. She could easily beat him to vomit blood before. Recently, Zhou Qianfeng has been working non-stop. Considering that he is old, she just lets him do what he wants. Fu Yixue, you are doing this for Lu Ling's sake. Zhou Qianfeng pulled Fu Yixue to the sofa in the lounge. Yes, it was for Lu Ling's sake at first. But for so many years, we have all come through bumps and bruises. Can't we just make do with each other? Fu Yixue was unwilling. Who wants to make do with you? Zhou Qianfeng directly slid to the hem of her Chinese tang suit. Yes, no, I am old and horny, my old house is on fire, I like you, I miss you so much. I just want you to stay by my side and protect me. I feel at ease when I see you, and I feel at ease. Fu Yixue finally couldn't help but curl her lips. When Zhou Qianfeng saw her smile, he couldn't help but bury his head in her neck and began to kiss her scar. Fu Yixue gently pushed his head. You don't mind it being creepy. Zhou Qianfeng, I don't mind it. I've wanted to do this for a long time. Zhou Qianfeng hugged her and kissed her for a while, his voice getting lower and lower. He said in a hoarse voice, You got rid of the fox fairy thing. Fu Yixue directly reached out and grabbed Zhou Qianfeng's belt. I did it a long time ago, hold on tight. Secretary General, you have a meeting later. Zhou Qianfeng panted and looked up at her, curled his lips, and leaned forward. The group discussed for a while, but it was all speculation. Jiang Yuhua, Shen Ke, how long will it take for Yeye to enter the dungeon next time? Shen Ke, 7 days. Jiang Yuhua, when the world city is almost done, Sirius and Qian will go together. Shen Ke, yes. Shen Ke had just put down the communicator, and Wu Yu had just finished talking to Su Mo. Wu Yu sat up and looked at him. What are you talking about? The communicator keeps ringing. Shen Ke showed the communicator to Wu Yu directly, and Wu Yu leaned in Shen Ke's arms. Shen Ke naturally held her waist, and let her breathe slowly. Wu Yu, why don't you add me to the group? Shen Ke, it's all speculation, and you can't think too much now. I'm afraid you will subconsciously use your mental power to think. Wu Yu looked at their speculations, and when she saw Princess Gu Lulan, she suddenly remembered, in fact, I summoned that princess before. Shen Ke, Yin Qiu said. Wu Yu, I didn't understand what she was saying at the time, but she looked very anxious. Now I think, is she anxious to express her love to me, and wants me to sign a contract with her quickly? Then should I summon her out again, and let her become my ghost, so that the world of order and humans can shake hands, and make peace immediately? Shen Ke, He feels unhappy everywhere now, but he can't say it specifically. Wu Yu glanced at Shen Ke's face, and couldn't help laughing. Shen Ke pinched her waist in anger. Don't laugh. What is this? If it was a serious man, he would just kill him directly. Now Shen Ke didn't know who to direct his anger at. Chapter 452. As soon as Wu Yu cried out in pain, Shen Ke immediately relaxed and began to gently massage her. Wu Yu held Shen Ke's face. Don't be angry. If you are really worried, I will open the door for you outside, and you can go and save my parents. Shen Ke hugged Wu Yu in his arms. Yes. Wu Yu blinked. Then if you have such a big rival in love, you can't be so bad anymore. Shen Ke gritted his teeth. I will take people to blow up those guys starting tomorrow. Before Wu Yu's next chapter CD arrives, no big chapter will be allowed to exist. Wu Yu is looking forward to it. I want to go too. I haven't laid down to play a chapter yet. Every time she plays a chapter, she is exhausted. She also wants to experience the legendary thigh hug. Shen Ke, then I will call all the people from Qi Yin, and your sister and others, to go together, otherwise I will be worried. Wu Yu hooked Shen Ke's neck to comfort him. Don't be so nervous. The Order Realm is probably too busy to take care of itself now. Shen Ke kept rubbing his head against Wu Yu's face affectionately. Yeah. Wu Yu knew that Shen Ke was getting nervous again when she saw how clingy he was. Wu Yu held his head and coaxed him. Baby, don't be so nervous. Shen Ke hugged Wu Yu tightly. Wife, I want to. He could only feel safe when he was with Wu Yu now. Wu Yu pushed him. Didn't I promise you tonight? Su Mo will be here soon. Go and play by yourself. Shen Ke didn't want to. Let her come tomorrow. Wu Yu kissed him. Baby is the most obedient. Baby is so good. Baby kiss moi. Shen Ke couldn't help but curl his lips. Don't talk too long. I be in the backyard. Wu Yu agreed. Well, can you prepare some food for us? Shen Ke nodded. Okay. When Su Mo walked into the yard, she saw Wu Yu playing on the swing. Shen Ke was serving tea and pouring water, and kept putting delicious food next to her. Finally, he put a small blanket on Wu Yu's legs, and Shen Ke lowered his head, and kissed the corner of Wu Yu's mouth. Call me anytime if you have something, I can hear you. Wu Yu pushed him away embarrassedly. Momo is watching, don't do this. Shen Ke didn't want to, so he deliberately hugged Wu Yu, and kissed her again. He looked at Su Mo with a cold and sinister look, as if he had written don't try to seduce my wife on his face. Su Mo, This man seems to be seriously ill. As soon as Shen Ke left, Will you apologize to Suemo? Sorry, he is like this. Suemo, Captain Shin has had this symptom for a long time. Do you really not need to see him? Even though she didn't have much contact with him, she had seen the terrible look of him killing people in the royal court. Wu Yu smiled and shook her head. No, I just like him like this. Suemo blinked in disbelief. Then she showed an envious expression. You two have such a good relationship. Wu Yu, are you thinking that normal people would run away when they see a madman? Suemo blinked quickly. How do you know? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to say anything bad about Captain Shin. Wu Yu nodded. I know, because I'm not normal either. I have a serious avoidant attachment disorder. So the more enthusiastic Shinkei is, the more I like him. Things like going crazy are relative. Aren't those forced love just a manifestation of legal people's disrespect for women? Isn't the so-called awakening and chasing after wives in the crematorium the domestication of women's will? I hurt you, but it's all because I love you. I love you so much. Why can't you forgive me? I have changed now. I have become better. Why can't you forgive me? But in fact, isn't the harm under the banner of love harm? Can the atrocity be beautified by covering the harm with love? Even if they are crazy, they would rather hurt themselves than their loved ones. They will always point the knife at themselves instead of the one they love. If you can't even do this, you don't deserve to talk about love. The so-called crazy is just an excuse for not being able to control your animal desires and violence. Shinkei, who hadn't walked far yet, heard Wu Yu's words and couldn't help but stop and curl his lips. His wife was coaxing him. Shinkei's mind was confused for a while. He really liked his wife. Suemo looked at Wu Yu in shock, her eyes wide open, as if she was listening to something very shocking. Wu Yu was not surprised at all when she looked at Suemo. She grew up under the oppression of women instructed by Chu Xie. She was taught that she needed to contribute to the family, and that women should depend on men. But Suemo was not as manipulated and weak as she looked. If she had not firmly stopped Shinjingxi at the last moment of S4, the whole situation would have been completely out of control. Her self-will was also awakened by Shinjingxi's firm and continuous love for her. Thousands of women who have awakened to self-awareness are the stars that will lead this battle to victory. Wu Yu blinked. You came to me? Don't you want someone to clear the fog in your heart? Suemo looked at Wu Yu with admiration. You really look like a fairy in the sky now. You look so sacred. Wu Yu, who was afraid of having more followers, immediately picked up a handful of melon seeds and started to crack them. She asked Suemo, do you want to eat them? Suemo lowered his head. My parents never allowed me to eat these. But she still took it from Wu Yu. She really wanted to be friends with Wu Yu. Suemo took 2 sips, and suddenly felt that this thing seemed to be a little intoxicating, really fragrant. Wu Yu gestured to Suemo with a gossipy look. You start? Suemo was stunned. Wu Yu rubbed her hands expectantly. Just tell me how you and Shinjingxi met, how you fell in love with each other, how you got engaged, and what's bothering you now. Don't worry, I will definitely not tell anyone. Even Shinkei couldn't help but move closer, so that he could laugh at Shinjingxi's grandson after hearing everything. Suemo looked down. We didn't get engaged. Wu Yu was surprised. My sister said you two looked very good at that time. Suemo nodded. We clearly agreed to stay together, but after S4 ended, Qingxi was very busy, so he asked me to go back to the Su family first. I came to see him, and he was very polite to me. At most, we held hands, and when I kissed him, he turned around and ran away. It felt like our relationship could never move forward. It's totally unlike you and Captain Shin. Wu Yu held her chin up. Is he embarrassed? Suemo shook her head awkwardly. He may still be bothered by the fact that I had been involved with many men before. Even if I was helpless at that time, it happened. Wu Yu immediately, tell me the details of your previous relationship. Suemo, when I was asked to enter the shadow at the beginning, I was very dissatisfied with Qingxi and the environment of the shadow. I felt that it was not worthy of me at all. I have lived a comfortable life since I was a child. I was already full of resentment when I was manipulated by others. I was even more angry when I had to live with a man of unknown origin and pretend to be a couple. I always deliberately attacked him to make him unhappy. I was not satisfied with anything he did. The first time he asked me to seduce Qin Yuanlang, I turned around and left in anger. I didn't even want to look at a person like Qin Yuanlang. I felt sick when I saw his obscene eyes. Qingxi didn't mention this to me for a while, until one day, I found that he was seriously injured. Chapter 453. Suemo rushed into Shinjingxi's room, feeling dissatisfied with the poor conditions in shadow, and unexpectedly found him breathing heavily and treating his wounds alone. Shinjingxi's back was covered with hideous bloodstains, and Suemo was shocked and let out a short low cry. Shinjingxi frowned and turned to look at her. Close the door. Suemo closed the door with trembling hands and asked him fearfully, "What's wrong with you?" Shinjingzi shook his head. "Nothing. I got hurt when I went out to fight monsters." Suemo was not stupid. She could tell at a glance that it was not a wound from fighting monsters. It was clearly a sword wound, a whip wound, and a knife wound. Suemo stood there blankly, watching Shinjingzi struggling to treat the wound on his back. "Suemo, aren't you going to the treatment cabin?" After asking, Suemo realized that she had said something stupid. Their lives were all in the hands of the people above. They could live or die as they wished. If they were beaten and not allowed to be treated, they had to endure it. If they didn't obey, there were 100 ways to make them obey. Disobedient. Yes, she didn't obey. She had always refused to do what Shinjingzi asked her to do, but nothing happened to the Su family. Now, he was the one who was injured. Suemo stood there for a long time, looking at Shinjingzi's scarred back, and she walked up to him and took the treatment from him. Shinjingzi turned to look at her in surprise, watching her frightened eyes reflecting his hideous skin, and her trembling hands were applying the medicine to him bit by bit. Sumo had never done such a thing before. Her hands kept shaking, and her clumsy movements didn't work for a long time. Finally, Shinjingzi seemed to be unable to bear the pain and grabbed her hand with his backhand. His tone was very cold. "You are so clumsy. I don't need you anymore, go away." Sumo's eyes were red. She didn't know what was wrong with her. She just felt very wronged. She wanted to help him, but he still despised her. It was obviously she who despised him before. Suemo turned around and ran away sadly, not seeing Shinjingzi slowly raised his head and clenched his hand, holding the treatment agent. Will you listen with relish? Isn't it obvious? He is injured and very sensitive to all touches. You keep touching his back and rubbing back and forth. He can't stand your teasing, so he lets you go. Otherwise, if this continues, he probably won't be able to control himself. Suemo looked at Wuyu in confusion, and she immediately blushed when she understood what Wuyu meant. She whispered back, "No. No." When he asked me to leave, his tone was very cold and his expression was very annoyed. Wuyu immediately made such an expression to her on the spot, and said with a sullen face, "That's it? I can act too. I was even more cruel than this when I asked Shinkei not to come to me before." Suemo looked at her and kept blinking. Wuyu motioned to her, "You continue." Suemo later, "I realized that Jingxi was helping me to be punished. I was angry that he drove me away. I didn't want to accept his favor, so I took the initiative to find the higher-ups and began to accept their arrangements. I would seduce whoever they wanted me to seduce. Jingxi didn't know about this at first. When he found out, he ignored me for a long time with a cold face. At that time, our relationship was very bad. The contradictions were on the verge of breaking out. We were like hedgehogs, wishing to stab each other to death. Wuyu, he felt very frustrated. He felt that he couldn't protect you. Besides, you two are both so quiet, but you are so desperate. To be honest, Suemo was originally very self-deprecating, but after Wuyu's guidance, she became more confident. Suemo, I kept this state until I was almost taken advantage of by Qin Yuanlang. After that Jinwu dungeon, he was injured and I was happy to be alone, but someone in the Qin family must pay for this incident. After saying this, Wuyu was curious, why didn't the Qin family hold me responsible? Suemo, you had just arrived at Qian, and had not yet established a relationship with your teammates. The higher-ups were afraid that Qian would sacrifice you, so they suppressed the matter. It is normal to say that there is friction in the dungeon. The alliance is now vigorously developing teams. I hope the Qin family will not take the initiative to provoke conflicts. Wuyu nodded. Qin Yuanlang was so angry that he went to trouble you. Suemo nodded. Well, he said that he lost so much face because he accompanied me, and asked me to compensate him. Suemo was a little embarrassed, and was embarrassed to say, Qin Yuanlang Momo, just follow me, and forget about it. Suemo was so angry that she said, Qin Yuanlang, you don't have the guts to cause trouble to Qian. How dare you come to me? Qin Yuanlang was patient in coaxing Suemo at first, but he gradually lost his patience later. He approached Suemo suddenly, wanting to force her. Don't think I don't know that you've hooked up with so many men outside. Before she finished her words, Shin Qingxi kicked the door open and rushed in. After driving Qin Yuanlang away, he turned around and left without even looking at Suemo, who was standing there. Shin Qingxi, is it that in your eyes, I am so dirty that you don't even want to look at me? Shin Qingxi looked away. I didn't mean that. Suemo asked him with a crying voice, then why don't you look at me? Shin Qingxi left directly, and Suemo was alone in the room, suppressing the tiny sobs for a long time. Hearing this, Wuyu ate melon seeds. Shin Qingxi is really upset. Shouldn't he hold you and comfort you at this time? Suemo nodded along with him. Yes, really upset, Wu Yu added, but according to the routine of idol dramas, it is very likely that he stood outside for as long as you cried. Maybe you cried inside, and he cried outside? Just ask him directly if he was outside at that time. Suemo shook her head with red eyes. I can't say it. As soon as I say it, I will think of what happened at that time, and I will despise myself. In fact, until the north, I felt that he didn't like me at all. He never showed the slightest love for me. If I hadn't been arrested in the north, he had to instigate Vlad to kill Captain Shin. I always thought that I just had a one-sided love for him. So when the Secretariat's news came out, I knew he was imprisoned in the Martyr Shrine, and I went to find him without hesitation. Suemo remembered that when she saw Shinjingsi, his face was full of disbelief. It was the first time Suemo saw such an open emotion on his face. She rushed up to hug him without hesitation, and she kept crying, I thought you were dead, I thought I would never see you again. Why didn't you give me any news? Why didn't you look for me? Do you really have no feelings for me at all? Shinjingsi pushed her away. Suemo, you can't come here, leave quickly. Suemo, I don't want to leave you. I want you to go with me. Shinjingsi kept pushing her out. It's too dangerous here. Suemo told Wu Yu, the guards of the royal court were watching closely, and Shinjingsi kept asking me to leave. At this moment, everyone around suddenly froze. Wu Yu, it was Aunt Fu and the immortals who started to perform the ritual. Suemo nodded. I took this opportunity to treat Shinjingsi quickly. He didn't want to, and was afraid of involving me, so I used my ability to control him. Suemo said shyly, I took the opportunity to kiss him, and he was stunned at that time. Wu Yu couldn't help but smile like an auntie. Pure love is indeed the best. She now officially named Shinjingsi as the best pure love god in the audience. As for Shinkei, he who planted strawberries on her before confessing his love, there is no pure love at all. Chapter 454. Wu Yu was puzzled. From what I heard, you two have a very good relationship. Now that Shinjingsi has just taken over the royal court, there is indeed a lot of work to be done. He should also want to make achievements to be worthy of you. After all, you are the eldest daughter of the Su family, and you are so beautiful and powerful. Judging from his previous calm and restrained state, he may want to advance the progress between you after he has a career. He obviously feels that your previous relationship was not normal, and now he is slowly making up for you with you. Suemo has become more and more confident because of what Wu Yu said. Before coming, does he dislike me? After coming, he is not worthy of me and is trying to be worthy of me. No wonder Captain Shin likes Wu Yu so much. The emotional value of accurately treating the symptoms and catering to the needs of the person is priceless. But, Suemo, I accepted the invitation of the Secretariat to be the ambassador of the development plan. Next, I will go to various places to give speeches. I spend less time with him, and I am afraid. Wu Yu understood. You are afraid that he will change his mind. You want to settle him down. Suemo nodded shyly yes. Wu Yu was very humane and directly proposed a private customization for the customer's request. How far do you want to advance? Do you want to push actively or passively? Which party do you want to take the leading role in the following relationship? Shinkei slowly opened his eyes, and couldn't help but move forward. Wu Yu suddenly raised his voice a little. Shinkei, don't eavesdrop. Shinkei didn't want to move. Why didn't his wife let him listen? Why couldn't he enjoy the service? He also wanted it. Shinkei sent a personal message to Wu Yu. Shinkei, I want it too. Wu Yu, in the evening. Shinsong immediately turned around and left, being extremely obedient. Suemo looked at Wu Yu embarrassedly. I want to be as close as you and Captain Shin, and let Qin Xiai take the initiative like Captain Shin. Wu Yu looked at Suemo meaningfully. Oh, you are attracted to Qin Xiai, right? Suemo's face flushed, and she nodded slowly, yeah. Suemo had been with Qin Xiai for a long time, and at that time she had made her feelings clear, but Qin Xiai was always cold and treated her in a businesslike manner. But since Qin Yuanlang wanted to flirt with her, he began to teach her how to get along with those men, so that she could learn how to protect herself when she was alone. Although he said that he came because she was too stupid and almost made a mistake, even if he looked impatient, Suemo felt very happy to spend more time with him. Especially after Suemo knew that Shinjingsi was beaten badly in order to protect her in the world boss battle with Shinkei, and even the deputy captain Yi Lu Jin left in anger, she couldn't help wanting to get close to him. She asked Shinjingsi cautiously, why did you go to find Shinkei? Shinjingsi had a cold face and no expression. It will be troublesome if your identity is exposed, and I also need to be loyal to my character. Suemo glared at him angrily. You are obviously worried about me. Shinjingsi's eyes flashed, and suddenly sneered. Suemo, are you acting seriously? Suemo felt very uncomfortable at the time, and her eyes turned red in an instant. She couldn't stop crying sadly, and the embarrassment of being rejected in person made her turn around and run away. Until the Fox Fairy dungeon opened, she and Shinjingzi never said a word again. Wii was listening with great relish. It was really good. It was much better than a melodramatic romance novel. It was really sad. The more sad it was, the more addictive it was. Wii, so you guys got back together in the Fox Fairy dungeon? Suemo nodded shyly. Yeah. Wii sighed. The Fox Fairy is really a double-edged sword. It's really good when used well, and it can really cause trouble when it's weird. Suemo was still angry with Shinjingzi at the time. She was about to leave, as soon as she entered the Fox Fairy dungeon. Shinjingzi suddenly grabbed her hand and told her, "If you leave now, you will be exposed." Suemo pushed him away in anger. "Stay away from me." But in fact, she was very happy that Shinjingzi took the initiative to approach her after such a long time, and the relationship between them had broken the ice. Suemo knew that there were many people, and it was a live broadcast, so Shinjingzi would indulge her even if he was pretending. Sure enough, when she pretended to be angry and wanted to leave, Shinjingzi immediately followed her to coax her. These were all taught to her by Shinjingzi, and she was going to use them on him now. As soon as Shinjingzi came over, she turned around and threw herself into his arms and hugged him. Shinjingzi froze, and was about to pull her away. Suemo said sadly, "Do you dislike me? I have never hugged anyone, I am very clean." Shinjingzi seemed to have lost all his energy in an instant. He let out a long breath and slowly reached out his hand to embrace Suemo. "I have never disliked you, never." Wii felt that this was simply a reaction to a love show. She smiled with her cheeks supported, her teeth showing, and couldn't help but burst into pink bubbles. So good, absolutely amazing. Wii began to feed Suemo with sweet talk. "He has never disliked you. He probably dislikes himself. He thinks that if he touches you, it would be a blasphemy. After all, if it weren't for this, you two would be so different, and you would never fall in love with him in your life." Suemo shook his head firmly. "No, Jingxi is a very good person. He is very responsible. I have always believed that as long as there is a chance to operate the team normally, Shadow will definitely develop well. It will definitely not be worse than Chien." Wii nodded repeatedly. "Yes, you are right. Just keep this confident state." Wii stood up directly. Suemo looked at her in confusion. "What's wrong?" "Wii, well, I will add you to the group, and my sister is in it. You have met her, and I will give you the gym. And Shixia, you have also met her, and you have met the other people more or less. They are all girls. You can relax and be natural with them without any restraint." Suemo looked at Wii in surprise. "Is it okay?" Wii nodded, of course. Wii invites Suemo to join the group chat. Shixia, "Oh, it's the beautiful Momo baby. Ani, welcome. Chunya, I'm jealous, I'm busy like a dog, and you've hooked up with a new girl." Suemo embarrassedly sent a cute expression. Wii winked at her. "I get someone to help you. I guarantee that Shinjingzi will be obedient in one day. Now, just do what I say." Suemo looked at Wii expectantly, and nodded heavily yes. Ever since Suemo went to find Wii, Shinjingzi felt a chill running down his spine, and something was wrong with him. It was like someone had stabbed him in the back, making him feel uneasy. Seeing that Suemo was not coming back, and the sky was getting darker, Shinjingzi felt very anxious. Chapter 455. Shinjingzi couldn't help but send a message to Shinkei. "Shinjingzi, is Suemo still with you?" Shinkei looked at Shinjingzi's dialogue box, and suddenly felt a little sympathetic to him. He replied mercifully, "Shinkei, yes." "Shinjingzi, it's so late, why don't you leave?" Shinkei, "Yes." "Shinjingzi, what are they playing so late?" Shinkei, "Playing with male models." "Shinjingzi? Shinjingzi, you don't care?" Shinkei, "I can't care. Besides, his wife didn't play, so he didn't care. As long as his wife is happy, he must be crazy to offend his wife's girlfriends." It can be seen that Shinjingzi was really angry. It took a long time for him to reply. "Shinjingzi, where are they?" "Shinkei, Zuei say." Shinjingzi's teeth were about to break. "Shinjingzi, didn't Zuei Southeast close down? Aren't all the male models dismissed?" Shinkei, "They are all internal staff." Shinjingzi was stunned. "Internal staff? What internal staff?" Shinkei added a murderous sentence. "Shinkei, the Pope sacrificed himself for free and served the public. Shinjingzi, you Chi-Yin are all wicked things." Wii poked her head out, and Shincheng immediately showed her, "Wife, I posted everything according to your wishes." Wii kissed him with satisfaction. Shinjingzi looked so angry. Shinkei hesitated. What about my reward? Wu Yu just hooked her arm around his neck, and Shinkei was about to pick her up like a princess, but Wu Yu pushed him away. Didn't we agree on this? We sleep in separate rooms today. Shinkei didn't want to, and he felt uncomfortable thinking about Wu Yu. I want it now. Wu Yu ignored him and turned to go into the guest room. Before closing the door, the look she gave Shinkei was like a hook, which immediately hooked Shinkei's soul away. Shin Qingxi went to Zue Yisei without thinking, and when he arrived at Zue Yisei, he actually found that Zue Yisei, which had been closed all the time, was open for business. He quickly pushed the door open, and thought he would see the clinking of glasses, but there were only a few Secretariat staff members doing work handovers. Chanya turned to look at Shin Qingxi in confusion. Prince Squire, why are you here suddenly? Shin Qingxi blinked, and immediately felt something was wrong. He was tricked by Shinkei. No, the people here are obviously Wu Yu's people, and this is a trap set by Wu Yu. Shin Qingxi's eyes became dangerous. Where is Su Mo? Chuanyao was confused. Su Mo? Didn't you see him? Shin Qingxi's aura was very scary, but Chuanyao was not afraid of him at all. She smiled. Prince Squire, you can't find anyone, so who are you going to be ruthless with? Why don't you reflect on yourself when you can't find your girlfriend? Instead of asking me, why don't you just ask Su Mo where she went? You deserve to be dumped for beating around the bush when you're in a relationship. Shin Qingxi's aura suddenly became unstable. What did you say? Chuanyao shrugged. I told you that you were dumped, and you're always whining. Su Mo's popularity is so high, don't you know it? Such a beautiful woman is chasing after you every day, but you're always indifferent. Today, she kissed you and you just scared her away. Who are you trying to annoy? If you really did something, you have to let people know. No matter how much you do, it's all in vain. Su Mo was disheartened and took the shuttle to the east for a speech in advance. Shin Qingxi was incoherent. No, she was fine when the alliance leader and the vice-alliance leader came today. I was holding her hand at that time. Shin Qingxi suddenly shut up. He looked at Chuanyao. Su Mo went to Wu Yu to tell this today, and then Wu Yu asked you to help pass the message to me? Where is Su Mo now? I go to her and tell her in person. Chuanyao shook her head. Prince Squire, I made it very clear she's gone. You can't always let the girl take the initiative, right? Although your story of sadomasochism is very sweet, your forbearance and restraint are very affectionate. But now that S4 has ended, you still haven't taken the initiative to talk about the previous misunderstanding, and you haven't made a formal statement. Su Mo really feels depressed and uneasy. You can't really wait until the royal court is prosperous again before you speak, right? Do you have to waste your youth like this? By then, Su Mo's child might be old enough to play with soy sauce, but whether the child's father is you. Without waiting for Chuanyao to finish, Shin Qingxi ran to the airport without looking back. Chuanyao, 1. Wu Yu. As expected of teacher Chuanyao, you are spot on. Su Mo looked at the image of Shin Qingxi anxiously looking for her sent by Chuanyao, and her face gradually turned red. She just wanted to get up, but was directly held down by Wu Xiuli. Su Mo was anxious. I'm on the shuttle of Desert Rose now. Qingxi won't be able to find me even if he comes. Wu Xiuli looked calm. What I want is that he can't find me. The more he can't find me, the more anxious he will be. Su Mo was so anxious that she was spinning around. Xixia comforted her. Sister, you have to be confident in yourself. Don't think he will give up if he can't find you. You have been through so many ups and downs. He is willing to risk his life for you. He will definitely find you. Baby Yaya's plan is absolutely the right medicine for the situation. She won't make a move that Shin Qingxi can't handle. As they were talking, Desert Rose's shuttle had already taken off. Su Mo tried to calm herself down. She saw Shin Qingxi was about to run towards the shuttle heading east, but suddenly he turned his head and looked at her from a distance. Seeing the shuttle getting higher and higher, Shin Qingxi standing there alone became more and more lonely, and Su Mo's heart was hanging. The moment she saw Shin Qingxi running towards Desert Rose, she suddenly pressed the emergency opening button of the shuttle's hatch, and in Shin Qingxi's eyes, that suddenly widened, she jumped out of the shuttle hatch without thinking. Seeing Su Mo's thin ice blue wings open instantly, Shin Qingxi jumped up without thinking and hugged her in his arms. Su Mo hugged him back tightly. I was so afraid that you wouldn't come. I was so afraid that you would watch me leave again this time. Shin Qingxi, I'm here. I will never let you leave by yourself again. I was wrong, Momo. I like you. Please don't leave me. If you're not by my side, I don't want to stay in that damn place of Wangting for even a minute. Su Mo, you said you love me. Shin Qingxi, I love you. Su Mo looked up at him. This time, Shin Qingxi finally took her into his arms, held her face, and kissed her. Su Mo squeezed the talisman Wu Yu gave her in her hand, and told Shinjingsi without hesitation, "We will go back to the royal court now." Shinjingsi was dragged by Suemo all the way back to her own residence in the royal court. Before he could react, Suemo leaned over as soon as he closed the door. The excitement he had just felt slowly faded, and he gradually felt cramped in Sumo's room. He wanted to push Suemo away, but Suemo glared at him fiercely. "If you dare to reject me again, I will never want you again." Shinjingsi said in a low voice, "Mo, can't we take it slowly? I want to slowly get over those bad memories with you. I'm not rejecting you. I'm just afraid that you will recall the bad things." Suemo approached him step by step, forcing him to retreat, and hooked his neck directly. The two looked at each other, and Suemo suddenly smiled charmingly. "Then give me some new memories, and I will get out of it directly." Just when Shinjingsi was fascinated by Sumo's smile, Suemo stood on tiptoe and kissed her. Shinjingsi subconsciously hooked her slender waist, and Suemo took her to the bed without hesitation. Discovering Sumo's intention, Shinjingsi tried to control his emotions. Just when he wanted to run, he remembered what Suemo had just said, that if he ran again, he would not want him. He could only hope that the evil fox fairy would help him to hold the last bottom line. However, Shinjingsi looked at Suemo with a confused mind. "What's going on?" Suemo leaned towards him and whispered to him, "Jingsi, hold me." Looking at Sumo's flushed face, he didn't care to investigate further, and the last layer of rationality was completely withdrawn. He stood up suddenly, took Suemo into his arms, and kissed her deeply. Chapter 456 Wuxioli 1. Shishia, running in both directions. Xiaohuai, do I still need to stab Shinjingsi? Everyone, no need. Wu looked at the communication and couldn't help but smile. She was choosing clothes to wear in the bathroom of the guest room. Prince Noah performed so well today, so he really needed a reward. Wu, picture.jpg, which one do you like? Shinkei, the black one. Wu raised the black one. Suddenly I felt that this reward was a bit too much of a sacrifice. Just after taking a shower, Wu heard a knock on the door. Wu stood by the door in the room, and refused to answer no matter how much the knocks were made. Until Shinkei begged her pitifully, "Wife, open the door." Wu chuckled, "I heard that Prince Noah is very cold." After that, she didn't hear Shinkei's voice for a long time. Wu blinked in confusion and turned to open the door. Before she could open the door, she suddenly heard a buzzing alarm from the window. Wu turned her head in surprise, and saw Shinkei wearing a prince's uniform and climbing in through the window with one hand under the moonlight. Shinkei half bent down and knelt on one knee by the window, looking down at Wu with his back to the light. Wu couldn't see his expression clearly, but Shinkei could see Wu's current appearance clearly. His eyes swept across wantonly, but Wu didn't see that his already dark pupils suddenly became dark and gloomy, as if they were a vortex with no bottom. Feeling the danger lurking, Wu subconsciously took a step back. Shinkei instantly curled his lips, and the whole person was ready to go, like a ferocious beast ready to hunt at any time. Shinkei casually jumped down the window lightly, and walked towards Wu step by step. God knows, from the moment Shinkei appeared against the light, Wu was controlled directly. He was wearing a prince's outfit with a cold face, and a murderous aura that made Wu dizzy. She was still a little confused until Shinkei put his arm around her waist, and pulled her in front of him. Wu just raised her head, and Shinkei's aggressive kiss fell without question. Her consciousness was constantly being pulled away, and Wu completely lost control of her body. She was completely stunned by Shinkei, and let him do whatever he wanted. By the time Wu reacted, the round was over. She looked at Shinkei in disbelief. Shinkei took her hand and hooked it around his neck, and lifted her up like a princess. Wu blushed and panted as she asked him, "Where are you taking me?" "Shinkei, I suddenly remembered that you got angry about the shooting video I recorded before. Now I'm going to take you to the backyard battle simulator to shoot." "Wu, are you serious?" Shinkei looked at her sideways, of course. Wu felt that Shinkei might have some tricks waiting for her. To be on the safe side, Wu shook her head, "I won't go." Shinkei laughed softly, "You look so beautiful in this outfit. It's a pity to only watch you in the house. I want to watch you outside." Wu's face flushed instantly, disgusting. Shinkei lowered his head and kissed her, kissing her all the way to the battle simulator. Put the gun in Wu's hand, adjust the shooting mode, and completely cancel the recoil. Shinkei leaned close to Wu, leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Don't try too hard. It will tire you out, baby. From now on, put all your strength on me." Wu looked down at Shinkei's hand on her waist, which was about to move away. His other hand passed by her side, and half held her in his arms. Shinkei was so close that she could feel the buttons of his prince's uniform rubbing against her back. Wu couldn't help but move. Your buttons hurt me so much. Shinkei turned Wu over and put him in front of her. Then you unbutton my clothes. Wu looked up at him and unbuttoned them one by one. Shinkei reminded her. There is also a shirt. Wu lowered her head in embarrassment. It's not good for us to do this. Shinkei was surprised. I have my own house with the door closed so no one can see me, and I'm playing with my wife. What's wrong with that? Wu's fingertips were trembling as she unbuttoned her shirt. When the shirt was completely open, Shinkei turned her around and approached her again. Shinkei was satisfied. It's indeed more comfortable this way. Wu was so blushing that she couldn't even lift her head. How can you be so dishonest as a prince? Shinkei pretended not to hear, and returned his hand to its original position. He leaned close to Wu's ear, lifted Wu's hand, and started shooting. Bang. 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 All the moving targets in the holographic projection of the battle simulator were hit, and Shinkei put down the gun and turned to look at Wu seriously. Still playing? Wu was pressed against the battle simulator by Shinkei, and glared at him with a red face. No more playing. Shinkei came over. Wife, I still want to play. Wu ignored him, and Shinkei kept kissing her and teasing her. Wu was so angry that she picked up the gun and pointed it at Shinkei. Shinkei immediately raised his hands. With an innocent look on his face, we are one family, don't shoot. Wu really had no way to deal with his rogue look, so she put down her gun and turned to walk towards the room. After walking a few steps, Shinkei caught up with her and picked her up and walked towards the master bedroom. Wu had just hooked her neck to stabilize her body shape when Shinkei's delicate kiss fell on her. He kicked the door open and let Wu sit on the desk. Shinkei leaned closer to make Wu lean back continuously. Shinkei's hot palm supported her back, and the hot kiss gradually fell from the corner of her cheek and mouth to her neck. Wu looked up and felt his movements becoming more and more unscrupulous. The two of them were breathing more and more heavily. Shinkei held Wu in his arms and stopped making trouble. Wife. Wu, Shinkei, why didn't you use the ideas you gave Sumo today on me before? Wu, when did you use them? Shinkei, when you thought I was taking too long to confess. Wu, why else? Because I didn't want to be with you at that time. At that time, I even thought that it would be fine if you didn't confess. If you really confessed, I would be embarrassed. As soon as he finished speaking, Shinkei's aura changed instantly. Seeing Shinkei's gloomy look, Wu couldn't help but want to laugh. Shinkei came over instantly. I still can't figure it out. You saved me, I am yours, we are in love, why don't you want me? Why did you reject me? I follow you every day, and you can see me as soon as you turn your head, but you just ignore me. I'm so sad every day, I even feel worse than before, when you at least still cared about me, and would deliberately get close to me. Wu leaned into his arms, holding his face, because I think you have a hard time. I don't want you to be involved in the dispute again, you are such a clingy person, staring at me all day long. You follow me wherever I go, and I can't drive you away. Your pitiful appearance every day keeps breaking my will, and I still can't bear to let you go in the end. Shinkei hugged her tightly. I will always stick to you. Wu, Shinkei, didn't you ever think of giving up at that time? Shinkei recalled seriously, no. He had been resisting Wang Ting for so long, and was unyielding, while Wu had only rejected him for so long. I really didn't think of giving up, but I was just too greedy, and wanted to force it every day. Shinkei lowered his head and kissed her. His breathing became heavier. How could I give up? I wanted to push you down every day. Wu couldn't help laughing. Shinkei, it's because I like you. And you're so beautiful, otherwise you'd be a pervert, you know? If I had tried to find someone ugly, and I didn't like it, I would have been scared to death if I was blamed for saving someone with good intentions. I would have called the police long ago. Shinkei started to act dishonestly, while holding Wu's hand. Yeah, I'm a pervert. Wu smiled and pushed his head. I'm going to sleep. Shinli stopped immediately, and kissed Wu's forehead. Sleep baby, good night. Wu couldn't help staring at him again, when she saw Shinkei being so obedient. Shinkei deliberately turned his eyes away, and pretended not to notice. Just when Wu was about to turn her head to sleep, he immediately turned around, lifted the quilt, and hugged Wu, and got in together. One more time. Wu, I'm going to sleep. Shinkei, for the last time. Wu was deliberately unwilling, and Shinkei was about to let her go in a huff, but she hugged Shinkei's neck and kissed him. Successfully receiving the signal, Shinli immediately began to respond. Chapter 457. After a week of non-stop work day and night, the Alliance has initially restored order, World City has reopened, and the people of World City can move freely. At the same time, the commercial street within World City and Central City has entered business status. As soon as Wu Yu woke up, Shinkei came up and said, "Wife, get up. Let's go try on wedding dresses and buy rings today." After Wu Yu brushed her teeth and washed her face, Shinkei urged her to finish breakfast. It can be seen that Shinkei is anxiously waiting for the reopening of World City trade. Shinkei brought Wu Yu to the Victoria bridal shop where Jiang Yuhua tried on wedding dresses before. The entire bridal shop was booked out to serve her alone. Chunya, Jiang Yuhua, and Shi Xiyao were waiting there early, and they immediately came to greet Wu Yu when they saw her. Wu Yu turned to look at Shinkei, and Shinkei immediately said, "I didn't contact her, I found Jian Suiyu." Chunya blinked. "Don't worry, Shinkei is very virtuous." Wu Yu, She was just a little touched. Shinkei had arranged everything in advance. Considering that this was just an engagement, Wu Yu chose a white veil and a dress. With the help of the staff and Chunya Shixia, she put on the dress and opened the curtain of the fitting room. Shinkei, who was waiting outside the door, approached immediately. Seeing Wu Yu slowly walking towards him in a white veil, under the huge Victoria crystal chandelier, Shinkei felt that he was dazzled and felt like he was walking on clouds. He called Wu Yu his wife so many times, and now she finally put on a white veil for him, and really wanted to be his wife. Wu Yu raised her head and looked at him nervously. "Does it look good?" Shinkei's eyes were red, and he couldn't help but hold Wu Yu's waist and kiss her. "You look good, especially good, you are the best in the world." Wu Yu couldn't help but lower her head and smile shyly. Shinkei leaned close and kissed her cheek. Jiang Yuhua coughed behind her. "Pay attention to the impact in public." Chunya nodded. "We are a bunch of 007 office animals, and we can't stand you showing off your love like this." Wu Yu pushed Shinkei embarrassedly, and Shinkei wrapped her hand in his arms and ignored the ridicule of these people. "Who cares? He wants to kiss his wife." Shixia sighed. "I think Captain Shin is almost envious of Yaya. Staying together like this every day is like sending a sheep to a wolf's den." Wu Xioli was a step behind after finishing her work. She teased, "That's right. I guess he started envying her since the world boss battle." At that time, the boy looked at people with sticky eyes, pretending to be disgusting. Wu Yu was too embarrassed to push Shinkei away, and turned to go into the fitting room to change into another dress. Shinkei, He just asked Jian Suiyu to find someone to accompany Wu Yu to try on the wedding dress. Why did he just send 10,000 people? Shinkei stood outside the door waiting, feeling that the air was so suffocating. He stood aside, away from all his wife's female friends. Wu Xioli suddenly asked, "Shinkei, do you want to transfer all the people of Qian to the alliance?" Shinkei, "Well, Qian's top management has their own responsibilities, and Qian's overall model is no longer suitable for the current development trend of the alliance. At this time, disbanding and streamlining is the best way out for Qian's ordinary players." Wu Xioli, "Have you ever asked Wu Chong where he wants to go in the future?" Shinkei, "He said he wants to go to the military." Wu Xioli turned around in surprise. "The military? He's going to the military with his body?" Shinkei, "Before the military and the secretariat were competing, the warriors and mages were like water and fire. The first thing to do, when establishing a new alliance, is to break the personnel barrier of warriors and mages. The military now needs a lot of mage support. Wu Chong's ability is very suitable for group battles against strange beasts. Going to the military is indeed the best way out for him." Wu Chong's earlier battle method of combining witchcraft with hot weapons was actually arranged by Wu Xioli, and the cooperation between Desert Rose and the White Tiger Army was also her foresight. Wu Xioli was able to recognize the limitations of fighting independently with tactics, and she had a far-sighted vision and was an absolute general. So she immediately understood that what Shinkei said was right. If it weren't for protecting Wu Chong, Wu Xioli would not have been outside the mainstream forces in these years. It was precisely this huge sacrifice that allowed Wu Chong to grow rapidly in a short period of time. Wu Xioli's eyes flickered. Which team will he join? Shinkei, in the west, with Li Ran? They have an SSS-level warrior and an SSS-level mage. The two of them can replace Baihu's position with a combination of punches. The alliance will soon hold the S4 commendation meeting, and all the corresponding transfer orders and talent recruitment orders will be issued at that time, and the team and individual invitational tournaments will be promoted. Shinkei originally wanted to stay with Wu Yu and not care about anything, but after knowing what the order chief might be thinking, he immediately found Baihu and Zhou Qianfeng. Accompanying Wu Yu, he can do many things. Wu Xioli fell silent, not knowing what she was thinking. Shinkei glanced at Wu Xioli. To be honest, everyone knew why Wu Chong suddenly worked hard to go to the military for whom, but he didn't want to get involved in this matter. His wife didn't give him any instructions, and he didn't know what was going on between the two of them, so Shinkei simply kept his mouth shut. After a while, Wu Yu changed into a silver, shiny, high-slit tube-top dress and walked out. Under the reflection of the crystal chandelier, the whole person was shining brightly. When Shinkei approached, the silver light on Wu Yu's body and his silver white hair complemented each other. Everyone looked at each other, smiled and left, leaving the space completely to the two of them. Wu Yu felt embarrassed by Shinkei's direct gaze. "Do you want to try on the dress too?" Shinkei nodded immediately yes. Shinkei directly took 2 suits that matched Wu Yu's dress. He led Wu Yu into the fitting room and asked her to sit on the side and wait for him to change. After changing into a silver suit, Shinkei walked up to Wu Yu, knelt on one knee and extended his hand to her. As soon as Wu Yu put her hand on him, he immediately kissed her devoutly. Seeing Shinkei's solemn look, Wu Yu couldn't help but move forward and kiss his hair. Shinkei raised his head with emotion, and their eyes were slightly red. Shinkei took Wu Yu into his arms. "Wife, I love you." Wu Yu hooked Shinkei's neck. "I love you too." Shinkei lowered his head happily to avoid rubbing Wu Yu's makeup, and kissed her neck carefully. Shinkei winked at Wu Yu. They all went back to Qian Base to help set up the proposal venue. "Can I help you change into your dress?" "Wu Yu, this is outside." "Shinkei, I know, I won't do anything." As soon as Shinkei said these 5 words, Wu Yu knew he must be planning something, but seeing how happy Shinkei was now, Wu Yu hooked her finger at him, and Shinkei immediately came up to hug her from behind, took out the communicator, and took a photo of the two of them. After the photo shoot, Shinkei could finally rub Wu Yu's makeup without any worries. Wu Yu was kissed by Shinkei, and kept leaning back. She pushed him. "Don't damage my dress." "Shinkei, I just kiss you." "Wu Yu, eh?" Every time she said this, her hands never stopped. After being in the fitting room for a long time, Shinkei finally let Wu Yu go. The two changed into the dresses they had confirmed, and Shinkei took Wu Yu to the shopping street. Seeing that Shinkei was so excited to give her gold coins, and wanted to swipe her card, Wu Yu couldn't help teasing him. Wu Yu hooked Shinkei affectionately, and leaned her head on his arm. "Brother, if my sister-in-law knew that we came out like this, would it be bad?" Shinkei's expression was stunned. He turned to look at her in confusion. There were no other customers in the store at this time. All the staff's eyes were focused on them. Shinkei kept blinking, his face quickly flushed, and realized that Wu Yu was starting a new game. Watching Wu Yu blinking at him, deliberately teasing him to see him being silly, Shinkei directly hugged her, lowered his head, and told her, "Oh, don't worry about it. She has already asked me to kill her, cut her into pieces, and put them in the refrigerator." "Wu Yu, eh?" Deep well ice. Everyone in the store quickly withdrew their eyes. Chapter 458. When Shinkei saw Wu Yu finally calmed down, he felt secretly happy. However, he savored it for a moment, and couldn't help but approach Wu Yu. "Call me brother again." Wu Yu ignored him. "You can't, I cut you into pieces, and put them in the refrigerator." Puff. Shinkei smiled, and lowered his head to kiss her. Wu Yu pushed him away, outside. Shinkei kept sticking to her, and Wu Yu finally called him brother twice, which made Shinkei very happy. Shinkei took Wu Yu to choose diamond rings and 3 gold jewelry. Wu Yu saw that he wanted to book the whole place, and had no choice but to tell him. "The source of gold and diamonds here is the Jiang family. Don't spend money recklessly." Shinkei was so angry that his hair on his forehead flew away. Wu Yu couldn't help pinching his face when she saw him like that. "Are you angry? Didn't you say it yourself? You take off your clothes and serve me, I will support you." Shinkei hesitated. "Wife, will you dislike me?" Wu Yu took his arm, and leaned on him and carefully chose a ring. "No, didn't you agree to the Alliance's recruitment as soon as you heard about the order, Chief? Streamline Qian, build and lead the Alliance's top law enforcement team, destroy all the large dungeons currently in operation, and by the Alliance a longer repair period. Suemo told me that you are willing to cooperate with Shinqingxi in the construction of the royal court. He accompanied Suemo to various places to preach that you will assist the operation of the royal court. You can obviously give up, but suddenly you work so hard all for me, how can I dislike you? Shinqingxi is really good at it. In order to match Suemo, he wants to vigorously develop the royal court. He is sure that Shinkei is focused on Wu Yu, and he uses an unfounded and exaggerated conspiracy theory to stimulate Shinkei's sense of crisis. And everyone on their side was afraid that Wu Yu would get into trouble again, and would rather guess wrong than let this possibility go. Shinqingxi and Shinkei had been going back and forth for so many years, and the person who knows you best is indeed your enemy. However, there is a big paradox in these people's speculations, and Wu Yu is not going to point it out, just in time for them to complete the first wave of construction of the new alliance. Shinkei, you know everything. His wife is really a fairy, and any of his movements can't escape her eyes. His wife is really amazing. However, Shinli was immediately nervous. You didn't use your mental power, did you? You picked a white diamond and a pink diamond. She stretched out her hand to Shinkei. Put it on for me. Shinli immediately asked Wu Yu to sit down and carefully put it on her middle finger. Wu Yu raised her hand and asked Shinkei, does it look good? Shinkei nodded, it looks good. It looks especially good on you. Wu Yu smiled, no mental power is used. These things don't require mental power at all. Naturally, someone will tell me the first time. Moreover, even if no one said it, Wu Yu could guess it at once, considering how much Shinkei valued her. After trying on her own ring, Wu Yu picked out a new pair of wedding rings. Wu Yu asked the store to engrave her initials on Shinkei's wedding ring. After putting it on Shinkei's slender middle finger, Wu Yu looked at Shinkei with satisfaction. Shinkei, from now on, you belong to me alone. She gently stroked Shinkei's face, her eyes focused and her tone slow, and she curled her lips. If you change your mind, I will kill you. Shinkei watched Wu Yu's breathing speed up. His pupils flickered violently, and he was about to burst into bright golden vertical pupils. His wife was expressing her possessiveness of him. He liked it very much. He liked it very much that his wife treated him like this. His wife was so strong now, so strong that his brain went blank, his whole body was trembling, and he was about to die of pleasure. Shinkei couldn't help but pinch Wu Yu's neck. He buried his head in Wu Yu's neck and kept breathing heavily. He lowered his voice. Wife, I want it. Wu Yu put away her sinister and strange eyes, and she gently pushed Shinkei. Then let's go back. Shinkei drove the shuttle bus to take Wu Yu back to the royal court. He was so excited that Wu Yu was afraid that he would lead her into trouble. Wu Yu was helpless. Do you like it so much? Shinkei's pupils were still flickering violently. Today is the 7th day. You have gradually begun to integrate those violent energies. The momentum you just released was particularly strong. It was so strong that I could feel the sense of crisis that my life was hanging by a thread. Is that your ability? Wu Yu shook her head. It's not an ability. It's just like showing off your mental power to scare people. Shinkei was looking forward to it. Then when we go back, can you scare me and tie me to the bed? I want you to carve your name on every bone of mine. He felt extremely excited just thinking about it. Wu Yu refused directly. Don't ever think about carving your name again. She felt so distressed for a long time after that carving. Shinkei looked regretful, but he immediately realized that Wu Yu didn't reject his first sentence. Shinkei looked at Wu Yu with bright eyes, and Wu Yu pushed his face away speechlessly. Don't look at me, look at the road. Shinkei leaned over and kissed her, looking forward to returning to the prince's mansion. Prince's mansion. Mansion. Damn it, seeing that the prince's mansion was full of Chian's people, his face instantly fell. These people were not let in by him, then only Wu Yu could let them in. Wu Yu blinked. They have been tired for a long time. I think I might as well not toss anymore, and hold a proposal and engagement party together. After all, the current situation of the alliance is not suitable for such a waste of money and manpower. Let's keep it simple. Change clothes, and let's go back to Chian base together. Shinkei was unwilling. I promise to give you the best engagement party. Wu Yu pinched his face. Don't be angry, wait until the wedding to have a big party. We have lived in the royal court for a long time. Shall we go back to the base? I will let you stay in my room today. I will satisfy you tonight, okay baby? Shinkei nodded, and turned to look at Wu Yu. Wu Yu's smiling face seemed to have not changed at all from the first time he saw her. But in fact, she is now so unfathomable that no one can see through her. No one knows what she is thinking, and no one knows her true strength. Everything seems to be under her control. She is omniscient and omnipotent. In just half a year, from the beginning when he pretended to be weak in order to stand on the opposite side of the scale with her, to now when Wu Yu constantly tolerated him, coaxed him, spoiled him, and indulged him. It only took half a year. If Chutsishia had not been controlling and suppressing her all the time, if her mother had not sealed her ability, Shinkei could not imagine how shocking Wu Yu would have developed to now, having grown up in the top-level training of the wealthy Jiang family. If that were the case, he might not have had a chance to catch Wu Yu's eye. No! Shinkei looked at Wu Yu in surprise. Wu Yu turned to look at him with a smile. You are so beautiful. If I grew up in the Jiang family, I would definitely pick you out of the royal court the first time I saw you, and keep you by my side. When you come of age, I will immediately take you for myself. Under Shinkei's flickering eyes, Wu Yu came over and kissed him. Would you be willing to be raised as a canary by me? Shinkei blushed from his ears to his neck, and nodded slowly. Yes, I do. Shinkei couldn't help but imagine that he was not only willing, but might even pretend to be angry and resist in an attempt to attract more attention from Wu Yu. If Wu Yu had other dogs, he would definitely kill them all without making a sound, and then use his pretty face to look at Wu Yu innocently, pretending that he knew nothing. Wu Yu couldn't help but curl her lips. I will go along with your acting and won't expose you. Shinkei glanced at her, and the whole person was floating. Shinkei couldn't help asking, wife, can you read my mind now? Wu Yu shook her head. No, I can just feel the various auras you exude, and combined with your expression, it's easy to guess what you're thinking. Shinkei was curious. What's the aura on me like? Wu Yu glanced at Shinkei and looked away. She couldn't help but curl her eyebrows. What else could it be? She was just a pink bubble. With that white hair and beautiful face, she was really becoming more and more likable. Chapter 459. Back at Qian Base, with all the relatives and friends witnessing, accompanied by flowers, and amidst the sound of gorgeous fireworks and salutes. Shinkei, wearing a formal dress, walked towards Wu Yu step by step, and knelt on one knee to formally propose to her. After putting the ring on Wu Yu, he stood up and took her into his arms, kissing the bride he had coveted for a long time. Finally, he was able to receive all the love of God alone. He was very lucky that Wu Yu had chosen him at first sight among so many people. He was really grateful to his parents for giving birth to such a beautiful man. Even though Wu Yu said not to make a big fuss and just have a good meal at Qian, the top leaders of the entire alliance still took time out of their busy schedule to come. Oh my God, I never thought that the alliance president, vice alliance president, secretary general Jiang, and chairman Jiang would all come to my great Qian. Not only that, the alliance general Wang Ting, the head of the Chable family, and the captains of the top 5 teams in the alliance are all here. It's all because of Wu Yu's face. Captain, you really married well. The captain is the strongest in the entire alliance now. You are not afraid of being beaten by him. Jian Suiyu smiled and took Jiang Yuhua into his arms. He is so happy now. His heart and eyes are full of Wu Yu, and it doesn't matter what he says. Shang Bai sighed. It's really a huge honor. The S4 boss organized a game, and everyone who can get on the bus can get a share. Our generation all got Wu Yu's face, otherwise we can't even get the admission ticket. Jie-chun, there is no need to belittle yourself. If it was Wu Yu, she would definitely say that winning S4 was everyone's credit. Wu Chong, yes, Ye never takes all the credit for herself. Chuanyan nodded, right. From beginning to end, Ye's original intention remains unchanged. Richard and Fu Yanqi looked at each other, and at Shang Bai and Chuanyan at the same time. Zhou Qianfeng and Fu Yixue walked towards them, and Shang Bai and Chuanyan looked at the 4 people in front of them in confusion. Shang Bai, do you have something to say to Chuanyan and me? Zhou Qianfeng, Master Hua, the extermination of the Hua family was led by the Secretariat and the Taoist sect. There are reasons for this, but considering that you are now Qian's deputy captain, in order to avoid any rift between you in the future, Master Fu, and I think it is necessary to come to you to express our. Shang Bai shook his head quickly. No, Secretary General, we all know that the Hua family's affairs are beyond redemption. These days, I have been helping in the Secretariat, and you have been doing everything yourself and caring for your subordinates. Between the great cause of mankind and the survival of your own family, Lien Yi can distinguish the primary from the secondary. That's what he said, but seeing the lively scene now, Chuanya couldn't help but slowly lower his head. If they had taken good care of Madame at that time, everything would be thriving now, and Madame would not have to die. If it was not such an emergency, and there was more time for companionship and treatment, would Madame still have a chance to get better? Fu Yixue looked at Chuanya. Actually, we came here to bring someone to see you. Chuanya looked up in confusion, and when she saw Zhou Qianfeng and the people behind Fu Yixue, she turned her head in disbelief and looked at Shang Bai. Chuanya jumped up. Madame. It was Madame Lien. Madame Lien was in a more frantic and fierce state than before. After this period of psychological counseling and practical treatment, plus the victory of S4, she looked much better. She looked at Chuanya apologetically, and slowly opened her arms to her. Chuanya, I'm sorry, can you still forgive me? Chuanya instantly threw herself into Madame Lien's arms, and cried with joy, yes, I can, Madame, I will always forgive you. Madame, what is going on? Shang Bai's pupils were flickering violently. Even if he forgave Chuanya, deep in his heart, he would still feel deeply regretful for his cowardice and incompetence, and endless self-blame for his mother's death. He never dreamed that his mother was still alive. Chuanya touched Madame Lien's face in disbelief, and she suddenly realized, it was Yeye. It was Yeye who did it, so she was very insistent on destroying the whole body. She was not afraid of resurrection, but she was afraid that the body would be exposed. Wu Yue promised Shang Bai to save Chuanya, and what she promised Chuanya was to save Madame Lien. She never broke her promise. Xiangbai couldn't believe it. How did she do it? No. She is really a deity. Chuanya couldn't figure it out. We were on the shuttle the whole time, just the two of us. Later, Yaya had an argument with Shinkei, and she didn't have time to switch. Fu Yanqi, don't guess, just look at my master. Chuanya and the monk Bai looked at Fu Yixue in confusion. When they saw the scar on her neck that was so horrifying that it could cut off the whole head, they both exclaimed at the same time, "Resurrection from the dead?" The two looked at each other, and Chuanya guessed. Yaya originally planned to sacrifice herself, so she destroyed the body at that time because she was afraid that the lady's body would be used. She originally planned to revive Madame when performing a miracle, because she knew there was a living example, so she would definitely be able to do it. Xiangbai was curious. "Mom, what does it feel like to be resurrected from the dead?" "Madame Lian, it's like drawing a pause at the point of death, and waking up again. The whole person is in a dream, and feels lost." Zhou Qianfeng, for the time being, your mother still needs to live in the sanatorium under the Secretariat. The Church and Taoist Research Institute will regularly treat her, and give her psychological counseling. She can only leave after we have evaluated and confirmed that she has eliminated her obsession. I hope you can understand. The main reason I brought her here today is that I hope you can resolve your grudges and be more motivated in the next work. Chanya and Xiangbai nodded happily at the same time. I understand. Zhou Qianfeng, in this case, the Secretariat now officially invites you to, and hopes that you can take the lead in responding to the Alliance's recruitment order and join the Secretariat to shine for the progress of all mankind. Chanya and Xiangbai shut their mouths instantly. The two exchanged glances quickly. Xiangbai, are you really asking us to take the lead in responding, rather than leading the way to death? Chuanya, the Secretary General went directly to Qian to poach people at Shinkei's engagement ceremony. It was so cruel. Zhou Qianfeng saw that these two people were so busy, and nodded with satisfaction. These two people are suitable for the Secretariat. Zhou Qianfeng looked at Madame Lian. Although Master Hui is not a general, he has a strong ability to coordinate and manage. Lu Li has been managing the guards and trade chains. If Master Hui can take charge of the personnel scheduling and management of the Secretariat and the coordination of various forces, I can also take a breath and rest after being busy for so many years. The Secretariat is constantly developing, and today it should be considered the highest administrative unit of the Alliance. I wonder if Madame Lian would be impressed. Madame Lian's pupils flickered violently, and her eyes were full of shame. The Secretary General's words really embarrassed me. Zhou Qianfeng smiled calmly. Since that's the case, I believe that one day in the future, Master Hua will bring honor to the family in his own way. Fu Yixue glanced at Zhou Qianfeng and rolled her eyes. He just likes to act pretentiously in front of women. Zhou Qianfeng held her hand calmly. Fu Yixue wanted to avoid it, but was immediately held tighter. All the smart people around him looked straight ahead, and pretended not to see it. Chapter 460. Although it is not a formal marriage, everyone has been busy for so long and finally found a chance to relax. The older generation left early, so that the younger generation can have more fun. Wu Yu is not in good health, and Shinkei can drink a lot anyway. He was forced to drink continuously, and he was surrounded, and could not break through the encirclement. Chunya rushed to Wu Yu and hugged her tightly. Yu, I love you so much. You actually saved the lady. Monogamy is popular now. Can't you marry Shinkei, and then marry me? If you despise me for not being single, I will dump Bai immediately. Xiangbai, I dumped you because I did something wrong to you. Shishia came over immediately. I want it too. Suemo seconded. I want it too. Shinqingxi, women are all the same, they don't cherish him after sleeping with him. Jiang Yuhua, don't compete with me. I am the only legal heir of Meibao. Wu Yu raised her head and opened her arms. Surrounded by the fragrant beauties, she accepted everyone. No problem, you can come together. Anyway, I have enough money to support him. Shinkei, who had just broken out of the encirclement, saw Wu Yu's look of a tyrant who had not attended court since then, and his face instantly turned black. He picked up Wu Yu and turned around and left. Everyone stay away from his wife. Shinkei carried Wu Yu and walked directly to the dormitory. When he came to Wu Yu's dormitory door, he glanced at her. Open the door, I'm going to enter the bridal chamber. Wu Yu pointed to the door card on her chest. Open it yourself. Shinkei saw that Wu Yu was so intense at the beginning, and there was obviously a more exciting reward for him later, so all his unhappiness just now flew away. He lowered his head and looked at Wu Yu without blinking, and directly picked up the door card with his mouth to open the door. Wu Yu couldn't take her eyes off his lewd look. Wu Yu thought, sure enough, this bastard is suitable for doing this kind of thing. Holding Wu Yu into the room and closing the door with his backhand, Shinkei lowered his head and kissed her passionately, eager to conquer the city. Wu Yu hooked Shinkei's neck and responded to him passionately. Shinkei's palm supported Wu Yu's smooth back, and the two of them stood directly and lost themselves in the sinking of consciousness. Wu Yu looked at the dress that was torn by Shinkei and turned to look for clothes in the cloakroom. Shinkei's eyes never left her, and he looked up and down unscrupulously. Seeing Wu Yu find a new skirt, Shinkei immediately leaned over and held Wu Yu's waist. He leaned in and said, "Wife, can I put it on for you?" Wu Yu glanced at him, and Shinkei's hand immediately touched the zipper, which just reached the back of her neck. Shinkei directly took Wu Yu into his arms and hugged her from behind. Being carried to the sofa by Shinkei, Wu Yu hooked one hand around his neck and grabbed his tie with the other hand. Shinkei watched Wu Yu immediately untie his tie with one hand. Seeing Shinkei do this, Wu Yu narrowed her eyes instantly. Shinkei approached her. "Do you like this?" Wu Yu held Shinkei's face. "Well, you look particularly attractive like this." Shinkei's breathing became heavier. "You finally tempted me." Wu Yu kissed the corners of Shinkei's mouth, earlobes, and Adam's apple, until Shinkei's breathing became heavier and heavier, and he kept making low gasps. Feeling that Wu Yu deliberately stopped, Shinkei couldn't bear it anymore and hugged Wu Yu, buried his head in her neck, and leaned against her. Wu Yu leaned in Shinkei's arms and asked him, "How much did you drink?" Shinkei held her. "Not much. I don't feel it anymore." Wu Yu asked Shinkei to get some wine. Thinking of Wu Yu's drunken appearance, Shinkei's mind was a little distracted. But he shook his head. "No, you're not in good health now." Wu Yu stood up. "Don't regret it. I think you want to be kicked out after sleeping with me." Shinkei regretted it immediately, and turned around to get wine for Wu Yu. The crisp clinking of glasses sounded, and soothing music played in the room. Shinkei hugged Wu Yu, and let her lean on him to dance. "Wu Yu, I've wanted to ask you for a long time, who did you learn to dance from?" "Shinkei, when I was very young my mother said that I could only dance with the girl I liked, and I had to be loyal or the girl would be very sad." Wu Yu hugged Shinkei tightly. "I will treat you well." Shinkei was jealous. "You clearly said you would marry more girls." Wu Yu couldn't help but buried her head in Shinkei's arms and laughed. "I'm happy today. I'm just kidding. I only want you." Shinkei picked Wu Yu up and looked at her intently. "No matter what happens, you must tell me. We have to face it together. Otherwise, I will be the next villain to destroy humanity." Wu Yu hooked her arms around Shinkei's neck, and they were close to each other. Their eyes met. "Well, I tell you everything. I won't hide it from you anymore." Shinkei left a kiss on Wu Yu's neck. "You asked me what I would do if I became a villain. Wu Yu, I won't fall for your trick. I won't ask." Shinkei was angry. "You asked me?" Wu Yu held Shinkei's face and kissed him. "Big villain, what are you going to do?" Shinkei leaned close to Wu Yu. "As we agreed before we came." Wu Yu's hand kept stroking Shinkei's face, slowly pulling down his tie, and taking a sip of strong liquor to give herself courage. Wu Yu dragged Shinkei to the bed with one hand. She pushed gently, and Shinkei fell directly onto her bed. Shinkei looked up at her expectantly, just like when they came out of the Polar Monument map, and he was lying on the ground. Wu Yu put her hands on his chest and looked down at him. "Wu Yu, Shinkei, where is your mask?" "Shinkei, I didn't bring it with me. There's one in the system. Take it yourself." Wu Yu took out a black mask and put it on Shinkei, and saw that Shinkei was exactly the same as before in the polar region, with only a pair of eyes exposed. It was this pair of clear and beautiful eyes that made her fall in love with him at first sight, when she didn't even know what Shinkei looked like. A man's charm comes from a woman's imagination. At that time, Shinkei covered his face, and with his youthful voice, the whole person's atmosphere was directly bursting, which hit Wu Yu's heart. Wu Yu suddenly leaned into Shinkei's ear and told him, "Shinkei, you are not the only one who has a crush on someone in the royal court." Shinkei looked at Wu Yu in surprise, his eyes flashing with excitement. "Have you thought about me? Have you thought about me on this bed?" Shinkei felt dizzy just thinking about it, and he was so happy that he was about to die. Shinkei stood up and pulled Wu Yu into his arms. He leaned in and asked her, "When? Tell me." Wu Yu slowly extended a tiny strand of mental power, and Shinju immediately extended countless strands of his mental power to carefully wrap up Wu Yu's mental power. The time was too tight before, and he couldn't pay attention to these emotional fluctuations that occurred when they were not together. "Now," Wu Yu told him directly. Just as he persisted again and again, Wu Yu finally couldn't help but start looking forward to it, thinking about how he would confess to her, and thinking about him suddenly grabbing her hand and kissing her when he was constantly rejected. After they were together, I thought of him. Wu Yu was lying on the bed, and looking at Shinkei. Shinkei supported his arms on her side, lowered his head, and smiled at her wickedly. He approached suddenly. Why didn't you tell me? Wu Yu looked away. It's okay to tell you. You couldn't control yourself even if I didn't let you do anything at that time. If I told you, you would be even more shameless and pester me, and you wouldn't be able to do anything serious. Shinkei, if it weren't for the ghost thing in the Order Realm, I didn't want to do anything, I just wanted to do it. Wu Yu had never seen Shinkei wearing a mask and saying such obscene words with an aggressive look, and her pupils shrank. When Shinkei saw her like this, his expression immediately became intriguing. He saw that Wu Yu was fascinated by him now, and was fascinated to no end. Chapter 461. Shinkei realized that Wu Yu fell in love with him at first sight when Captain Chi Yen covered his face. Wasn't she just fascinated? But he had never covered his face since he came back from the north. Shinkei was almost gritting his teeth. He approached Wu Yu viciously and asked her with a low gasp. So at that time, I just had to knock on your door like Captain Chi Yen and tell you that I like you and I want to be with you forever. Then no matter how you resist, I will slam the door and kiss you. And you will agree to me, right? Wu Yu curled her lips, turned away and ignored him. Shinkei was so angry that he approached Wu Yu and held her in his arms. Shinkei, why didn't you tell me? If you had given me a little signal, Wu Yu, if you had just put a little hook for me, we wouldn't have wasted so much time. You had the correct answer, and you watched me running around like a headless fly. Wu Yu deliberately angered him. Shinkei, I really didn't want to be with you at that time. If the Jiang family had acted a little faster, I would have left immediately. Wu Yu's face instantly turned red, and her voice turned into a tiny moan. Shinkei stopped her from talking. He was angry. Wu Yu held Shinkei's head, her eyes becoming more and more intoxicated. She liked Shinkei because she was angry, and he would work especially hard when he was angry. Wu Yu, don't be angry, although I like what you said, but your clumsy and restrained sincerity really touched me and made me accept you completely. Shinkei, don't talk about those useless things. Just tell me, did you give in because you liked me to be tough? Wu Yu, Shinkei tried hard to speak. Wu Yu, yes. He knew it. Wu Yu was held in Shinkei's arms weakly. She panted. Are you still angry? Shinkei gritted his teeth. Give it to me. All the time you deliberately left me alone, you have to give it to me. Wu Yu chuckled. Why? Even if we were together at that time, I would not let you do whatever you want so quickly. Shinkei was so angry that he wanted to bite her. He was about to take off the mask, but Wu Yu gently put her legs on him. Shinkei immediately turned to look at her. Wu Yu, we agreed before we came here. You don't want to kiss me anymore? Shinkei immediately said, I do. He was honest and motionless. But Shinkei, I can't kiss you if you cover your face. Wu Yu, cover it, I kiss you. Shinkei blinked, okay. Wu Yu tied Shinkei's hands to the head of the bed with a tie. She lowered her head, and traced Shinkei's neck to his Adam's apple, and then all the way down. Shinkei panted and raised his head, staring at Wu Yu, just like he did at the pole at that time. As Wu Yu continued to go down, Shinkei's breathing became heavier. Suddenly, his eyes lost focus, and his face was empty. Damn. My wife is swinging on the swing like last time. Really, it's so cool. Wu Yu closed her eyes, covered herself with a quilt, and went to sleep. Shinkei hesitated. Wife, we're getting engaged today. Wu Yu, isn't it enough to make such a fuss for so long? This has happened so many times. Shinkei was unwilling. Wife, I have to start working tomorrow. Wu Yu turned to look at him. Where are you going? Shinkei, I'm going to take the Qian high level to the dungeon, and then I send you to the Jiang family. Wu Yu turned over and went to sleep directly. Don't bother, I go with you directly. Shinkei was worried. What if the Order Realm wants to harm you? Wu Yu, no. Shinkei was still mumbling, and Wu Yu's tone suddenly changed. Noah, be obedient, don't make me angry. Shinkei immediately shut up. His heartbeat quickened and his breathing became rapid. He carefully glanced at Wu Yu, and took her into his arms. After a while, Shinkei, wife? Wu Yu, yes. Shinkei, just like before. Let's do it again, okay? For the last time. Wu Yu turned her head to look at him. Her eyes were ambiguous, making Shinkei's entire spine tremble. Shinkei stared at her straight. Wu Yu turned over and sat in front of him, looking down at him. Being stared at by Wu Yu's dark eyes, Shinkei's pupils kept shrinking. He could feel that Wu Yu was releasing a very strong and terrifying force on him, and the sense of crisis made his whole body alarm. The bed curtain began to shake. The threat of death and the extreme experience made Shinkei's pupils jump back and forth between normal and vertical pupils. When he was about to lose control of his body, Wu Yu reached out and patted his face. Baby, relax. Shinkei panted and looked at Wu Yu. She was shining in his eyes. Shin-Kei liked Wu Yu so much that she was so strong. It would be best if she became stronger and stronger, and could easily control him. It would be best if Wu Yu could get jealous and lock him up, and not let him go anywhere. Wu Yu couldn't help but chuckle. She pinched Shin-Kei's face. You think about these things all day long. Shin-Kei stood up and approached Wu Yu. Wife, I like you like this. Wu Yu, yeah, I know. Shin-Kei admires strength, and likes stimulation. Now she is strong and can stimulate him. Not only can she stimulate him, but she can also directly make him angry to death. Isn't she his favorite? So the stronger she is, the more Shin-Kei can't control his feelings for her, and the more he likes her. As for her, the more Shin-Kei likes her passionate expression of emotions, the more positive feedback she will give him. To some extent, they have formed a closed loop. Early the next morning, Wu Yu felt Shin-Kei kissing her before she opened her eyes. She fell into his arms in a daze and asked, when do we leave? Shin-Kei, an hour and a half. Wu Yu couldn't help laughing, hugging Shin-Kei's furry head around her neck. Why don't you sleep a little longer? Shin-Kei, I miss you so much that I can't sleep. Wu Yu closed her eyes and ignored him. Shin-Kei pulled her ankle, and she pushed Shin-Kei, let me sleep a little longer. Shin-Kei, wife, do you really want to go with us? Wu Yu, yes. Shin-Kei suddenly realized, do you think there is something wrong with Shin-Jinxi's statement? Is this kid fooling him? Wu Yu, I can't think deeply now. But with the number of dungeon monsters in the sea mining town, and the damage they burst when they located me, I think I was definitely dead at that time. Shin-Kei, this is a paradox with our speculation. Wu Yu, that's right. Shin-Kei, you follow me to verify which statement is right. Wu Yu held Shin-Kei's face and kissed him. Well, the baby is getting smarter now. Shin-Kei leaned over and was about to kiss him, but was pushed away by Wu Yu. No kissing. Shin-Kei was angry, and turned around and went down. If he was not allowed to kiss, he would kiss somewhere else. Wu Yu's face turned red instantly. After Shin-Kei made a fuss for more than half an hour, the two got up and washed up to set off. When they arrived at the Qian high-level meeting room, all the Qian high-level staff were present, in addition to the 4 heirs of Sirius. The holographic projection lit up, and they were going to the third forbidden place this time, the present dungeon horror amusement park. Chapter 462. Jiang Huaiji, the 3 forbidden places have unstable restrictions due to violent riots, and this horror amusement park is the most unstable at present. Current rating of the dungeon, SSS level. According to the feedback from our unmanned probe into the dungeon, this dungeon is full of physical humanoid ghosts. The ghosts are all in a rampage state. If they are not eliminated quickly, they will break through the restrictions and endanger the entire alliance. In other words, this dungeon has no plot now, and once you enter it, you just have to push through it violently. Jiang Mubai, this dungeon has no limit on the number of people who can enter. If we drive the entire Sirius into it, and add the top management of Qian, we estimate that it will take less than 2 days to clear it. Richard was surprised. It will take 2 days to clear it with so many people? Jiang Mubai nodded. The number of monsters inside is so dense that it is countless, and these ghosts may not be killed in one go. Jiang Yuhua looked at Wu Yue. Meibao, we will escort you back to the Jiang family later. Wu Yue looked at the dungeon thoughtfully. I go with you. Everyone was surprised. You're going too? Wu Yue blinked. Is it not possible? Wu Cheng, but yeah, aren't you a more delicate flower than me now? Jiang Yuhua disagreed. You are too weak now. This dungeon is very dangerous. Jian Suiyu patted Jiang Yuhua. Wu Yue, what do you mean? Wu Yu, don't you think that my power, and that of the ghosts and monsters are of the same origin? Then let's go and see if these rampaging ghosts and monsters will give me face. After 3 seconds of silence, Jiang Qian couldn't help but ask, what if I give you face? Wu Yu said as a matter of course, then I will call them all together for a meeting, and you stand still and output. Everyone, Okay, they want to see if this wave of forcing can make the gods pretend. Take the shuttle to arrive at the present dungeon horror amusement park. As soon as you enter the dungeon, the whole dungeon is howling with ghosts and wolves, and the foul smell is everywhere. The stability of the entire dungeon is shaky. When everyone started to put on their gas masks, Wu Yu suddenly took a deep breath and said happily, this place is nice. She felt energetic after coming here. Everyone, Excuse me? Are you sure? Wu Yu turned around and looked at everyone excitedly. I think I might be able to order them around. Jiang Yuhua had a vague feeling. Maybe the more violent the place, the more beneficial it is for Meibao's recovery. Jian Suiyu's expression was subtle. So she really wants to ascend the throne in the world of order. He really didn't misjudge Wu Yu. She was destined to be the woman of the great demon king. Shin-Kei followed behind Wu Yu without saying a word, his face getting darker and darker. He said dangerously, "You said yesterday that you guessed wrong? Will you? Don't worry, the monsters haven't appeared yet." The closer you get to the dungeon monster spawning point, the thicker and stickier the hostility becomes, and the sky is shrouded in black air with visibility less than 3 meters. With such poor visibility, if a monster suddenly jumps out, it is very likely to cause casualties. Even though Wu said she could command ghosts, everyone still surrounded her tightly in the center, and they would not let even a fly in. Chunya and Jiang Yuhua, 2 major healers, stood beside Wu Yu, looking alert. Wu Yu was really speechless by their scene. If these people continued to worship her like a national treasure, she would bring Shinkei and the other 2 to fight next time. "Wu Yu, can you?" Everyone, "No, shut up." "Wu Yu." "Oh." Humph, angry. "She won't come next time, I beg her." As the shaky iron gate of the amusement park appeared in front of us, a gust of cold wind blew through the iron gate, making it creak. In the distance, all the large amusement park facilities made a frightening shaking sound, as if they were about to break at any time, and they were hidden in the darkness. Everyone looked tense as they watched the chain of the iron gate being broken. Jian Huaiji, monsters may rush out from all directions in a while, so everyone should keep their formation and don't mess up. Syria stands on the periphery, Qian stands on the inner circle to protect the good sister. Wu Yu raised her hand. "Can I try to attract a wave of monsters first?" Being rejected by everyone, Wu Yu squatted in the center and drew circles. Wu Yu muttered, "You have changed, you have changed. You always supported me when I had any ideas before." Chunya perfunctorily said to her, "Ah, yes, yes, but what can I do? Who told you that you can't even do a backflip now, and you still go to attract monsters? It would be better if you don't feed the monsters." If Wu Yu didn't want to risk her life, they would have indulged her. They have enough people now, so they can just fight for a while longer. There is no need to let Wu Yu take risks. Wu Yu tugged at Shinkei's sleeve. "Husband? Say something." Shinkei squeezed her hand. "You stay here. I go out and pull the monsters." Wu Yu, It turns out that this guy agreed to her on the surface, but he never thought of letting her take action from the beginning to the end. After saying that, Shinkei directly drew out the sea god trident and threw it far away. With the flashing thunder and the sharp fighting spirit, a golden light cut through the sky and headed for the endless abyss. Shinkei's movement speed was as fast as a flash of lightning. He suddenly poked the ghost through the trident and held it in his hand again. Dozens of humanoid ghosts gathered in front of the gate of the amusement park. When they entered the range of triggering the ghost's active attack, countless SS-added ghosts surrounded Shinkei in an instant. Shinkei made up his mind not to pull the monsters to Wu Yu's side. He jumped back with 3 steps to gather the monsters. The golden light effect brought by the sea god trident was all in his movements. He directly took the damage and used the weapon's special skills to clear all the dozens of SS-added ghosts in one wave. In an instant, the field was cleared and the packages were scattered all over the ground. The ghost's body parts were scattered all over the ground, but there was no blood on his body. From beginning to end, it was an extremely silent and violent aesthetic. "Jiechun. This kid is really good." "Jian Suiyu, the peacock is showing off to Wu Yu. We are just passing by." Chunya clapped her hands excitedly. "Yu, look, your husband is really amazing." "Wu Yu. TSK, if I go there, these little ghosts might just recognize me as their big brother. I let the little ghosts dance for you." Everyone turned their heads. "Why haven't you given up this idea yet?" Shinkei turned his head and glanced at Wu Yu, who smiled and gave him a thumbs up with both hands. He pressed his mouth corners and turned his head to continue walking deeper into the dungeon. Shinkei easily defeated the first wave of monsters. When he was about to step into the amusement park, he suddenly heard Wu Yu calling him, "Shinkei, come back." Shinkei immediately returned to Wu Yu without thinking, "What's wrong?" Wu Yu was thinking, if this dungeon originally had a plot, but now the plot has been destroyed because of the violent outburst. If we rush it openly like this, will it cause the already turbulent dungeon to collapse instantly and cause violence to overflow? Shinkei was angry. "If you use your brain again, I will send you out of the dungeon immediately." Wu Yu nodded repeatedly. Okay, I just want to ask if we should buy tickets to enter the amusement park? Isn't the normal idea of going to an amusement park to buy tickets before entering the park? Otherwise, you will be kicked out by the security guards. Why are these ghosts gathered at the door? It is very likely that they insisted on entering without tickets, and were killed by the security guards, and turned into ghosts. Everyone was surprised. Buy tickets? Everyone looked at their phones on the subway and looked at the dim and turbid environment here. This is a hell of a place? Buy tickets? What kind of tickets are you buying? Chapter 463. Wu Yu said, Can you expand the encirclement a little bit and give me some room to play freely? Everyone shook their heads. Don't even think about it. If you are blown up now, the danger is more serious than this dungeon. Jiang Huaiji is pragmatic. The visibility here is too low. The safety of the people in the outer circle of the encirclement cannot be guaranteed. Wu Yu suddenly thought, why not get a few blowers and searchlights in to try? Everyone was confused. What is going on here? Fog Moon, in order to create an atmosphere, aren't horror dungeons always made to be very gloomy? In fact, I've wanted to try it for a long time. It's all dark here, so it's possible to create a state of poor visibility where you can't see your hand in front of you. Since there is no limit on the number of people who can enter this dungeon, and there are no strong restrictions, why can't we artificially improve the environment here through technological means? The blower disperses the fog and black air, and the searchlight clears the way. Besides, you all have gas masks. Why don't you do some disinfection? Feeling Shinkei's arms around her waist, it was obvious that he wanted to take her out of the dungeon. Wu Yu immediately emphasized, I didn't use my mental power. This was how I cleared the dungeon in the earliest plots, and I didn't have any mental power at that time. Shinkei took a deep breath and let go of his hand. It's been a long time since he wanted to knock Wu Yu unconscious with a knife to make her active brain circuits quiet down. Wu Yu finished her words and quietly leaned on Shinkei to laze around. The think tank on the other side started a crazy brainstorming session and followed her ideas to discuss. Jian Suiyu, I think we can give it a try. Jiang Yuhua, anyway, it takes 2 days to fight a dungeon normally, so we can spend an hour to get the blower and searchlight. Jiang Huaiji, will the dungeon be unstable? Fu Yanqi, Shinkei just used his ultimate move and the dungeon is safe. The ban is still strong, so it shouldn't be a big problem. Richard, I found that the monsters in this dungeon have very active spiritual cores. Wu Yu suddenly looked sideways. You said that the monsters in this dungeon have very active spiritual cores? Wu Yu pulled Shinkei, called Jiechen and Wu Chong by Chunya. You guys go with me to pick up the bags. While preparing the blower and searchlight, Wu Yu approached the dungeon gate and started picking up bags. Congratulations on getting SS-level diamond crystal cores, *100. Wu Yu looked at the bag thoughtfully. A SS-added monster can actually explode 100 SS-level diamond crystal cores. Wu Yu stopped what he was doing and looked at the corpses of the ghosts that had not disappeared for a long time, and the broken limbs and bodies on the ground. Wu Yu, Jiechen, try to save these ghosts. Jiechen's golden body returned to its position, opened his budded eyes, and began to silently recite the pure heart mantra. Every word he recited turned into golden characters that slowly flowed around the corpses of the ghosts. Everyone was surprised to find that as more and more characters appeared, the corpses gradually became ethereal and dissipated in the air. At the same time, in addition to the original crystal core package that exploded, a purple gold package also exploded on the ground. Wu Yu instantly curled her lips, and she waved directly at Chunya. You go pick it up. Chunya pointed at herself in confusion. Me? Wu Yu nodded, and she smiled and said, Go, trust me, I will support you and take you to eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks. Chunya immediately believed Wu Yu's pie in the sky, and went forward to pick up the bag without hesitation. Congratulations on your permanent mental power improvement. The current mental power level has been increased to SS+. Wow. Chunya jumped up. This bag is for improving mental power. Directly increase my mental power to SS. Wu Yu shrugged. These monsters are still too low level, otherwise I can directly rush you to SSS. But it doesn't matter, I will return it to you in the next wave. Chunya hugged Wu Yu and felt very happy. Husband, I love you. Shinkei and Shangbai. Damn, this dungeon is really hard to play for a second. Shangbai felt that all this was unreasonable. There has never been a precedent for mental power improvement. After saying that, he wanted to slap himself in the face, and the mental power of everyone on their side was improved. He corrected, there has never been a spiritual power-enhancing item reward in the dungeon. Wu Yu shrugged, but these monsters have absorbed my anger, so it's not strange that the item rewards are updated and iterated, right? In addition, the dungeon is obviously going to weaken the existence of items and summon beasts, so the rewards will inevitably tend to be spiritual power and weapons. This dungeon is the one with the most monsters, and the heaviest anger among the 5 forbidden places. The Alliance has spent manpower and material resources to raise them for so many years, and it would be unreasonable if some good things didn't drop, right? Jian Sui, you found it incredible. How did you come up with that? Wu Yu, I just thought about it. Everyone, can you answer more seriously? Wu Yu, I said it before in S4, I want to raise everyone's spiritual power to SSS+. To be honest, I thought of this idea at that time, but I never completed it. Look at the other things I thought of. Kid, sending the summoned beast props and my father to the Order world, saving Madame Lien, all completed. I waited a week for the spiritual power improvement, but didn't get any feedback. I was wondering if the approval process was too long and stuck at some stage. Now I understand that the way of heaven obviously loves me but can't give me, and he wants to give me something but doesn't want to. If he gives it directly, he feels that he is too licking and unwilling to give it. If he doesn't give it, he is afraid that I will completely forget about it, and the sunk cost will be wasted. So he uses this way of silently paying for me, when I suddenly find out that he has fulfilled my wish one day, when I go to the game, and he wants me to wake up and regret it, and become the white moonlight in my heart. Wu Yu said seriously, and Shinkei's face became darker and darker. When he said by Yuedwang, the thunder on his body flashed wildly, and he was shrouded in gloom. He kicked the dungeon door next to him. Everyone secretly glanced at Shinkei, and they all thought, although this matter sounds really outrageous, it is so subtle that it makes sense everywhere. That is to say, the two leaders who set the rules of the game in the human world and the Order world are all Wu Yu's lickers. Prince Noah, who is the most powerful and handsome prince in the alliance, can only be ranked third in terms of who is more lickable. Jian Suiyu thought about it, but according to this statement, the previous speculation that you will go directly to the Order realm after ascending is not true. Since the heavenly Tao likes you so much, it is impossible to send you to the Order realm. Wu Yu nodded. That's right. So don't rush to make a conclusion. I am just guessing. When my mental strength has not recovered, let's take it one step at a time. Wu Yu turned her head and glanced at Shinkei, who turned his eyes away and ignored her. She couldn't help but curl her lips, buried her head, and began to pick up bags, and waited until all the bags were picked up. Wu Yu walked to Shinkei's side. She quietly reached out to hold Shinkei's hand, and before she touched Shinkei's hand, her whole hand was tightly wrapped. Feeling that Shinkei was pinching her hand in anger, Wu Yu couldn't help but lower her head and laugh. Shinkei lowered his voice, and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Wait until the dungeon is over, and you see how I deal with you." Wu Yu looked up at him, and felt happy when she saw his dark face and cold look. Wu Yu hooked Shinkei's palm with her fingers, and Shinkei grabbed her hand that was deliberately teasing him. Wu Yu said in a barely audible voice, "Don't be angry, you are my white moonlight. It has always been you, only you. There will never be anyone else." Shinkei instantly tightened Wu Yu's hand, turned his eyes away, and suppressed the corners of his mouth that could not be suppressed. Chapter 464. As soon as the blowers and searchlights were in place, they were immediately lined up. Under the high-powered operation of the crystal core generator, the dark air in the entire dungeon was instantly blown away, and the dim sky was as bright as day. Under the huge noise of the blowers, even the roar of the ghosts in the dungeon was eclipsed. It really gave people the illusion that if a stage was built here and a shining light ball was placed, the ghosts would immediately hold a cultural performance for them. The thrilling and tense atmosphere was gone, and even the most serious people couldn't help but have their thoughts wandered. Jiang Qian was speechless. This scene is really absurd and bizarre. Zhang Zhe looked at the scene in front of him blankly, and then pointed at himself. Why did you capture me, a shuttle operator? He was cleaning up the battlefield in the north the last second, and was surrounded by more than a dozen serious ships the next second. He was so scared that he thought it was an enemy attack. Shinkei put the drone in his hand. You operate the drone, and see what's going on in the dungeon now. Zhang Zhe quickly operated. Where's my boss? Isn't she better at this than me? Chuanya, you can't use any of her abilities now. Zhang Zhe was shocked. Then why bring her into such a dangerous dungeon? Chuanya shook her head. So far, it's not us who lead her, but she leads us, and it's likely that this won't change until the end of the dungeon. Zhang Zhe, you're really lucky. Your boss will definitely give you some loopholes once you enter the dungeon. Zhang Zhe, for example? Shang Bai pushed Chuanya away. For example, raise your mental power to SSS+, and work hard. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Shang Bai looked at Chuanya with his eyes not eyes, and nose not nose. How about talking about monsters? Chuanya bumped him with her shoulder. Don't be jealous, I've asked. Zhang Zhe doesn't like me, he just said that deliberately to push you. I don't have any contact with him at ordinary times, and I'm with you every day, you know it. Shang Bai pressed his lips, shook his shoulder, and gently touched Chuanya. Zhang Zhe pulled the drone's view to the maximum, and used infrared to locate the number of ghosts. At the same time, the entire dungeon map in the amusement park was instantly generated, and the AI automatically enabled the best output path and the best escape path to be generated at any time. He exclaimed, "Awesome, which god made this drone? It's so useful for playing such a large map dungeon." Jiang Yuhua immediately said, It was made by Suiyu. Jian Suiyu turned his head and looked at Jiang Yuhua, smiling. Jiang Yuhua smiled at him shyly. Zhang Zhe. I think this place is not friendly to singles. Singles and monks present, just get used to it. The main thing is not to treat yourself as a human. Zhang Zhe's shuttle operation ability is now half a step into the god level. If it weren't for the fact that his mental power has not been in place to limit the upper limit, it would not be impossible for him to reach Wu Yu's level. While Zhang Zhe was controlling the drone to analyze and locate the monster group, Wu Yu began to look for the ticket office of the amusement park. Through Yanqi, we just went outside the dungeon and looked around, but we couldn't find the ticket office you mentioned. Jiechun, just open it. Since we've discovered that exorcising ghosts can improve our spiritual power, we can just pull in one wave and fight back slowly. Wu Chong, yes, just start. Wu Yu began to think, based on the social development process before the end of the world, the ticket office may no longer exist in the form of a unique gate. You only need to scan the code to pay and swipe the QR code to enter, so the ticket office may be more concealed. Everyone, Richard, Wu Yu's mind is incredible. Jiang Yuhua, no, it's called, details determine success or failure. Just then Shinkei kicked the door of the amusement park. Wu Yu thought for a moment, Brother Huaiji, go in and take a look. Jiang Mubai immediately gave Jiang Huaiji a salute. Brother, she couldn't bear to leave her husband, and pushed you to death. Jiang Huaiji. Can't you hope for him to be good? Always sowing discord. She may think that Shinkei can't find the details, she said. Jiang Huaiji drew out Long Yuan and walked inside. As soon as he entered the amusement park, the whole foul atmosphere rushed towards him as if it had substance. As the blower pushed forward, Jiang Huaiji found that on the left side of the dungeon, there was indeed the ticket entrance of the amusement park that Wu Yu had always wanted. At the same time, the person standing there alone as a ticket inspector was actually an SSS ghost. Jiang Huaiji's expression changed slightly. After the violent outburst of anger, this ghost still had reason. It was obvious that this ghost, like the previous Forbidden Land, could absorb anger to improve its own abilities. Jiang Huaiji did not rush forward. He immediately turned around and told Wu Yu what he had found. After getting a satisfactory answer, Wu Yu stood up and went forward, ready to go solo to kill the boss. She did not let Shinkei follow her. Don't get too close to me. Shinkei saw that everyone around him obviously listened to Wu Yu, and no one stopped her like before, and his teeth were about to break. Shinkei, you all don't care, right? Jiang Huaiji, Jiang Yuhua, you didn't have this attitude before you came. If he knew that the Jiang family was so irresponsible, he would definitely not agree to let Wu Yu enter the dungeon. Jiang Huaiji, Jiang Yuhua looked up at the sky and down at the ground, pretending not to hear. Jian Suiyu said earnestly, just let her go, no one can control her. Wu Xiuli had said long ago that the one who can play the plot dungeon is the true king of the end times, and now it is obvious that she wants to ascend the throne. Shinkei was so angry that he turned around and left without saying a word, helplessly following Wu Yu not far away. Wu Yu walked up to the ticket inspector, took out the communicator and asked enthusiastically, excuse me, how do I buy a ticket to enter the amusement park? The ticket inspector pointed to a blurry QR code on the side. Scan the code to pay, and you can enter. Wu Yu tried to scan it for a long time but failed. She handed the communicator to the ticket inspector. I can't scan it. Please help me operate it. The ticket inspector was stunned by Wu Yu's self-evident attitude. She pointed to her half-hanging eyeballs. Are you asking me to buy a ticket for you now? Wu Yu nodded. What else? You are a staff member. If I don't ask you to buy a ticket for me, you won't be happy if I ask you to massage my legs. Even though Shinkei was so angry that he wanted to bite Wu Yu to death, he couldn't help but suppress his mouth when he heard the words beating legs. The ticket inspector was about to get angry, but Wu Yu suddenly approached her and winked at her, instantly confusing the ticket inspector. Everyone watching not far away. She was actually using a honey trap on a ghost with a drooping tongue, half-dropped eyes, and a dark face. Watching the ticket inspector take a deep breath and actually take Wu Yu's communicator, and without knowing what she did, she actually helped Wu Yu get a ticket to enter. Everyone, The most outrageous thing is that she actually succeeded. Jian Suiyu. So Shinxingxi is right in at least one respect. High-level ghosts with the same power as her really like her. Wu Yu pushed the hand of the ticket inspector away. How did you do it just now? You moved too fast, I couldn't see clearly. She called Shinkei over, took Shinkei's communicator, and handed it to the ticket inspector. Do it again for me. The ticket inspector didn't move. Wu Yu patted her. What's wrong? Is it not okay? The ticket inspector. Okay. Shinkei looked at the interaction between Wu Yu and the ticket inspector and felt familiar. Isn't this how he and Wu Yu get along? He couldn't refuse this woman at all. He was completely fascinated by this woman. He let her do whatever she wanted, until everyone got tickets to the amusement park under Wu Yu's deception and entered the amusement park. Wu Yu turned around and asked Jie Chen to save the ticket seller. Everyone. They just kill the donkey after it has done its job, and they don't even wait for the last person to leave before turning around and stabbing him in the back. However, everyone was surprised to find that the SSS level ticket seller did not disappear after being saved, but turned into a spirit and left. She was just like the previous plot of Dungeon Hushin Village. She restored her original appearance, waved to Wu Yu and flew towards the sky. At the same time, she left behind a purple gold package, and a normal monster package dropped. Wu Yu pushed Chunya, go. Chunya was embarrassed. How about changing someone? It's always been me. Everyone urged her, hurry up. You know it's always been you. Everyone is waiting in line. Chunya immediately went forward to pick up the bag. Congratulations on getting SSS level Star Crystal Core * 10,000. Congratulations on getting permanent mental power improvement. The current mental power level is increased to SSS+. Chunya was hit by the cake that Wu Yu had cashed in, and she looked at everyone dizzy. With a dreamy look on her face, my mental power has really increased. Wu Yu and Jiang Yuhua gave her a thumbs up at the same time. Sister, you are awesome. You are the strongest here now. You will protect me from now on. Chunya immediately cast a healing spell on the spot, and the healing spell with growth ability was instantly spread. The entire healing effect was no less than 100 times stronger than before, and the purification healing ability, with the healing ability of the Holy Angel, continued to spread far away, and the air in the entire dungeon was much fresher than before. Everyone immediately realized, the first step is purification. This is why Wu Yu wanted Chunya to upgrade first. Chapter 465. Wu Yu immediately stood in Chunya's healing spell to recover from the healing. She was a little tired after working so hard for a while. Wu Yu just leaned on Shinkei, and Shincheng immediately hugged her. Are you tired? Wu Yu asked Zhang Zhe to show her the monster clearing route map on the drone. There were at least 10 waves of SS and small monsters before the next SSS level boss point. She asked Chunya to lead the way in front, spread purification spells all the way, purify the monster clearing route first so that everyone can pass. Jiang Yuhua, Jiang Qian and Shang Bai will first take the mental power of these 10 waves of small monsters. With Jiang Yuhua and Jiang Qian's SSS level mental power after upgrading, and Shang Bai's SS level mental power, 10 waves of SS plus the mental power of the monsters are enough for all 3 of them to rush to SSS plus mental power. After making arrangements, Wu Yu closed her eyes and leaned on Shinkei's shoulder. I need to rest for a while. She is now greatly restricted in both physical strength and brain, and the mental pressure of facing the SSS level boss just now is very great for her. She needs 4 SSS to increase her treatment and use healing magic on her at the same time to continue the next stage of the dungeon advancement. With the entire series, plus Jietchen, Richard, Fu Yanqi, and Wu Chong, all of them are now SSS level. Jiang Huaiji led the way with Long Yuan, Fu Yanqi had the supreme sword intent, and Wu Chong summoned the Abyss Dragon. The SS plus monsters advanced at a very fast speed. After clearing a wave of monsters, Jietchen and Richard immediately performed salvation on the monsters. Jiang Yuhua was the first to push his mental power to SSS, followed by Jiang Qian. Finally, when the 10th wave of monsters came, Shang Bai's mental power finally stepped into the threshold of SSS. At the same time, the SSS level dungeon boss controlling the pirate ship was already in sight. Chunya immediately stopped, and Jiang Huaiji looked at everyone. Let's go back and treat Yaya first. Under the treatment of 4 SSS level healers, Wu Yu's stinging forehead finally felt much better. Shinkei suppressed his anger and looked at the overview of this dungeon. There were nearly 15 SSS level dungeon bosses in the entire dungeon, and 150 waves of SS plus monsters. This dungeon is indeed rich, and the rewards it gives can drive everyone crazy. But with Wu Yu's current physical condition, she can't deal with 15 SSS level dungeon bosses in a row. She will probably explode before the 3rd boss. Shinkei, we can't put all our hopes on Wu Yu. It's too much of a burden for her. Richard nodded. That's right, Wu Yu's mental power is too weak now, and it's too difficult to face an SSS level boss directly. That is to say, the monster of the ticket seller is relatively gentle. If it comes with a bad temper, and is difficult to talk to, Wu Yu will die instantly. Jian Suiyu, in this case, let's change our thinking and distribute according to needs. Shinkei, I don't need this mental power. After the transformation of the dragon bones all over my body, my mental power has already exploded. Jie-chun, I don't need it either. The golden body has returned to its original position. This mental power is of little use to me. Jiang Huaiji, I give up. After the DX001 upgrade, my mental power has reached SSS+. Fu Yinchi, Richard and Wu Cheng, we can reach SSS level after taking 2 waves of monsters at most. Jian Suiyu, only Zhang Zhe, Mu Bai and I need mental power now, but there are 15 SSS level bosses and 150 waves of monsters left. The rewards will be completely overflowed after defeating them. Everyone pause for 3 seconds, call someone. Bai Hu was intercepted by Zhou Qianfeng and Fu Yixue halfway after he finished. Bai Hu was puzzled, what do you want to talk to me about? Zhou Qianfeng, take you to get the S4 reward. Bai Hu laughed, what other rewards do I need? Zhou Qianfeng, the dungeon horror amusement park that Wu Yu, and the others went to as rewards that can improve their mental strength. The people who went there have strong enough mental strength. Now the rewards are overflowing. There are only a few dungeon rewards. First come first served, Alliance Leader. Bai Hu stopped and shook his head, motioning to Zhou Qianfeng. Qianfeng, you go, I won't go. Zhou Qianfeng turned to look at Bai Hu in surprise. Alliance Leader? Bai Hu, you need mental strength more than I do, and I am confident in my strength. In terms of cost effectiveness, it is better to give the younger generation power for a longer time than to give me such an old thing. Watching Bai Hu leave without hesitation, Zhou Qianfeng sighed. A good boss is really like a spring breeze. Zhou Qianfeng looked at Lu Li. You go, I won't go either. Lu Li and Fu Yixue looked at each other and kidnapped Zhou Qianfeng directly. With your body, you still want to sacrifice yourself for others. Let's go. The veins on Charles's forehead were throbbing wildly. You said Zhang Zhe was suddenly kidnapped by Sirius? Frank nodded yes. Charles was so angry that he was about to explode. Sirius is really too much. They actually came directly to my place to snatch people. I was just about to appeal to Zhang Zhe's emotions and reason, and let him help our Falcon build a powerful shuttle system, but he was kidnapped by Sirius. Before Charles could finish his words, his office door was kicked open. Seeing the Sirius people outside, Charles couldn't breathe. Charles was simply convinced, Sirius, you guys don't follow the law at all. Major General Cha, the Alliance needs to urgently requisition you. Stop talking nonsense and follow us. Frank sighed. Now not only Zhang Zhe, but also Captain Cha, and you are going to be kidnapped. Charles was furious. Don't call me the charming eagle Captain Cha. Vice Captain Fu, you come too. It seems that the town of Vera has just awakened an SS-level Holy Angel ability healer recently. Take him away together. As soon as Zhang Peng entered the royal court, he was grabbed by the head and dragged away. Yi Lujin, Zhang Fanqi, and Owen Cage, who were standing by, were all confused. Shin Qingxi was speechless when he saw Sirius, the boss of a wealthy family, acting like a boss. Don't grab me! I can walk by myself! Su Imo was surprised. What's going on? Shin Qingxi shook his head. I don't know. Let's go and take a look. Wu Shili was about to take all the members of Desert Rose back to the base, when she was intercepted by Li Yiran and his men at the airport. Li Yiran glanced at Cecilia, who instantly retreated to the back, and turned to look at Wu Shili. Captain Wu, there is an emergency in the Alliance, and we need to urgently requisition the main members of Desert Rose. Please follow me. Ani, Xiaohui and Cecilia looked at each other in confusion, and the 4 of them boarded the shuttle with Shigui and Li Yiran. Jiang Ling and Jiang Li were picked up by Jiang Mubai right after the meeting. The sound control team and An Chen were taken to the shuttle by Jian Suiyu with a puzzled look on their faces. The shuttles from all directions gathered outside the horror amusement park dungeon. When everyone stepped into the dungeon and saw that the 4 overwhelming healing powers against Wu Yu were all SSS overtime, everyone's eyes almost popped out. Shin Qingxi was surprised. What's going on? Lu Li immediately realized. Ms. Wu Yu said before that she would make everyone's spirit reach SSS+, and now she really keeps her word and will give out S4 rewards. Zhang Peng pointed at himself in disbelief. I can actually get on this train. What virtue do I have? Who am I? Shisha, Rex and Hu Jiaming came to the dungeon under the leadership of Uncle Zhou. They were about to refuse, but Uncle Zhou patted them directly. We are all in the same team, don't be polite. Today, everyone who can be named can receive the award. Chapter 466. Captains of each team began to communicate. Li Yiran, how should we play? Shin Kai, we use mental strength can't handle so many SSS level bosses, so we just force it open. Shin Qingxi, this dungeon has so many monsters, and it's the first time for so many of us to work together, so it's easy to mess up if we force it open. Jiang Huaiji, there are 10 tank warriors, and 5 big healers in the dungeon now. We are divided into 5 lines. Each line is responsible for 3 bosses, and it's not a big problem to control the line of soldiers and keep the hatred. Wu Shili, give 2 warriors to Desert Rose. Charles, we have 2 warriors and 1 healer. Falcon will directly join forces with Desert Rose to fight all the way. Wu Shili raised an eyebrow. Charles, I killed 4 members of your Falcon team. Charles didn't care at all. They were all Xuanwu's people. He always stirs up trouble, and wants to shit and piss on his head. Wu Shili, that's fine with me. Jiang Yuhua, Sirius's configuration is not suitable for single player. Mu Bai and I will go with Shadow to fill the vacancy in your healer line. Qian will follow the Li family team. Jian Suiyu, the 3 lines that have been confirmed are Desert Rose and Falcon, Yuhua, Mu Bai and Shadow, Qian and Li family. Qian can break out 2 lines, Jiechen, Richard, Wucheng, Shang Bai. Fu Yanqi, Rex, Hu Jiaming, Shisha, Chuanya. Jian Suiyu looked at Fu Yixue. Master Fu, what do you mean? Fu Yixue looked at the current configuration. I will fill in the position first. Lu Li and Yanqi will go. Jian Suiyu, no problem. Zhang Zhe and I will be responsible for monitoring the movements of all dungeon monsters at any time and make strategic changes in time. Shin Ke, Jiang Huaiji, and Master Fu are very mobile. Only when they fight can they see which line has a problem with the configuration. They will fill in the position at any time and adjust the configuration in time. Finally, he made a fine adjustment to the personnel layout of Qian's 2 teams. He looked at Zhou Qianfeng, Secretary General, will you give the final order to start the battle? Zhou Qianfeng stood behind Fu Yixue. I'm just a stinky salted fish who came to take advantage of the game. You can just start without worrying about me. Watching the 5 fronts start fighting at the same time, the lineup was almost the same as the world boss battle at that time, but everyone raised their swords without any worries. This time, everyone fought out of their hearts, trying their best and fighting hard. Fu Yixue saw Wu Yu sitting aside in a bad state, so she let her lean on him. Are you feeling particularly uncomfortable? Or should I take you out of the dungeon first? Wu Yu's voice was very low. After a while of treatment, it's much better. Wait a minute. If this dungeon SSS level is full of small bosses, I want to see what big boss will appear in the end. Zhou Qianfeng saw that Shin Ke was looking at Wu Yu calmly. Be calm, the dungeon is the most difficult at the beginning, and the more their mental power is raised, the easier it will be to fight. For us, the most difficult stage is passed. Just after pretending to be so profound, a monster flew over from the Falcon. Zhou Qianfeng hid behind Shin Quebec. Shin Ke had no expression on his face, and didn't even draw his weapon. He kicked it away, and instantly fell to the ground and died. Zhou Qianfeng, Okay, pretending to be cool in the dungeon really depends on hard power. In order to maximize the distribution of the spiritual power of the dropped purple gold packages, each dropped package was accurately measured and distributed by Jian Suiyu, and there was no possibility of any spiritual power overflow. As the dungeon progressed, the overall mental power average became higher and higher, and the speed of spawning small monsters became faster and faster. The 3 fronts except Qian had to grit their teeth and fight very hard at the beginning, but with the rise of the Great Warrior, the Great Mage, and the Great Healer, the monster pulling became more and more stable, the output became higher and higher, and the treatment became more and more sufficient. Shin Ke, Jiang Huaiji, Fu Yixue and Jian Suiyu observed the dynamics, made real-time changes, and continuously adjusted and optimized the 5 fronts, gradually breaking down the barriers between the teams and adjusting the personnel to achieve the best output effect. Until the 5 fronts were crushed from 5 directions, and the encirclement was narrowed, all the way to the foot of the Ferris wheel. 15 SSS level bosses, 150 waves of SS and small monsters were all cleared. Following the principle of respecting the elderly and loving the young, the previous generation's mental power reached the SSS level, and sent them out of the dungeon in advance. Zhou Qianfeng walked to Fu Yixue. I have an important meeting later. Fu Yixue, well you go. Zhou Qianfeng, Lu Li is here to fight, I need your protection. Fu Yixue thought this person was simply inexplicable. Your spiritual power is higher than mine now. Do you still need my protection? Zhou Qianfeng saw that Fu Yixue was showing signs of something wrong. Are you going to ignore me? Fu Yixue, well, since your spiritual power has been improved, I will not go to the Secretariat in the future. Zhou Qianfeng almost couldn't breathe. There were juniors around him. He lowered his voice and gritted his teeth. Fu Yixue, Wu Yu suddenly spoke. Uncle Zhou, Aunt Fu, the head of the Taoist sect, has been protecting you for so long without saying anything. You should be satisfied. If you like someone, you have to give a serious explanation. Who are you trying to annoy by not explaining it? If I were Aunt Fu, I would also return to the Dao sect. They are all young men from the training system. Isn't it better to wear a mask and follow you? Zhou Qianfeng's expression suddenly paused. He turned his head sharply. Shen Ke, Jiang Huaiji, and Jian Suiyu were all seriously studying the battle line as if they didn't hear anything, and nodded seriously. In fact, their ears were stretched longer than anyone else, and their eyes were almost crooked. Zhou Qianfeng reached out his hand to pull Fu Yixue. You come with me first. Fu Yixue, I watch here. We rely on this group when we go to the Order Realm. Zhou Qianfeng lowered his voice. I have 2 hours of free time after the meeting this afternoon. I take you to the shopping street and book a place. You can take away everything you like. Fu Yixue slowly glanced at Zhou Qianfeng. I was going to give it to Wu Yu, but now I won't give it to her. I give it all to you. Fu Yixue turned her face away and pressed the corners of her mouth. Wu Yu, oh, you don't want your daughter anymore now that you have a wife. Zhou Qianfeng is so annoyed with Wu Yue now. Go away. Yixue will leave everything to you in the end. It's useless to keep you. You are a piece of shit. Not only don't you help me, but you also sabotage me. Fu Yixue is angry. What are you talking about, Ye? Don't you know she is not in good health now? Zhou Qianfeng went to hold her hand. She is the only one who is not in good health. I am not in good health. You should take me back quickly. After buying things, I will take you back to Daomen, and I will come to your house to explain to you in person, okay? I don't want to take responsibility. I thought you thought I had too many dark histories, and didn't want to give me a name. Seeing Zhou Qianfeng was so good at answering, he asked for help, and the help came immediately. Will you push Fu Yixue directly? Go, Aunt Fu, we are all young people here, and there is a generation gap between us. Go! Wu Yu waved her hand and watched Fu Yixue and Zhou Qianfeng leave, squinting her eyes happily. Shen Ke saw her so happy, and couldn't help but come over. Wu Yu turned her head with a vigilant look. What do you want to do in public? Shen Ke nodded. I want to. Wu Yu, Shut up, you, dirty bastard. Chapter 467. Zhang Zhe controlled the drone to constantly adjust and switch perspectives to find the lost monster spawning point. Zhang Zhe, strange. I can't find any new monsters. Logically, the dungeon should be cleared, but why is there no guarantee of clearance? Jian Suiyu, there is also a big boss. The previous castle was a boss on top of a boss. Because it is forced to open now, the boss's appearance plot has not been triggered. The 5 fronts are reunited. All the main station members are currently SSS plus mental power, and even Zhang Peng's mental power has reached SSS. Zhang Peng looked dreamy. I also have SSS mental power. Yi Lu Jin, I finally experienced the beauty of Qian's rapid growth. It's so cool. Rex, follow the right big brother, find the right way, and save 30 years of detours. Jiang Huaiji said directly, when the time comes, I will need your help to rescue people in the Order Realm. Everyone, no problem. Everyone couldn't help but look at Wu Yu. Wu Yu immediately waved, don't look at me like that, or I will ascend immediately. Everyone immediately looked away. Wu Yu smiled, don't worry so much. If it weren't for my mother's resource allocation, I wouldn't have developed so fast. When my mother allocated resources to me, she must have suppressed your resources, so that you worked hard but didn't get the due rewards. Since the rules of the game are given, my cheating behavior is no different from cheating. Now everything is just returned to its original owner. All teams are back on the same starting line. Only with competition and pressure can we make progress and promote the development of the Alliance. I believe that the upcoming friendly invitational tournament of the Alliance team will be very interesting. No deliberate oppression or suppression is needed to help people grow in adversity. I believe that you are mature enough and can fly high at any time. Li Ren was convinced. I never had the opportunity to thank you in person before, but now I am really shocked after hearing what Miss Wu Yu said. Wu Yu, Major General Li is the 2nd generation of a chaebol. He has been sleeping on straw and eating bitter food for many years, and now he voluntarily goes to the most difficult conditions in the West to quell the rebellion. This is admirable. After successfully pretending to be cool and accepting everyone's attention, Wu Yu smiled. Now let's go find the hidden big boss. Just after taking 2 steps forward, Wu Yu suddenly disappeared in front of everyone, so fast that Shen Ke's expression froze for a moment. When he reacted, he saw Wu Yu in the public eye, receiving everyone's admiration and respect the last second. The next second, she slipped along the steps down the playground, sat down on the stairs, and then slid down by inertia. Shen Ke looked at Wu Yu's jumping little head, but he didn't try to rescue her immediately, and even moved his finger slightly, wanting to pat her like a ball. In the end, Wu Yu grabbed the fence to steady herself when she was about to fall headfirst, and sat on the ground. Instantly, Shinkei's 10.0 vision saw that Wu Yu's face was red all the way to her ears and neck, and she was shaking all the time. Chanya and Jiang Yuhua looked at each other, and immediately greeted everyone seriously. Let's go to the side and have a look, there may be clues. Shin Qingzi looked at Zhang Peng's uncontrollable smile, and knocked him out with a knife. Anyone who dared to laugh now would be tortured to death by the vengeful savior. Charles suddenly covered the mouth of the therapist Sally beside him. Sally said, Is Miss Wu Yu injured? Charles and Frank just picked her up and ran away. Whoever dared to approach her would die. All the smart people turned around without thinking and pretended to be busier than the Prime Minister. They ran faster than rabbits without saying a word. Shinkei forced his mouth to press down, turned his face away, and thought about the saddest things in his life, and walked forward quickly to help Wu Yu. Wu Yu pushed his hand away violently, and pushed it away 3 or 4 times in a row. Shinkei lowered his head and coaxed her. Let me see if you fell anywhere. Wu Yu raised her head in anger. Shinkei saw that her face was red, and she looked so red that she couldn't help but curl her lips. Wu Yu hit him hard, and was so angry that she took her anger out on others. Why didn't you hold me back the first time? Shinkei held back his laughter and pulled Wu Yu's hand to hold her in his arms. You ran away too fast. I didn't react in a moment. Wu Yu was so angry that she was almost insane. She didn't let Shinkei touch her at all, and stood up limping. Shinkei followed her step by step, trying to pick her up, but Wu Yu kept pushing him away. Shinkei kept coaxing her. I was wrong. It's all my fault. I was too slow to catch you. Don't be angry, baby. From the way Wu Yu walked, it was obvious that she had fallen on her coccyx, and it was difficult for her to move. He ran to her, squatted down, grabbed her hand and asked her to hook it around his neck, and easily carried her on his back, and reached behind Wu Yu with one hand to pull up her clothes. Wu Yu buried her head in Shinkei's neck, unable to lift her head. It's so embarrassing. Shinkei lowered his head, unable to suppress the smile on his lips, and said, It's not shameful, it's so cute. She was jumping up and down like a spring, and she was in a panic. Wu Yu was so angry that she opened her mouth and bit him. You dare to laugh at me again? She was so angry. It was all because her physical fitness had deteriorated greatly. If she had been more agile before, she would have jumped away at the first time. Shinkei asked Chuanya to treat Wu Yu. Chuanya, the king of expression management, looked so serious that it was amazing. After the treatment, Shinkei did not put Wu Yu down, but just carried her on his back. Wu Yu whispered, Put me down? Shinkei, don't you want them to thank you too much? It's just right for you to be my clumsy little wife, so that your image will be downplayed, otherwise they will feel restrained. They are all smart people, you give them a personality, they follow your performance, and everyone will feel more comfortable. Wu Yu thought so too, just the way Li Ran talked to her just now was so serious that it made people tap their toes. But Wu Yu was still embarrassed. She pushed Shinkei, Put me down. Shinkei put Wu Yu down reluctantly. He wanted to carry Wu Yu on his back. Wu Yu leaned on his back and hugged his neck. He felt very safe and secure. Shinkei, then I carry you and go, okay? Wu Yu punched him. You're almost there. After receiving the drone's detection screen, Wu Yu looked up at the huge Ferris wheel in front of him that kept turning. The Ferris wheel kept turning and making a creaking sound. The strong sense of crisis made people worry that the entire Ferris wheel would collapse at any time. Wu Yu, if we say that the small monsters we are saving now are all tourists, and the big monsters are all staff, this means that the longer you stay in this amusement park, the more evil you absorb, and the higher the level of the monsters. Remember the previous world boss battle? The final big boss is the school building, and the school building and the ghosts are combined into a living creature. Is it possible that all the monsters before were small monsters? Up to now, we have not seen a boss ghost identity similar to the amusement park order maintenance staff. Could the real boss actually be the facilities in the amusement park itself? As if to respond to Wu Yu's statement, the entire amusement park, which was originally silent because of the monsters being cleared, was suddenly filled with wind and howling. In the invisible air, a sharp scream suddenly came. All the amusement park facilities that were originally in a static state seemed to have been started by someone, and suddenly started to operate frantically, making everyone uneasy. It seemed that they were about to deviate from the original operating track and be thrown into the sky, and then fell heavily, smashing everyone into mud. Chapter 468. Seeing the whole amusement park in a state of chaos, Shinkei picked up Wu Yu without thinking. Shinkei, wife, hold me tight. The boss was going strong, and Wu Yu didn't care about much. She tightened her arms, and hugged Shinkei's neck tightly, burying her head in his arms. Shinkei hugged Wu Yu with one hand, and with the other hand, He pulled out the trident of Poseidon and threw it at the pirate ship flying towards them. The moment the trident pierced into the pirate ship, it let out a shrill scream like a beast. The pirate ship was obviously made of electrical equipment, but what fell into pieces were all human bones and flesh. Obviously, the pirate ship had awakened its self-awareness in the long blood sacrifice. The moment the pirate ship was defeated, a golden package that looked different from before burst out. Wu Yu turned her head and took a look, and Shin Chung immediately took her to the package. Pick up the package. Congratulations on obtaining the SSS level healing weapon Lonely Boat. With hole, this is a fan with a boat-shaped arc, and the whole fan is full of unknown mysterious metal reflecting a weird sense of technology. The moment the fan touched her hand, the metal gradually became warm from cold through the temperature transmission of the skin. Wu Yu curled her lips. The legendary SSS level weapon, isn't it in place? She turned her head and glanced at the whole amusement park, which had no less than 30 amusement facilities, and the Ferris wheel that stood tall in the center and looked down at everyone. Wu Yu called Jiang Yuhua, "Sister, come here." Jiang Yuhua knew that she was going to give her gold coins when she heard Wu Yu's tone. Even though Jiang Yuhua had seen a lot since she was a child, she couldn't help but widen her eyes when she saw the lonely boat in Wu Yu's hand. If Wu Yu wasn't in Shinkei's arms, she couldn't help wanting to hold Wu Yu and spin around. Wu Yu handed the boat to Jiang Yuhua. "You have to do the drilling and smashing the ore yourself. There must be drilling props in this dungeon, but you may have to rob them." Jiang Yuhua immediately, "No problem." The people who were originally interested in all the amusement facilities widened their eyes when they saw the SSS level weapon Wu Yu handed to Jiang Yuhua. Li Ran couldn't believe it. She really never makes a cake that can't be rounded. We really need to give everyone a dragon abyss. Shin Qingxi, if Vlad knew what he had missed, he might be able to come back to life from the anger. Charles, you guys still have time to chat? Look at those damn wicked things in Qiyan. They have already rushed faster than anyone else. After saying that, Charles ran towards the boss without hesitation, fearing that he would not even be able to drink the soup if he ran too slowly. Zhang Zhe saw Sally standing by in a daze, and Charles and Frank, two wicked things, didn't even know how to lead their own people, and couldn't help but urge her, "Why are you still standing there like an idiot? Why don't you go and fight the monsters?" Sally has just reached adulthood, and she has awakened healing abilities. She was so scared when she followed behind when fighting monsters just now. Now she is asked to fight such a big monster by herself, and her legs are shaking with fear, and she dare not move. Her eyes are red, and her voice is as small as a mosquito. "I'm scared." Zhang Zhe found Wu Yu. "Boss, there is a young one here, and it's his first time to go to the dungeon." Wu Yu is surprised. "Where are Charles and Frank?" Zhang Zhe, "The two idiots are fighting." Wu Yu, "Then you take Sally with you." Zhang Zhe pointed at himself. "Ah, me?" Wu Yu nodded. "You can't be so incompetent when you're flying the shuttle, right? Take Sally with you and let her heal you. If you're fast, you can just act like a human dog and collect heads, and grab the big dragon and the bag." Zhang Zhe's heart was instantly moved. "No. Boss, you're not good for harmony." Wu Yu shrugged. "If the water is too clear, there will be no fish. Too much harmony is boring. What's the point of fighting if you don't have the will to win or lose?" Zhang Zhe immediately understood the spirit. This was to let him be a cultured and moral troublemaker, breaking the limitation that everyone was embarrassed to rob openly, and had a filter for Wu Yu. Zhang Zhe asked Sally to follow him closely. "If the bag is lost, grab it quickly. You are young and cute, they are too embarrassed to attack you." Sally was worried. "What will you do?" Zhang Zhe, "I run fast. It's none of my business. I will help you get the weapon, and then I will go out of the dungeon directly." Watching Zhang Zhe and Sally rush into the center of the battlefield where the fighting was the most intense, I heard, "Damn it! Who stole my bag? Xian! You come up to pick up my last drop of blood, right? You are such a shameless person." Seeing the situation getting more and more chaotic, those who were too embarrassed to grab the monster just now are now gritting their teeth and wanting to kick him. Wu Yu curled her lips in satisfaction. She moved awkwardly, and was furious when she saw Shinkei's serious look. "Wu Yu, put me down?" Shinkei held Wu Yu with both hands, pretending to be expressionless. "It's very dangerous now. I have no choice but to do this." Wu Yu gritted her teeth. "All the monsters have to be killed. There is not enough to share." Originally, it might be a bit difficult for them to enter the dungeon with 10 people to deal with the last wave of monsters in this dungeon. The strength of this last wave of monsters can directly catch up with the damage strength of the world boss battle in 2 maps by 10 times. But now there are twice as many people, about 30 people. And all of them are SSS added combat power. Coupled with a perfect formation, it is simply easy to go down, and they are even worried that there are not enough big bosses at the end, and there are not enough monsters to share. Shinkei has been holding Wu Yu without moving, until he confirmed that everyone has a weapon in their hands, and all the bosses in the dungeon have been cleared. He finally let Wu Yu go. Wu Yu blinked at him, and Shinkei looked at the largest Ferris wheel. Wife, I go get you weapons. It's not that I'm going to get you weapons, or that I'm going to take you to get weapons, but that I'm going to get you weapons. Wu Yu raised her lips in satisfaction and kissed him. Thank you for your hard work, husband. Shinkei's body was surging with thunder, and the flashing ice blue lightning cut through the sky, completely reflecting the appearance of the entire Ferris wheel piercing the sky. Everyone withdrew their hands and stepped back, pretending to stand beside Wu Yu unintentionally, firmly blocking every fatal point of her, and firmly protecting her in the center of the crowd. Quickly avoiding the attack of the Ferris wheel, Shinkei jumped to the top of the Ferris wheel in a strange way, and activated the full body protection stunt to avoid all damage. Golden dragon scales burst out from the corners of his eyes, to the center of his eyebrows, and his light green pupils turned into golden vertical pupils. In addition to the 2-star dragons accompanying him, there was also a phantom golden dragon phantom. The sea god's trident was charged and opened, attracting a huge wave. The rolling thunder that broke out instantly merged into the waves and poured down on the entire Ferris wheel. In an instant, the entire Ferris wheel was flashing with lightning. Under the continuous impact of the thunder, and the fatal blow caused by Shinkei's continuous flashing in the water, with golden light effects, it collapsed and scattered on the ground. In addition to a huge golden package, countless silver packages were scattered all over the ground. Shinkei jumped back to Wu Yu like lightning, hugged her and knelt on one knee to return to the package. He whispered, "Pick up the package, baby." Wu Yu picked up the package. "Congratulations on getting the level weapon Moon Goddess, can open 40 holes. In addition to the one-handed sword Moon Goddess, Wu Yu picked up a silver package. Congratulations on getting the weapon hole opening hammer * 300. Each silver package contained 300 hole opening hammers. After Wu Yu estimated the number of hole opening hammers needed to open a hole in Moon Goddess, she asked Shinkei to take her away. "Wu Yu, let's go out of the dungeon." Jiang Huaiji saw that Shinkei was going to take Wu Yu away, so he came over and returned Long Yuan to Shinkei. "Jiang Huaiji, I'm giving it back to you. It's your engagement gift to Meibao. I don't feel comfortable using it either." Shinkei saw that Jiang Huaiji already had another black long sword with twinkling stars in his hand, which was obviously also made of mysterious metal, and immediately took Long Yuan. After Jiang Huaiji left, Wu Yu deliberately said, "There seemed to be better than yours." Shinkei carefully checked to make sure that Long Yuan was not damaged, and treasured it. He turned his head, and looked at Wu Yu intently. "What you gave me is the best." Wu Yu couldn't help laughing. "Then I must give you something better next time, better than all of them." There was no one around, and Shinkei finally couldn't help kissing her. "Wife, I love you." To him, the love Wu Yu gave him was more precious than any treasure in the world. As long as he could have Wu Yu's love, he would be happy to do anything she asked him to do. Chapter 469. Congratulations to Qi and Shinkei for successfully killing the current dungeon horror amusement park. The final boss is the Nightmare Ferris Wheel. This dungeon clearance rating, SSS level. Calculating dungeon rewards. Distributing rewards to all players who participated in the dungeon. Strangely, the system scrolled for a long time, and no one found out what rewards the dungeon gave. Zhang Peng, there should be no rewards, right? What else can you get after being given weapons and mental power? This is too amazing. The first person to discover the dungeon reward was Annie. She was surprised to find that I have an additional awakening skill. Annie immediately released the awakening skill she had just obtained, King of 10,000 Goo. Instantly, countless huge goo insects roared out from the void, and wherever they went, they sprinkled patches of corrosive and burning venom. Annie screamed excitedly, "Oh my god, I can actually become a great wizard." Xixia found that her awakening ability had also changed. Originally, her puppets could only be used as bombs, but after iterative upgrades, her awakening skills could actually summon a whole group of puppets to fight, and different puppets all had different combat abilities. Xixia looked dreamy. "I turned into a puppet summoner. Xiao Huai, my awakening skill is Poison Curse, which can add group control damage when combined with black magic, and continuously give negative control blood loss buff." The three looked at Wu Xioli at the same time. "Wu Xioli, my original big poison has become infinite big poison when the blood is low. In short, the less blood you have, the higher the damage. The damage keeps accumulating, and the blood loss buff accumulates." "Wow, it sounds so cool. We, Desert Rose, will never be at a disadvantage when we play dungeons alone in the future." Xixia urged Wu Xioli. "I think the girl named Xixia in Qiyin is a strong warrior." She and we fought well together just now. Let's recruit her. Then we will have no shortcomings in dungeon in the future. Wu Xioli remained calm. Don't worry. Someone wants to recruit more than us. They will not open this ace in the Desert Rose. Let others grab it first. Charles has an additional group buff awakening skill, which can improve the upper limit of the big attack, the attack strength, and the attack speed by switching. Frank's awakening skill is immobilization and strong control, and Sally's healing skill is upgraded to growth-based healing. What Falcon lacks most now is a great mage. Charles had long been eyeing Rex and Hui Jiaming, and when the 5 lines were just split, Jian Suiyu really transferred these 2 people to their line. Falcon lacks a great mage, and Sirius also lacks a great mage. Now the configurations of Falcon and Sirius overlap subtly, and what both sides lack most is strong output. Rex and Hui Jiaming felt that countless eyes were staring at them covetously, since everyone confirmed the awakening skills. Jiang Yuhua looked friendly. What are your awakening skills? Rex was happy. My lightning ability is enhanced to a group lightning attack, and there is also an additional probability of lightning control. Hui Jiaming nodded. Group fire attack, but upgraded from ordinary fire to lava. Jiang Yuhua immediately took Jian Suiyu's arm. Suiyu, you know, we Sirius have always lacked great wizards. Jian Suiyu pretended to be surprised. Miss Jiang is trying to use a honey trap on me now? Jiang Yuhua blushed a little, and just as she was about to let go of Jian Suiyu reached out and held her waist. Jian Suiyu approached her. Your beauty plan doesn't seem to be sincere enough. Jiang Yuhua was shy. There are so many people here. Jian Suiyu tightened his arms. Then let's go. I go home and see if your sincerity is enough. Jiang Yuhua blinked. Do you agree? Jian Suiyu smiled. With Qian's current configuration, there are overflows in the first echelon of senior management. If they have better development, Qian should congratulate them. Jiang Yuhua, what about Shinkei? Jian Suiyu lowered his voice and kissed Jiang Yuhua. Shinkei has had the idea of streamlining for a long time, but he hasn't said it clearly yet. Since Jian Suiyu and Shinkei both agreed, Jiang Yuhua immediately winked at Jiang Mubai and Jiang Qian, and decided to grab the man directly. As soon as Charles saw the Jiang family's move, he immediately pushed Sally to go as well. Sally, you are a cute girl, you go. Just call me brother when you go up, and let them come to our falcon. TSK, isn't it just a honey trap? Can't they be falcons? Zhang Zhe frowned and stopped Sally. Captain Cha, you are an idiot. Sally is so young, and she doesn't know anything. You just let her go. Why didn't you help her to grab the weapons just now? Now you let a little girl use the honey trap, aren't you ashamed? Charles's expression suddenly became very subtle. He did say that he wanted Sally to use the honey trap, but it was not certain who the honey trap would be used on, whether it was actively hooked or let people take the bait themselves. He was right. Zhang Zhe was willing to take Sally to grab weapons just now. Who knows what little tricks he had in the north these days. When Zhang Zhe was injured by a stray bullet in the first round of battle, wasn't it Sally who rushed to rescue him? Charles still had to explain. I didn't take Sally to grab weapons because these people are the main contributors to S4. It's not appropriate for me to help Sally grab weapons when they haven't equipped them yet, which will easily cause internal conflicts. Zhang Zhe, Sally was abducted by Longqi for experiments when she was young. Longqi's original purpose was to let her replace Yaina as soon as she came of age. If it weren't for Sally herself, the purity of mind has long been polluted, otherwise we would not have asked people to bring her here. Zhang Zhe suddenly shut up, facing the eyes cast by everyone secretly, and glanced at Sally, who was blinking at the side, and he turned around and left. Damn. Charles almost tricked me. Charles immediately raised his voice. It's agreed that when you go back, you will come to my falcon to train a whole shuttle formation for us. Zhang Zhe didn't even turn his head. Get lost. Who made an agreement with you? Chuanya and Shangbai looked at each other, and Shangbai immediately replied, that's right. Zhang Zhe will not go to your falcon. Zhang Zhe has someone he likes in Qian. Damn it. Zhang Zhe is really convinced. He looked at Shangbai in disbelief. We are not brothers. I helped you at a critical moment, and you kicked me into the fire pit. After seeing this, what else did the two old wizards Chuanya and Shangbai not understand? The two immediately exchanged glances. Shangbai, Zhang Zhe probably fell in love with Sally. Chuanya, a rebellious and unruly god-level shuttle operator a cute and timid little white rabbit therapist. Oh, so cute. The most interesting thing is that Sally really listened to Charles, and went to find Rex and Hu Jiaming to ask them to join Falcon. Brothers, can you join us, Falcon? Falcon really needs a powerful wizard. Our home is still suffering from the turmoil of artillery fire, but we have never given up. We have been working hard to fight against hostile forces. After saying that, Sally looked at Jiang Qian and Jiang Mubai, clasping her hands together. Brothers, can you please not compete with us? Please, please. The cute girl Xiaobai had experienced hardships in her early years, and had always received help and relief from Charles. She wanted to help Charles revitalize the North with all her heart, so she was a mentally tough and determined careerist who was willing to give it her all even if she was timid. So Sally risked her life to save Zhang Zhe simply because she wanted to help the North get an operator, not because of personal feelings at all. Oh my, no wonder Zhang Zhe set his eyes on her so quickly. Even better. Chapter 470. Jiang Qian and Jiang Mubai have no experience in communicating with girls. With a domineering flower and a big devil in their family, they were a little flattered when they were called brothers so sweetly. Sally knew that Falcon could not compare with the Jiang family. Even a fool knew that if you joined the Chable Jiang family, you would not have to worry about the rest of your life. She continued, Sally believes that the two brothers are so powerful and strong, they will definitely find more powerful teammates. Jiang Qian was flattered and nodded yes, yes. Jiang Huaiji arrived a step late, and the person had already been recruited and left. He had long seen that Jiang Qian was a 24K pure fool, and he didn't inherit his uncle's mind. Sally continued to persuade Rex and Hui Jiaming with reason and emotion, two brothers. Although the North is now in decline, the North is now hollow. As long as we work together to build our homeland, the North will definitely catch up in the future. Rex and Hui Jiaming thought for a while. We were also born in the North, and participated in the battle in the North. We are willing to join the Falcon, but this matter still needs to be discussed with the two captains and the vice captains in person before giving you a definite answer. Charles and Frank high-fived immediately. I told you, Sally can do it. Shang Bai's expression was subtle. Sally was trained by Longxi as Ina 2.0+. Chanya nodded. Yes, the next sales champion of the MLM organization. The two looked at each other. It must be a MLM organization. Wouldn't it be taken down with one move? Zhang Zhe stood there with a dark face, saying he was going to leave, but he didn't leave. After Sally recruited people, she immediately looked timid and obedient. Since the dungeon was over and the people were recruited, Charles turned around and left to avoid being poached again. When he passed by Zhang Zhe, he went up and handed him the steps. Come on, let's go together. This segment is not over yet. Zhang Zhe shook him off. Don't touch me. Sally looked at him expectantly. Will you go with us? The North needs you very much. Zhang Zhe didn't give in. Charles wanted to say something. Sally pulled him. Captain, Zhang Zhe has someone he likes in their own team. We can't force him. Charles blinked. Sally, you're right. Let's go. Seeing that the step was about to fall to the ground, Shang Bai stepped forward. This segment is a transfer order issued by the military. Zhang Zhe, you go back with Major General Charles first. When the segment is over, we will naturally arrange for you to return to the team. They are all friendly teams. Don't bring personal emotions to work. Zhang Zhe glanced at Sally and found that Sally immediately looked at him expectantly, and finally gave in. Let's go. After getting on the shuttle, Sally returned to the treatment room, and Charles and Zhang Zhe were alone in the main cockpit. Charles presented facts and reasoned with him. Shinkei and Jian Suiyu now tacitly allow each company to go to Qian to recruit people, and they have even consciously and actively sent talents to the Secretariat of the Alliance military. With the current ability and comprehensiveness of Qian's top management, if Shinkei is unwilling to reform Qian army, the most likely future is to directly transform it into a military academy to form a long-term directional talent delivery model. Your operator ability cannot be reflected in the dungeon at all. Qian is a team, and it is responsible for its own profits and losses unless necessary training. In addition, your immediate boss is a god. With her pressing on your head, you can only be the second in command forever. However, after Falcon was incorporated into the military department, all military supplies were uniformly allocated by the Alliance. In the sparsely populated North, you can drive a shuttle every day for actual combat exercises. Even all the expenses are paid by Falcon. You are still a popular commodity. You have worked with the shuttle operators of the White Tiger Army before, and you should know their level very well. You can handle the shuttle for as long as they do. If it weren't for the White Tiger giving you face, you wouldn't have gotten the main driver's seat. Zhang Zhe, there are always people who are better than you. If you don't fly higher, you will never see the wider sky. Zhang Zhe ignored him. Don't tell me these nonsense. I was rescued from the refugee camp by the captain. I don't have such big ambitions. I will listen to Shin Quebec. If he asks me to come, I will come. Charles was furious. Why didn't you say so earlier? I will go and talk to Shinkei directly. After the dungeon, everyone left, and Wu Yu's communicator kept beeping. Shinkei leaned over to look, but Wu Yu pushed his head away. I won't look at yours, and you can't look at mine. Shinkei, then can't I show you mine? Wu Yu, What a joke. She didn't check Shinkei's communicator because she was afraid that Shinkei would look at hers. Shinkei was unhappy and hugged her from behind, sulking, you never show me. Wu Yu had no choice but to show him, you can see it. Shinkei was furious when he saw that all of Wu Yu's best friends wanted to be her mistresses, and have children. Wu Yu touched Shinkei's furry head buried in her neck. You'd be angry whether I show it to you or not. Shinkei's hand began to slide into Wu Yu's clothes. Wife, I want to. Wu Yu continued to look at the communicator and ignored him. Shinkei's actions became more and more outrageous with Wu Yu's tacit consent. Just as Shinkei turned Wu Yu over and was about to get close to her, Charles's fatal call came in. Shinkei pressed the button again and finally answered with a dark face. Shinkei, Charles, you better be busy. Charles, if you are busy, I don't want to see your coffin face. I want Zhang Zhe to join Falcon, but nothing I say will work. He said he will go if you ask him to. Shinkei, let him go away. He is so old and still looking for a sense of existence. Think about your own affairs and decide your own future. After saying that, Shinkei hung up the call without thinking, grabbed Wu Yu, who wanted to run, and pressed her on the sofa and started kissing her. Wu Yu pushed him. Why do you want it when we just got back to the base? Shinkei, I just entered the bridal chamber last night, and the next period is the honeymoon period. I want it every day and every moment. After saying that, Wu Yu, then let's go out and find the remaining 2 broken leaves, right? Haven't you always wanted to take me around to play? I also want to find the Golden River quickly. It just so happens that the Alliance has so many SSS to increase combat power. It should be a lot easier to deal with violent riots. Shinchu immediately agreed. Okay. Wu Yu looked at Shinkei's happy expression, as if he was soaking in a honey pot, and always felt that he was planning something. Wu Yu emphasized, it's just normal to look for broken leaves. Shinkei blinked, of course. It's just normal to look for broken leaves. What are you thinking, wife? I won't do anything. Wu Yu. You better do what you say. Shinkei curled his lips, of course. Shinkei's mobility was amazing. As soon as Wu Yu said he was going out to look for broken leaves, he had already started to plan the route. Remove the rainforest, desert and polar maps where broken leaves have appeared. Avoid the areas where natural disasters are currently active, and there must be water flow. Shinkei set the first stop at the Qinghai Tibet Plateau, the Sky Marashaka Salt Lake. Chapter 471. Charles put down the communication and looked at Zhang Zhe. You heard what Shinkei said. He didn't even need to make this call. He knew Shinkei would definitely agree. Zhang Zhe was silent for a while, and suddenly said, then try to win me over and impress me. Charles was speechless. Damn, this guy obviously agreed. This bastard is showing off to him. Charles let out a long breath. Just tell me what you mean. Zhang Zhe, just like you did in the dungeon just now. Just in the dungeon just now. He asked Sally to fight for Rex and fire Jamin, and asked her to call them brother. Charles's face cracked. Aren't all the people from Qian all hooligans? How old is Sally? Zhang Zhe shrugged. Whatever you want. At worst, I will go back to Qian to live off my parents after the secondment. Charles's teeth were about to break. Okay, you wait. Just after Baihu finished the meeting, he received a call from Qinglong and Zhu Kei. Qinglong, do you know that Qian led the team to push the real-world dungeon horror amusement park that the Alliance had maintained for 15 years, and consumed countless manpower and resources? Then the Alliance system was refreshed, and now all the 20-hole purple gold weapons added by SSS are available. Baihu, I know. Suzaku, even if we won S for this time by doing nothing, the military has made no contributions, but has worked hard over the years. They can't just not think of us at all, right? Qinglong and I are old and it doesn't matter. The younger one has stumbled all the way here, and I always feel uncomfortable and have some thoughts. Baihu, what do you mean now? Qinglong, what else can it mean? The entire second generation of the Alliance is all of her favors. The Alliance is now named Wu. Even if she doesn't show up, who dares not to give her face? Baihu, you are the leader of the Alliance after all. Isn't this too much? Suzaku, Alliance leader, Qinglong has several young people who are brave and good at fighting, but they have been unable to show up due to their hard power. They have never been afraid of fighting in the battlefield. He either wants to help himself make a profit, or he really feels uncomfortable and aggrieved. Qinglong, it's not just the younger generation who are under pressure. We have been suppressed for many years, and have worked hard but gained nothing. The Alliance only knows the leaders of the Alliance, and they are the ones who are in the limelight. We are all cattle and horses. Baihu laughed. Okay, aren't there 2 existing dungeons? You can each take a team and go in directly. Qian will have people familiar with dungeons to go in with you to help you pass the level. Qilong was originally angry, but Baihu said that, and suddenly his expression became a little embarrassed. Qilong, it's not good for our family to occupy one book. Baihu, if you think it's not good, why don't we find some more people to share it? Suzaku nodded with a smile. I think it's okay. We have been fighting with the Secretariat for so many years. Why don't we start with these 2 books and make peace? Baihu asked back, is it settled then? Qilong and Suzaku, it's settled. The next morning, Wuyue watched Shinkei busying around packing things up. He was in high spirits, and pink bubbles were all over his body. In order to ensure today's trip goes smoothly, he even slept with her in his arms last night, which was unprecedented. Seeing Shinkei's expectant look, Wuyue couldn't help but curl her eyebrows and walked into the cloakroom to bring a few more clothes. Shinkei was almost done packing and walked in. Wife, it may be a little cold over there. Remember to bring some more thick clothes. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly closed his mouth when he saw the thin skirt Wuyue took. Wuyue deliberately teased him and put the skirt back. Oh, if it's a little cold, then the skirt should not be used. Shinkei took it directly. It's useful. We sleep in the camper, and there is heating. Don't worry, I get it for you. After putting it away, Shinkei's eyes were still observing Wuyue's wardrobe. Wuyue stood aside and pointed at the wardrobe from time to time. See if you can wear the white one in the 3rd box on the right. Shinkei pressed his mouth and nodded, yes. Wuyue looked surprised. Isn't it a bit too thin? Shinkei was fascinated by Wuyue, turned around and kissed her. Don't tease me anymore, you won't be able to leave today. Wuyue pushed Shinkei away and started taking out swimsuits from the cabinet on the other side. Shinkei's eyes gradually became motionless as she took out one by one. His face flushed, and he looked up at Wuyue in confusion. Wife. Wuyue compared her body. Which one do you think looks good on me? I checked, and we can go swimming in this season, but I don't know what the water quality is like there. Shinkei's bones were already soft. His wife had clearly not allowed him to do anything yesterday, but today everything was ready. Shinkei was already stunned by this pie that suddenly fell from the sky. Shinkei watched Wuyue compare for a long time. Fairy-like one-piece floral, sweet 2-piece with skirt, and hot black suspenders. Wuyue blinked. If you don't like it, I won't wear it. Shinkei's eyes became darker and darker. He held Wuyue's waist and lowered his head to kiss her. Shinkei said in a low voice, I like it. I take everything with me. Wuyue pushed him. You have to bear it, otherwise you can't leave today. Shinkei, then go tomorrow. Wuyue, I wouldn't have told you if I had known. Shinkei let go of Wuyue to calm himself down, took a deep breath. Let's go, honey, let's go. As the shuttle slowly took off, the Alliance system gradually began to refresh the system prompts of the military and the Secretariat obtaining SSS plus purple gold weapons. Wuyue curled her lips. This time, the whole will probably consume all the meteorite ores in the Alliance. Let's give the land of the meteorite fire disaster to the Alliance for development, okay? Shinkei is thinking about swimming now. He nods to whatever Wuyue says. Okay, I listen to you. It took about 2 hours of flight. Because of the high altitude and sparse population, there were very few exotic beasts around the shuttle landing. Shinkei took Wuyue to clear all the monsters within 3 kilometers around, and drove the camper van towards the salt lake to confirm that there were no large bosses. Wuyue, have you been here before? Shinkei nodded. Yes, salt is always an important material. I have been here for missions. Shinkei drove the camper van with concentration. Wuyue sat beside him and looked at him with her cheek in her hand. No wonder Jian Sui you said that if you can endure hardships, you will endure more hardships. Shinkei turned his head and kissed Wuyue. I feel sweet every day with you now, not bitter at all. Wuyue curled the corners of her mouth and looked around expectantly. As the camper van continued to drive, the sky mirror surrounded by snow-capped mountains gradually appeared in front of her. Because of the high terrain, this place is well preserved. Wuyue opened her eyes slowly in amazement, watching the entire sky reflected in the lake. The low-hanging white clouds and the salt piles at the bottom of the lake complement each other, making the whole world appear dreamy white. The water reflects the sky, and the sky connects to the ground, making the whole person relax and feel refreshed. Shinkei looked at Wuyue's fixed gaze, and couldn't help but curl his lips. Do you like it? Wuyue turned her head and kissed him. I like it. Shinkei parked the camper 100 meters away from the lake, and slowly walked towards the sky mirror with Wuyue. Wuyue suddenly found that this place is a bit like the 10,000th floor of the Order Realm. Shinkei nodded yes. He remembered that Wu Yu held his hand and returned to the human world from the Order Realm like this. The current outdoor temperature is about 20 degrees. Wu Yu stepped directly into the water. As soon as he entered the water, he received a system prompt. Successfully picked up River God's Inheritance Golden Bull Route Map Fragments, Part 4. The fragments have 5 parts. Collect all 5 fragments to piece together a complete route map and find the Golden River. Wu Yu turned to look at Shinkei and deliberately teased him. I'm so lucky that I found the fragments. Let's go back. Shinkei picked up Princess Wu Yu and said, okay, I wanted to take you out to play for a while, but you said you wanted to go back to the camper. Wu Yu blushed and hooked her arm around Shinkei's neck. She leaned close to Shinkei's ear and said, let's not go back. Let's go swimming, shall we? Only pure water can contain fallen leaves, which means the water here is not polluted. Shinkei lowered his head and looked at her, his eyes slowly falling on the sun protection jacket Wu Yu was wearing. Chapter 472. Wu Yu whispered, put me down. As soon as Shinkei put Wu Yu on the ground, she hooked her arm around his neck and looked up at him. Shinkei put one hand around Wu Yu's waist and slowly unzipped her clothes. Shinkei's breathing slowed down, and his voice was low and hoarse. When did you change it? Wu Yu blinked. On the way here, I saw you were busy all the time, so I wanted to reward you. Shinkei couldn't help but reach out to take off the sun protection clothes on Wu Yu's shoulders, but Wu Yu didn't want to. It's too sunny. Shinkei buried his head in Wu Yu's neck. Wife, I want to. Wu Yu pushed him. It's not easy to come here. You don't have time normally. Take a few more photos for me. Wu Yu was wearing a black sling, and under the reflection of the sky mirror, her whole body glowed white as if she was walking in a painting. Shinkei was dizzy from the beginning of the photo shoot, and he was still confused until Wu Yu asked him if he was done. Wu Yu came over to look at the communicator, and Shinkei lowered his head to look at her, and his gaze became deeper and deeper along the shoulder strap. Shinkei, shall we swim for a while? Wu Yu just raised her head. Shinkei took off his short-sleeved shirt and reached out to take off her sun protection clothes. Wu Yu just hooked her arm around Shinkei's neck, and he had already lowered his head to hold her waist and kiss her deeply. Wu Yu blushed and her heart beat fast after being kissed by Shinquebec. She pushed him several times, and finally pushed him away. She reached out to retie the neck strap. Shinkei immediately came over. Wife, I help you. Wu Yu ignored him and turned around and dived into the water. As soon as she entered the water, Shinkei instantly leaned over. Given the difference in their physical fitness, Wu Yu couldn't shake Shinkei off no matter how hard she swam. Wu Yu was so angry that her teeth itched, and she stretched out her hand and twisted Shinkei's waist. Stay away from me. Shinkei didn't want to, so he picked Wu Yu up and looked up at her. Wife, you are so beautiful. Feeling that the shoulder strap was loose again, Wu Yu turned away with a red face. Shinkei saw that his wife followed him and began to push his feet. After swimming, Shinkei put the sun protection suit on Wu Yu, and the two walked hand in hand in the water along the lake. Shinkei looked down at Wu Yu's open sun protection clothes. Wife, you are tired. I will carry you on my back? Wu Yu knew what Shinkei was planning from his unscrupulous eyes. No, you just want to take advantage of me. Shinkei had already half crouched down, pulled Wu Yu's hands, and hooked them around his neck. Yes, I will carry you. Shinkei stood up easily, and walked forward with Wu Yu on his back. Wu Yu hooked his neck and leaned on him, taking out the communicator to take pictures. Shinkei said in a light voice, be careful, don't fall down. As he spoke, Shinkei deliberately shook. Wu Yu was shocked and tightened her arms, leaning against Shinkei's back. If you can't catch me this time, I'd be angry and don't want you anymore. Shinkei held Wu Yu with one hand and turned her directly in front of him. Wu Yu's face instantly turned red. What are you doing? Shinkei tightened his arms and began to kiss her. I can't help it, my wife. Let's go back. Wu Yu shyly turned her eyes away. Shinkei's kiss fell on the corner of her mouth. Shinkei's breathing became heavier. My wife. Wu Yu turned her head and looked him in the eye. Their breaths lingered. In the distance, the silence surrounded the snow-capped mountains. Behind them was the beautiful mirror of the sky. The whole world only existed for each other. Wu Yu whispered, no, I won't go back. I stay here. Shinkei's voice became lower and lower. Vaguely, the salt content of the lake water here is too high. It's not good for your health. Wu Yu, then don't touch the water. Shinkei laughed softly and walked towards the shore holding Wu Yu. Okay, don't touch the water. The sound of stepping on the water became farther and farther, until it disappeared. The sun sets in the west, and the sun sets in the evening. The golden sunlight shines on the snow-capped mountains far away from the salt lake, and the entire snow-capped mountain is shrouded in golden light, like a dream. Shinkei stood up and hugged Wu Yu. Look, my wife, the sun shines on the golden mountain. Let Wu Yu turn around, and hold her in his arms from behind. Shinkei whispered, I didn't expect it to be so easy to see. Since I met you, I have been surrounded by good luck. Wu Yu turned her head to look at Shinkei, and kissed his cheek. Shinkei turned his head to meet him, and deepened the kiss. Wu Yu blushed as Shinkei kissed her and carried her back to the camper like a princess. She looked up at Shinkei, and immediately buried her head in his chest when she saw his curled lips. Wu Yu was embarrassed. Don't laugh. Shinkei pressed his lips, and said seriously, I'm not laughing. As soon as she entered the camper, Wu Yu pushed Shinkei away, and wanted to take a shower in the bathroom. Before she could close the bathroom door, Shinkei had already grabbed the door. Wu Yu glared at him with a red face. Let go. Shinkei's eyes fell on Wu Yu. I want to take a shower too. Wu Yu walked forward. Then I let you wash first. Shinkei blocked the door tightly to prevent Wu Yu from leaving. He leaned against the door and looked down at her. Wife, I take off all my clothes and help you take a bath. Wu Yu couldn't raise her head at all. Shinkei's eyes were almost devouring her. Her fair skin gradually turned pink because of shyness, and Shinkei's eyes became deeper and deeper. When Wu Yu reacted, Shinkei had already walked into the bathroom and turned around to close the door. Wu Yu's eyes uncontrollably swept across his back that was scratched by sand and gravel and still had scars. When Shinkei turned around and leaned over, she took the initiative to hook his neck and greeted him. After taking a shower, Shinkei, I take you to the roof of the camper, where you can see the sunset and the stars. Wu Yu, are you just going to watch it? Shinkei, of course not. Wu Yu, Shinkei, it's very beautiful. Wu Yu, Shinkei, shall I help you put on that white skirt? Shinkei, honey, hold me tight. I take you to the roof. Wu Yu was so angry that she hit him. Can't you be more serious? Wu Yu was watching the sunset and the stars, and Shinkei was hugging her and kissing her. Well, I'm always very serious. Wu Yu, What's so serious about this? She ruined another skirt. Wu Yu was lying on the bed of the camper. Her eyes were dull, and she had changed into a very formal long-sleeved and long-pants home pajamas. She couldn't bear it anymore. This guy was so strong. She was about to fall apart. Shinkei came over. Why don't you wear a nightgown? Wu Yu turned around and faced the wall, her tone solemn. I'm already asleep. Shinkei pulled her into his arms, put his head into Wu Yu's neck and smiled. Are you tired, baby? Wu Yu didn't move. If you want to stay for 2 more days, be more restrained. Shinkei kissed Wu Yu's forehead and cheek. Go to sleep, baby. I wake you up at sunrise tomorrow. Wu Yu was unhappy. Why do you know everything? Did you bring anyone here? Shinkei hugged her and coaxed her. I really didn't. I always ran around outside by myself. Occasionally I would stop for a while when I saw you, and I would feel better. I just want you to accompany me to all the places I have been alone, and dispel all the haze in my heart. Wu Yu hooked his neck and looked at him. Shinkei couldn't help but lean over and touch her lips. Wife, can we do it again? As soon as Wu Yu approached, Shinkei immediately tightened his arms. Under the reflection of the setting sun and starry sky, the camper shook. Chapter 473. Wu Yu was half asleep when she felt Shinkei dressing her. She opened her eyes, and saw that it was still dark outside. Wu Yu stood up and started to wash up. Is it time? Shinkei, well, it's still a little early, and I'm afraid I can't make it. I carry you up the mountain, and you can continue to sleep. Wu Yu found that Shinkei had driven the camper to the foot of the snowy mountain. She opened the door, and the cold air kept coming in from outside. Shinkei quickly closed the door. Wife, wear something thicker, don't catch a cold. It was too early. Wu Yu had no appetite. Shinkei planned to eat on the mountain after watching the sunrise. After getting ready, Shinkei half knelt down to carry Wu Yu. The signal here was not very good, and Shinkei brought all the things by himself for fear that the communicator would fail. Wu Yu felt reluctant to see him carrying so many bags. Wu Yu hesitated for a moment, turned around and was about to tear off the seal behind her neck. I do it myself, after 7 days. The ability is not so easy to get out of control. Before Wu Yu finished speaking, Shinkei had already pinched her neck with a cold face to confirm that her seal was intact. Wu Yu hooked her arms around his neck and kissed him. Don't be angry, I'm just afraid that you're too tired and I don't want to feel sorry for you. Shinkei threw the things on his body aside casually, held her face, and began to kiss her deeply, until Wu Yu was breathless from the kiss. He turned around to look at her. This time, Wu Yu obediently hugged Shinkei's neck. Shinkei easily lifted her up, and bent down to get the things. Wu Yu leaned out, and put her face against Shinkei's face. Don't bring it. Can't we eat it when we come back? Shinkei turned his face to kiss her, his tone light. I'm not tired. These things just look cumbersome. They are not heavy at all for me. He had taken much more than this on missions before, but Wu Yu would be more distressed if he told her. He couldn't bear to see her sad. Wu Yu knew he was still angry when she saw Shinkei's cold face. Wu Yu tightened her arms around him. I won't tear the seal again before I recover, okay? Don't be angry. Shinkei lowered his head. I brought you out to play. If you can't handle this little thing, and I want you to unseal it, am I a waste? Wu Yu coaxed him. You are very good. You have been busy from beginning to end. I just think you are too hard, and I can't help you. Wu Yu buried her head in his neck. You are so nice. I just feel sorry for you when I think about how you used to do everything by yourself. Shinkei curled his lips, and finally relaxed his expression. Wu Yu tilted her head to look at his expression, and rubbed her face against him. Prince Jailing Ziwa finally smiled. Shinkei turned his head, and kissed her. You have to unlock the seal to climb a mountain. It really makes you angry. Wu Yu nodded. Yes, yes, you are a great god who can kill SSS-level dungeon bosses in 1 second. I really underestimated your strength. Shinkei turned his head with a smile on his face. Then you can coax me again. Wu Yu leaned forward and kissed him. Husband, you are so handsome when you are busy with work. You have me so fascinated that I can't help wanting to have a baby for you. Shinkei turned his face away, his eyebrows bent, and the corners of his mouth raised. He couldn't suppress it no matter how hard he tried. Shinkei turned his head to look at her. If you are really that capable, and your body as well, you don't have to climb the mountain. We can stay in the camper, and study for a master's degree. Wu Yu immediately said, I am not well yet, and I can't unlock the seal at all. Shinkei's eyes darkened. Wu Yu saw that he only had her in his eyes, and she couldn't help but reach out and touch his face. Shinkei suddenly said, I wonder if there are snow caves on the snowy mountains here. Wu Yu, She immediately withdrew her hand, her expression firm and solemn, pretending that she didn't understand what Shinkei meant. Shinkei said again, It's just right that I have brought all the things, so I can walk around in the mountains. Wu Yu, She said that she was going to the top of the mountain to watch the sunrise, but Shinkei actually brought so many things. This guy didn't come up with this idea. He was just trying to make a profit. Why did she feel sorry for him just now? She even said so many nice things to him, because she felt sorry for him. Wu Yu declined. My current physical condition doesn't allow me to exercise at this intensity. Shincheng paused. It's okay, I carry you. Before, he was completely limited by his thinking, and didn't dare to take Wu Yu out. After playing a dungeon, he suddenly got the idea. Wu Yu is not in good health, but he is. Wu Yu gritted her teeth and pinched his face. Can you stop? Didn't you say you just liked me at that time? I thought about this that night. Shinkei didn't say anything. He didn't think about this at that time, but it was the first time he was alone with Wu Yu, and they slept in a small snow cave. He tossed and turned, and couldn't explain why he didn't sleep well all night. All men have that thing in the morning. When he opened his eyes, and subconsciously looked at Wu Yu, he turned around and stabbed himself, ran out of the snow cave, and forced himself to calm down. Then, when Wu Yu was injured in the desert map, he carried her to the treatment cabin. In addition to the treatment by the final world boss, frequent physical contact could not make him completely lose his strength. Shinkei insisted, I want to stay in the snow cave with you for another night. Wu Yu had no choice but to say, just one night. Shinkei agreed immediately, just one night. He was afraid that Wu Yu's body could not bear it if she stayed for too long. Shinkei quickly took Wu Yu to the top of the snow mountain, just as the sun rose from the horizon. Wu Yu took a photo with the communicator and turned to look at Shinquebec. Shinkei hugged her from behind and kissed her. Wu Yu, you have long arms, take the photo. As she said that, Wu Yu took the initiative to hook Shinkei's neck and stood on tiptoe to kiss him. After taking several photos in a row, Shinkei put the communicator into his pocket, hugged Wu Yu, and immediately deepened the kiss. You can't give Wu Yu the initiative in kissing. She always wants to run away after kissing and never works hard. Wu Yu blushed and her heart beat fast after the kiss. Shinkei's head went down and left kiss marks on her neck. Wu Yu closed her eyes and gently stroked Shinkei's head, letting him do whatever he wanted. Until the sun rose completely, Shinkei let go of her, lit a fire, boiled water, and started to cook breakfast. Wu Yu sat on a folding chair and held her chin up to watch Shinkei's movements. I really like watching you cook. Shinkei lowered his head to look at the fire. Then I will cook for you for the rest of my life. Wu Yu curled her lips. Shinkei, Wu Yu, did you treat me to ice cream in World City that time because you wanted to see what I looked like? Wu Yu admitted, yeah. Shinkei, so you were angry when I didn't eat it? Wu Yu, yeah. Shinkei, why didn't you want to watch me eat in the dungeon? Wu Yu, When Wu Yu didn't say anything, Shinju immediately realized something was wrong and turned to look at her. Shinkei suddenly realized, "You ruled me out just because I didn't eat ice cream?" Wu Yu said embarrassedly, "No, it's because I felt you might like me too, so I forced myself to do it. There's no way around it." Her typical style, her reputation in the love world has always been not very good. Once she starts to indulge, she immediately activates the anti-addiction system. What's more, she has a serious avoidant attachment. When she felt Shinkei's emotional response, she immediately became timid. Shincheng narrowed his eyes dangerously. "You just want to run away after teasing me. You don't want to take responsibility at all." So Wu Yu never took the initiative to look for him again after returning from the world boss. Wu Yu said righteously, and refused to admit it. "How did I tease you?" Shinkei is not stupid, he won't say it. If he says it, Wu Yu will be angry and turn around and leave. He lowered his head and said nothing. Wu Yu stole a glance at him. Wu Yu pulled a stool closer to him. "Are you angry?" Shinkei looked away, and turned over the pancakes on the grill on the other side. Wu Yu pulled his sleeve, and showed him the ring on his hand. "Am I not responsible for this? Who else would want to be with someone for life, like you do?" Shinkei was afraid that she would be burned by the fire, so he grabbed her hand, and threw it aside. Shinkei said in a light tone, "If I didn't do this, you wouldn't want me at all." If he gave up or deserted halfway, Wu Yu would definitely sentence him to death. Wu Yu held his face. "I want you. You are so outstanding. How can I bear to give you up? Baby, I like you to be so loyal, so affectionate, and so serious about feelings." Shinkei ignored her, a bad woman who used to speak sweet words and deceive people. Wu Yu couldn't help laughing. "Husband, you are too serious. You are not suitable for dating. You are suitable for applying film under the overpass." Shinkei was teased by her, and curled his lips. He turned his head to look at her, and Wu Yu immediately leaned over to kiss him. "Don't be angry, baby." Wu Yu was about to step away, but Shinkei leaned over and kissed her deeply, turned around, cut the baked cake, put lettuce and tomatoes on the freshly roasted beef, poured sauce on it, wrapped it in oil paper, and handed it to Wu Yu. Wu Yu took the whole person and leaned on him comfortably, squinting at the rising sun in the distance. Chapter 474. West Desert Rose Team Base. Wu Shioli found Zixia. The Major General who replaced the former White Tiger General in the West has arrived. The military department asked Desert Rose to send someone to do the handover. Zixia, no problem. Zixia arrived at the Western Military Region and came to the Major General's office under the guidance of the new Major General's adjutant. Zixia looked at the adjutant's face and felt that he seemed a little familiar, until she saw the sign hanging outside the Major General's office. Li Ren Major General Office. Zixia, Okay, they're here. The adjutant knocked on the door. "Major General, Deputy Captain Desert Rose is here." Li Ren, let her in. Hearing Li Ren's voice, Shishia's heart beat faster. Walking into the office, Li Ren looked up at her. "Sit down. This time we asked Desert Rose to come mainly to hand over the relevant matters of your previous cooperation with the White Tiger Army. There are frequent activities of alien beasts in the West. Desert Rose's overall strength has greatly increased. Before the arrival of another Major General, you may be needed to provide combat support at any time." Shishia nodded. "No problem. Desert Rose is willing to cooperate with the military in the elimination of alien beasts." Li Ren handed Shishia an agreement. This is a document issued by the Alliance leader himself. It contains the various cooperation items that the military will reach with Desert Rose in the future, as well as the relevant welfare policies. You can take it back and discuss it with Wu Shioli. If you confirm that there is no problem, sign it and send it to me by email. By the way, there is also a form. You need to register the current team members of Desert Rose and the area of the base in case of emergency. Zixia took the document, and Li Ren stood up and walked up to her and shook hands with her. "Please come here in person. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation in the future." Throughout the whole process, Li Ren's expression was very official, so much so that Zixia mistakenly thought that this was the first time they met. She seemed to be nervous and embarrassed, and was completely self-indulgent. She suppressed a trace of lost and depressed emotions in her heart, raised the corners of her mouth, and shook hands with him. "Major General Li, happy cooperation." The moment Zixia's soft and boneless hand reached into Li Ren's palm, Li Ren suddenly tightened his hand, and directly took Zixia into his arms. Zixia opened her eyes wide in surprise, and before she could resist, she was hugged tightly in Li Ren's arms. "Li Ren, we have finished discussing official business. Let's talk about personal matters." Zixia stretched out her hands to push him. "We don't have any personal matters to discuss. Li Ren, you said you wanted to sleep with me, and I waited for you for so long, but you didn't move. I could only find a reason to call you here, and deal with this matter with you face to face. Zixia's face flushed instantly. Liran, this is the Major General's office. Liran, it's just right, my lunch break is up. Let's talk somewhere else. Liran dragged Zixia to the lounge. Zixia punched him on the head, her face instantly turned cold. Liran, you're almost there. Who do you think I am? Liran, Desert Rose's deputy captain, adopted by the witch tribe since childhood, ruthless and always independently carrying out assassination missions, and stealing important intelligence. Zixia sneered, you want to check me, right? Liran nodded. I am now a major general in the military, and military marriages must be background checked on the spouse in advance. Xixia was stuck for a moment, and she calmed down and said, Major General Li, I don't want my momentary talk to affect the cooperation between the military and Desert Rose, and I hope you won't pursue this matter any further. Xixia's attitude was very cold and firm, leaving no room for Liran at all. Liran's eyes flashed with disappointment. Xixia's eyes flashed, and she turned around and left. Liran, Xixia, your puppet ability plays a crucial and decisive role in the last link of the god-making plan. If something happens to you, it will most likely directly affect Wu Yu's becoming a god. In that case, why would you risk helping me? Xixia said coldly, I thought you might have your reasons. I wanted to help you get another line, and I knew that support from all sides would arrive soon. Liran walked up to Xixia angrily, and pulled her hand to pull her closer. Don't tell me these nonsense. Is it so difficult for you to just admit that you were fascinated by me when you walked out of the bathroom? Zixia's expression was a little stiff. She had shared her mental power with Liran at the last moment. Liran was a gentleman, and did not touch anything in her consciousness, but he did not touch it because Zixia felt guilty. Before ending the mental power sharing, she subconsciously thought about it, and Liran would naturally know. Liran knew that she was attracted by her beauty, and she naturally knew that Liran was attracted to her. Liran took a deep breath. If you wanted to kill me at that time and didn't want to give me a chance, you can tell me directly, and I will never bother you again and cause you trouble. Xixia looked up at Liran. Liran finally could do physical training without any worries after shedding the skin of a playboy. With the straight military uniform of a major general, he looked strong and impressive. The second generation of the Chable Alliance, the Major General SSS plus mental strength, good looks, good brains, and good physical strength, and a gentleman who takes responsibility as soon as he comes. In Jiang Yuhua's words, once it enters the market, it will be gone in minutes. Liran saw that Xixia hesitated, and he immediately said, if you are willing to give me a chance, I can pursue you slowly. Believe me, I take feelings seriously. Zixia lowered her head. You look too serious, so I don't dare. Liran was puzzled. What did you say? Zixia raised her head, took a desperate step forward and told him directly. I said you look too serious. You always say you want to take responsibility. Who talks about marriage right after falling in love now? It's scary. Liran, if you mind my previous image and worry that I will cheat, that's all my deliberate character setting. I never play with women. If I were really that kind of person, my sister would be the first to beat me to death. Xixia shook her head, looking serious. I'm not afraid of you cheating, I'm afraid of myself cheating. Liran was confused. Ah. Xixia was realistic. I'm a person who gets excited after 3 minutes, and falls in love with everyone I meet. I'm afraid you can't accept it. Liran, your communication friends are obviously all women. Xixia admitted yes. Does it matter whether they are my friends or not if I fall in love with everyone I meet? There are thousands of online husbands. If one doesn't work, I will change. Unlike you, Liran, you are too serious, and it's hard to get rid of it once you get involved. Then you will think that I am deliberately playing with your feelings, and using my position to make things difficult for Desert Rose. Liran gradually understood that Xixia was not uninterested in him. She was afraid that talking about him would be like talking about sticky candy that she could never get rid of. After all, he is the second generation of a Chable, a high-quality stock in the first echelon of the entire alliance. She was thinking about dumping him before they even started talking. Healthy love is important. But abnormal love is really wonderful. Xixia looked at him expectantly. Or we can be sex partners. Friends, right? She was indeed a little greedy for him. And Liran was still a high-quality virgin, not a loss. Not a loss this time. Without waiting for Xixia to finish, Liran was so angry that he dragged Xixia to the lounge. He slammed the door shut, put his arm around Xixia's waist, lowered his head, and kissed her fiercely, and felt Xixia hooking his neck and leaning against him in response. Liran was really angry and upset, and he felt so happy. Chapter 475. After watching the sunrise, Shinkei searched twice, but couldn't find a snow cave on the snow mountain. The snow mountain here is not as majestic and dense as in the previous map, it is just snow on the hillside. Feeling that Shinkei was starting to take her down the mountain, Wuyu asked him, "Don't you want to stay in the mountain for a night?" "Shinkei, it's too cold here. I can't find a snow cave. Let's go back. Your body can't stand it if you stay any longer." Wuyu saw that Shinkei didn't have any expression on his face, so she knew he was sulking. She curled her lips. "But I want to live on the snowy mountain. I saw that people built their own snowy mountain shelters very well, and I have always wanted to try it." Wuyu hugged Shinkei's neck and acted coquettishly with him. "But what should I do if I can't do those physical work now? I really want to stay here for a night." Shinkei turned his face away and pressed his lips. Wuyu continued to coax him, "Hubby, can you help me build one? Husband is so good, it must be possible. Thank you for your hard work." After saying that, Wuyu turned her head and kissed his cheek. Shinkei put Wuyu down, turned around, and hugged her tightly in his arms. Wuyu hugged Shinkei back and buried her head in his chest. Shinkei whispered, "I like you so much. I like you so much." Every minute and every second with Wuyu, he felt like he was soaking in a honey pot. Wuyu's voice was muffled, "I like you too. You look so cute when you are sulking with a cold face." Shinkei couldn't help but hug Wuyu. He looked up at her, and Wuyu lowered her head and held his face and kissed him. Shinkei looked at Wuyu and was dazzled. He forced himself to calm down. Shinkei took a deep breath. "What kind of tent do you want to build?" Wuyu took out the communicator. "I just saw it. Didn't you bring a big tent for camping? We will stay here for one night and make the most of the existing supplies. We can take them away when the time comes. This is flat ground. You go back to get your things. I make a fire and wait for you." Shinkei was unwilling. "I make a fire, and you come back with me." Wuyu pushed him. "Go quickly, you can go back and forth very quickly by yourself. I feel tired with me." After that, Wuyu ignored him, took out the communicator, and started to check whether the ground conditions here were suitable for building a temporary camp according to the strategies provided by other snow survivors. Shinkei looked at Wuyu with his eyes fixed, and was fascinated by her concentration. He left a gun and flares for Wuyu. "If there is anything wrong, shoot immediately, I will be there soon." Wuyu nodded yes. When Shinkei returned to Wuyu with the big tent, Wuyu had already accurately located the tent, lit a fire, boiled water, set up a stove, and built a bed for the night. Noticing Shinkei's movements, Wuyu, who was looking through the ingredients, raised her head and smiled at him. Shinkei, who was originally worried about Wuyu's safety, walked hurriedly, but when he saw Wuyu's smile, he instantly slowed down his breathing and pace. Wuyu handed Shinkei some water. "Drink a glass of water and rest for a while." Shinkei put the things aside, took the water, sat next to Wuyu and held her in his arms. Seeing Shinkei burying his head in her arms, Wuyu touched his hair. "Are you acting like a spoiled child with me?" Shinkei hugged him tighter, "Yeah?" As they hugged each other, Shinkei suddenly laughed. Wuyu pushed him away embarrassedly, and he hugged her tighter. "Shinkei, why didn't you tell me you were hungry?" Wuyu blushed and didn't say anything. Shinkei knew that Wuyu wanted him to rest more, and didn't want to rush him. Shinkei leaned forward to kiss her, but was hit by Wuyu's elbow, which made him feel itchy. Shinkei's eyes darkened instantly. He slowed down his breathing, stood up and started grilling. Shinkei was cooking. Wuyu lowered his head and began to study the big tent he brought. The whole tent was about 10 square meters of cubic space, and the fabric used for the entire tent was the latest black technology of the Alliance to prevent cold and keep warm. The temperature can reach above zero without a fire in the house. Combined with the latest crystal core energy heating device, the indoor temperature can be controlled at around 15 degrees. Wuyu explored the tent little by little, first determining the entire steel structure skeleton. For such a big tent, the whole frame must weigh at least 50 to 60 kilograms, but Shinkei lifted it up easily. Wuyu, this man is really strong. While Wuyu was busy, Shinkei's eyes were on her from time to time. Seeing that Wuyu had to prop up the whole frame by herself, Shinkei immediately called her, "Wife, come and eat." Wuyu was indeed hungry. She walked to the grill and took the steak, roast meat, vegetable salad, and a bowl of tomato soup that Shinkei had cut for her. "Shinkei, if you don't like soup, I've heated up some milk. Eat first. I set up the tent, and you can go in and rest after you finish eating." Wuyu ate while watching the handsome Prince Noah busying around. She took out her communicator and took several photos of Shinquebec. She couldn't help but frown when she looked through the photo gallery. Shinkei came back after finishing his work and saw Wuyu had finished eating, and was smiling at the communicator. He asked her, "What are you looking at?" Wu Yu showed him the photos I took this time. Shinkei took her communicator and set all the photos to himself, then lowered his head and started eating. Wu Yu was standing beside him, looking at him with her chin on her hand, snapping photos of him. "Wu Yu, I see there are no old photos in your communicator." Shinkei nodded. "There's nothing good to take photos of myself." Wu Yu looked at Shinkei, and suddenly felt what Shinkei had said before, that he was just a mercenary, no different from a killer. Qi Yan has so many people running the business, and they all have to be responsible for their own profits and losses. Qi Yan never takes dungeon income from team members, and they also have such good welfare benefits. If he wants to break free from control and develop Qi Yan, he can't stop for a moment. Every stitch and every brick of Qi Yan was built by Shinkei at his own risk. Wu Yu suddenly felt breathless, and just thinking about it made her feel sorry for Shinkei again. Shinkei was eating, and saw Wu Yu suddenly crawl into his arms, sitting sideways on him and hugging his neck. He blinked and immediately put his arm around Wu Yu's waist. "What's wrong?" He didn't get a response from Wu Yu, and felt that she was not in a good mood. Shinkei immediately reached out and held her face. Seeing that Wu Yu's eyes were red and tears were rolling in her eyes, Shinkei's whole body tensed up instantly. "Why are you crying suddenly?" Wu Yu buried her head in his arms. "Hold me tight." Shinkei quickly put down everything in his hands and hugged Wu Yu tightly. "What's wrong, wife?" Wu Yu buried her head in his neck. "Did you have a hard time before?" Shinkei couldn't help but press the corner of his mouth. "Why do you feel sorry for me again? I think it's good. The feeling of changing your own destiny through your own efforts and holding your life in your own hands is very solid. If there weren't such an anti-human person like Chu Xia, I might not be able to defeat Vlad if Qi Yan developed. He stole my dragon bones, and we have been sharing the damage. I am the origin of the dragon bones. Logically, if he took away all my dragon bones and I died, the dragon bones would become ineffective. So he has been controlling me, and trying to infect me with DX001 to cut off my connection with the dragon bones. If Shinqingxi hadn't painted a pie in the sky for him, he would never do such a stupid thing. So later Shinqingxi was locked up in the martyr's shrine and tortured half to death. Wu Yu was still rubbing his neck and acting coquettishly with him, but she didn't say anything. Shinkei found that Wu Yu's feelings for him were getting deeper and deeper, and she liked to stick to him more and more. He couldn't help laughing, and began to act unruly with Wu Yu's hand. "Let's go into the house." Wu Yu didn't say anything, just hugged him. Shinkei silently curled his lips, picked up Princess Wu Yu, and walked into the tent. Chapter 476. Shinkei put Wu Yu on the bed, turned over, held her waist, and leaned over to kiss her. Wu Yu hooked her neck and leaned over to respond passionately, and the two soon lost themselves in the white snow outside the tent. Shinkei hugged Wu Yu tightly in his arms, and left a kiss on her neck. "You don't know how many times I thought about you today." Wu Yu's face flushed. Her eyes were intoxicated. "I miss you too." Shinkei's eyes darkened instantly, and he said in a hoarse voice, "Wife, say it again." Wu Yu looked at him. "I miss you too." Shinkei's expression instantly became dangerous and wanton. He pulled the quilt over his back, and leaned closer without hesitation. Wu Yu kept pushing Shinkei's furry head away. "You make me very itchy." Shinkei leaned forward again. "Wife, I miss you." Wu Yu stretched out her hands to him. "I'm tired today." Shinkei immediately took her into his arms, lowered his head, and kissed her forehead. "Then I will hold you like this and do nothing." The sky gradually darkened, and a light snow fell at night, and the temperature was getting lower and lower. Shinkei turned up the temperature of the heat source, covered the quilt, and held Wu Yu tightly in his arms. Looking out through the transparent curtain of the tent, even though it was icy and snowy outside, and the north wind was howling, Shinkei's heart had never been so calm. Shinkei looked at Wu Yu, and seeing her peaceful and quiet sleeping face, he couldn't help but lower his head and kiss her. After kissing for a while, Wu Yu pushed him dazedly. "I'm so sleepy." Shinkei agreed. "Wife, you continue to sleep, I kiss you." Wu Yu couldn't push him away, so she could only touch his hair and continue to sleep. Feeling Shinkei pulling her ankle, she kicked him and turned over to continue sleeping. Shin Chu-chung immediately came over and pulled her into his arms again. When Wu Yu was about to break free, he immediately promised, "I really don't do anything, I just want to hold you and sleep together." Wu Yu turned her head to look at him, and he smiled obediently. "Wu Yu, ask yourself if you are being unscrupulous by saying this." Shin Chu-chung immediately pulled Wu Yu's hand, then tried to touch it. Wu Yu ignored him and pulled her hand back. Shinkei came over and said, "I suddenly feel pain in my chest. Feel if I'm sick." "Wow." Wu Yu was speechless. This is a male demon. This dead green tea vixen. She is finally showing her true colors in the wilderness. She is taking her aim to replenish Yang. Wu Yu pressed her lips and ignored him. Shinkei saw that this beauty trick didn't work, so he came over. Wife, are you tired? Can I treat you? Shinkei pulled Wu Yu into his arms. I give you some blood, you recover, I promise to cure all diseases. Wu Yu was so angry that she turned around and bit his shoulder fiercely until it broke, finally relieving herself. Since it was broken, it was worth the money, so Wu Yu collected all of Shinkei's panda blood. You can't just let the male fairy take the Yin to replenish the Yang, right? She is a master of Oriental mysticism. How can she not have some ability to collect fairies? After confirming that Shinkei's panda blood was not wasted, Wu Yu raised her head and bumped into Shinkei's obscure gaze with his head down. After saying that, he stopped talking and didn't say a word since she started biting Shinkei. Seeing Shinkei's golden vertical pupils, Wu Yu's neck tightened immediately. Just when she was about to push Shinkei away, he instantly grabbed her neck and kissed her deeply, as if he wanted to eat her alive. With such a strong strength, Wu Yu suspected that he wanted to chew her and eat her directly. Wu Yu's face was red, and her limbs were weak from being kissed. Her hand was vacuously placed on Shinkei's forearm with bulging veins, and was instantly pulled to the back of his neck by Shinkei. Shinkei panted and looked at her aggressively. Hold my wife tight. Wu Yu's hand just hooked Shinkei's neck. Shinkei immediately hugged her and leaned close to her. The snow outside was getting heavier and heavier, pressing on the tent, making the whole tent shake. The next day, they set off on the return journey. Shinkei was still unsatisfied. Where are we going next? Wu Yu. Let's go back to the team base first. Shinkei looked at the route map. I think we can go to the Dragon Valley Giant Forest by the way. Wu Yu declined. No, I just want to go back to my warm home now. Shinkei followed suit. No problem, you can go home. Wu Yu, Wu Yu ignored her and turned back to the lounge. She didn't sleep well last night, so she had to make up for it now. Shinkei set up the shuttle, deliberately kept 2 or 3 steps away, and followed Wu Yu leisurely. Wu Yu just pressed the door of the lounge, turned around and stuck at the door. You go to the main cockpit, and keep an eye on it. Shinkei blinked. I take you here, I won't go in. Wu Yu, Dead green tea. She turned around and slammed the door of the lounge and went in. After watching Wu Yu go in to rest, Shinkei really went back to the main cockpit, and kept watching the driving dynamics. Unlike the last time when he was so angry that he was half dead and stayed alone, as long as he thought about his wife spoiling him all day yesterday, he felt as sweet as soaking in honey. The flight time was 2 hours, and Shinkei opened the door of the lounge before arriving. Putting Wu Yu in her arms, she asked him softly, Are we there? Shinkei, yes, I be there soon. I carry you back to the room, and continue sleeping. Wu Yu gently pushed him. No, there are people coming to the team recently. It's not good for others to see us. Shinkei, what's wrong with that? Everyone knows we are husband and wife. Wu Yu was embarrassed. We are just engaged. Shinkei, you've taken advantage of me. Don't you want to take responsibility? Wu Yu was furious when she saw Shinkei's rogue look. You bastard. Shinkei admitted, yes I am. After arriving at the base, the shuttle was put into storage. Wu Yu turned around and was about to leave, but found that Shinkei did not follow. She turned around and saw that he was taking something and walking back. Feeling Wu Yu approaching, Shinkei lowered his head and silently curled his lips. Wu Yu bent down to help him take it, and Shinkei stood up and picked her up and walked out of the shuttle. The team members saw them along the way, but they turned around and walked away without looking back. Wu Yu really couldn't struggle away. Her face flushed. She covered her face and buried her head in his chest. As soon as they arrived at the dormitory floor, Wu Yu jumped down angrily and rushed into the room, directly deleting Shinkei's room card and locking him out. Shinkei stood outside the door and kept laughing. The smile on the corner of his mouth could not be suppressed no matter how hard he tried. The pink bubbles all over his body seemed to be bubbling out. When Shangbai and Jian Suiyu came over, they both paused at the same time, and their expressions were very subtle. They exchanged glances. Jian Suiyu, you tell him. Shangbai, at this time? I dare not, he can kill me. Jian Suiyu, then you call Wu Yu out and let her speak for herself. Shangbai, me? Do you want me, a weak healer, to resist the damage of 2 big demons at the same time? Jian Suiyu shrugged. I am just a weak military advisor. Shangbai, but you are my brother-in-law, it has to be you. Jian Suiyu. Shinkei. Shangbai saluted Jian Suiyu respectfully. Shinkei turned around in a good mood. What's wrong? Do you want to talk to me? Jian Suiyu nodded. The alliance means that while people are still borrowing the momentum of the 3 dungeons in the world, they will directly start the team-friendly match and individual match. Taking advantage of this momentum, we will directly start recruiting talents after the game and enter the talent flow period. Shinkei, no problem, I won't go. You arrange the list of players for the team's friendly match. Xiangbai dared to risk his life to advise. I think you better go. Shinkei began to feel that something was wrong with the attitude of the two. You seem to have something to say to me? Jian Suiyu said earnestly. Has Wu been giving you a lot of love potion and whispering in your ear recently? Shinkei's expression drifted. It was more than just love potion and whispering in your ear. He was simply soaking in a honey pot every day. Jian Suiyu and Xiangbai looked at each other, and both of them said at the same time, sure enough, he didn't notice it at all. Shinkei gradually became alert. What did you notice? Jian Suiyu Xiangbai, look for yourself, which team Wu Yu is on now, and then decide whether you want to participate in the team-friendly match. Shinkei's heartbeat gradually accelerated. He opened the list of all members of Qian, and searched 3 times in a row, but couldn't find Wu Yu's name. On the contrary, it was his Qian captain interface, and the alliance just popped up the list of Sirius players in the team-friendly match. Captain of Sirius, Jiang Huaiji, Vice Captain of Sirius, Jiang Yuhua, Commander-in-Chief of Sirius, Wu Yu. Chapter 477. Shinkei's eyes repeatedly fell on the Sirius commander, and his tone was gloomy. When did she quit the team? Jian Suiyu, it was yesterday afternoon. Your authority was approved, and I didn't ask more questions when you were together. Shinkei laughed. Really? His communicator was approved. How could he not know? At that time, she clearly asked him in his arms if he had worked hard before, and the look of pity for him made him dizzy. It turned out that she was using the honey trap for him the whole time she was out. This woman is now feeling sorry for him, and yet she doesn't hesitate to lie to him. No. She didn't hesitate. She never hesitated. Shinkei had a terrifying smile on his face. She kept it from him, right? If he didn't teach her a lesson, we would keep playing tricks on him. Shinkei took out his Captain Qian's door card without hesitation and swiped open Wu Yu's door. He slammed the door with a loud bang. Xiangbai was nervous. Nothing will happen. Wu Yu can't do anything now. Jian Suiyu was surprised. How could Shinkei fight Wu Yu? Xiangbai, then how do you think he will deal with this matter? Jian Suiyu smiled. After the last world boss battle, there were rumors that Wu Yu was going to be poached. At that time, I was calculating the member allocation with Shinquebec. He was furious and kicked the door open to find Wu Yu. If Wu Yu hadn't promised him in public that she would not leave, Shinkei would have revealed his true colors long ago. Shinkei's biggest fear since childhood was losing. Everything he wanted would be firmly grasped by himself. Otherwise, why do you think he would try to be nice to Wu Yu with his bad temper? The big bad wolf knew to pretend to be the wolf grandmother first when he wanted to eat Little Red Riding Hood. Wu Yu is a thorn in the side. If Shinkei confronts Wu Yu head-on, he can't reveal his feelings. These two people are doomed. Wu Yu went to Sirius quietly. I don't know how this kid will go crazy this time. Xiangbai, you said it's so scary, but you seem to be looking forward to it. Jian Suiyu shrugged. Anyway, they are inseparable. They just got married and quarreled, so they just liven up their relationship. Xiangbai, what will you and Jiang Yuhua do when a fight breaks out? Jian Suiyu smiled. I'm so weak, it's reasonable for me to be eliminated by Yuhua, right? Xiangbai, Okay, you dare to instigate a quarrel to liven up the relationship between the couple, and then you turn around and act like a good person, right? Wu Yu's expression instantly faded when she saw the pop-up Sirius system interface. Before she could turn around to open the door for Shinkei, the door slammed loudly. Without thinking, she turned around and jumped out of the window to run away. Shinkei grabbed Wu Yu's ankle with a gloomy face and pulled her back to the bed. Then he turned over and climbed onto the bed, lowering his head and sneering, You are really capable. You dare to jump from the 3rd floor now, right? Yes, you can even help Sirius play a friendly match. Your body is recovered, right? Wu Yu. No, I just gave up my brain, and I am very weak. Shinkei sneered and took out a belt to tie Wu Yu's hands to the head of the bed. Since you are well, don't blame me for being harsh, Wu Yu. I was always worried that your body couldn't bear it. Now that you can play in a friendly match, don't tell me that you can't bear this little exercise intensity. Wu Yu immediately gave in when she saw that Shinkei's behavior was not right. You also know that 2 great wizards went to Falcon and Sirius is short of people now. If you hadn't bullied me so much, I would have told you when I came back. And didn't I want to tell you in the Salt Lake to spoil your fun? Shinkei didn't listen at all. His hand slid directly into Wu Yu's skirt. Don't tell me these nonsense. It's useless. You bad woman who never tells the truth, You always treat me like a dog and trick me around. I don't believe you. I asked you to play a friendly match. From now on, don't even think about leaving this door. I train you well, so you don't embarrass Chi-Yin when you go to Sirius. Seeing Shin-Kei approaching her instantly, Wu Yu was stunned. It was not because of this brother's reaction, but because he didn't listen to her explanation at all. Shouldn't the normal procedure be to walk in silently with a cold face and wait for her to coax him? It's over. The fire was not mastered well. This madman completely exploded. Wu Yu acted cute. Hubby, I was wrong. I can't stand it. I'm not in good health. Shin-Kei didn't listen at all. He was so angry that he was about to explode. Shin-Kei, Wu Yu, you have to beat around the bush when you can explain it in one sentence. I can only think that you are tired of your comfortable life and deliberately want to irritate me. You think I am too polite to you, right? You like me to be tough, right? Okay, I will satisfy you in everything. Wu Yu shook her head. I just knew that you were worried about my health and would not agree, so I acted first and asked for permission later. I was wrong. Shin-Kei sneered. You are right. Just keep your good habit of acting first and asking for permission later. I am worried that I will not have the opportunity to treat you properly. Shin-Kei was getting more and more aggressive. Wu Yu's face flushed, and she was about to lose consciousness. He immediately backed away, and Wu Yu looked at him in confusion. Shin-Kei looked down at her. Speak. Wu Yu looked confused. What? Shin-Kei, if you want to say it, just say it yourself, otherwise we just keep wasting time. Wu Yu's face flushed. She gritted her teeth and turned her face away without saying a word. Shin-Kei sneered. Okay, let's see how many times you can endure it. When she regained consciousness a little, Shin-Kei started again. After 3 or 4 rounds of tossing back and forth, Wu Yu felt like she was being bitten by ants all over her body. She bit her lower lip, her face flushed, and looked at Shin-Kei with a hazy look. There seemed to be a hook in her eyes, and she refused to speak no matter what. Shin-Kei gritted his teeth. You just won't say it, right? Shin-Kei looked at Wu Yu bending her legs, and he was so angry that he leaned forward. I'm not dead yet. You dare to try it yourself in front of me. Wu Yu curled her lips, and Shin-Kei bit her neck fiercely in anger, and kissed her with a mouthful of blood, almost making her breathless. Shin-Kei, you just want to piss me off to death. Wu Yu said coquettishly, let go of my hand, I want to hug you. Shin-Kei was so sexy, she loved it. Shin-Kei let go of Wu Yu's hand, rubbed her red wrist, and leaned against her tightly. I don't even want you to touch the water every day, you go to help Sirius play a friendly match. Is Jiang Huaiji a waste to agree to you? Jiang's family is such a big chaebol that it will not turn without you. And it can't recruit people? You see, when the fight starts, well I beat Sirius directly. I let you fight, you better hide well at the beginning, and don't let me find you, otherwise I will kill you immediately you sit on the bench. Wu Yu hugged Shin-Kei tightly, leaving countless fingerprints of varying depths on Shin-Kei's back, with an intoxicated look on her face. Shin-Kei narrowed his eyes, and looked at her dangerously, suddenly sat to the side, bent his legs casually, and raised his chin to Wu Yu. Come here. Wu Yu sat up and looked at him with a red face. Shin-Kei raised the corner of his mouth perversely. Come and coax me, otherwise this matter will not end. Do you believe that I can beat Sirius like a dog this time, and then you won't be able to recruit anyone? Wu Yu stared at him with her eyes straight, slowly walked to Shin-Kei, hooked his neck and sat on him. Chapter 478. Wu Yu lowered her head and approached to kiss him. As soon as Shin-Kei raised his head, Wu Yu chuckled and stepped back. After retreating twice in a row, Shin-Kei was so angry that he pinched her neck and leaned forward to kiss her fiercely. Feeling Shin-Kei's hands being wanton, Wu Yu whispered coquettishly, Be gentle, you heard me. Shin-Kei moved gently. He leaned close to Wu Yu's ear and sneered, Do you feel pain now? Wait until the friendly match and see how I deal with you. Wu Yu's face flushed. Shin-Kei, there will be people everywhere, and the whole league will be broadcasting live. Shin-Kei laughed wickedly. Yeah, the first 2 times I was afraid that the people in the royal court would find out about you, and I didn't dare to do anything. This time, I can do whatever I want, and no one can stop me. Wu Yu looked at Shin-Kei's expression. It didn't seem like he was just talking. Wu Yu coaxed him. I was afraid that you would be unwilling after knowing it, and you would not be happy when you go out to play. I really didn't hide it from you on purpose. Don't be angry, baby. Shin-Kei hugged her tightly. Wu Yu, it's useless for you to say anything now, just do it directly. You came to me on your own, so I can only think that you are deliberately provoking me to play with me like this. I see through it, I won't quarrel with you, I will just start fighting. Anyway, whenever they quarrel, Wu Yu will wait for him for 100 sentences, and he will do it until she is convinced. Wu Yu said coquettishly, Didn't I always follow you outside? Shinkei lowered his head and kissed her fiercely. Not enough. You have to give me all. Give me all the money you left me alone at that time. Wu saw that Shinkei was going to take the opportunity to bring up the old accounts and make up for the principal and interest with her, and it was obvious that she couldn't control him without increasing his strength. She had no choice but to grab his hand and put it on her chest. Dr. Shin, my chest hurts. Please check if I'm sick. Shinkei was stunned for a second, then put his hand away. I'm not a qualified professional. I can't see you. Wu hooked her arm around his neck and leaned against him. Dr. Shin was curing all diseases last night. Why can't you see me today? Is it because my sister-in-law is too strict? Shinkei pressed the corners of his mouth, almost breaking his composure. I just can't see you. Wu lowered her head to kiss him, but Shinkei turned his face away, so Wu turned his face over and kissed him. Shinkei was still pretending at first, but when Wu tried to grab his hand again, he turned passive into active, hugged Wu's waist, and kissed her again and again. Shinkei was about to carry Wu to the bed, but Wu grabbed his hand. Just like this, don't move and look at me. The foot of the stool gradually made a friction sound with the floor, creaking, creaking. Shinkei's breathing became heavier, and seeing Wu's face getting redder and redder, he picked Wu up with one hand, kissed her and walked towards the bed recklessly. Wu didn't know how long Shinkei had been tossing and turning. She fainted once, and when she woke up, Shinchun immediately leaned over. He had no expression on his face, and said coldly, Awake? Wu immediately pretended to be dead. Shinkei approached her directly, grabbed her ankle, and pulled her in front of him. Don't pretend with me, just continue when you wake up. Wu, I obviously coaxed you. Shinkei sneered. I said, this matter is not over. Shinkei exerted force on his hands. Look at me. Wu looked up and hooked her head around his neck to look at him, pitifully and coquettishly. Honey, I'm hungry and I'm so tired. Shinkei said in a contemptuous tone, It's my fault for not feeding you enough. Wu looked at Shinkei with a cold face and his eyes looking at her wantonly and aggressively, and watched his sweat run down his forehead and cheeks and across his rolling Adam's apple. Wu's breathing became more and more rapid. She couldn't bear it anymore, and her mind slipped. She hooked her head around Shinkei's neck and leaned towards him, letting him do whatever he wanted. Shinkei finally let Wu go, and Wu was half asleep when Shinkei picked her up and dressed her. Shinkei found that Wu liked Western food, so he fried steak, seafood pasta, Orleans chicken wings, potato, egg and sweet corn salad and cream of mushroom soup for her. Carrying Wu to the dining table, Shinkei said coldly, Eat, honorable serious commander, and don't say that I, the great blazing flame, didn't even give you enough food. Wu, Shinkei has gone crazy, and he's been talking to her in a weird way whenever he opens his mouth. No, she can't let Shinkei control her like this anymore. Wu just put down her knife and fork and raised her head. Shinkei looked at her slowly. What? The honorable serious commander is not satisfied with the dishes? There is no way. My family is small, and I can't compare with the big chaebols. Wu, Wu stood up and walked to Shinkei. Shinkei leaned back on the chair with his hands in his pockets and looked up at Wu. Before he could speak, Wu sat on him, put her arms around his neck and started kissing him. At first, Shinkei was a scumbag who didn't take the initiative or refuse. When he found that Wu kissed him, he wanted to run back to eat, so he suddenly reached out and grabbed her. Shinkei said coldly, Is this all your sincerity? Wu struggled to run away without saying a word. Shinkei got angry when he saw Wu was silent, so he pulled her back into his arms and kissed her. He not only kissed her, but also slid down the hem of her clothes until Wu blushed and her heartbeat kept on panting, and then he finally let her go. Shinkei's eyes were deep. Eat, and continue after eating. Wu, She slid back to the dining chair. Shinkei kept staring at her, and always felt that Wu's silence was not right. He was a little unsure when he saw Wu's current attitude. While Shinkei was observing, Wu moved her tableware to his side. Shinkei looked at her in confusion. Wu pulled the stool close to him, picked up a shrimp with a fork, and put it to Shinkei's mouth. Shinkei stared at Wu without moving. Wu looked at him expectantly, and handed the fork to him again. He lowered his head, and looked at Wu straight in the eyes. He put the shrimp into his mouth, and Wu's face instantly became redder. Now Shinkei could see that Wu liked it very much. He liked it very much. His mind was completely slipping. He was almost envious. Shinkei stared at Wu's fluffy head, which was all red from ears to neck, and the corners of her mouth were raised from time to time, until she put down the tableware. Shinkei's eyes deepened. Have you finished eating? Wu nodded, very obedient yes. Shinkei directly pulled Wu into his arms, let her sit sideways on his legs, hooked his neck, and hugged her waist. Then it's my turn to eat, you feed me. Wu Yu's face was red, and she couldn't raise her head at all. No. Shinkei approached her. Then I will start directly. Wu Yu looked up and glanced at him. Shinkei, while I can still bear it, and want to play with you, you'd better hurry up. Wu Yu looked at Shinkei, and bit her lower lip, and Shinkei immediately kissed her. Shinkei panted, if you are embarrassed again, I will force it. Wu Yu, do you know what you are like now? You are almost telling me directly that you are willing to do anything I do now. Wu Yu glanced at him again, tightened her hands, and forked another shrimp to Shinkei's mouth. Shinkei watched her finish eating without blinking, and pulled the fork in Wu Yu's hand, and threw it casually on the table. Pulling Wu Yu closer to his arms, he leaned closer to her. Just feed me with your hands. After saying that, Shinkei's eyes fell on the red strawberries that he had placed aside as a fruit after the meal. Shinkei saw that Wu Yu was motionless, so he withdrew his hand and urged her, Commander Sirius, show some sincerity. Wu Yu didn't know how these 6 serious words from Commander Sirius could be so lewd when spoken from Shinkei's mouth. Under Shinkei's aggressive gaze, Wu Yu reached out to the strawberries with a trembling hand. Chapter 479. Wu Yu picked up the bright red and plump strawberry on the top and slowly stretched it toward Shinkei's mouth. Shinkei's beautiful light green pupils looked at her without blinking. The bright red strawberry reflected in his pupils, making his eyes darker and darker. Seeing that Shinkei was reluctant to open his mouth, Wu Yu was about to retract her hand. Shinkei grabbed her slender wrist with one hand and stretched it to his mouth. He opened his mouth and started eating from her hand. The more she ate, the redder Wu Yu's face became. She wanted to pull her hand out, but Shinkei was so strong that she couldn't move at all. Wu Yu's face was about to bleed, and her voice was so low that it was barely audible. Shinkei, let me go. Shinkei looked up at her and said hoarsely, Wu Yu, if you don't have anything else to play, I start. He really couldn't help it. Wu Yu looked at him with a dazed look, and Shinkei picked her up and turned to go to the bed. Shinkei supported Wu Yu's side with both hands, looked down at her flushed face, and her forearms rested weakly on her eyes. He let out a low gasp. Wu Yu, look at me. Wu Yu said nothing, only letting out a quick low gasp. Shinkei pulled Wu Yu up with one hand, put his arm around her waist, and put his head close to her ear. If you don't look at me, even if you sign up, I can still prevent you from participating in the friendly match. Wu Yu leaned into Shinkei's arms pitifully, hugged his waist back. Hubby, I'm really tired. Shinkei sneered. Wu Yu, don't be a coward, show me your ability to hide it. The more you give in to me, the more I won't let you go. Wu Yu lowered her head and pushed him gently. I really can't do it today. Shinkei was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized and asked nervously, Baby, did I hurt you? Wu Yu buried her head in his arms. Shinkei immediately said, Let me see. Wu Yu blushed and was unwilling. Shinkei, let me see, baby, I will treat you, otherwise I am worried about you going to play the friendly match like this. Wu Yu pushed him in anger. You are still worried. Shinkei picked her up and let her sit in his arms. If you don't make me angry, how can I bear to torment you like this? Wu Yu, I just want to help Sirius recruit people, and I want Ji Yin and I to separate so that we can fight each other. Shinkei, why can't you tell me properly? Why do you have to hide it from me? Wu Yu, can you agree if I tell you properly? Shinkei said firmly, No, I don't want you to go to these things. Don't you know what your physical condition is now? Wu Yu, you know that you are bullying me. How can Shinkei control me better than my father? He controls everything. Shinkei, I'm your husband, I don't care who cares. No one can control you now, I spoil you at everything and you'd be able to fly in a minute. Wu Yu pressed the corner of her mouth and turned away to ignore him. Shinkei took her into his arms. Let me see my baby. Wu Yu turned away. I don't want you to care. Shinkei coaxed her. I was wrong, let me see. Wu Yu felt wronged, you hurt me. Shinkei, it's all my fault, I was too angry. Just as Shinkei was about to move down, Wu Yu suddenly hooked his neck and leaned over to kiss him. Shinkei was stunned by the kiss, and hugged Wu Yu with a helpless look. You lied to me again, didn't you? Wu Yu hooked him? This is all fun. Shinkei, participating in friendly matches? Wu Yu blinked. Participating in friendly matches is not, but I deliberately hid it from you. Think about it, you are the captain of the team. You will definitely know before the game. I really don't need to hide it, I can't hide it. Shinkei buried his head in Wu Yu's neck. You just want to piss me off to death. Wu Yu innocently, who told you not to be angry? You won't be like this, I like you to be angry with me. Shinkei, I like you so much. How can I bear to be mean to you? Wu Yu approached him. Are you still angry now? Shinkei looked up at her. Can I? Wu Yu nodded shyly. Shinkei curled his lips and pushed Wu Yu down. Then you are still angry. Shinkei, do you like it? Wu Yu, yes. Shinkei, are you comfortable? Wu Yu, comfortable. Shinkei, do you want more? Wu Yu, no. Shinkei, then I want more. Wu Yu was held in Shinkei's arms, and Shinkei tightened his grip whenever she moved. Wu Yu was embarrassed. Let me go. Shinkei said slowly, I told you, from now until the friendly match, you can't go anywhere. Your physical fitness is not good now. I will personally train you. Wu Yu turned to look at him. Are you calmed down? Shinkei kissed her without saying a word. Haha, calm down. Interest, right? He will let Wu Yu know what real interest is. If he doesn't give Wu Yu a shocking education in a friendly match this time, she won't learn her lesson. Shinkei approached calmly. Give me a tattoo, just below my collarbone. Wu Yu blinked, not understanding why Shinkei suddenly wanted a tattoo. Wu Yu, why did you suddenly think of getting a tattoo? Shinkei curled his lips. This way, everyone can see it during the live broadcast. Wu Yu watched Shinkei buy tattoo props at the free market. She was puzzled. What do you want to tattoo? Shinkei, Luna. Wu Yu's expression suddenly became dangerous. You want to tattoo another woman's name on your body? Shinkei raised his lips, yes. Wu Yu smiled and took the tattoo props from Shinkei's hand. Her eyes fell on the aorta in Shinkei's neck, and she said slowly, okay, I tattoo it for you. But it's hard to say whether she will directly open Shinkei's aorta with this move. Shinkei looked at Wu Yu's angry look, and finally raised his lips in a good mood. Wu Yu looked at Shinkei and smiled, feeling something was wrong. She took out the communicator, and was about to search, when Shinkei's kiss suddenly fell on her clavicle. Luna, moon goddess, you have to tattoo you on my body where you can see it at a glance, so that everyone knows that I belong only to you. You are my moon goddess, mine alone. Wu Yu's eyes flashed. What's your name? Shinkei, Noya, beautiful, in Hebrew it means, God's beauty. Wu Yu couldn't help but curl her lips. It really suits you. This was the first time Wu Yu heard Shinkei's English pronunciation, and her tailbone was numb. Wu Yu began to concentrate on finding the font, and drew it on the place where the tattoo was to be formed. When the tattoo officially began, Wu Yu said softly, it might be a little painful. Shinkei lay on the bed, watching Wu Yu lower her head, and simulate the operation over and over again. After confirming that everything was correct, Wu Yu focused on inserting the needle according to the proof. With her strong hands-on ability, a tattoo with a medieval retro design was soon formed between Shinkei's collarbones. When the black ink was completely dry, Wu Yu gently blew on Shinkei's reddened skin. Wu Yu lowered her head and looked sideways. Does it hurt? From beginning to end, Shinkei looked at Wu Yu without a single mistake. He shook his head. It doesn't hurt, not at all. After the tattoo was finished, Shinkei really looked in the mirror, and he was obviously very satisfied with the tattoo. He turned his head to look at Wu Yu, and Wu Yu found that he was holding the communicator, and didn't know what he was looking at. Shinkei leaned over, and saw that Wu Yu was choosing different fonts for his name. Shinkei blinked, and Wu Yu turned to look at him. Will you help me with the tattoo? Shinkei's breathing was unstable for a moment. Shinkei wanted to ask Wu Yu not to get the tattoo, but he didn't say it when the words came to his lips. He had no way to refuse. Wu Yu wanted to tattoo his name on his body, such a fatal temptation. He just shook his head. Baby, I can't do it. Wu Yu, it might be a bit difficult for me to do it myself. Shinkei listened to Wu Yu's words, his heart beating fast. Wu Yu put the communicator in Shinkei's hand, and pointed to the position of his heart. Tattoo it here. Shinkei's breathing became faster and faster, his eyes flickered violently. That was the place closest to Wu Yu's heart. His name could rise and fall with every heartbeat of Wu Yu. Shinkei tried to calm himself down. He shook his head. No, in case you regret it in the future, it's not good for you to be tattooed here. Wu Yu held Shinkei's face with a focused look. Shinkei, I made the decision myself. There is nothing to regret. Since I can afford to love, I can let it go. If I want to destroy this tattoo one day, it must be because you did something wrong. I am rewarding you now, but if you make a mistake, I will take back the reward. But remember, before destroying it, I will definitely kill you with my own hands. I will do what I say. So Shinkei, now you should be afraid that the person who will regret in the future is not me, but you. Chapter 480. Shinkei's pupils flashed into gold, and even the dragon scales at the corners of his eyes burst out. He was so excited that he didn't dare to tattoo Wu Yu in his current state. Shinkei hugged Wu Yu tightly in his arms and whispered, No tattoo, baby, I'm afraid I hurt you. Wu Yu, are you afraid that you will betray me in the future? Shinkei shook his head firmly. I will never betray you. Wu Yu curled her lips. I've given you a chance. Don't regret it when the time comes. Shinkei. Yeah. To be honest, He regretted it now. But his wife wanted to tattoo his name on her heart. Every heartbeat was with him. He really hated his moral sense that suddenly came online, and suddenly became a serious person. Wu Yu knew from his face that he was struggling violently and fighting against his conscience. After being bullied by this kid for so long, she finally got her revenge. Ignoring Shinkei's crazy and broken eyes, Wu Yu began to slowly collect the tattoo props. Shinkei didn't say anything until she finished collecting everything, but he looked very frustrated and regretful with his head down. Wu Yu ignored Shinkei and immersed himself in emo and walked into the bathroom. The sound of water was heard, and Shinkei didn't come to find her until Wu Yu finished taking a shower. It can be seen that it was really very difficult, for fear that his mind would slip as soon as he saw Wu Yu. When Wu Yu changed into a long-sleeved shirt and walked out of the bathroom, the first time he looked at Shinkei, his eyes couldn't help but subconsciously fall on her heart. The anxious, expectant, and restrained look of struggle and torment showed that he wanted Wu Yu to get a tattoo, but didn't want her to get one. Seeing Shinkei so conflicted, Wu Yu was happy to be alone and went to sleep under the quilt. She heard Shinkei washing the dishes and taking a bath, and then lying down beside her quietly. He was afraid of waking her up, so he carefully held her in his arms, kissed her forehead and said to her, "Good night, baby." Wu Yu couldn't help but curl her lips. When he found that Wu Yu was not asleep, Shinkei's expression instantly became resentful. He buried his head in Wu Yu's arms aggressively without saying a word. Wu Yu stroked his head gently. "Do you regret it?" "Shinkei, no, but don't ask me again." Wu Yu heard Shinkei's tone. If she asked Shinkei again, she would burst into tears. She laughed out loud, and Shinkei bit her angrily. "Don't laugh. It was obviously you who did something wrong. But now it turns out that I am the one being bullied by you. Wu Yu, you have been bullying me for so long, and you are still acting cute, and I have given you a chance." Shinkei was unhappy. "Go to sleep, baby, I love you." Seeing Shinkei's depressed and gloomy face, Wu Yu turned her face away and couldn't help wanting to laugh. Wu Yu closed her eyes in Shinkei's arms. After a long while, she felt Shinkei unbuttoning her pajamas. When she felt a chill in her heart, she felt Shinkei's breathing suddenly become heavier. Shinkei leaned over and panted in her ear. After a while, the red tattoo on her heart had not yet faded, and she felt a cautious, almost pious and gentle touch. Wu Yu deliberately turned over, and Shinkei immediately leaned over. "Shinkei, wife." Wu Yu ignored him. "Shinkei, wife, give me another tattoo. I want another tattoo exactly like yours in the same place as yours." "Wu Yu, why do you have so many tattoos that are exactly the same?" "Shinkei, just tattoo your name." "Wu Yu, do you want to see how many gestures Wu has made? The tattoo won't look good." "Shinkei, then I cut off the clavicle and tattoo it on my chest, and tattoo your initials on the clavicle." "Wu Yu, you are really good at making trouble." Finally, Wu Yu was really pestered by Shinkei, so she used the props she got before to erase Shinkei's original tattoo, and then re-tattooed it according to his wishes. It was midnight, and Wu Yu's sleepy eyes were fighting. Shinkei looked at the two tattoos on his chest and collarbone with satisfaction, leaned towards Wu Yu and kissed his name on her body. "Wife, I want it." Wu Yu ignored him and fell asleep directly. For a whole night, Shinkei couldn't take his eyes off Noya. The next morning, Wu Yu was not surprised that she woke up to Shinkei's kiss. This guy was so energetic every morning that it was outrageous. Not only did he immediately unbutton the button that Wu Yu had just buttoned, but he also learned from it. Wu Yu simply blinked, then let's practice. Just to coax Shinkei again. Practice? What practice? Shinkei was about to get closer to her excitedly, but Wu Yu reached out and pushed him. "Go do push-ups." Shinkei stared at Wu Yu straight, took off his shirt without blinking, and started doing push-ups. Wu Yu didn't get close to him, so he turned his head in confusion, and saw Wu Yu taking off her clothes. Shinkei blinked quickly. Shinkei's breathing suddenly became heavier when he felt Wu Yu approaching his back without any obstacles. Wu Yu stretched out her hands to his chest and hugged him tightly. Her voice was behind Shinkei's neck. "Let's start, Instructor Shin. You have to practice well for me, otherwise I will lose Chi-Yan's people again when I go to Sirius." Shinkei swallowed hard. Every push-up he did would make him get closer to Wu Yu, and the touch on his back became more and more obvious. Wu Yu hugged him tightly, teasing him with her hands on his chest. "This is really deadly." Shinkei has never done such a difficult and intoxicating push-up in his life. It felt like ants were biting him all over, but he couldn't stop. He couldn't stop at all. For a moment, the room was unusually quiet. Shinkei panted, "Are you rewarding me or punishing me?" "Wu Yu, if you like it, it's a reward for you, and if you don't like it, it's a punishment for you." Shinkei's neck was bulging with blue veins, sweat dripped from his chin, his Adam's apple rolled, and his breathing became heavier. I like it, I like it. Wu Yu's hand went from his chest along Shinkei's collarbone, and Adam's apple to his cheek, pinching his face. Wu Yu chuckled, thank you for your hard work, Instructor Shin. Feeling that Wu Yu was about to get up, Shin Chung immediately stretched out a hand and pressed her back. Don't leave, I want more. Wu Yu leaned her face on Shinkei's back. Tomorrow is a friendly match, and the Sirius shuttle will come to pick me up later. Shinkei, I take you there. Wu Yu, have you calmed down? Don't go crazy when you get to Jiang's house later. Shinkei, well, I prepare gifts and go back to the Jiang family with you to meet the elders. I stay there for one night and meet Qi Yin at the friendly match tomorrow. Why did Jian Suiyu, who had no status, live in the Jiang family, but he hasn't lived there yet? Last time he went to the Jiang family and beat them up, he didn't even dare to touch Wu Yu's bed. This time he has a legitimate reason. Wu Yu looked at him sideways, Shinkei looked at her, and it was obvious that he had made up his mind. Shinkei, wife, don't worry, I will definitely perform well. I am now the son-in-law of the Jiang family. Serious recruiting is more important than Qi Yin recruiting. I will pay special attention to it, and will never do anything wrong. Wu Yu saw Shinkei's petty eyes flying around, and she couldn't help laughing. She hooked Shinkei's neck. Are you so happy? Shinkei nodded. Yes, you tattooed my name. I was so excited that I couldn't sleep all night. Wu Yu touched his face. You are so stupid. You can easily remove tattoos now, but you are still struggling so hard, making yourself depressed. Wu Yu saw that his beautiful fur had dimmed, because he was sad yesterday, so she wanted to pamper him. Shinkei lowered his head. It's different. Each name is the shortest curse. The tattoo can be removed, but the bond left by the curse will be engraved in my body forever. I tattooed your name, which means I have reached a contract with you, and I will completely hand over my body and mind to you. You can completely dominate me, and I will always submit to you, but I think you will always be independent and free. Wu Yu leaned into his arms. Shinkei, you always show weakness to me after bullying me. Shinkei hugged Wu Yu tightly. Do you feel sorry for me? Do you still love me? Wu Yu hooked her arms around his neck and kissed him. What do you think? Shinkei lowered his head. I want you to say it. Wu Yu stood on tiptoe and touched his nose. I feel sorry for you. I love you, Noah. Shinkei instantly smiled triumphantly, picked up Wu Yu, and kissed her tattoo over and over again.